All right. So today I'm going to write the NBA script again. It is 2016 with 2K labels the Steph Curry era, and I am back here to basically, if you don't know what this is, it's as if I took out a storybook and I am literally writing exactly what's going to happen, except for the results, of course, more so transactionally, draft-wise, off-season, to try and make the perfect, most entertaining, kind of insane NBA. And we're going to start off with one trade I already made happen. I actually just made a video on this recently. Yeah, forget the Steph era. I mean, I guess he's still Steph Curry, but Kevin Durant moved back to the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm not trying to deal with the Warriors. I will give the Warriors back Harrison Barnes. As someone who was like a part-time Warriors fan from the early 2010s all the way until the mid 2010s, there is no world where I wouldn't reverse the Kevin Durant thing. And in my mind, I did consider his other destinations. I went and did the research, had to refresh my mind, and he very heavily considered going to the Celtics, the Clippers. But all in all, he said about 2 years later that the Thunder were his second choice, even after all the stuff he said on Twitter about like how they were trash basically. And while the Clippers would have been my personal second choice to write the script for him to go to, they're already really damn good. And trust me, there's a lot other teams in here that need help that aren't the Clippers. Like as I scrolled, you remember this was the era where Paul George needed help, Anthony Davis needed help, James Harden and the Rockets, Damian Lillard and CJ, Jimmy Butler got traded the offseason after this. So we have a lot to monitor. Now I do say monitor, I'll start it off with that because there's so many different things that need to be done. I'm gonna let it rock off rip. I will say I am definitely looking to trade someone like Chris Bosh off the Heat. In this, he's not gonna get blood clots and have to retire, and this team really doesn't have much of a future right now. So, but all in all, I want to see who really earns it, needs it, deserves to trade for decent players. I might even stop around the new year, honestly. I just wanted to simulate a little bit. Oh yeah, screw it, let's spice things up right before, you know what, what's today's date? I don't know, who cares? Let's just go right here. Now the fun part about this is that we get to see the teams that are really trash and we can kind of, you know, empty out their roster. We definitely could actually with Eric Bledsoe and the Suns, because this team is gonna have to wait a little bit for Devin Booker to get good, and aside from that, they are garbage. AD's Pelicans. Now the question remains with a lot of these guys like Anthony Davis or Paul George, who it looks like his team is also mid, super mid, shout out to Jeff Teague with that number 44 on his back, is do we trade them or do we trade players to join them? Do the Pacers need to have the team, or do the Pelicans need to have the team, or, you know, we're like, well, the Wizards I guess are still doing good right now. This is an interesting one because, you know, do we bring a third player to Washington or what? Like, because they struggled a lot during these years. Shout out to the Celtics, they're doing very good right now. The Bulls are actually doing exceedingly well with Jimmy Butler. So maybe this is a situation we write it differently than real life and actually just keep Jimmy on the Bulls. It has looked kind of weird in retrospect with how well Jimmy has done in Miami, that like the Bulls just, I mean, obviously they had to like rebuild, but the rebuild didn't work anyways. So, and then the Clippers are the #1 seed. Funnily enough, we might have to monitor. I mean, the Warriors are still dumb good, but like if they underachieve, why are the Jazz so good? You know what? The Jazz are always like this. They always would randomly be dumb, just mad good. I gotta stop saying dumb good. Spurs are still hanging in there. They had just signed LaMarcus Aldridge the offseason before the previous one. So the grit and grind Grizzlies, this is a weird one. I mean, honestly, right now would be the time to strike for the Grizzlies. And I have some ideas in mind as I say that. The Kings are actually doing exceedingly well, which is kind of nice. So yeah, things are already formulating in my mind of what we need to go the direction wise in this. The Wolves are a team to kind of chill and monitor because Cat's already at 89 overall, averaging 25 and 12 in his second season. They probably won't win or go super high up just yet, but that's fine. And man, the Rockets though, we got to give James Harden high priority. He's averaging 38 points per game. They're one game, or they're tied for the last seed in the playoffs. So are the Dame Blazers, but the Rockets, like, he really has no help over here. Ryan Anderson is a 71 overall and starting. Does he have that nasty contract? I don't know. Maybe this roster didn't give him it, but who cares? Either way, I'm controlling the damn thing, so the contracts kind of don't matter. If I want you to get out of a situation, don't worry, I'll be Saul Goodman. The Pistons are kind of pissing me off. Why are you at the 10th seed? And we need to get Andre. We need to make them restart, because this isn't, nothing's good is going to come from this. And I might just let the Heat get one more year off. I don't know. The Sixers are young and overachieving. Basically going to treat them, I believe it was what, the Sixers and the Timberwolves that were treated like, oh, here's the next up and coming young cores of this generation. And, you know, the Bucks ended up becoming one as well eventually. The Raptors with DeRozan in them, I mean, maybe they could benefit from having another player on this team. Pascal's starting right now, which is kind of weird. It used to be like Amir Johnson and Patrick Patterson. Yeah, there he is. But I guess they have Pascal as better already, which isn't really that much to work. Yeah, it's just Patrick Patterson. And I've kind of just glossed over the Knicks as well, which, if I'm being totally honest with you, this team is, I mean, they have Porzingis, but it's kind of like beyond saving as of the moment. Melo's 32. It's probably the longest I've ever taken in a video to talk about the Knicks. Why do the Kings have 2 Anthony Tolliver? They have 2. Random, but it looks like 2K has it so that the Pelicans, oh, I'm giving up a trade I was working on, but screw it. The Pelicans' first round pick for some reason is in possession of the Kings, but this pick was traded in the DeMarcus Cousins trade, so this literally makes no sense because DeMarcus Cousins is still on the Kings. All right, so the first trade, at least of the recording, is going to be Willie Cauley-Stein, Anthony Tolliver, and a first round pick for the Phoenix Suns for Eric Bledsoe. Now, you might think that Bledsoe should get traded for more. If anything, this is actually more than he got traded for in real life. In real life, it was just 1 first round pick in Greg Monroe, but the Kings will also get back PJ Tucker in this deal. Willie Cauley-Stein obviously was never really a fit for the Kings in the first place because they have Boogie. And you know what? I'm gonna finesse it as well. I'll throw in another second round pick and I'll bring the Kings back Derrick Jones Jr. as well. Just get a few guys that can actually provide to this team. I was looking through the Kings team stats and they're actually a top defense, but a really bad offense. Eric Bledsoe will bring defense and offense, so he helps in general. And yeah, we'll do that. And I just feel like, you know, it's Eric Bledsoe. I hypothetically was trying to get them Kemba Walker, but it felt a bit more complicated. Like, oh, you know, just Willie Cauley. You know, Kemba never got actually traded in real life. You know, he ended up just signing with the Celtics, and like maybe it was a sign and trade for Terry Rozier or whatever. Maybe it wasn't though. I don't know. But Bledsoe was kind of like a guy that just got thrown away for scraps in the end anyways. Oh yeah, and by the way, they still have the second Anthony Tolliver. The team is actually going to start a crazy small guard lineup. Shout out to the Phoenix Suns. They tried to do this, but with Darren Collison and Bledsoe, I'm honestly not mad at it. You guys, your 2 was Aaron Aflalo anyways. All right, so we are going to strike a blockbuster deal between the Knicks, the Wizards, and the Sixers. Oh boy. Trust me, I'm not really going to be doing anything else with the Knicks for a long time after this, but we are going to get Carmelo Anthony and Derrick Rose and Brandon Jennings and Justin Holiday off of the Knicks. The Knicks in this deal will receive Jan Mahimi and his trash 4-year, $60 million contract. Kelly Oubre, I almost said Olynyk, Kelly Oubre in his second year in the league. 2 second-round picks from the Wizards. They will also receive Jahlil Okafor, a first-round pick this year from the Sixers, who are like the 6th seed, by the way. They're doing pretty good. And Jeremy Grant. And the Sixers will receive Otto Porter, another really good, great floor spacing wing, which is something they need considering that they have Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid, and Nerlens Noel in the starting lineup. No lie, they're one and only. No, I'm lying. I was about to say their one above average shooter is probably Dario Saric, but even he's not doing that. So they're going to get a really good wing shooter, D Rose, who might not bring you the shooting, but he will bring you scoring, 20 points, 6 assists that he could potentially bring off the bench or starters, whatever, put him next to Ben. Figure it out, I guess. And they'll also just get Justin Holiday for the hell of it. And once again, the Wizards will be getting Carmelo and Brandon Jennings. Obviously, Melo, a huge addition to their team to kind of lock in and fully contend. And you got to remember too, one of the big storylines with Melo around this time was that he had the no trade clause and was only trying to go to certain teams. Well, what if I bring you back pretty close to your second, or I don't know, Melo, like, I guess it's pretty valid to say he claims New York and he also claims, what is it, Baltimore? You get pretty close. You're in DC. They don't really give up too much with Otto. Otto is also expiring. I'll make it though that he's going to sign a contract extension with the Sixers. The Knicks obviously just get a bunch of young assets. And one of the biggest parts of this was that, honestly, how this trade started was that I was perusing the market trying to find a young player that I could trade for Melo. And Jahlil Okafor is the perfect candidate because I'm writing in the script this dude's going to become good this time around. He's a 77 right now. I made it so that his potential is like in the mid to high 80s. They don't really need him anyways because they have Embiid and Nerlens Noel. Yeah, trade done. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, also the Knicks have a slew of centers, but I mean, yeah, I probably shouldn't have got them all. It really doesn't matter. Honestly, they suck. You know, I'm literally going to click trade finder on who's the most coveted asset here. Probably Kyle O'Quinn, at least out of the ones I'd want them to trade. I'll just clean up the team so it doesn't look too ugly. Maybe the most pointless trade of all time. The Jazz don't have a legit backup center. Kyle O'Quinn for Raul Neto. Look at that. Knicks now have a starting point guard. This is a disgusting team, and they are officially, it doesn't matter if Okafor starts or not. He's still gonna, you know, get to his potential eventually, and this team is in their super duper rebuilding phase with Joakim Noah and Jan Mahimi's trash contract. Now, the reason why I decided to do that for the Knicks sooner than, like, you know, the Pacers who have the same record is because Paul George is a young, good, talented asset who's also in his prime. So I'm still trying to see if, like, I want to, you know, keep this team together or whatever. We still have some time before the trade deadline as well, but some teams are super evident as like, dog, yeah, give up. All right, we're gonna strike our first deal for the Damian Lillard-led Portland Trailblazers. Now, obviously in real life, they went out and acquired Nurkic eventually, who they don't have yet. So this time around, I'm gonna go ahead and bring them Brook Lopez is averaging 20.7 rebounds over there. Now, is he the most perfect fit? I'm not like, I don't think he had defense probably yet. Yeah, I mean, he's mid at defense, but he's just a big man to, you know, kind of piece things together for them for now. I don't think this is the end all be all for him. But what it was actually was that I was trying to trade Brooks somewhere else who didn't have the money. And I was like, let me go try somewhere else who potentially could have a contract swap. Evan Turner makes way too much money. The Nets suck. They're going to suck for a while. They're not good. Although sadly they don't. Damn. I might have to, yeah, you know what, Brooklyn? Yeah, you know what? Sorry to the Blazers. I mean, sorry to the Nets, but you guys are already perpetually screwed over, and this isn't my fault. You guys traded your damn picks to the Celtics. But with that being said, this is the best you're going to get. I literally actually clicked off of this trade and went through all the young players to see who would be like one of the better ones I can get from Brook Lopez. And this is literally the only one that makes sense, is just Noah Vonleh, who probably won't even be that good. Maybe I'll boost his potential a little bit, show some love to Noah Vonleh. I remember when he was on the Knicks, he was pretty cool. And you know what? The Nets also wanted Allen Crabbe really badly around this time, so you could have him for Anthony Bennett. Why? I don't know. There you go. Honestly, Noah Vonleh's potential isn't that bad, so you guys will be all right. Now, Brook Lopez can man the middle in Portland. Nice little midseason acquisition for them. All right, we're gonna make a blockbuster trade for the Bulls. This is actually who I really wanted. I wanted the Bulls to get Brook Lopez because they have Robin Lopez as well, but they didn't have the money allocated. Vooch makes about half as much, and so in this trade, I'm gonna trade Felicio, Michael Carter-Williams, 1 first-round pick, top 5 protected, but it's gonna, well, actually, I don't know if it'll convey, but it probably will. Bobby Portis, solid young player, 21 years old, and 2 second-round picks from the Bulls to the Magic for Vooch, this random dude. Hey, whatever, he's just salary filler. And Serge Ibaka. For some reason, that Serge Ibaka making $900,000. I'm gonna re-sign him for more money to the Bulls, but I don't really care if they go over the salary cap, honestly. This will lock them in with a really good core surrounding, well, really Jimmy Butler. They have Rondo and Wade currently leading them, but yeah, and I believe their starter right now is Mirotic, so he'll hit the bench or something like that. So yeah, I like this. I wanted to give the Magic more first-round picks, but honestly, I can't rationalize giving you more than 1 first-round pick for that, because also too, Portis was a first-round pick like a year prior, so he in himself is basically another one, and he's pretty decent. And yeah, so they have Mirotic and Taj now, and Rondo, Brook Lopez, D Wade, Booth. They still have Robin Lopez. Did I say Brook or I don't know, whatever. I also gave Otto Porter his decent little extension. I already re-signed D-Rose when he was on the Knicks, just so he'd be ready for this, just to get traded and signed somewhere else. He won't have like a mid-career falling out with the league and then come back, whatever. Yeah, as of right now, they're putting both of them off the bench, but nonetheless, you got 2 good players. You know what? Actually, D-Rose doesn't have shooting guard in his player card. Now they might start him. And Melo Wizard should be pretty interesting. I think Brandon Jennings ended up signing with this team in this season as well. I don't know. So yeah, those were 2 teams, the Magic and the Nets, that like, come on, dog. They have 8 wins. It's over with. Obviously, Dirk isn't getting traded, or at least, hey, I mean, we can get weird. You know, it's just a video game. I actually might. You know what? Maybe we got to get, you know what? Time is of the essence. And trust me, Dirk's Mavericks I got an idea. We are trading Harrison Barnes, filler salary, a first-round pick, and 2 seconds to the Mavericks for Dirk Nowitzki, Seth Curry, and Andrew Bogut. Yep. This might be the most picture-perfect, stupid, but fun trade ever. Because Dirk, I'm going to make him the starting center of the Golden State Warriors. You guys missed out on Kevin Durant, but you better have the weirdest thing going on with Dirk running up the floor, taking his pull-up threes in 2017 at 38 years old. Or he could just come off the bench, because in this trade, they're going to get Andrew Bogut back, and they're going to get, you know, Steph's brother. You know, matter of fact, Seth is playing pretty good. Harrison Barnes, you're just really salary filler in this trade. I'm going to screw the Warriors. I'll give another, no, I'll do a lottery protected pick. How about that? Just in case, but the Warriors ain't going to be in no lottery. Dirk does get better at the center, which is pretty funny. And yep, here's the new Warriors lineup. They actually aren't even playing Andrew Bogut right now. They still have Zaza and JaVale McGee, which is kind of weird, because when I looked at them, they were starting Varejao the whole season. So it looked like they really needed a center, and well, screw it. Now you got Dirk. The other reason why I decided to trade him here is because if Dirk gets traded from the Mavericks, he has to go somewhere good. Because I looked at the standings and I was like, oh yeah, he could go to the Jazz and replace Dirk. No, I can't put Dirk in Utah. I've been this entire time looking for where to trade Kemba Walker, and it's funny that the team that I'm about to trade him to, I actually was trying to trade Jeremy Lin here, because I was like, I looked at the Nets and I was like, they might as well get rid of Jeremy Lin because they need as many assets as they can. But I was like, wait, this team who has Matthew Dellavedova currently starting at the 1, the Bucks, they could very easily just get Kemba Walker. Why? Because we could fulfill another destiny. Forget, you know how I did Julie Loco for? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I already went through Jabari Parker. I saw his player card and I already updated his potential like 20 minutes ago. Jabari Parker, we're going to trade him 2 first-round picks because Kemba is at 88 overall. Jabari Parker, 2 first-round picks, and Thon Maker, who's a 71. I don't know how good he's going to become. I'm not even going to mess with his potential and stuff. It's just Thon. I mean, yeah, he was hyped up and stuff, but I don't care. For Marvin Williams, who's just, you know, cool 30-year-old mid-tier power forward, and Kemba Walker. Bucks are obviously going to be good for these 2 years, and all in all, this is a win-win. Thank you very much. The Hornets also get to be the Hornets and be bad currently right now. Get bad. Don't be good. I'm trading Jeremy Lin from the Nets. This is the last trade I'm gonna make for this little spurt I'm on right now. Jeremy Lin to the Cavs actually for 1 first, Mike Dunleavy, and a 2nd-round pick. And the reason actually it was between them. Oh, why did I just do that? Yeah, I lied. Jeremy Lin to the Rockets, I guess, for 1 lottery protected first. I guess the Cavs lied to me. The Rockets had the space to make it happen, and he could get traded again. I just wanted to. I even forget what I was gonna say for my reasoning as to why I was trading him the Cavs and not the Rockets, but I think it was mostly just salary, or I don't even know. Anyways, the reason why I haven't made any trades yet for like the Pacers or the Pelicans, or well, I almost didn't for the Rockets. I want to give it a little bit more time. I wanted to just clear out the bad teams of their trash, and now we're going to continue and see what happens for the rest of this. Sorry to the Nets that I couldn't get you a pick back. I don't know what the hell I would do for that. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I have no clue, honestly. They just don't have the facilities for that, but they also gain nothing from, I don't know, anything really. Maybe I could try them, finesse them in another deal to get like another young player to their team, because I would like the Nets to get interesting-ish. And like the only players I've been messing with to make them better than what they would become potential-wise were guys that actually were going to, or I guess were expected to. You know what? Actually, screw it. Noah Vonleh was like a top 4 pick. I'll like make sure that you become like an 80-something at the very least. Make Brooklyn interesting, whatever. Yeah, for some reason, he's on a 3-year, $40 million deal anyways, and he is already in like his 4th year, but who cares? Whatever. They need something over here. God help them. All right, we're at the trade deadline, and obviously the Nets, like they've barely won a game since the deadline, but that's not the focus here. The Knicks are actually still doing kind of okay reports, but really it's relative to the Nets, the Magic, and the Hornets. The Knicks are still bottom 4 over here. Lakers, obviously there's nothing really to do here. Maybe get Lou Will out of here, but aside from that, which honestly that's something I should actually look at. The Mavs, maybe we got to swing Harrison Barnes to another spot, but aside, I mean, he makes $20 million, so it's kind of tough. It's not really worthwhile. And all right, so the Pelicans, now the Rockets took a little jump. They're up to 7th now, so that's good for them. The Thunder are actually kind of falling out, and the Thunder was a team I was looking at, which is kind of crazy that they would be falling out of the playoff run right now. They do have Sabonis down here. If there was any star to get out there, I mean, you know, the only issue with OKC is they don't have much money to trade with, because KD and Westbrook, also both of them are averaging 30, and Russ is still averaging his triple-double. Also, the Nuggets are just over exceeding expectations. I don't even know if I can find it in the right sense of my mind to double down on the Nuggets being good this early, but you know what, screw it. If they're gonna do it, we might as well lock in with them, right? Maybe there's, you know what, I might have an idea actually for Denver. If Denver wants to overachieve early, I might have an idea for them. Trust me, Denver has been good enough in real life in recent years. I don't have the yearning to make Denver super good in these early stages, although I did really like the Danilo Gallinari Denver era. The Warriors, you know, Dirk's still over there thriving, I guess. The Jazz are doing well, which is weird. I guess they're not going to get Donovan Mitchell like 1,000% in this now. The Spurs are still doing pretty good. I would say they need some moves for like a long-term assurance, but they do have DeJounte Murray down here, so he's going to get good. The Clippers, maybe, you know what, I'm not even gonna hesitate. I'm not gonna think twice. I got a deal in mind for the Clippers, although they're 45-8. Why am I making a deal? Forget the Clippers. Now, you know what, I'm lying. I'm an unbiased man, and because of that, I knew that they have this dude Luke Mbah-a-Moute, who for some reason in this is making mad money. Yep, we're gonna trade him. We're gonna empty out their picks with Luke Mbah, 2 seconds, and they have 1 more. Screw it. For Dorian Finney-Smith and Harrison Barnes to the Clippers. Why not? Why not? Also too, because the Clippers lost in real life always, so I'm trying to give them as like, because you know, if I go to the playoffs and they lose to the Spurs, I'm gonna feel kind of bad knowing I could have helped them. I had an idea that sparked my mind that could have helped them. The Wizards doing pretty well with Melo, it looks like. The Celtics are a team that's just good. I don't know why, but the Kings have gotten worse and dropped out the playoffs, but I already tried to help you. I did a pretty damn good job of that too. Now, something that's conjuring in my mind right now, I'm just letting you know, just that the video could get more interesting, is I might decide to write in my script that Boogie Cousins, if they fail him again, they might gotta trade him, even with the help with Eric Bledsoe. If you guys miss the playoffs to a damn Nuggets team with a baby Jokic, yeah, you might gotta request out, because he's playing incredibly well this season. He is one of the most valuable players in the league. All right, so I low-key hypothesized trading this dude a few different places, but once I realized the pairing I could bring back together over here in Boston, I was like, oh snap, I gotta do it. We are gonna bring Paul Millsap and Al Horford back together after just 1 year apart, mind you. But there was a few teams on my list with this guy with Millsap. Now he does make $20 million, which I was able to make up pretty easily over here in Boston. There's a bunch of these like garbage players that have some money on them. So, you know, screw it. We'll just imagine that it's destiny leading these players their way. Screw it. I don't know. The Hawks, they are currently like 12. They're like in the realm of where the Pacers are. And the Hawks don't have much of a future, let's be honest. So I'd imagine it's the best bet for the Hawks, especially because Millsap is actually only on a 1-year deal with a player option. I'm going to have him re-sign in Boston for, you know, probably like 2 or 3 years. He's 31 years old. And that's the reason why I don't feel so compelled to throw picks or players back, assets. The Celtics have Brown and Rozier. They don't have Tatum, obviously. But because they don't have Tatum, I don't really want to just like throw Rozier away. He's, you know, I feel like this would be a good enough to get a 31-year-old, you know, star, let's say. I don't even know if he'd be an all-star still around this time. Maybe, let me see if he made it. Or I don't know if it even passed yet. But yeah. Yeah, he did make the all-star team this year. So that is, you know what? Knowing that, I'll throw Rozier in there. Yeah, this right here looks good, actually. Rozier, a first-round pick. Zeller, a second-round pick. And they'll get Mike Muscala back as well. Also, the reason why I'm treating Korver like nothing in this deal is because I actually saw Korver say he's retiring. So this is his last year, 1000%. So he holds no value to the Hawks. I'll throw in the one more second for good measure and call it a day. So Paul Millsap, welcome to Boston. You know, we do have to, you know, lock in and make sure Isaiah Thomas is treated fairly in this, because, you know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I will say, as I didn't give Millsap too crazy of an extension, but I gave him some, like, you know, 12 to 15 million a year. But watch out for Boston, because they do have those Nets picks. I don't know if I'm going to force them to keep those Nets picks. You never know. They could trade for literally anybody with those. All right, so the Toronto Raptors are going to make a big trade here, trading Patrick Patterson, 2 first-round picks, one being a Clippers first. Pascal Siakam, yes, young Pascal Siakam. He's currently at a 2-star. I think I remember from one of the recent sims I did with this roster that this roster actually gives him garbage potential. I'm gonna edit it so he becomes good, but this is off the assumption that, you know, this is young Pascal. Nobody knew he was gonna be what he is today. Young prospect, G leaguer. 2 first-round picks for Drummond from the Pistons. This is gonna be like the last person I think I'm gonna move. Big time star. Marcus Morris, Beno Udrih. They are going to Toronto. Sayonara. And now obviously the Pistons, unsurprisingly, are going to restart again. There was a few teams, I'll let you know right now, as oh no, I'm not looking at contracts. I'm trying to look at yeah, potential. There was a few teams I was thinking about trading Andre Drummond to, one of them being the Rockets. My only thing is that I have an idea in mind where the Rockets potentially can make a bigger trade. But even if they don't, it's either they make the biggest trade possible or they trade Harden. It's one or the other, which, let's be honest, Harden, is he even like #1 in MVP right now? Yeah, because I saw he's averaging. They're not trading Harden, so they're gonna have to make the best trade. It's not gonna be the Andre Drummond trade. I don't care if it happens right now. Remember, they're the 7th seed right now. Now I could make them a little mid trade to get a better like 4 maybe or whatever, just something, but not to trade multiple picks for a guy, especially because the Rockets don't really have assets like that. So they're gonna have to trade picks for whoever they acquire. As you know, in real life, they eventually went and got Chris Paul. I don't plan on breaking up the Clippers in this. I mean, they have 45 wins. Well, sometimes you have to admit your mistakes. And today, at this moment, I will be admitting my mistake of trying to trust in the Sacramento Kings. DeMarcus Cousins, as of right now, this moment, is going to be traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder, the team that is 9th seed looking in, but completely locked in with Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. We are going to trade Boogie Cousins, and this is a lot going on the screen right here, but I'm going to explain it. We're going to trade Boogie Cousins to the Thunder for basically the Paul George package. Sorry to Nick Collison, I have to include you, but you're also going to get Domantas Sabonis. You know, can I make them keep Nick? Probably not. No. Yeah, I had to do it for salary purposes. But yeah, the Paul George package, which is Victor Oladipo, Domantas Sabonis. I don't even know if they got this many picks in the Paul George trade, but nonetheless, 2 first-round picks from OKC. They're 2017 and 2020 first-round picks. Obviously, the Thunder don't have to think twice about doubly locking in with KD and Russell Westbrook still on the team. They're going to get that 3rd star trade they could have always used. And I'll also be looking for like one more trade with them, because they have another thing they can figure out with having too many centers now. But nonetheless, this fills a need, which is, I guess, they just need more firepower. Obviously, the Kings get Sabonis very early ahead of schedule, and they also get Oladipo, who's going to become Victor Oladipo, take that little late career jump into like a high 80 overall. So the Kings come out like bandits in this. But then I was actually trying to add a 3rd team to offload Steven Adams, like I just mentioned. But then I was like, you know what? Let's actually just finish out the Kings' little, you know, giving up process here, as also Darren Collison will also be going to the Thunder. So that accounts for like, you know, one of these first round picks or whatever. Darren Collison, 79 overall, will be going to the Thunder in this deal as well. But then I'm going to have Eric Bledsoe get out of here real quick like a bandit as well, because yeah, he did nothing for this team. They just got worse. And the team that I noticed that, you know, I haven't really catered to whatsoever is the Denver Nuggets. They've just been overly good really early with Jokic, who isn't even the 89 overall that 2K has him as. He's only at 84, which is, you know, or 85, I guess now. But nonetheless, they're overachieving. We're going to have it so that they trade for Eric Bledsoe, 85 overall self, as well as their former point guard, Ty Lawson. Why not? For Jameer Nelson, who is currently their starter, by the way. He's been starting the entire season. Yeah, he started 48 of 52 games. As well as Emmanuel Mudiay, who was the 7th pick last year. But as we know with the Nuggets, they already have Jamal Murray. So I think that trading Mudiay as well as one first-round pick, which won't be that good, they're in the playoffs. I'll actually remove this second as well. I think this is good enough to get this deal done, honestly, because Mudiay, it seems like he has good potential. At least it looks like it. And yeah, Kings just offload, and I think this is a win-win for all teams. Win-win-win, whatever the hell. And let's just get it. Let's just get this off my screen. The next trades I have to address now is that I do think the Kings should obviously get rid of Rudy Gay, as well as the Thunder now. They just have too many centers, and I had one deal in my mind for Steven Adams. And the reason why I want to get rid of Adams is because realistically, he has a contract extension, which I don't even know how valid it is, but he's getting $20 million a year after this season. All right, I'm gonna give up Steven Adams to the Pistons for KCP, Reggie Bullock, and that's it. Reason being that I just gave up Oladipo, and now the Thunder don't have a starting shooting guard. They have a slew of point guards, but not really. I mean, they really just campaigns a 72. Collison's the backup, and then you just don't have like other wings currently. So Reggie Bullock might even be valuable to the team. I think this is pretty solid. And for the Pistons, you know what it was is that I was looking through all the teams, and one of the teams I was thinking could use Adams is the Wizards, because Gortat's pretty old and they could use like a center for the future or whatever, but they don't really have anything to give back to the Thunder that's worthwhile, or at least that they wouldn't be risking getting rid of. And what I noticed is that I've just made all the other teams, all the rebuilding teams, you know, barring Wastelands as of right now. But Adams is pretty young, so, you know, his money doesn't really matter to the team that's acquiring him. And not only that, it's actually good because it means that they'll keep a player for a while that's good. So, you know, it's not Andre Drummond, but you'll deal with it. And so now the Thunder can focus on their contention thing as of right now. They're obviously doing very swell. I like how that went to a T. That was beautiful. Even the KCP thing at the end, I don't know. And also too, KCP, which I'm actually gonna fix up right now. Or well, he's probably restricted anyways, but KCP would have been a free agent for the Pistons, and as you know in real life, I'm pretty sure he ran for the Lakers. So screw it, I'll just go ahead and sign him back right now. You know what, $6 million might be a bit too much, but honestly, none of this really matters because the Thunder are going to be working with no money for a long time with these three guys. And still, there's only a few stones left unturned, but I feel like this Anthony Davis thing can't be solved in the middle of the season. Realistically, I mean, obviously, you know, this is kind of bordering unrealistic, obviously, but just in my mind, it just doesn't make sense for this to be solved middle of the season for the Anthony Davis to get traded. Monsieur Anthony Davis, whereas Paul George possible, but they're also still kind of in playoff contention. There's a lot of teams still to monitor here. Like, I've looked at Miami and been like, well, what the hell do we do here? Because they're kind of decent. Is Chris Bosh valuable enough to where, like, I know he's 32, but if he's keeping them afloat like this, also he makes a lot of money. Like, do we kind of just ride out his career in Miami and maybe even I genuinely looked and I was like, should I maybe try to trade Paul George to Miami? He'll be the damn Jimmy Butler, since he's never going to go there in this sim. Trust me, he's not probably going to leave Chicago if they keep playing like they are. You know what? I'm going to show some love to the Utah Jazz. We're going to trade Boris Diaw, a first-round pick from the Golden State Warriors this year, which obviously it's the Warriors, not that good. And also another second-round pick for Lou Will. And you know what's funny is I was honestly about to trade Lou Will to either the Pacers or the Pelicans to try and help them in their playoffs, but I was like, you know what? I have not done anything for the Jazz of any notability, so screw it. Let's help them out. You know what? The Jazz got Joe Johnson over here too. They got, I like when they get old bucket getters and throw them on their team, so why not? And by the way, we are at the trade deadline, so like I'm not just, you know what I'm saying, doing stuff for no reason. All right, this is where the concept of script writing really comes into play. I'm gonna let the Rockets acquire Rudy Gay just for, we'll make it 3 second-round picks, KJ McDaniels and Corey Brewer. They also get PJ Tucker in this deal. I'll be honest with you, Rudy Gay is kind of the odd man out right now. Not really sure what to do with him. There is one team that makes a lot of sense sense asset wise than it is just Philly, because they could just trade Henderson and like, I don't know, some first that they have, maybe their own, maybe a second, maybe a bunch of them. I don't know. But I kind of want the Rockets to get somebody because they've played really well so far. They have Lynn, yeah, but like that's not a ton, and they've done good. Could also trade them back to Memphis just for the hell of it. That would have actually been funnier. I should have done that. Who cares? I'm over here saying that, but I wouldn't have done it anyways. I don't want to see Memphis. I won't say thrive. I just don't think they got it in them right now. They're pretty old. And with that, you know what's crazy? I noticed I looked over and I've been recording for 2.5 hours and we're at the trade deadline of the first season. The recording kind of doesn't matter because half of it is spent with me just thinking about the trades, but still, this is kind of insane. So, all right, let's get a move on. And shout out to the Suns and the Knicks and like, who else is there? Didn't know what the hell to do with Dwight Howard, but honestly, he makes like 25 million. It's a little bit too much. Shout out to MKG. I kind of wanted to trade him from the Hornets, but he's kind of good and 22 years old, so I didn't want to just trade him for nothing. Maybe I could bring him to the Kings eventually. That's a cool team. I don't know. Shout out to the Lakers, the Knicks, and the Suns, and I guess the Magic a little bit. They all just kind of have like that one decent young player. Good God, the Mavericks suck. The Nets suck. I'm sorry for the Nets. They have nothing to live for. What did the Nets do? They got D'Lo in real life. Maybe I should. Well, that's kind of what I tried to do with the whole Trevor Booker thing, was like get them like a player that was okay. But I'm sorry, I was not going to trade them a D'Lo 80 overall caliber player for Brook Lopez. No way in hell. Plus, I know how good D'Lo gets in 2K. Oh, I'll go ahead and re-sign Brook Lopez. I just decided to look through this for the last time. Now, there's also this thing called free agency. And like, for example, I am not going to re-sign Paul George. He has 2+1 left though. That's the only issue. But AD's got to get traded at some point because he's got 5 years left. So by the way, I'm not just like re-signing everybody at random, kind of like what I just insinuated. More so the players that make sense. And yeah, I've went through all the players that make sense. All right, let's move on, I guess. The only two teams that are really pissing me off is the Pelicans and the Pacers because they both suck. The Pelicans really suck though. The Pacers have some form of retribution possible because they're in the East and they could overtake the Heat or something. I just saw the Sixers lose to them twice. Oh wow, Steph Curry ended up winning MVP despite James Harden being James Harden. Steph had to lock in and win another one. This would be his third MVP straight actually, with KD not on the team. He does have Dirk though. Dario Saric wins Rookie of the Year. Who was Rookie of the Year in real life? Was it Ben? Wait, it was Ben, wasn't it? So did he win it over his own team? I don't know. Jared Sullinger, 6th Man of the Year. Draymond Green, DPOI. Jokic wins Most Improved. Mike Woodson's a coach of the Clippers. Shout out to Doc Rivers. Screw him, I guess. First team, Steph, Harden, LeBron, KD, Boogie. You got a couple Thunder players on there now. Boogie over there still. His stats like barely dropped at all. So that's kind of crazy. Oh, you know what? I think KD and Russ's stats both dropped a bit, which is honestly better for them because they don't have to work as hard to be in hell. And yeah, the teams all look pretty normal. Well, I did just think of one possibility in my mind that I did not consider yet, but we'll talk about it in a bit. Anyways, Malcolm Brogdon, shout out to you. That's who won the Rookie of the Year. But if Ben was healthy, then I think Ben should have won it, but I don't know. I don't know how the hell that works. So the Raptors, with the addition of, which I had a feeling this was going to happen, as they decided to start Valanciunas at the 4 despite only having a center tag. Oh, I got rid of all their 4s. Wait, no. Oh, damn, I did actually mean to make Marcus Morris a 4, but you know what? It worked out really well for them. I'm still going to make him a 4 though. I don't give a damn. Even if it sabotages them, I don't want to see script writer intact. Yeah, I don't want to see Valanciunas. What the hell just happened? Was Marcus Morris their starting 3? Oh my God, did I just sabotage? No, he was definitely off the bench. I don't really care. Whatever they do, they do. Shout out to them. The Bulls end up 2nd. The Cavs fall to 3rd. I was trying to get some done for them. I was thinking about the whole Dwight Howard move, like potentially, but there wasn't really much to do. They still have JR as well as Iman, so it's not like their guards are super weak. Then you got the Celtics, then you got the Wizards, then you got the Bucks, who are starting Brogdon currently over, I don't know, actually that just looks about right. Philly, and then Miami. So the Pacers end up missing it by 5 games. They had a good little try, I guess, at the end, and then obviously the rest of the teams in the East are purely washes. In the West, the bottom teams look about right. The Kings obviously fell to the bottom. 3 fell down there, and then actually, okay, so wait, who made it that oh, the Thunder. Right. The Thunder is super duper locked in with Boogie. The Jazz retained their spot, so the Jazz won 60 games. They are a team that honestly I would not be. Now Gordon Hayward, he expires after this season. Oh no, they actually, I don't know if I did this or they did this, but he re-signed. So, all right. But I was going to say, I would actually rather them do that. I also re-signed them Derek Favors as well past his 12 million year next year. And the Jazz are a team that I'd be totally fine with doubling down and making the Jazz good. That'd be kind of funny. Oh, you know what? I think the Rockets also weren't in the playoffs. Maybe they were at the bottom as well. You know what? I'm not sure, but the Grizzlies ended up missing it. Sorry to the Grizzlies. I'm probably trying. I couldn't reasonably get Gasol out of there while they were in the playoff run, but Gasol and Conley, yeah, we're gonna have to get you guys out of there while you're still good. Let's be honest. Maybe I'll just send Conley back to the Wolves again. And then of course the Pelicans, AD. I have a lot of ideas in mind. So the teams that kind of have to be addressed still are AD and the Pelicans. The Wolves are kind of in a natural progression phase, but they could be looked at. The Grizzlies got to get moved off of a few players. The Pacers, it's like I'm still partially like, do I just kind of alternate universe? You know, I kind of like the vibe of Paul George on the Pacers, but if the Heat are going to continue to be good, then you literally have no space in this conference. There's no way you'll be better than the Wizards, the Bucks, the Celtics, the Sixers, the Cavs, the Bulls, the Raptors. Anyways, league leaders Steph Curry led in points actually. So Harden must have dropped off after I got them Rudy Gay, but I mean, maybe for the better that, yeah, he got some help. Then Kyrie was third, KD was fourth, and LeBron was fifth. Hassan Whiteside led in rebounds. You know, that maybe that's some I'm undervaluing too. There's part of me that's like, I kind of want to trade Paul George to the Heat. As is Hassan Whiteside shooting threes? Why is he shooting 53s? Okay, that's something I'm going to edit because that's stupid. He has 0 3-point tendency. He's just dumb. I guess we got to allow it then. Anyways, maybe I have to really focus on building around NBA legend Hassan Whiteside, you know, Miami basketball. All right, let's see what the playoffs do. For all the marbles, the Wizards have, damn, the Wizards got 4-0'd by the Celtics. So Melo and them, sorry, I guess. At the end of the day, your performance is based upon you. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some upsets in here, like the Thunder and the Warriors already in. Screw it. Let's see. Oh, damn, the Bucks just lost. Okay, yeah, the Bucks lost to the Cavs. That's not that crazy. The Nuggets just lost to the Jazz. That's also not that crazy. The Jazz have been on one. Now, this is only a game 5, but I kind of wanted to see what happened between the Warriors and the Thunder, and the Warriors are going to win. Steph Curry with 46. The Heat have been eliminated, but they were the 8th seed. The Rockets get eliminated, but they were the 7th seed, and they lose to the Spurs. And screw it, game 6 between the Warriors and the Thunder. Obviously, this is a rematch from last year, but now Boogie's here, and Boogie is doing a good damn job. 33 points in this game to make it a game 7. The Clippers are down 2-3 to the Portland Trailblazers, and the Bulls are currently up in their series, so that one doesn't look to be that yeah, the Bulls are going to beat the Sixers, who are early on in their little, you know, run currently, and the Blazers are going to upset the 1 seed Clippers. Do I mess around and break up the Clippers for the hell of it, or maybe this incites me to make them even more powerful? I don't know. I gave them Harrison Barnes too. He should have, damn, this bum, he should have been better than Al Farouk Aminu. He's got some okay defense on him too. It's not like he's inept or something, but I guess nah, yeah, screwed them over. They still won like 1 million games. They still had the coach of the year. But Damian Lillard, Bojan Bogdanovic, CJ McCollum, and Brook Lopez. Oh, not Al Farouk Aminu. Who was I thinking of? Damn, I can't think of his name. Luka Mute. That's who I traded for Harrison Barnes. Yeah, there he is. And game 7 between a series I would expect nothing less of, the Thunder and the Warriors. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie, y'all keep this game close for another 2 minutes, and oh come on, the Warriors are giving up. Oh, there we go. You know what? They're at the line or something with 1:30 to go. They're about to cut it to 4. I gotta jump in. Between the Boogie, OKC Thunder, and I forgot the Dirk Warriors, by the way. And also, I should have turned off foul outs, but nope, I do see Dirk still in the game. Boogie might have fouled out though, because Boogie is a tweaker. No, he didn't. Okay, that's good. I don't think, oh, Draymond did. Yeah, another tweaker. I think I saw Draymond get beaten in a 3-point contest by Mark from RDC, but, or maybe that was just smoke and mirrors. I don't know. I mean, I watched the video, but I actually didn't see Draymond shoot. Anyways, Curry shot from half court, and that's a brick. I thought they had 2 free throws, but I guess not. Whatever. They're down by 5 with 1:12 to go. Westbrook with the ball, and Boogie is not in the game, but you know, they still got Russell Westbrook, who tried to dunk on Curry crazy, but he missed it. Iguodala back up the other way, all the way, and the block by Durant. It wasn't really blocked. I just wanted to say the LeBron line, and Enes Kanter open. Nope, he misses. The stop by Iguodala. Trying to keep the season alive. Iggy running up the other way. He's gonna, I don't know, maybe hand it off to Steph. Yes, he does. Steph Curry. They got Dirk in the corner guarded by KD. Kevon Looney will set the screen. Pass down to Looney, and it's stolen by Enes Kanter. This has been an absolute blunder, sloppy game, disgusting game. Westbrook has the lane. He's gonna slow it down. The Warriors aren't fouling or nothing because this game's probably over either way. And the Thunder, even without what's his name on the court, Boogie, yep, Russell Westbrook just closed it out. And the Thunder are going to move on despite Steph's 40 45 points. Yeah, to be fair, I did have Dirk guarding DeMarcus Cousins, but honestly, that stuff doesn't matter that much. Kind of does, but y'all went to 7 games anyways, and it was a 4-5 matchup. So the Thunder will play Dame Lillard and the Blazers in the second round. Then you're gonna have the Spurs versus the Jazz. What a series. The Raptors and Celtics, and the Bulls and the Cavs. The Bulls and Cavs had a bunch of classic series around this time. The Raptors are up 3-0. They are absolutely going through the conference. They have only lost 1 game so far. It's Toronto with the addition of Andre Drummond, who actually isn't really doing that much. At least in this game he didn't, but maybe he is in the playoffs though. Yeah, he's averaging 10 and 11. The Raptors got themselves a big body force down there, and I know Valanciunas is cool, who they still have. And the Thunder are looking, and they will eliminate the Blazers in 5 games. So they should have. I mean, they kind of are like the fake 1 seed because they got Boogie. And the Jazz are going to defeat the Spurs. Look at Utah go. They defeat the 2nd seed. They were the 3rd seed, to be fair. And the Bulls are going to defeat the Cavs in the 7th game. I love how this is going so far. This is kind of wicked. Whereas the Raptors and the Bulls, so Jimmy Butler, DeMar DeRozan will be making their first finals appearance this year of 2017. And this is pretty cool. I knew for a fact too when I started this, there was no way in hell Lowry and DeRozan were getting broken up. Also, they're both 91 overall. So like, come on now, I'm not doing that. And then Utah or OKC, either Boogie Cousins and the OKC Thunder are gonna maybe get their first ring, at the very least his first finals appearance, or Lou Will Gordon Hayward and the Utah Jazz. This is disgusting, and it's great. The Jazz did get 1 game off of them, but I feel like, oh nope, never mind, they got 2. The Bulls are also up 3-1, which honestly I thought the Raptors might have been favored in this series because of the whole Drummond edition. You kind of don't know based off regular season standings in comparison with like, oh my goodness, look at the Jazz go. Gordon Hayward. And the crazy thing is the Thunder just scored like the last 6 points to damn near try and bring it back, but they lose. And you know what also too, I said about turning foul outs off. We're leaving everything on at this point. We're just letting it rock. And the Bulls with a crazy late game comeback. This is a beautiful 2017 score, 88-87. I like this series a lot. I think, is that Robin Lopez out there guarding DeMar DeRozan? Yeah, they'll fix it eventually. Maybe not, who knows? They have the ultimate big man lineup in right now with DeMar driving to the basket against Rolo, and he will take the floater and miss it. Pass up to Ibaka, Mirotic, Vucevic, Robin Lopez, and Taj Gibson is the lineup, and they're playing against Mirotic for 3. Oh my goodness. You know what? If you got the big man lineup in and you hit a 3 anyways, that's just pure dog and skill at that point. You got to just respect that. And Chicago is up in the series right now, so this would end it. And my goodness, this big man lineup is torturing them. This is disgusting, but screw it. Look at Mirotic, Nikola Mirotic with the carry of hell. Not literally carry, but he's carrying the team. And DeRozan will go to the basket around Robin Lopez. He elusively gets around him. 4:44 left on the clock, or I guess 44.4, and they're gonna foul Taj Gibson. They're not in the bonus though, and luckily for the Bulls, they're actually gonna sub in their lineup right now. And I mean, Dwayne Wade's not the best free throw shooter either. They're actually not gonna foul him though off the rip, and they're gonna let him run around. Pass it over to Ibaka. One more. Rondo. Oh, they're gonna foul Rondo immediately. Yeah, Rajon Rondo with them nasty free throws. Here we go. Rondo at the line, and the first one is good, 63%. It's funny how Andre Drummond just hacked someone to go to the free throw line. That's kind of funny when you think about it. And guess what? Rondo hit both free throws. This series is looking like it's about to be over. Chicago trying to go to the championship. This is what you get when you create league parity. Oh yeah, they're scared as hell. You know what? I kind of don't even want to see this anymore. Hey, you know what? Screw it. Let's see what the Raptors would do. And man, if the Bulls really about to make the finals, I think it's kind of fire because, well, they were already pretty good even before I made any trades. Also, I know I didn't even really mention that I traded Vooch to the Bulls again. Maybe I did. I don't know. I had to say a lot during all those trading hours, but I kind of gave them like the short end of the stick a little bit as Dwayne Wade tried to get the steal and DeMar DeRozan will get to the line. I don't want to see more free throws. Let's be honest. They're about to lose this game. Yeah, they lost. 6-point loss, and the Chicago Bulls are going to the 2017 finals, their first championship appearance since the Jordan era over 20 or just about under 20 years ago. And Utah is also 1 game away. Boy, the finals this year would be insane if this was the case. And Utah is hanging in, but it looks like they're going to lose this game to the Thunder. The Bulls, I don't know though. Even if the Thunder win, the Bulls could give them a run for their money. As we've seen, there's a few teams that have given them a run for their money, but Utah is going to eventually lose. Hey, we're locked in on Utah. I am giving Utah their fair share. You know what? I might give Utah more love than you'd expect in the offseason. I have some ideas for the Utah Jazz now that I've seen just how well they are performing in this offseason. I do kind of feel bad though, because they had a lot of salary cap in this regular season where I could have got them a star like in the middle of this. But let's be honest, why would I expect the Utah Jazz would have done this well in the playoff? Although Favors still makes like $12 million, you know, but my thing though is that you played so well. Now I don't want to really break up your team like the important parts of it. I mean, Joe Johnson's also making 10 mil. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot there's some ideas to be done. All right, we know what the Bulls and Thunder look like. Let's just head into the Simcast. And the Bulls are gonna win game 1 by 7 points. Jimmy Butler with 27. D Wade looking for, what would this be, like his 4th championship? Yeah, 4th. I kind of forget in my mind that he's even there still. And well, KD and them win a game. So either Boogie Cousins wins a ring or Jimmy Butler wins a ring. Pretty cool as the Thunder win this one. The Bulls are gonna get another one. So it is just a back and forth team v team battle. As yeah, I really do have it set up so that the Bulls entire bench is big men. That is kind of disgusting. It's kind of not my fault though, because they have Denzel I mean, he does play. They have McDermott, Anthony Morrow. I don't even know how the hell he got here. It's 2-2 right now. We're in Chicago and the Bulls are running away with another win. Is it just like the rebound battle that's making them win? I kind of want to see. I mean, they won it, but no, they really won it. Yeah, they won the offensive by 10, the defensive by, yeah, they got to be the best rebounding team in the league, I would assume. I think this is just rebounds total, not accounting for pace or anything. And no, the Raptors were. So, and the Bulls aren't even close. No, I mean, they're better than the Thunder, but, and dare I say, the Chicago Bulls, in an insane turn of events, barely even touched is this team. They are basically the exact same as what they started with, which is really funny, are going to be the 2017. Actually, no. Oh, you know what? I did also get them Ibaka. I forgot about that. And Ibaka is going to win another late career championship. Why not? Screw it. D-Wade, go get your last bucket. Oh, the acrobat. Okay, that was disgusting. Oh, you know what? He still got it. He's still, oh, I'm going to that line. Oh, okay, I hate this. I'm wasting time. Boogie just fouled out. Boogie Cousins, you know, still a positive acquisition by the Thunder from them making back to their first finals since 2000 and whatever the hell. And they beat the Warriors on their way here. But that just makes it even more impressive for, screw it. Can I get a bucket with KD or whatever? Oh, bet Roberson, last shot of the finals. Bucket, way off. Anyways, the Chicago Bulls in Oklahoma City, Taj Gibson, Robin Lopez, Serge Ibaka, Vooch, Jimmy Butler, Rajon Rondo with his 2nd championship. They're gonna win the championship. They over here celebrating. Good for them. Jimmy Butler was on the bench chilling. Taj Gibson hoisting, you know what's crazy? Taj Gibson was one of the few players I re-signed to like a 6-year extension because I was like, screw it. Dwayne Wade, you know what I'm saying, went back to his hometown, got another ring. He's currently now got more than LeBron. Actually, I guess he did in real life anyways. Or no, well, no. LeBron had won in 16, so they were tied. Now Jimmy Butler with an insane final. Wait, did he win it or did D-Wade just win finals MVP? I don't know if they even showed it. Jimmy Butler, yeah, okay, good. 25.6 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and a half a block. Goes without saying, Chicago is locked in and Jimmy Butler is not leaving this team anytime soon. So much so that I might actually have to also double down on Chicago just because look at D-Wade. He's 35 years old. He might even be, okay, he's not retiring. We might gotta make sure that Chicago stays up here rather than D-Wade dwindling down into old age and them falling off. But this was a successful first season, I would say. Vince Carter retired. Jamal Crawford retired. I feel bad. A good dude. I don't want him to retire just yet, but he still has 1 year left after this season. Don't retire. Jamal Crawford would never want to retire if he could still play basketball. That's my script writing coming in. Oh, Joe Johnson? Nah, don't retire. I want to use your contract. Don't leave. Anybody else? You're kind of, oh, Manu? He's a free agent, but you're too cool to retire. Elton Brand, go be a weak GM. You know what, screw. We'll bring back Vince Carter too. You know how he used to get down. Now, I believe I do actually have the free agent signing stuff on auto, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but that doesn't really matter right now because we actually have a much bigger fish to fry to start with, which is actually the draft. Yeah, we got to focus on that first. No retirements, hold that. All right, the draft lottery first and foremost. So the Sixers, that Dallas pick has to be protected, I would assume. The Celtics Nets pick, we know that's hellish. And actually that Lakers pick, I believe, is top 4 protected. So the Sixers might also have the Lakers pick this year. It depends on how things go. Imagine the Nets get the #1 pick from Memphis. Let's see. I'm gonna try and shut the hell up. This isn't the most important part of the video. Kings had a top 10 protected pick, so that was pretty important that they got theirs. And the Sixers will have the Lakers pick because it did not jump up, and literally everything stood to form, although it is top 3 in this lottery, not top 4. So the Suns, okay, so the Celtics pick, honestly, for the better, moves down to 4. The better for these trash teams is the Magic. I don't actually remember which teams were the bottom 3. They all suck so equally. They all are garbage. The Magic, the Suns, and who is #1? Is it the Mavericks? Yep, Dallas will have the first pick in the draft. So you can't really be mad at it any which way this went, honestly. And this is a very good draft, so at least you got that going for you. The Celtics are in the exact same spot, I believe. Or no, did they have the 3rd pick when they drafted Tatum? I think it was 3rd. Why is Justin Patton ranked? What the hell is, wasn't it John Wall who made fun of Justin Patton that one time? What is this draft? 90%. Get the, Get this off of here. I know who these players are. It doesn't matter if the draft is good or not, or well, it doesn't matter where they're ranked. It might reset the rankings or whatever. Let me go find someone I trust. I trust this dude. Shout out to my guy Himife Mozgov. Oh yeah, look at OG Anunoby chilling. Where Frank at? There he is. All right, so obviously the Mavericks, the Suns, and the Magic are not moving in. The biggest teams to look at here is honestly the Celtics and the Sixers. The Sixers have the 6th pick. They are a young, great team that could even benefit just from staying young and keeping their pick or whatever. Whereas the Celtics, though, you know, I know they drafted Tatum this year. This was also, I want to say, the year. Was this the year they traded for Kyrie? Yeah, it had to be. Yeah. Also, let me make sure one thing too. In my script, this man Isaiah Thomas is not falling off at a young age. We'll give him until 35. Paul Millsap also was pretty decent until like 34, 35 as well. So we're not going to mess with him either. And Al Horford's still like an 84 overall today. So he's probably like a 79 now, but he's also 40 years old. So I'll make sure nobody over there falls off too soon. Did Kyle Korver lie to me? He didn't retire? Because I didn't override his retirement. Now, obviously, if we go pick by pick, the #1 pick is going to be, I mean, I could just make it go the same and then make the players actually become good, but nah, let's be for real. The Mavericks, #1, they're going to pick Jason Tatum. That leaves the Suns at 2, and I probably will just give them Donovan Mitchell, even though they have Devin Booker. That's actually kind of fun to pair those two. Can't make the same mistakes that these draft teams do in real life all the time, like when the Kings drafted, didn't draft Luka, probably because they had Fox or whatever. I think with some of these super trash teams, you just have to go based off fit, obviously, but I do think it'd be fun to consider like Lonzo, Prime, whatever. Now, I think after that, I would consider Lonzo or Fultz in almost any spot. Fox as well, obviously, Bam as well. So it's a good draft. I'm not gonna lie, it's a very good draft. Now the Celtics, right? So their 4th pick. Now assuming that the 3 best players at that spot are gonna be all point guards, and your best player is a point guard, I think it'd be in your best action to consider the trade. Now, sadly for the Nets, they don't have it. It's over with for them. They don't got nothing we desire in Boston. And the Celtics, I think, oh yeah, they packed up the Wizards, and then I think they lost to the Raptors. I think that's how it went. Oh, I didn't even know Chris Paul was a free agent this year. I guess that's something to consider. But honestly, I think the Clippers just have to lock in. But I mean, the Rockets do have that money again. They do. If anything, they might have more to just get it done without having dealing with the Clippers. All right, so the Paul George sweepstakes are officially going to end. Now, there was a lot of different ways where I was thinking about going with this, but we are going to trade the 4th overall pick, 2 Celtics 1st-round picks, as well as, once I accept his team option, I got to remember to throw Marcus Smart in this deal. I'm trying to recall the I do recall the Timberwolves and Celtics Bulls Jimmy Butler trade. And if you remember, it was the 7th pick, which was Markkanen, as well as Chris Dunn and Zach LaVine for Jimmy Butler. And I feel like this gets pretty close to that. You throw the 4th pick as well as another 1st-round pick, which, you know, that adds into it, and then whatever. And then you kind of maybe don't even need 2 Boston picks, but you're also not giving 3, or I guess 2 players, as well as like a player as high of a caliber as what Zach LaVine was considered back in that time, although he did have a torn ACL as well. So they really weren't getting a ton back for just Paul George. Now, another thing I was considering, I was like, do I throw in the 2nd Nets pick, which is a lot. Now, I was going to do this and then get back like Jeff Teague and whatever the hell, but I was like, you know what? Let's just call it here, the 4th pick for Paul George. And I was obviously, now Paul George fits seamlessly in this team. They can keep Paul Millsap and Al Horford, but of course, you know, my first thought was Anthony Davis. My other thing though with this is that I just feel like, well, for one, I remember when AD finally went on trade sweepstake thing eventually in his career, he was saying how he didn't want to go to the Celtics, but also I just feel like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. This feels correct for this team, so I'm gonna throw Marcus Smart in there once eventually, whatever. But yep, Paul George, welcome to Boston. I'm also gonna re-sign him, not waste time. We're gonna, you know, work it in here where he stays. He's not gonna pull the whole Thunder thing where he leaves. This is gonna be his team for the foreseeable future. And sorry to the Pacers, but yeah, it's over. Matter of fact, I'm low-key short-sighting him. He needs the super duper bag. I don't know what the hell super duper bag qualifies as, but this is pretty damn close. Yeah, I will just keep it realistic, whatever. Oh, Isaiah Thomas also too. I mean, I could probably actually, I'll just straight up renegotiate his stuff in a bit. So yeah, this works really well. All right, so we are gonna trade Joe Johnson, 2 1st-round picks, Alec Burks, and also, who I have to add to the trade later, either Dante Exum, Trey Lyles, some combination. I think I'm just gonna throw Dante Exum in there since, you know, it's It's point guard for point guard type of thing. For Mike Conley and Tony Allen from the Grizzlies to the Utah Jazz. Now, Tony Allen, it says he's a 2.5-star player, but he's also 35 years old. And this is just a foolproof trade for the Jazz, as they will get Mike Conley again, where they're just going to get a better point guard than George Hill, who's a 31, or he's a 78 overall. Mike Conley's still only 29, and he is on this big body contract as well that the Grizzlies can get off of by doing this deal. You know what I'm saying? The Jazz are a small market team, so they're going to have to take the hit with that. But, you know, I said I was going to help out the Jazz, and this isn't that much to give up for Mike Conley, even if I throw in Exum. It's really not much at all, actually. It's just really the Grizzlies just have to give up, and there's not many other teams around the league that need Mike Conley anymore. And Dante Exum might be one of the better, crazily enough, young player returns they're going to get for him. So Mike Conley, welcome to the Jazz. All right, so let's address something pretty important here. So obviously the Rockets made the playoffs, but I've been wanting to improve them a bit. Now the Paul George thing is, you know, that's complete because the Pacers are officially in rebuild mode. I'm still going to trade Jeff Teague. Just give me a second. The Grizzlies, we're working on that right now, obviously. But the Rockets, Harden, and then the Pelicans, Anthony Davis, I still have yet to address either of these two teams, really, as more so the Pelicans just dwindle off. And well, the problem is I don't know if there's really any road. You know what? There might be a couple roads where I can trade them, but it would have to be some super like foresight, kind of unrealistic, but yeah, I might do it. I might have an idea. All right, you know what? None of the trades I believe that I'm thinking of right now are dependent upon the draft. So we're going to go ahead and get through the draft real quick, because a lot of them are actually kind of messed up by the team options. And I still have a few trades to put through by the team options as of right now. So I'm going to do the draft first. Maybe I'll think of some things as I go through, but nonetheless. All right, first pick in the draft, the Dallas Mavericks. I think I've been saying that you got to just pick Jason Tatum here. Second pick, as I already mentioned, the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, like Lonzo makes sense fit-wise, De'Aaron Fox, but I can't not go Donovan Mitchell here. I can't do it. All right, the Orlando Magic, third overall. I think I have a good idea of who I'm going to go here for them. Yeah, let's go ahead and get Elfrid Payton out of here. I'm going to pick De'Aaron Fox over Lonzo Ball and Markelle Fultz. I'm going to go with the next guy up. All right, the Pacers with this pick they traded for. Now, obviously, it doesn't really matter. They still have Jeff Teague. I don't give a damn. Since he's the next players up on the rating, and like I already mentioned, I think I'm going to make them good. It's just I wasn't going to pick them over De'Aaron, who actually became good and will still be really good in this. But yeah, with Miles Turner out there, and I mean, it really doesn't matter what that. You guys are entering a multi-year process at the end of the day. We'll go ahead and bring Lonzo Ball since he's ranked a little bit higher. Markelle Fultz and Jabari Parker. I like the sound of that. That's pretty fun. We'll go ahead and bring Markelle over there. All right, Philly's actually interesting because Philly's a pick that I have not traded, but they were obviously in the playoffs. They stole this pick from the Lakers. Sorry to LA. No, I mean, there's probably a way I can get it back to them. Like maybe I can trade it for D'Lo or something, but that's just stupid. Now, of course, there's been other trades I've considered doing with this pick. Like I even considered them in the Anthony Davis sweepstakes, but I was like, I think Ben Simmons and 2K and everything, you might as well just keep Ben Simmons. This team, they succeeded pretty well this past season, and maybe they'll get some decent free agent signings. They actually have a lot of money freed up, so yeah, they probably will. I didn't even consider that, but maybe this is the Chris Paul team. Who knows? Anyways, I would have loved to have brought Markelle back to this team again, or Alonzo, but because they already have Embiid and Nerlens Noel, I'm not going to pick Bam. Because I already have so many versatile defensive wings, I'm not going to pick OG. I'm going to go with the scorer. I'm going to go with Lauri Markkanen here. Whether he's going to eventually be a small forward or he's just going to be a power forward, he's going to take Noel's spot or take someone else's spot and join Ben Simmons and the crew to do what he does best, put the ball in hoop. Detroit Pistons, you guys are trash. You just need the best player available, but you do have a center for the future, so maybe that's not you know what, and I'm gonna make sure he ends up pretty good. I'm gonna jump down past all of these guys. Dennis Smith Jr., welcome to Detroit. This ain't gonna be a Killian Hayes pick, trust me. I'm gonna make sure it works out. Now this is the team that could use Bam next to Sabonis, Oladipo. They don't have a legit center right now, even though, you know, Sabonis could just play that, but I'll bring Bam to the Kings. The Knicks are next up with Porzingis, Jahlil Okafor. Damn, I kind of wish I would have left Dennis Smith Jr. here. Do I do what I want to do? Hey, you know what? I love you, OG, but this team needs a point guard, and I would have it no other way. Frank Ntilikina, welcome back to the Knicks again. Oh yeah, y'all thought I was just gonna do it for Dennis Smith Jr. No, he gonna work out this time around. Trust me. All right, Atlanta, y'all gotta. I mean, I've kept Schroeder around on purpose because he's young, so you know you can get away with that. But Dwight Howard's out here. Matter of fact, can I get Dwight Howard off of this team right now? I kind of don't want to mess up. Dwight Howard's a mid-season trade type of guy or a rot in Atlanta type of guy. Sorry, Dwight Howard, just because he makes too much money right now, and I don't want to mess up some other team's cap space that could be in the running for a much better or a similar caliber player for way less money. And I'm going to leave most of that stuff on auto because it's just a lot of players to manage in free agency. So I don't want to mess up any team too much. And Atlanta's losing anyways, so you might as well just keep it for now. Anyways, you know what? I like the idea of Jonathan Isaac here, just because I feel like if Isaac never got hurt, he could have had a little bit more offensive potential. All right, the Pelicans are next up. So at AD, so I haven't traded this pick because I feel like it's destined that they're going to trade AD. But with that being said, you know what? Actually, I think there's a good fit here. I think OG would be a good fit considering that, they could use the wing. But I think a little bit more importantly, with how trash these centers are, you can get Jarrett Allen, who's, literally had all-star potential, made an all-star team. So, I'm only, by the way, I'm not just overrating OG because he's up here. Like, well, no, that's exactly why I'm doing it. I was going to say I'm not overrating because I'm a Knicks fan. It's because he's ranked the highest out of everybody. Yeah, he's also got the highest NBA.com rank. With that being said, oh yeah, Minnesota's on the board. Yeah, he might have to go here. And there's actually already an idea brewing in my mind. But yeah, I'm gonna winning player, solid team. I'm gonna go ahead and bring OG to the Timberwolves. We're number 42. That's disgusting. Pacers on the clock again with Lonzo Ball already on the team. Once again, just get the best player possible. I'm kind of disappointed that half of these second round picks aren't even real. That kind of sucks. But I guess most of them that were good are probably already here. Kind of scared to draft Derek White because he's 23 years old, so I feel like he's going to cap early. You know what? With that being said, I'm about to go right back on my word anyways. I'm going to draft Kyle Kuzma. We're going to make Kuzma and Lonzo join up together again. The Nets are going to have their first pick of the draft. This is a very important one. They got to go like young but solid, maybe can put the ball in hoop, and I think there's one obvious player here. Not a franchise changer, but I'm going to go with Malik Monk. I'm going to bring Malik Monk to the Nets. The Knicks are on the clock again. They've already got their big men entirely figured out. It's really just guards and wings. Screw it. Josh Hart, welcome back to New York. You know what? They need another guard. And if Derek White wasn't on the Celtics, he'd be a very Miami Heat type of guy. I'll bring him to Miami, although he did game him that one game that one time. For Portland, this is incredibly boring, but they literally need a power forward, and I'm about to just draft them Zach Collins again. The Lakers need anything that is not a big. We're going to make them the team that takes the shot on Josh Jackson. And I think from there, I'm just about done, honestly. I also saw John Collins hiding down here, but honestly, I'm gonna let the CPU decide the rest of this. I'm just going to sim this out and let them decide. And let's see what happened. Justin Jackson went to the Kings again. John Collins went to the Hornets. Luke Kennard also to the Kings. So they got some pretty decent players. Luke Cornett to the Nets. That's a nice little play on words. Dylan Brooks to the Trailblazers. Oh, that's actually kind of fire because I was thinking about drafting him here over Zach Collins. Him or what's his name? Josh Jackson. And then so on and so forth. Some of these dudes get real trash near the end. Sorry to these guys, but whatever. Good God, look at how many players. Oh, this is just the Kings signing their second round picks because they suck. Okay, whatever. I actually wrote down in my notes the trades I had to do, so I'm gonna do those real quick. Sorry to Marcus Smart. Oh, I didn't accept the team option yet. Oh God, why is this dumb game doing this again when they want to decline every team option? Please don't tell me they're gonna do this every single year. At this point, especially because it's my league, I'm about to just accept every single one. I don't give a damn. Yeah, Dante Exum still got a little, you know what I'm saying, 2-star, whatever. That's decent for Mike Conley. Not really, but kinda. So for the record, with some of these guys who, yeah, it looks like this draft class made it so like Markelle and Lonzo wouldn't be good or whatever. I'm just gonna leave it up to 2K chances, like kind of like this. But they're gonna be somewhere in the mid 80s regardless. But they could also reach, what we thought they were gonna be as well. All right, so free agency. Well, for one, you got the Clippers out here. There's number one offer for Chris Paul. I did have one kind of insane idea in my mind, but I'm not even sure if I'm gonna go through with it, honestly. I see that Iguodala is trying to leave the Warriors. Don't really like that. I'm gonna let the Clippers rock for at least. Why is Blake Griffin on a 1-year deal? I'm gonna let them rock for this foreseeable future. It's acting like the Warriors gave up their bird rights on Iguodala, so I actually kind of can't help them. I can kind of force him back eventually if he signs somewhere else, but you guys might have just screwed yourself, honestly. Matter of fact, it's acting like nobody has bird rights on anybody. The team that in my mind, though, I was really thinking that I maybe wanted to see Chris Paul go to was Chicago, because they just won the ring. You can front run a little bit, but you can go be with your guy Dwayne Wade for the waning stages of his career. You can go kind of start a new thing with Jimmy Butler, D Wade, and just, take the high road on the Clippers real quick. But if they, if he doesn't do that, which, it looks like he's just going to go back to the Clippers, and that's, I kind of want him to do that, honestly, in all honesty. Pau Gasol's an odd one. He's trying to sign with the Lakers, but you know what? They could be one of those weird young teams that kind of just does really well for no reason, and Pau Gasol old self might help him. And it is Pau Gasol. That is true. So maybe he just wants to go there because he's old and he wants to go back to the Lakers. Sixers. Honestly, I'll allow that. The Celtics trying to lose Avery Bradley, that makes no sense. Just signed Avery Bradley back. After that, honestly though, and I already offered back Jahlil Okafor for the Knicks, and not really sure if there's anybody else out here. Elfrid Payton, you can do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Yeah, after that, it's kind of up to whatever. Who cares? And I guess Iguodala is gonna go back. The Warriors will sign James Johnson. I guess this isn't a terrible replacement. Whatever. And there goes most of the free agent class. Zebo signed with the Raptors. I'm not that mad at that. Don't really care, honestly. I'm impartial. Oh, I actually really like this for the Wizards. If the Wizards steal, also the Nets tried to sign Andre Roberson for some reason. Powell will officially go back. And damn, never mind. The Lakers stole Greg Monroe. I thought that the Lakers threw all their money out at Greg Monroe and Pau Gasol. I honestly thought he was going to go to the Wizards, which I liked because I'm like, oh, that's cool. A good young center to replace what's his name over there. I forget. Gortat. And yeah, the rest of this, we're just going to let it rock as it goes. Screw it. Elfrid Payton, they did not match his offer. He went to the Hawks. Manu Ginobili is going to the Heat. Granted, he's dumb old. He's probably going to go down like a 71. I did notice earlier there's 2 Terrence Rosses, so I don't know which one's still on the Raptors or which one's still on the Magic, but one of them went to the Thunder. Kyle Korver went to the Spurs. That's a cool old man destination for you, even though you lied to me about retiring. A lot of players went to the Clippers, so I guess they kind of built a weird bench. The Heat are still locked in. They brought back Dion Waiters, and they also got Derek Williams, and then the rest is the rest. And yeah, they also got Iguodala. So all right, honestly, free agency. I guess the one team I'm kind of disappointed in is probably once again New Orleans. I know they have a little bit of money. They could have signed somebody out here. They literally have no bench. Oh my god, I need to save him. They are fully showing me that they want to give up. So you know what? There was a trade I had in mind, and I might just make it before the season starts. I decided to go to player progression real quick, and man, the Spurs are getting dumb old. DeJounte at least is also up to a 76, and he's actually probably going to start this year or something like that. But they lost. The Spurs took a big loss this free agency with losing Pau Gasol, which I decided to allow because it was to the Lakers, and they're not looking too hot. I mean, Siakam took a decent jump for the Pistons, so at least he got that. AD's still AD, but the Pelicans have absolutely nobody. Jokic is up to an 88, and Murray's up to an 80. Shout out to Noah Vonleh, late career progression. The Mavericks suck, but Tatum will lead them to nowhere. Yeah, I knew Pau Gasol going here wouldn't be that bad because D'Angelo went up by 3, Julius Randle went up by 5, Brandon Ingram went up by 5, so this team's not that bad, honestly. Porzingis and Jahlil Okafor doing their thing. Frank Ntilikina and Josh Hart, wherever the hell he is, there he is. They also have Jeremy and Jerry and Grant. I did not do this. Oladipo, Sabonis, Moutier. I didn't edit Moutier whatsoever. I saw that he had a couple stars on his value once I traded him, but this team's not that bad. They might be decent down the line. So I've been recording for 4 hours, and we're about to enter the whatever the hell season. Hey, shout out to Chris Bosh. He barely went down. Maybe I can get a little trade off of him. Who knows? And Marc Gasol. Okay, I was trying to trade. Damn, Chris Paul got worked. I was trying to trade Marc Gasol, but I was thinking like I'm not sure how he's gonna regress, but that just gave me a lot of clarity because he didn't get much worse at all, or he just didn't. I'm gonna have the Spurs lock it in and give up Hartenstein, Kyle Anderson, and Davis Bertans and 2 first-round picks to replace Pau Gasol with Marc Gasol. This is a tough one because I feel like you could even argue. I'll definitely throw in another second. Screw it. But you could even argue they need like another first in here. It's just that Marc Gasol, he's still 32. Like he's still 32 years old. So I don't know really how to gauge this one. You know, after this season, he might have a -5 boost, but definitely earned 2 first-round picks by still being the same overall. And you get a good couple assets. I'm not giving back DeJounte Murray for him though. Also, the Spurs need some help over here because they're kind of garbage. All right, it's happening. It's time. It is officially time for the Anthony Davis trade. And guess what? It is for the Jimmy Butler trade package. We are going to trade Anthony Davis for Zach LaVine, Chris Dunn, OG Anunoby instead of Lauri Markkanen because he didn't get drafted here, and 2 first-round picks from Minnesota, which is also not included in the Jimmy Butler trade, but it's Anthony Davis. It's not Jimmy Butler. I think especially for this era too, like consider, Paul George got traded for like 2 players. Jimmy Butler got traded for whatever. AD eventually, got traded for all hell, but I want to get him out of there. He's not going to return the Lakers package in this because I'm not about to give up on a team's entire young core, especially a team that, we're not going to have so much free agency moving to where like LeBron's not going to go to the Lakers in this universe. So like this is going to be the best you're going to get more than likely. And we're going to do it. Chris Dunn, Zach LaVine, OG Anunoby, 2 first-round picks. I'll throw in a second for good measure. And I will admit now, so the only other teams I ever considered trading him to, or like seriously like felt like there was a path, obviously the Celtics were one, the Pacers, but this is the problem. Like a team like this, like when they still had Paul George, like what the hell did they have? They didn't have nearly as much as the Wolves have to trade for AD. Shoot, I considered the Jazz, I considered the Blazers, but CJ is actually really valuable to this team. As you saw, they beat the first seed as the 8th seed, and look at CJ, 17 wins added. Plus, why the hell would the Pelicans want CJ? The Sixers were another one, but I think I said that out loud. So yeah, this is the best case scenario. Not only that, you add to one of the most hyped young teams of this generation, of the one of the teams that just didn't work out, at least in their first phase. They've kind of, you know, got it down with the whole Anthony Edwards thing now, but you know, to whatever extent you may consider that, they made it to the conference finals, so that was pretty good. But now they're gonna have AD and Cat and Wiggins and Rubio and whoever the hell else they conjure up together over here. Hey, Dante Exum up to a 77, so this trade really don't look that bad. I feel like this is the most reasonably BS trade I could do for this team. I've been saying I wanted to help out Chicago, you know what I'm saying, retain after winning their championship, and Rondo and Wade took big hits to the overalls. Wade went down by like 3. He's obviously still going to be the starting shooting guard. Rondo is so bad that, I mean, he still would be the starting point guard, but he's a 74. So I want to help them out over here in Chicago. I want to bring Jeff Teague here. He would be elated. And literally all I have for them is, I mean, you know what? I guess, damn, I didn't even know the Kings didn't have their oh, you know what? Actually, no, this should go back to the Kings probably. Damn, we're going to take another loss in this. You know what? Maybe out of the good deed and goodness of our heart. Actually, I got an idea. Give this pick back to the Kings and make them give the, wait, this kind of worked out. Make them give not the Bulls, the Pacers, 3 second-round picks for their own pick back, because this pick was lottery protected or whatever, top 10 protected, and 2K sucks at protections in this game. But the Kings also should be pretty garbage, so this pick should be valuable to them. I don't know why it's only a 2-star. And then the Bulls will take Jeff Teague. I'll let them finesse this. Screw it. I'm gonna go ahead and hit some re-signings up, like Kyrie. You're not leaving the Cavs in this universe, buddy. Neither is Kevin Love. I'm gonna re-sign Julius Randle in LA. Keep him around there. Let him lead that team. I'm not even sure if I said this when I was talking about the Anthony Davis thing, but yeah, the main other team I was thinking about trading him to was the Nuggets. Eventually, my heart just felt like it made more sense for him to go to Minnesota, just in the landscape of how things used to feel in the NBA back in the 2010s. And they also kind of had the better trade package. I'm gonna leave all the Spurs as free agents for the time being, because I'm not gonna lie, ideally I would love the Spurs can just figure it out, but this is a tough spot to come back from if, you know, if Marc Gasol isn't the fixer of these problems. I think most of these teams are exactly where I want them to be for the most part. The only ones, I mean, the Rockets are still kind of to be determined, because Harden's so damn good, but I don't know if now they are a really tough team, because I would have loved to have brought Anthony Davis here, but who the hell am I trading here for Anthony Davis? Sam Decker. And then aside from that, the only teams with like any sort of assets that I would trade is Dennis Schroeder and Dwight Howard from the Hawks, and the entire Heat roster, but they decided they want to keep locking in for some reason. They're just too eternally locked in, but I'll let them have it, honestly, at that point. Maybe the Heat have to be the control group. I don't think I've done anything to them yet so far, except for draft Derek White, which was probably a good thing. Hey, the Jazz went and got Tyreek Evans too. Oh yeah, they're trying to go back. Tyreek Evans feels like a good 2K pickup. All right, let's get to simulating. No need to waste too much time here. And let me not watch the Orlando Magic. You know what, the Lakers are interesting, except I guess they kind of suck, so that's good. Now, I'm not even sure how much more I can do with this league at this point, at least, like, you know, at this exact juncture, but screw it. I like this little January stop date and go to like the middle right here. The Spurs are actually #1 in the conference. Look at that. They're still starting Tony Parker and Danny Green, but they are #1 in the West. They are #1 in the league with I mean, obviously Marc Gasol is a great addition, but like, I didn't think he'd be this great of an addition to make you this good. I guess they still have a pretty damn good team. Is this dude in the rotation? Okay, he's not. Okay. Just making sure. What the hell? They got Raymond Felton. Utah is second, so obviously the Mike Conley thing, the Mike Conley, Tony Allen addition has done real well for them. I guess you could even include Lou Will in that, since he was a late season addition last year. The Clippers are great again, 33-11. Still got all these guys. Jamal Crawford's not even playing. He's the 10th man. The Thunder are yet again, they also have one of the Terrence Rosses out here, doing pretty well, doing pretty swell. The Nuggets as well, 5th seed. Okay, good. The 6th seed, Anthony Davis and the Timberwolves. Thank God they're actually doing something. The Warriors, man, we have too many good teams in the West, because this all makes sense. And then you got the Rockets, who are just missing the playoffs, just barely. We might have to do some with James Harden, because James Harden is trying his damnedest over there in Houston, and they are the 9th seed. And it makes sense, because all of these teams are better than them. The Lakers are doing pretty solid, but the Rockets, I mean, they are in the realm of, I mean, I might have traded their pick. I don't think I did, actually. If they traded their pick in real life, they might have done it, but I think I kept all of the Rockets picks just because I was trying to be cautious. No, I didn't. Let's see. I traded to, I don't think I traded with them with Brooklyn. Oh, it's lottery protected. Okay, who cares? So, I mean, at the very least, you got that going for you. So even if I wanted to trade hard and shoot today, I don't know. Another player who I haven't traded yet is Drew Holiday, and he's not really that good on here. Honestly, I need to edit that, because Drew is like 36 now and he's still really good in real life. So let me make Drew Holiday Holiday have a late career progression, and we'll get him out of New Orleans eventually. Or maybe he'll just sit there and grow with the team. Who knows? That's good that they actually have a player that'll be good. Who knows? The Hawks are pretty garbage. Oh yeah, shout out to Jonathan Isaac. He's not scoring like I wanted him to, but you know, he's out there. He's still a good player. Pacers suck. The Knicks suck. Dennis Smith Jr. is doing pretty well for the Pistons. The East, actually no, the Wizards are the 8th seed. Damn, I made all these East teams super trash. That's good though. So the only person that's unfound right now is James Harden. Because what I kind of want it to be is that, like, you know, these teams tank correctly and then you know, go from there. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Celtics with Paul George. Yeah, they're the fourth in the conference. Cavs are number 1, Raptors are number 2, Sixers are number 3. Not too surprising. They're kind of ahead of schedule, but not really though, honestly. Not really at all. And then you got the Bucks up here with Kemba Walker, Bulls. I feel, you know, I kind of wish I can get Harden here some way, but we just saw the picks they have. They have like nothing. They're gonna get screwed, aren't they? But at least they have money. They have cap space at the very least. So whoever does go to free agency, shout out to Dirk still at center in Golden State with Seth Curry as a 6th man. Shout out to Rodney Stuckey, who's starting at the 2 for the Wolves. I didn't even realize I set them up for this, but I mean, he's playing good minus the 3-point shooting, which is funnily enough at 77. Oh my God, wait, are the Sixers supposed to have the Mavericks 1st round pick? Was it protected? They shouldn't have this, should they? The Mavs literally drafted Luka this year. There's no way that's true. So yeah, give me that pick back. Yeah, okay, the only super big pick that looks like it was traded is the Celtics with the Nets pick, of course, which is finesse of hell. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to trade James Harden to the Celtics alongside Paul George. Is that what I'm gonna have to do? Oh my God, how many picks did I trade? I only traded 1 for him, right? James Harden, crazily enough, would be the real big acquisition. It wouldn't even be. That's what I'm gonna leave in the air. Actually, I just thought about that. Although, man, Isaiah Thomas and James Harden might be the worst defensive backcourt literally in NBA history, but I'm gonna leave that up for grabs for now, I guess. I kind of, honestly though, if I had to pick though, I'd rather the Celtics just use the pick. I don't know where the hell else I could trade this dude though. He might just have to suffer. How many years he got? Oh, he's got 2 years left. Just don't resign. And like now I see some guys looming on some of these trash teams like Miles Turner, but Miles Turner is 21 years old. I'm leaving him on the Pacers. They wouldn't. It makes no sense for them to trade him. Pau Gasol's retiring, so I refuse to trade him from the Lakers. I'd feel evil. And if I'm being honest with you, I kind of don't want to help out the Rockets because I don't want to see them make the playoffs over anybody else. So I think it's going to be the year where I do absolutely no trade. If anything, I would help out another team. Screw them. All right, I've decided I'll finally do something in favor of Cleveland. They're going to trade Channing Frye, a 1st round pick and a 2nd round pick for Drew Holiday, who's obviously still only a 79, but will have a positive career progression from here on out. And I'm actually going to make him a shooting guard and let him start. Probably he'll probably just start over all right, I guess he's not, but who really cares, honestly? Either way, Kyrie's the starting point guard, so it doesn't really matter. And now he'll come off the bench with Jared Bayless and whoever the hell else. They don't have another big, and that was another thing I considered I could possibly address with Cleveland. We're gonna give up Mike Dunleavy, J.R. Smith, and 2 1st round picks. I'll actually just remove this one in its totality. 1 from Miami, 1 from Cleveland. And you know what, since we're giving up 2 firsts, I'll make sure they grab Thabo Cephalosha on the way back as well. I think it's the best. Want Tiago Spiller too? Yeah, screw it, why not? You know, I noticed when I made that trade just now that they didn't have a backup big at all out there, so we'll help them out. Cleveland, here you go. And I haven't made a trade with them at all this entire time, I don't think. So I'll finally help them out a bit. Drew Holiday and Dwight Howard will be coming off their bench. And obviously with Cleveland, like in comparison to San Antonio, for example, who I just traded for Marc Gasol anyways, I am fully sure, and I guess even Utah would be another one, for example, that these teams are competing at this point. Cleveland, Toronto, Philadelphia, but Philadelphia has some valuable picks. Like Cleveland, I'm not scared to throw away their picks, even if it's in overpay at times, because you are locked in contention. And Boston, you guys have to lock in. You 21 wins with Paul George and Isaiah Thomas. Shoot, same with the Bucks. And damn, I could have gave them Dwight Howard. But actually, yeah, screw it. Milwaukee pulls up to the Pistons and says, hey, you guys have Steven Adams. He's not getting any better. He's a pretty default center build. He's also not even really playing that well. He shoots 44% from the field. We need a center, guys. Will you take Matthew Dellavedova, Spencer Hall as a 1st round pick in 2 seconds, or Steven Adams and Jeff Green for absolutely no reason because he's not even going to play on either one of these teams? Screw it, why not? So now the Bucks have a center next to Giannis, who will also be here for a while, just like the rest of this team will. That was probably the only other player, except for like Dennis Schroeder, who I could see trade. But Dennis Schroeder, this team might actually get good before he's, you know, done whatever with it, like his prime. He's got 4 years on his contract. And anyways, I think we're good. Well, it's still only January, so also let's see what the hell the Rockets Rockets do with these next games they've been gifted. But look, I pulled off miracle work with the Anthony Davis trade. I don't know if I can get James Harden out of there, who's the captain of the All-Star game in the middle of the season. And Kemba made an All-Star game, Joel Embiid. Rockets are still the 9th seed behind Portland. You know what, actually? This is the most fitting player to do this for. Let's do it. James Harden. Wee woo. Bell sounding off. He has requested a trade. He will not play another game with the Rockets, he tells team officials. Okay? Sources say. League sources say. All right, bet. So now, at this moment, this exact moment, I am forced to trade James Harden. Where does he go? And we are going to get it done. Jamal Murray, Yusuf Nurkic, and 4 first-round picks. They're going to be making fun of the Nuggets, saying they traded 6th graders for him, for James Harden, Rudy Gay, and Kelly Olynyk. Kelly's not that old, but the Nuggets just need a backup center. And Rudy's old. James Harden. Jamal Murray, dynasty broken up. Sorry, it won't happen. Make sure his potential is good too. And deal is done. Just like that. All right, so I had to do something, so I said, screw it, I'll just simulate the season. And there was some really interesting stuff. I guess we'll start at LeBron won MVP. He averaged like 30, 10, and 8 or something like that. Lonzo won Rookie of the Year, which is definitely unjustified because you'll understand in a bit. Let's just say there was another rookie that was definitely a lot more deserving. 6th man of the year was Greg Monroe. Kawhi won DPOI. Most improved was Domantas Sabonis. He shot like garbage, but he had a good overall year on the Kings. And then the All-NBA teams were pretty normal, as you could see. Now, the team that, or the player, there was one team that, first of all, the Rockets actually played incredibly well without James Harden. They ended up being 41-41 and nearly making the playoffs. They almost dethroned the Blazers for their 8th seed, as the Nuggets obviously were still super solidified and really good with James Harden. He averaged 30 still for the season, next to Jokic, who averaged 19, 13, and only 5, which I didn't even realize he was averaging that little assist, but whatever. Harden averaged 30. Jesus, he added 41 wins to the Rockets last year. That is insane. That might be the highest I've ever seen. He might be the best player in here. This team might be kind of insane down the line. We'll see though. And yeah, I didn't get to really explain the whole trade thing, but obviously I threw Rudy Gay and Rudy Gay in there because he was old and everything. But the team that surprised the hell out of everybody, if you'll see right here, is that Miami missed the playoffs, which isn't that crazy, but it's like, how the hell did they miss the playoffs? Who took their spot? The Hornets, the post Kemba Walker Hornets, with Jabari Parker replacing him, averaging 22 a game. And then you got Kid Gilchrist, who I'm happy, hey, this is good for continuity. I never traded him for the hell of it, because I'm like, well, he's been playing really good. I'm not sure why Kid Gilchrist learned how to shoot, but he did. I mean, he eventually learned kind of in real life, but it was a little bit too late. So with that being said, yeah, we got to get Miami the hell up and out of here. Matter of fact, hey, we might need to ship some of your assets to Charlotte or something. I mean, I wouldn't really get rid of Charlotte's picks just yet. They're still very young in building, and like, this team doesn't make sense. I don't know how they're this good, but screw it. You know what, too? I'm pretty sure Jabari's, actually, no, I'm lying. I gave him an extension. Yeah, anyways, well, yeah, we got to save Hassan Whiteside and Chris Bosh. Chris Bosh is too old to be on a trash team, but that's really it in terms of surprises. Aside from that, the Cavs ended up pretty good. They were 68 win team. Then the Raptors were second. Raptors are very interesting because yes, they have Drummond. Yes, they almost made the finals last year. Yes, they signed Zebo. Aside from that, just vibes, I guess. They're cool. Jazz had 64 wins. They locked in. The Thunder, the Spurs. Shout out to Boogie. He was the only OKC member on the All-NBA first team. Nuggets obviously clinched that 5th seed. The Warriors were still pretty good. They got the 6th seed. The Timberwolves, you know, with Anthony Davis, his first season over here. Now, they expectedly could use some role player help, but they did just kind of trade half their team for Anthony Davis, so that's also respectable. Him and Cat were both insanely valuable to this team. Wiggins was high up there as well. And then after that, you kind of, so it's fair that they had 49 wins. And then, you know, the Blazers dropped off a bit. Maybe finally we can have something for the them to trade with the Heat or something. I don't know, as the Heat fell off. The Bucks and the Celtics both won 45 games. Maybe a bit underwhelming for Boston, or decently underwhelming for them, considering, I mean, you even have Jaylen Brown off the bench, who's a 79 now, Jay Crowder. They've got a great overall team, and, you know, 45 wins is a bit mid. Giannis's team, I mean, you could say they're underwhelming as well, especially since they're both only 2 games better than the damn Hornets. And then the Wizards as well. I mean, 7th seed in the East. Bulls fell all the way down to 8 behind even the Hornets after winning their championship, so it might be end of the road for them, let's be honest. The Warriors are going to beat the Thunder in 4 games. That is a crazy turnaround from last year, especially since they, I think, got worse. And the Thunder, I mean, they got a full year in with their full squad, and the Thunder will not be going back to the finals, obviously. And we might lose both finals opponents in the first round, although the Bulls are putting up a little bit of a fight. Every series is at least 2-3, except for this one right here. Oh, now this one is 2. Okay. Every single series with at least 2 wins to each team. This is fire. Blazers are the 8th seed yet again, trying to dethrone the 1st seed, and it's the exact same matchup with the Clippers. Didn't even put that together. I'm pretty sure the Hornets are up on the Sixers right now, and the Sixers will win it to go to 7. And Boston is also losing to Milwaukee right now. This is a very good series though, but they will make it 7 as well. Oh boy, this is definitely shaping up to be something. I don't know how I'm guessing that these are the right games that are, never mind. If you get it, you get it. Oh damn, the Nuggets. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? James Harden and the Nuggets are going to advance. I'm sorry to the Spurs 4 versus 5 matchup. Someone's got to lose. All these teams are very good, so someone's got to lose. The whole point though is that this is going to be a bloodbath one way or the other. You got to give yourself the best shot of winning the championship, and almost every single team is a pretty good shot. It looks like the Wizards are about to lose. Yeah, Wizards lost to the Raptors, so Raptors will move on to the 2nd round. The Cavs will get the Bulls out of here, sadly. I tried for you, Chicago, but tried like hell, honestly. AD and the Timberwolves are actually up on the Jazz right now, and damn, it actually got really close near the end, but they lose this one, so it'll go to 7. I believe this is game 7. I'm not sure how I let it get this far, but maybe this is game 6. I'm not sure. It is game 6, and Portland is facing their season on the line right now. Are they gonna foul? Are they gonna be stupid? I'm not even sure. They might be stupid. I might have to foul for them. Yeah, let me foul for them. I'm not gonna let this end like that. Ty Lawson at the line. He will miss the first one, and he's a good free throw shooter, 82%, and he misses the first free throw. And Lawson, the second one, is also off, but look at DeAndre Jordan. But wait, it's DeAndre Jordan. Will he hit the free throws? DeAndre Jordan goes through the lane to get it, and he will hit the first one at 50%. Hey, if you lose off this, that's bad. Okay. Oh my goodness, Blake Griffin, Brook Lopez with the worst sequence of a career like ever. Hello. Brook Lopez just got out rebounded by DeAndre Jordan on the second free throw out of not Eric Bledsoe, Ty Lawson's 2. And then with DeAndre at the line, he gets smoked, but like even worse by Blake Griffin. And now Blake will go to the line to end the game. Brook Lopez, I'm gonna be honest, dog, you are not gonna see. Oh my God. And he only averaged 4 boards the entire. He has a 60 rebound. Where's box out? Isn't box out a stat or no? Maybe it's just a badge now. Dog, he has a 60 rebound. Yeah, Brook Lopez will never ever. Hey, I have just the man for you. He actually wants to get his 2K rating up. Yeah, Brook Lopez, you will never play for this team again. No way in hell will I allow that. And y'all gonna let 3 sets of free throws in this team. They still had a chance after that last one. I don't even want to see the shot anymore. I'll still watch. Screw it. Why not? That's the first time I've ever seen that. I've never seen that. I don't think that's even, I didn't know that was possible. Like, it shouldn't matter what overall. Oh, JJ just tried to steal it and he left CJ wide open. There's no way, right? There's no way this ends up turning a different way than we expected it. Well, Chris Paul's back in the game. JJ's going to shoot the free throws though, but it's JJ Redick. He's not missing a free throw. And even if it does, who cares? 93% from white man wonder JJ Redick, head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Damian Lillard hands it off to Mo. How could you be Mo Hawkley? And this series is over. Thank you very much. Let me get out of here. It is over. Yeah, okay. I was about to say it is over, right? That was abysmal. So the Clippers move on this year. All right, game 7 between the Hornets and the 76ers. 2 very young teams, and it looks like the Sixers, who are the better team, will beat Markelle Fultz, who was on their team in an alternate universe. The Bucks and the Celtics will also play a game 7, and it looks like Paul George's newly found team, Newfoundland Boston Tea Party, is yeah, they're gonna succeed. 28 from PG in this clinching game. He used to have some great first round series back in the day. I remember he had one against, maybe it was the Bucks actually, when he was on the Pacers. And I think this is game 7. Honestly, it has to be. Yeah, it literally has to be. And the Jazz are gonna win. So the Utah Jazz will dethrone or just defeat whatever. Hey, you know, it's honestly a good fight by the Wolves. They don't have a lot going for them right now in terms of supporting cast. They're gonna have to build that. So I mean, but they do have Wiggins, Towns, AD, and Ricky Rubio, Jones. I think like I'm a little bit too critical. At the same time though, they do have like a bunch of low 70 overalls in their rotation. So yeah, no, I'm also kind of right. All right, so Cleveland versus Boston. So I'll click on, I'll bring up the visuals real quick so just so you can get a visual for this, because yeah, now you got Paul Millsap, Paul George, and IT against Kyrie, LeBron, and K Love, and Dwight, who's starting right now, which isn't that crazy. Toronto versus the Sixers, so I believe this is the first time the Sixers make it to the second round. Lowry, DeRozan, Z-Bo against Drummond, Nerlens Noel, and Embiid. Then the Clippers versus the Nuggets, Chris Paul versus Bledsoe, former Clipper. James Harden versus, I mean, I guess the combination of Blake, and most of these teams have like a pretty good big three, like James Harden versus Blake, and then Jokic versus DeAndre Jordan. And then Utah versus Golden State, Mike Conley, Gordon Hayward, and Rudy Gobert against Draymond, Clay, Steph, and Dirk. And so far the Cavs are up 2-0. They're gonna go up 3-0, and them and the Raptors, it looks like, are gonna win or not. I guess it looks like all these series about to be out of here quick, actually. And yep, 4-1 from all of them. So sayonara to Paul George and the Celtics, as well as, you know, the young Philly team. No young Philly, I think that dude's a criminal. And anyways, the Nuggets are out of here and the Warriors are out of here. So James Harden is gonna reach his end to a real good regular season Clippers team, now a good playoff team. And you know what, I'm always happy to see the Jazz win. So LeBron, K Love, and Kyrie make it far enough this year to play against last year's Eastern Conference Finals team as well. Andre Drummond, Kyle Lowry. I gotta look deeper into their stats to see just how they're doing this. I mean, actually, no, they're actually a really good team. I'm over here acting like they're not great. They're pretty damn good. And so are the Jazz now as well, considering that they have Mike Conley too. And yeah, this should be a fun little, you know what I'm saying? Oh boy, Cleveland, Toronto split the first two games. Let's see if LeBronto can be reversed this time around. And it looks like it will be, at least in this game 6. Andre Drummond with 23. He's still like not the most ideal. Honestly, I think that's why I put him on the Raptors, because I couldn't think of what their ideal fit would be for their team. Like, if we could be totally honest, I don't think Lowry, and you know, it's over now, but I don't think Lowry and DeRozan were like the ideal 1-2 punch to lead a team in the first place. I think that's the problem in itself, but they're doing it here, so who cares? The Jazz are up 3-2 as well. I need that Raptors Jazz finals. That's what we need. Okay, the Cavs won. And people have the nerve to say I hate on teams, because oh my God, what just happened? Williams dunk made, Conley assist. Who's Derek Williams? Lou? Did they just lose to a Lou Will dunk? I was so deep in my rant that I didn't even realize this was happening. No, lost to a Lou William game-winning dunk. And Gobert fouled, but it didn't matter with 0 seconds. That's kind of funny. And Mike Conley, oh, that's what happened too. Yeah, Mike Conley hit. I think what it was is I thought the Clippers were about to win and just make it 7, but the Jazz won, and the Jazz are going to the final. And oh boy, is it about to happen? It is. We are about to have our 2018 champions rather than the Warriors or the Cavs. It's gonna be either the Toronto Raptors or the Utah Jazz. This is basketball. This is what we're here for. Mike Conley versus Kyle Lowry, Tony Allen versus DeMar DeRozan, Terrence Ross versus Gordon Hayward, Derek Favors versus Zach Randolph, and Rudy Gobert versus Andre Drummond. This is real hoops. This is insane. Look at the score. Sorry, I'm eating an apple right now. Look at the score. They are shooting 36% to 40%, and one team is 27% from 3, the other one's 23% from 3. This is one of the worst finals scoring games I ever seen, and the Raptors are gonna win it. Let me just get it over with. The Raptors win. Mike Conley with 21 points. Can I see something real quick? Team stats, defensive rating. Raptors had the third. Okay, yeah, they were both top 5 in defensive rating in the playoffs. The Raptors, and they're also both, I mean, Jazz are a little bit lower, but Raptors are also top 4 in offensive rating. And then what about the regular season, since I was checking the playoffs? Damn, the Nuggets were the best defensive team in the league, even with James Harden. And the Jazz were the second best. Raptors were 4th best. Yeah, we are in a defensive finals. Raptors are very high up in offensive rating as well. Jazz, not so much. Wait, did I miss them? I probably missed them. Okay, yeah, there they are. They're 4th. Raptors are 5th. These teams earned all my respect. You know what I just now realized? Am I tripping? Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, they replaced Serge Ibaka with Zach Randolph. I thought they still had Serge Ibaka. I must have forgot to extend him, but I mean, they replaced him with a good power forward anyways, so whatever. Jazz will win a game to tie it up 1-1. I just now realized that. Look at how low scoring this is. This is a 2000s era. This is a dead ball era. Is that what it was called? I'm trying to think. Anyways, Jazz win that one. Look at that. DeRozan led the team with 15 points on 17 shots. Mike Conley with 19 points. Oh my God, this game, yo, they're ending such a low scores that I'm forgetting to. Damn, I wish I would have jumped into that one too. Okay, let me pay closer attention now. Raptors are just gonna win this one. Wait, screw it. I'm gonna test it. Okay, yeah, the Raptors won. I didn't want to jump in and watch fouls. It is 3-2 Toronto. Okay, the Jazz actually scored 100 points. Was this the first 100-point scoring game of the? Oh, almost. It was the first over over 101, and that was also the Jazz. Gordon Hayward with a good game. And it is game 7 in Toronto. How many people are having eternal hibernations from this finals? And the Utah Jazz, damn, I always do that and I click the button too many times that I miss it, are gonna win the 2018 NBA Finals in 7 games. That was the most entertaining simcast I've ever seen. Gordon Hayward, wait, did I already say this? But yeah, he won Finals MVP. I just looked at my phone for like 10 minutes. Oh yeah, I said I wanted to check out why some of these teams, well, Zach Randolph didn't even shoot 40% from the field. That's a beautiful Zach Randolph season right there. You know what? Maybe sometimes you don't need to question it. Both these teams just real hoopers. Now, obviously, Utah, the champions, to be fair, they do have a lot of guys who can like kind of put the ball in the hoop. Lou Will also barely shot 40% from the field. Mike Conley was the addition that was necessary to this team. Literally perfect addition considering they needed his facilitation too. And yeah, 2018 complete. Okay, now if I can, I'm talking about if I can. Dirk, don't retire. Thanks. Paul Pierce, Vince Carter, you can get out of here. Pau Gasol, I said, you know what? Yeah, you can get out of here because you wanted to go to the Lakers and retire. So we'll let you retire. Kyle Korver, sayonara. Ooh, Tony Allen wants to leave. Nah, don't leave. You just, but he won a ring, but I already clicked it. So who cares? Damian Wilkins in the NBA in 2008. Oh, actually, I do remember this. I think he came back and went to the Pacers for, no, I don't know. Maybe I'm lying. I'm probably lying. Paul Pierce made the Hall of Fame. Dirk would have made it too, but didn't allow him. All right, now this is a huge draft. By the way, one of the best rules ever right here, this shot clock rule. This is a huge draft. Pelicans have the first odds, then it's the Mavs, the Grizzlies, the Hawks, the Pacers, the Celtics via Brooklyn. All right, I'm gonna shut the hell up. I'm gonna watch this whole thing. Oh my God, the Heat just moved into the top 3 from 13. The Heat just moved into the, so that means they could fully, wait, did the Magic just, wait, who was that? Was that another team that just moved up too? So the Heat can officially rebuild fully with a top 3 pick in one of the best draft classes of all time. They basically guarantee themselves either Trae Young, Luka, or Shea. I think those would be the 3. Okay, I think only one team moved up because I think it was just a glitch because the Celtics were 6 and now they're 7. So yeah, Grizzlies will get pick 4. All right, it is time. And the Heat will get pick 3. Okay, the second pick will be to the New Orleans Pelicans. And I believe that means, I don't know, is it really the Magic? Is it no, it's the Mavericks. Okay, I'm like, bro, there's been glitching this entire time. So the Mavericks move up 1 spot. I think the Mavericks and Pelicans just flipped, if I'm pretty sure. And the Heat just took the top 3 and then everything else moved down basically. That is, especially in this old lottery era where it was like insane odds to move up to the top 3, because nowadays it's top 4 you can move up to. Back then it was just top 3, which it actually changes next year. So the Heat, I think they're the first call of action for this offseason, because now, well, so I make the decision so I can kind of just tell you what's about to happen. So obviously Luka's gonna go number 1 to the what is it? The Maverick. Oh, wow. Of course. That makes perfect sense. Okay. So Luka is going to join Jason Tatum. There's no positional, whatever. Obviously Luka will I'll just put him at point guard now. I don't give a damn. And I'll fix his overall and everything. I really don't care. And then second pick to the Pelicans. I mean, it's really fair game between Trae and Shea. Who did they pick last year? OG? Yeah, because they still had AD, so he was a low pick. Or no, it was OG. OG was traded in the AD trade. Who the hell did I pick to them? Oh, Jared Allen. Yeah, and he wasn't a bad pick, all things considered. So obviously, this changes nothing. Either Shea or Trae Young is the pick, and I don't know in 2K terms which one would be the better pick. It's telling me Trae is ranked number 1, but I think I'm going to pick Shea to this team. I don't think I'm going to make a new move and just go with the 2K draft thing. I think I'm going to pick Shea to this team. They also like very badly need which I mean, Trae is also this as well. But if you can get the better scorer of the 2, you probably go with that. Well, I mean, they have Levine as well, to be fair. And I fixed his potential, so he's gonna become like an 86, 87 overall. Anyways, though, and then with the 3rd pick, Miami will probably get Trae Young. So that makes it whether it's Trae or Shea, whatever, I'm gonna pick. It's probably be Trae. Yeah, we got a clean house over here because I'm not trading this pick. I'm not giving up this opportunity or nothing. We're not gonna double down in Miami, right? I mean, also too, I also evacuated all the stars. You guys were the team that I was getting ready to potentially, you know, put your assets on the block for. So let's do this. Is there any other good teams that stole? Oh yeah, the Celtics. So the Celtics, I actually thought they were gonna be a bit higher. Now that they're 7th, I think either way, I think they have to keep the pick just because their team is so set in stone at this point. I'm pretty sure Isaiah, when I looked at Isaiah, he didn't want to re-sign when I was trying to re-sign him, but they re-signed Isaiah themselves. And also too, I mean, to be fair, the Celtics power forward and center, Al and Millsap, are both kind of old. So, I mean, I guess in general, the whole team is a little bit older. So they could use another young player next to Jaylen Brown for whenever the next era has to start. All right, I like this trade. We're going to do the 18th pick from Portland plus Myers Leonard and Zach Collins for Hassan Whiteside and Dion Waiters to the Blazers. Blazers. So the Heat get himself, well, Myers Leonard, who really cares, honestly. And then Zach Collins, a solid younger player. Well, I said younger, like he's 20, he's young. And they also are going to pick up the 18th pick in this year's draft. I kind of just viewed Zach Collins as a first round pick in himself. So it's basically 2 first round picks and a Leonard for Dion Waiters swap for Hassan Whiteside to get out of here. As I say this in my head, it feels like I kind of didn't take enough from him. So I'm actually going to go and just steal. I'll take, you know what? Actually, no, it's really not. It's just that I don't value Myers Leonard really highly for this team, but whatever. Deal had to get done. And for the Blazers, by the way, yes, they still have Brook Lopez, but screw it. Bench him. I don't know. Do something with him. I don't even, the only other place I think that I could trade this dude is the Wizards. Maybe I can get that done, but the Wizards like this entire time have like nothing to give up except for just a couple picks, which I guess that's not that bad. Maybe I can draft him a center this year. Who knows? Because Gortat's getting pretty old and there's free agency, but they have no money, as you can see by their contracts. So did it just say Melo expired though? I think he did. Anyways. Oh, my stupid self. I was talking about how Ibaka left the Raptors. He was never on the Raptors. I traded him to the Bulls. I was just thinking about real life. It's a lot to keep up with. I've already looked around and trust me, there's going to be even less of a market for Goran Dragic. Not a crazy one whatsoever. And you know what? I'm actually going to back out on what I'm about to do right now because there's 2 teams that I was thinking about trading him to, and I think the other one needs him more. See, the Spurs don't have a point guard, but well, they do actually. That's my point, is that they have DeJounte Murray actually. So they're really not that bad off. And plus they did pretty good this year. You know who needs him a bit more, who I was about to trade him to, is the Timberwolves. We're just going to do 1 first and 3 seconds for Goran Dragic because none of these teams that are like good have any super good young assets or whatever that I'd be willing to trade for Goran Dragic. So yeah, Dragic, welcome to Minnesota, I guess. And last but not least, Chris Bosh. Where the hell are you going? So ideally, which I could also trade, what's his name? Iguodala. That's the only other person. But ideally, I wanted to actually, funnily enough, after I was joking about the Wizards not having a center, I wanted to trade Chris Bosh to the Wizards. Their money situation is so bad, like really bad. They got no bread. And you know what too, why would you want a 4th $20 million contract? Although, is Bosh's contract finally going to get lower this year? I don't know. I think it's after this season. I extended him to, yeah, make a little bit less, but it's not right now. And this is what really matters, is right now. All right, I'm going to wait to trade the rest of the Heat players just because Bosh makes too much money and I literally cannot find a rational destination for him. And especially considering that he's 34. And same goes for Iguodala, but not really. I'm just going to group him in there and wait until the player progression at the very least, because I literally went to the trade finder to try and find something, and the only one I found was for the Thunder, but it's because all of their players are free agents, or a few of them are. Yeah, Westbrook and DeMarcus Cousins. They were like, oh, we could take the money. Yeah, because you guys are free agents. I'm not trying to cheat that much, you know. I'm not gonna write that cheat in there. Anyways, the first pick in the draft, the Dallas Mavericks, of course, will select them Luka Doncic. With the second pick in the draft, the New Orleans Pelicans. I don't care what the hell they're saying. Plus, every team's got time on their hands. All these teams suck. I'm gonna go ahead and pick Shai Gilgeous-Alexander here. The third pick, the Miami Heat. Obviously, I got rid of their point guards for this reason. They do have Derek White, who can obviously play the 2 or shoot probably even the 3. I mean, I guess Justice Winslow's here for the long haul, so that's the only, you know, if he wants to be, I guess. That's the only definitive as of right now. Aside from that, oh, and I guess Zach Collins is the new big man or whatever. And did they have anybody else? I know they got Myers now. It doesn't matter. Trae Young's the pick at number 3, considering that he's ranked number 1 or number 2 with Hall of Fame, or I guess all NBA ceiling, whatever. It doesn't. Hey, you know what? I saw Shai had Hall of Fame ceiling, so it's good that I did pick him over Trae. Third to the Heat. Fourth, the Memphis Grizzlies. They are working with absolutely nothing right now. With Dante Exum. Good God. Yeah, it's just him, Hartenstein. Yeah, that was the best I can get for Marc Gasol and whatever the hell Kyle Anderson I got over here from the Spurs. Thank God I did, because he was the second best player on the team. Then you got this garbage Chandler Parsons contract. Yeah, honestly, looks like he's the youngest player in here, one of the higher overalls at a 77, and he's literally a Grizzly in real life. Screw it. And you know what? He's ranked 4th across the board. Oh, he's ranked 5th there. I'll go with Jaren Jackson, the Grizzlies, see what he can do over there. Atlanta, they're also working with absolutely nothing, but they do have point guard of the kind of future, Dennis Schroeder, and Tim Hardaway still here. And then of course last year I drafted them Isaac, so the small forward spot's kind of locked down. I guess that does leave room for a big man. That is the one thing they are super wasteland at. They are garbage. So I'll grab him DeAndre and we'll take the hit. We'll see what he could do over here. The Pacers are next up, led by Lonzo Ball and Miles Turner. Lonzo's going to be pretty damn good, and Miles Turner already is. It says MPJ is pretty good, like a starter, all-star potential. Yeah, let's go ahead and piece this team together. MPJ, Lonzo, and Miles Turner as the leaders of it. Screw it, why not? That could work. Boston with the 7th pick, obviously contenders. You know what? Call me crazy, but Boston could use the best player available right now. They've been kind of struggling to stay afloat, and I think Marvin Bagley would already fit the rotation as a big man. And I was going to say I'd make sure he at least gets pretty decent, but he is kind of decent in real life. So they also have old bigs currently leading. So if he has to ever like slot in as a 4 or a 5 after Horford or Millsap are packed up, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I think best player available could suit them here. Detroit with Siakam and Dennis Smith Jr. leading the way. So they're set on those two things. You know what? I'm stuck between two players here from Detroit, right? For some reason, Mitchell Robinson has been #1 ranked for like the past 8 picks. He's 5th in the draft board on every single thing, or almost. He has all NBA ceiling, and this will be the absolute most green light spot for him. I think it says he's a 72 overall. The only centers in front of him on this team would be all old men. It's literally just Boban, actually. That's it. And you know what? Him and Dennis Smith Jr. used to have good chemistry back when they played for the Knicks. So I'm going to do it. Mitchell Robinson, welcome to the Pistons. The Kings next up, obviously they have Bam, Sabonis, Oladipo, Emmanuel Mudiay, the one who's been pretty decent. Oh yeah, I already know who they need. I'm not going to make the same mistake the Knicks did by drafting Kevin Knox over Mikal for age purposes. Yeah, nope, we're bringing Mikal to Sacramento. And with that being said, I just finessed all of y'all. The New York Knicks, Kristaps Porzingis, Okafor, Frank Ntilikina. Yeah, get ready to learn shooting guard, buddy. Yeah, y'all know I was doing this the whole time. If you didn't catch on by now. This my script, baby. Jalen Brunson, welcome back to the Knicks. Yep, I was working that whole time, boy. I was writing the script to hell. That's how the NBA be. That's when Woj be like, this pick is mad tantalizing. Yeah. Oh, actually, I do like this team. Devin Booker, Donovan Mitchell. You know, I'm actually surprised they ended up, well, I guess it's good that they ended up playing good, but it's also not good because now you're outside of the top 10. Ironically, this team could have really used Mikal Bridges again. This hurts to do because I'm scared for them. You know what? Okay, I've been talked out of it by NBA.com. I'm gonna go Wendell Carter Jr. for them. I was about to go Mo Bamba, but I'm gonna go with Wendell. Wendell's better in real life as well. He literally took his spot on his own team. So yeah. Funnily enough, the Lakers are pretty solid everywhere, so it's kind of a pick your poison. They've got good young players at every position, basically. At the very least, solid young rotational players at every position. So to be fair though, they're only true guys who can play the wing or the 2 or the whatever the hell, the 2 or the 3 is Josh Jackson and Brandon Ingram. So I'm actually gonna grab the Miles Bridges. I think that makes sense. I think I'm gonna grab De'Aaron Fox, a backcourt mate in Orlando. Part of me wants to just go with Mo Bamba, and you know what? I might do it, but I don't know. Anthony Simons, it says he could be an all-star ceiling. How well does he fit next to De'Aaron Fox though? Not really sure. I think he fits better than like, he's not like, he doesn't need to have the ball all the time. Screw it, we'll grab him. Anthony Simons, welcome to the Magic. Rockets next up. All right, the Rockets are really good at center, real good at the guards. They're not good at the wings. I think it's time. Kevin Knox, I'm taking the shot to the Rockets. He's also like the best overall, like, you know, graded player out there still. So he can get minutes in that team that actually has pretty good role players still to this moment. And you know what? I drafted Anthony Simons here to the Magic. He'll, you know, eventually play the 2 or whatever. I left someone on the board. I left Mo Bamba on the board. Screw it. Let's go get him. Why not? All right. The Heat needs somebody to join Trae Young. Why does Bruce Brown look so scary? Why does he look like out of a damn, what's that one game called? Five Nights at Freddy's? He looked like a damn animatronic. With that being said, I know I said I want to draft next to Trae Young. They already have Derek White out there, so they're guard heavy, but look at all the players that are available. And Mo Wagner is not going to be any better than Zach Collins or the other dude already is. What's his name? That guy who got banned from the NBA, from the Heat, whatever. Who cares? Let's just get best player available. Colin Sexton, welcome to Miami. Screw it. Why not? You'll back up Trae Young. Oh, Wizards on the clock. You already know. The Wizards need anything that isn't a guard, like really badly. Oh, I didn't even peep he was still out here. Damn. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody else. You know, Robert Williams, welcome to the Wizards. And I think after that, with the next pick being the Hornets, and they're a good young team overall, I think I'm gonna let them pick their own. Maybe I'll get one of them at least. I'm gonna pick DiVincenzo as one of this team's picks. I'm gonna let them do the rest because there's so many damn guards left that I don't want to pick them. So after DiVincenzo, they got Okogie, another guard. But to be fair, they actually kind of need those, so that's all right. Hawks get Jayshawn Tate, Mo Wagner's the Mavericks, blah blah blah, whatever. Oh, Kevin Huerter's a good player too. He went to the Grizzlies. That's a good little spot or whatever, I guess. I don't really care. And there's actually some decent second round picks in this draft as well. Gabe Vincent, I think. Oh, never mind. Metu, Highsmith. The last real pick was Aaron Holiday. Okay, thankfully the glitch didn't happen this year where they decline everything, but y'all don't need to decline all these random players like Malik Beasley. Come on now, he cool. I didn't even know LeBron was a free agent. I had no clue. I do like that I go through these because I saw the Hornets trying to get rid of Kaminsky. I saw the Knicks trying to get rid of Kelly Oubre. Westbrook and LeBron both declined their options, and LeBron's top offer is with the Cavs. Suns Hey, Suns tried their best, but LeBron's gonna go back for some reason. Oh yeah, the Thunder gotta re-sign Cousins and they gotta bring back Westbrook. Now, okay, Westbrook's trying to go to the Rockets. That's not happening. DeMarcus is trying to go to the Nets. That's not happening. So let me just make sure they both go back. That's about that. Give them all the money they want. I don't give a damn. Give them no trade clauses. Doesn't matter to me. I trade them. I decide when they leave. There we go. They're both going back. And then after that, oh, I don't know why Levine's on here. I forgot to extend his contract. All right. All this stuff sorted itself out. Shout out to JaVale McGee for going to the Heat. Yeah, didn't feel like it was necessary for any of these guys to leave their team. So definitely not Embiid or Zach LaVine as well. Those just make no sense. After that, it's kind of just free game, honestly. The Raptors just went and signed the second Terrence Ross. And why is it that one of them gets 15 mil, but the other one gets 1 mil? I'm gonna just act like they never signed him and take this up as the opportunity to remove his contract from the league, or just remove him from the league, basically. Sorry, second Terrence Ross. It's over. This is the end. We found you. Shout out to Hornets legend Michael Kidd-Gilchrist. I'm keeping him over there forever. You know what? I'm down to keep just about as many people in Charlotte as I can, considering that they just had such a surprise playoff appearance. And speaking of this, actually, now after I get done with these contracts is the moment that I'm gonna go through and see who has salary and who the hell wants Chris Bosh. Oh yeah, Moutier is definitely gonna be decent because he wants to sign for 10 mil. That's pretty good. Hoping the Knicks can kind of start to formulate something soon. Hopefully Jalen Brunson has a real quick jump because Porzingis is over there kind of rotting as of right now. This is kind of the fun part of the video though, where there's gonna be a point in this where all the teams get kind of decent and then some of them just kind of can't get over the hump, but I feel like there's certain puzzle pieces that could be fit elsewhere that also might not formulate into anything. Like I might just be wrong half the time, but we go start seeing more equal player for equal player trades rather than just trade dumps for picks for rebuild purposes. Hey, Noah Vonleh, you a net lifer. I don't give a damn. You staying over there. This is gonna be bad in the Nuggets land if I don't intervene. They're about to have Harden, Jokic, Bledsoe, etc. Now just those three mainly, all test free agency the same year. I decided to let the offseason go by. I wanted to see if Chris Bosh's overall changed at all, and it didn't. And I got a good picture in my mind of what teams had cap space, like good cap space. And there is one very obvious one that I might have to get Chris Bosh to. Man, the Bulls are lucky as hell that this trade came through. Okay, so we are going to trade Robin Lopez from the Bulls along with 2 top 10 protected first round picks and a second round pick for Andre Iguodala and Chris Bosh, 2 34, 35-year-old men damn near. The Bulls are lucky though, because while for one, this isn't like a huge fill the needs type of trade because they already have mad bigs that are okay. It's a good, it does help a lot to get Iggy though, because they're only like wings or D Wade and obviously Jimmy, but aside from Jimmy they have D Wade and Dorian Finney-Smith, and like that's including D Wade who's the starter, and Anthony Morrow and Garrett Temple. It's not looking good out there, so they need Iggy for this upcoming season. 2 picks is a decent little price to pay, but this is like a last ditch effort for Chicago to try and remain in relevance of championship contention because they were the 8th seed and haven't been that great. And they're lucky because who I almost traded Chris Bosh to was the Nuggets, who had the cap space, could also swap Kenneth Faried for Chris Bosh basically, along with DeAnthony Melton. But what I noticed is that they don't have any picks left. I traded them all for Harden, so they got lucky for this one. I think this is pretty decent. So yeah, Chicago, congrats Chris Bosh. And now the Heat are clear of all of old men and bad contracts for the most part. Around the league now, as player progression hits, Markelle Fultz goes up by 6, Jabari's up by 2, Gordon Hayward gets a little worse. Thankfully Mike, it's a little BS little regression thing. Kings looking pretty decent now post DeMarcus Cousins with Oladipo and Sabonis both getting pretty good. Both of those Thunder acquisitions along with Bam Adebayo, their draftee. Moutier, who's up to a 79. Derrick Jones Jr. is actually pretty good. He's a 78. They got him in one of those trades. Oh, from Phoenix, I guess. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm actually happy he's good because I noticed that Willie Cauley-Stein actually left, which is kind of BS. Actually, no, I have it reversed because Willie Cauley-Stein went to the Suns and I noticed he left the Suns. Also, Luke Kennard's pretty cool. And now they got Mikal Bridges over here as well, which actually I'm gonna make sure all of his peak stuff is decent. Oh yeah, his peak don't start for 3 years. He'll be all right. I'll make it a little bit later. The Knicks are also getting pretty good now with Frank Ntilikina up to an 81 overall. Jahlil Okafor is an 85. Josh Hart's up to a 78. And actually, he took another like 2 overall jump because I made him a small forward. And now they have Jalen Brunson down here, who I may or may not have made it so that he'll probably start. I'm also good. Did it say he's 6'3"? I'm about to make him shorter. Oh no, it says 6'2". That's not that bad. Lakers, you know, might be joining the playoff contention real soon. They're getting pretty good. De'Aaron Fox up 6 for the Magic. You got Tatum up to an 85 for the Mavericks. Jokic up to a 92. Remember, he's only 23 years old and he's still on his rookie contract. Lonzo Ball, Miles Turner looking to lead the Pacers to, I don't know, somewhere. The new Pelicans chorus kind of coming together with Chris Dunn is actually up to an 82. I did not mess with his attributes at all. And OG will be good to start this season, or maybe he already was at a 76. And then also you got Shea now who can play. I mean, well, I drafted him to be their point guard, but he's going to have to come off the bench this year because Chris Dunn's is doing pretty damn good. I mean, they'll figure it out eventually. It's Shea. He's going to become good one way or the other. But yeah, there was really nowhere else to draft at that pick regardless. Pascal's up to an 84 next to Dennis Smith Jr., who's an 80. And now they got Mitchell Robinson down here who should start, but maybe won't because Boban's a 76. The Raptors are at their peak and have nobody that's going to improve their peak. Although they did sign Christian Wood. That's actually a good signing. Maybe a Zebo replacement down the line. Jamal Murray's up to an 84 next to Capella and Nurkic. I did re-sign Kawhi to the Spurs. I was very much so mulling if I should keep him there or not. Also, Marc Gasol did not want to sign an extension just yet, so he's probably going to hit free agency. D-Book's up to an 88 and Donovan's up to an 82. This is another team that's probably on the come up. OKC's still OKC. This young Timberwolves team, even Andrew Wiggins took a 3 overall jump up to an 88. Then you got Towns and Davis. Now you got Dragic as the new addition over here. They didn't really sign anybody. Anthony Bennett's probably gonna be in the rotations, but you'll deal with it, I guess. I guess they signed Corey Brewer. Dirk is still out here at a damn 81 overall at 40 years old. Shoot, the Warriors are probably the team that's gonna need Brook Lopez from the Blazers. They're already used to having a weak center, like physically. Sixers are continuing to flourish into their peaks as Embiid and Simmons are both 90 plus overalls now. Noel's pretty good. Otto Porter's pretty damn good. Here's almost the same overall as Melo from that one trade they did a while back, or we did, whatever. Giannis is up to a 96. They still got Kemba over here, although he is in the last year of his contract. Pretty sure he didn't want to re-sign either. I could always force him back, but I mean, if you guys haven't done much, I wouldn't be that mad at you leaving. And Drew Holiday up to an 82 to be the shooting guard of the Cavs. Jaylen Brown's up to an 85. He's obviously not going to overtake Paul George in the starting 5, but actually I'll probably just make him a 2 and make him overtake Avery Bradley. And Marvin Bagley's a 79. So I think this was a good pick because he's going to automatically be in their lineup. And he's better than Muscala. He's better than whoever the hell else they have. He's their backup 4 off the rip. Chris Paul's an 89 next to Blake Griffin, who's better than him currently. And Dante Exum up to an 82. Shout out to the Mike Conley replacement. I think that's almost everybody. Isaac, Winslow. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to get the flat top off of Jaylen Brown. It's time to go. I don't even remember what hairstyles he had in a row, but I just threw this one on. I think the big teams to look out for next is probably teams like the Lakers, the Knicks, and the Suns. Like, are they going to overtake teams and force me to, you know, feed into them? I should have left Kawhi a free agent because I could have imagined him going to literally any of those teams, actually. The Suns, really the Knicks or the Lakers, I guess, because those are the big time teams. You know, I might rescind my decision. I'm gonna let it to be determined, honestly. It's kind of crazy to do, but I might take away your contract and send you to free agency if I feel like it, especially because Gasol is going to be a free agent too. Now, I would love to see LaMarcus Aldridge be on a better team as well if they're not going to win over there, but they've been really good all these years, to be fair. You know, and if that's what's on my mind, I do think the Spurs have some salary space. Let me go check that real quick. Yeah, they have 20 million in cap space. I'm actually going to lean into their last chance, last dance type of thing. And there's one team I've been trying to like semi clear out, and it's the Rockets. Oh wow, the Spurs actually did sign Lou Will. That's a cool little signing. So that means he left the Jazz, sadly though. Yeah, I'm gonna trade Eric Gordon and Pat Bev to the Spurs for a lottery protected first and an unprotected first and the carcass of Danny Green. I could easily add more to this, like Amir Johnson or Jeremy Lin or whatever, because the Spurs have the money to pay, and Danny Green's actually on a 10 million salary. This is well, it's not expiring, but I don't know why I always sign players to minimum extensions, which is basically expiring. It's like nothing. But I don't want to like make them OP. I don't want to underrate the 70 overall players. You know how I'm over here giving up mad picks for the 80s, but I don't want to underrate the 70s either. You know what? Let's for fair measure, just in case they need him, I'll throw in Trevor Ariza. How about that? Another doing a minimum extension. I won't even make him give him another pick for it. There you go. I just didn't want to give up like someone that's super important for it. He's not even gonna play on this team anyways. Who cares? You know what? I'm gonna let Charlotte get in on the slight fire sale over here in Houston. 3 second-round picks and Spencer Hawes, who's making 11 million this year, and then nothing after that. For Jeremy Lin to Houston, I mean, not to Houston, to Charlotte. He could either be the backup 1 or the 2 or whatever the hell they want to do with him. Who cares? Just looking at the roster, I'm like, damn, the roster is mad depleted for a team that, you know, proved us a pretty decent amount this past season. So yeah, screw it. Why not benefit them? The Rockets are a team that still needs a few more years of stacking up picks. All right, let's start the season. All right, so I've went all the way to the All-Star draft thing. Jokic just made his first All-Star team somehow, and then Devin Booker also did. And is his team playing well enough to justify it? Let's see. The Jazz are the first seed in the West. The Cavs are the first seed in the East. The West looks pretty normal. Okay, yeah, it looks super normal. The Lakers are trying to close in on a spot though. They're only half of the Pelicans. Oh, the yeah. It might be that time. It might be that time. The Damian Lillard Chronicles. It might be that time. And I honestly, I'm having the hunch of just getting it over with. Honestly, I don't want to waste too much time on it. I don't even remember what I gave up for Hassan Whiteside, but I don't even give a damn. The Blazers, you guys need to move on. If y'all are out here fighting with, you know what though, it makes perfect sense because look at like some of the teams they're behind. D'Angelo Russell is 1 overall lower than Lillard, and that was something I did notice, was like that I noticed in the player progression. Like Dame is not even a 90 overall, so it's Damian Lillard, legendary player, but as of overall wise, he's in the Mike Conley tier. Now he does make a lot of money though, but I mean for 22 and 6, I've seen Ty Lawson average better numbers. CJ is just about the same player damn near, so we might have a fire sale in Portland. Honestly, it might be time for them to give up. I've done my trying. My trying has worked for some teams and it hasn't worked for others. The Mavs are inching up right behind them as well, and they're working with rookie Luka and second-year Tatum. And the 8th seed in the West right now is Chris Dunn, Zach LaVine, Jarrett Allen, OG Anunoby, and the Pelicans. They got some dude named Doug Greer starting at the 4, and they are better than a lot of teams, including the Blazers. And he's actually playing pretty good. Shea's in the rotation near the bottom. Oh my God, forget near the bottom. I mean, he's averaging 15 points. Oh, okay, and he started most of the games actually, crazily enough. Also, why does he only have point guard on his player card? He should be able to play any position. Well, the 1 or the 2. Warriors are doing okay. They're the 7th seed. Same goes for the Wolves, I guess, a little bit. Spurs as well, somewhere down the middle, yeah. And then the Thunder, the Clippers, the Nuggets, and the Jazz, to be expected. The Nuggets are performing very, very well. You know, this team's got to stay together, let's be honest. And then the Cavs are number 1 in the East, but then you got the Sixers right behind them. The Sixers taking that leap. The Bulls are doing really well this year, so that's good. With mad big still, you know, fake small forward Taj Gibson. Okay, he's actually got center on his card. Like the Celtics are still slightly disappointing. I feel like they should be a little bit better. Maybe I'm expecting too much, honestly. Also, I did make Jaylen Brown a shooting guard. He's just not starting over Avery Bradley. The Bucks, you already got your Damian Lillard trade off. You got Kemba Walker, but they're the 5th seed. You know, they're damn near tied with the Celtics, so not that bad, but also whatever. Melo and the Wizards with John Wall, 6th seed. And then the Magic are up here at the 7th seed with De'Aaron Fox, Aaron Gordon in them. And it looks like they're actually alongside the Raptors, who are down to the 8th seed this year, which isn't insanely far off from the top of the conference, but or even the middle of the conference, but still, it's not the best look. So, oh damn, that sucks. But the Hornets are, yeah, not too good this year. I don't know what changed. I don't even know what happened. I mean, MKG's still here. He's just off the bench this year. I gave them Jeremy Lin. They still got Batum. They still got Kaminsky. They're starting John Collins for some reason. The Knicks with Jalen Brunson starting right now, because I made Ntilikina too, are 16 wins alongside the Pistons. So the real bad teams, okay, the Heat are really bad, to be expected. The Rockets are incredible. Oh my God, Raymond Felton is starting. And Kevin Knox is putting up garbage numbers. They were actually pretty good last. Oh wait, was it because I traded Harden mid-season, right? And then they kept the momentum. Maybe they just didn't have momentum, but also Raymond Felton is starting. And it's like damn near entirely his fault because he's shooting less than 30% from the field. And the crazy part is, I mean, Jamal Murray could just play point guard, right? Like, oh, do they not? Oh my God, they got Rodney Stuckey as their only other wing or guard, I should say. Yeah, wow, they're really in poverty. Maybe I shouldn't have traded all their players, but I mean, hey, I helped you tank, so screw it. Suns also stink this year, and the Grizzlies do, and yeah. So those teams, you know, yeah, they're not doing the best. Thought the Pacers would do a lot better with Lonzo, and I mean, this is a pretty decent team. And speaking of not very decent, 20 wins for the Nets. I mean, it's not a large amount, much more than the other trash teams, but the Nets literally have nothing going for them damn near. I mean, I guess they have almost all 80 overall lineup. That counts for something. The Hawks also with 21 wins with, you know, last team out of the playoffs with J.R. Smith, Jonathan Isaac, Ersan Ilyasova, DeAndre Ayton, and Dennis Schroeder. And yeah, I don't know what to tell you about the Raptors, honestly. I thought thought a few times about packaging Valanciunas and a few others to trade for like Chris Bosh, but they played so good that I didn't want to mess up their core. And well, now here we are, I guess. But whatever. They're only like 3 games out of the middle of the conference, so it is what it is. They're still in that realm of like, oh, we could still make the finals and we have the greatest run ever type of thing. Yep, this was the most obvious destination ever. We are gonna have the Philadelphia 76ers trade Lauri Markkanen, 3 first-round picks, one being from Sacramento this year, which will probably be like a late lottery first. Their own pick this year, top 5. Actually, you know what? Nah, this pick has no value. I'm gonna, but that's actually kind of when I was doing it, and I'm just gonna remove the top 5. The only way it would be top 5 is if the damn, I don't know, Philadelphia flooded into America or something. It drifted like Pangea up into the atmosphere and exploded. So yeah, these 3 weak first-round picks. I mean, this Kings one's pretty decent, and this 2021 Sixers one, who knows? 2 of them being this year, as well as 2 second-round picks and Lauri Markkanen for Dion Waiters and Damian Lillard to the Philadelphia 76ers. Obviously, Markkanen is probably going to reach a mid 80, maybe even high 80, 90, I don't know, something overall within the next few seasons, along with 3 firsts and 2 seconds. And you get Dion back. The Sixers actually kind of badly need someone like Waiter. Their only guards on the entire team that are really even playing are D Rose and Ben Simmons, and Ben's basically a damn power forward. So here's the trade. We're gonna do this. Obviously, like I said, I didn't want to treat Dame like he was in some insane tier because he really wasn't that good currently, but it was still a great return from it. If that, I mean, it's not like the AD one or the Harden one, of course, but you know. Next up, CJ McCollum is gonna get traded. I was actually thinking about trading him to the what was it, the Timberwolves, to join Anthony Davis and Cat, but it just didn't work out. They didn't have the assets. It just didn't make any sense. The Lakers are literally 1 game out of the playoffs. They're in the 9th seed, and I'm gonna help them bolster and make their playoff push. The one thing, literally the one thing they need is an even better shooting guard. I guess they only have 1 shooting guard. They've got their 2 small forwards with Ingram and Josh Jackson. They got Russell and Clarkson. They got Seth Curry. They got Randall and Larry Nance. They got Monroe and Zubats. What they need is CJ McCollum. Give him like a scoring lead, a consistent guy, adds a lot of value to a team. The Lakers can become a legit playoff threat like this season with him probably. I mean, we saw what the Blazers have done in the playoffs. They just kind of don't have it anymore. They fell behind. And so they get a good return here. Miles Bridges, 2 first-round picks, 1 being unprotected this year, so it'll be whatever the hell the Lakers end up as this year, and then a lottery protected next year. Actually, you know what? I'll take the I'll make this top 5 protected. If they really sell that bad, I'd be surprised. And so that's that. I actually like this trade a lot. CJ, a little bit of veteran leadership to this young Lakers squad, a little bit of veteran scoring, whatever the hell. This team's like young and athletic. They're not really great at defense or anything, but screw it. If you put ball and hoop enough and run a lot, you'll piss people off. All right, before I trade him, one thing I'm changing with this idiot Brook Lopez. Actually, I'm gonna lower his 3-pointer down to like a 40, but also he did also right. He has a 65 3-pointer and his tendency was like a 80. So I'm actually just gonna raise his 3 to screw it, an 83, so he can just hit 3s as well, because he was just gonna sabotage whatever team he went to. Hell, he was sabotaging this team probably. We'll just make the easiest swap ever and send Brook Lopez to the Wizards for Daniel House, Jason Smith, and 1 unprotected first. I'll throw in 2 seconds. I'm not trading Robert Williams I'm not trading him for Brook Lopez. Screw Brook Lopez. This bum can't even grab a rebound. But the Wizards needs anybody really. And really the only reason why I didn't give him Whiteside is because Whiteside makes too much money. And we're gonna go ahead and reward the last playoff team in the East, or the 7th seed in the East, the Magic, who are randomly just surprising everybody, and basically swap them Bismack Biyombo for better Bismack Biyombo and Hassan Whiteside, as well as offloading the contract of DJ Augustine, and really that's it. And Vlatko, throwing in Vlatko was a 1st-round pick this 2 seasons ago, whatever. He's not really that good, but who cares? And 2 1st-round picks, unprotected. One's actually in 2023, so either it's going to be less value because the Magic will have, you know, got their footing by then, or it'll be more value because they'll fall off. They decide. And then now the Magic will have Hassan Whiteside, Bojan Bogdanovic, Trevor Booker, and Ty Lawson. All of these dudes are older players, so they don't hold insane value, especially these 70 overall guys. And because they're giving us so many, I decided to throw in 2 picks instead of 1, or 1 in some seconds or whatever. So yeah, Magic, congrats. You now have a full-fledged rotation thing, because they really didn't. They had like Mario Hezonja starting the whole year, I think. Yeah, they had Fox, Gordon, Biyombo was starting, Fournier was starting. I think he still might actually. And I mean, he is averaging 16 points. He's been here the whole time, so I guess it's paid off. And yeah, Hezonja was starting. Simons has played a pretty big role. So has Mo Bamba. And now they just, you know, conjure up some more role players for the hell of it. All right, so that's that's the official rebuild of Portland enacted. Damn, this is D-Wade's last season. He about to retire. I'm gonna finesse the for the Bulls a little bit. Trade 1 second-round pick. I don't think he's worth the first, but 1 second-round pick and Anthony Morrow for Jeremy Lamb, who's on his expiring deal, 26 years old with the Pacers. The Pacers have been really bad this year. They also have him benched behind Marcus Smart currently, or really most of the season. Yeah, bring him to a real franchise. The damn Bulls, they need somebody over here. Also, Wade's about to retire soon. He'll probably like start eventually. I think we're good, honestly. I think that covers just about every team. It's more so time is the script writer at this point, because you still got to see how Luka pans out. Luka and Tatum, this team, you know what I'm saying? I'm definitely going to cater to them a lot. Hey, it says Fournier will re-sign with the Magic. They have been playing fantastic, and I can rip him off and take all of his money. Screw it, why not? I'm liking how all this starting to formulate so far. Luka's going to finish out in 2019 as the Rookie of the Year with 21, 6, and 6 a game. LeBron wins MVP again, 28, 9, and 8. Billy Hernan Gomez wins 6 Man of the Year. Giannis DPOY. Jamal Murray most improved. Shouldn't be too surprising. 25, 6, and 4 this year after the trade, although his team was absolutely garbage because Raymond Felton started. Tyronn Lue, 66 wins for the Cavs. Here's the first team. Shout out to Jokic. He made it this year. Wonder if he's actually passing the ball now. Yeah, 7 assists a game. That's pretty good. I actually do want to keep a close eye on this because like John Wall making the second team, Giannis making the first team, that tells me that these dudes are doing pretty damn good, which means that I got to make sure their teams are good too. And Jimmy Butler's just a dog. Damn, Kemba and Giannis made the All-NBA team. Rookie first team is Luka, Trey, Aiden, Jalen Brunson, and Jaren Jackson. Brunson averaged 15 on terrible efficiency with 6 assists. Kevin Knox wasn't too terrible, I guess, on the Rockets. All right, the playoffs are here. So the Nuggets were the best in the West by a decent little amount. Then the Jazz were second. I didn't have to help them at all this season. They just kept on pushing on. They've also got, oh no, I guess they had Willie Cauley-Stein last year too. But yeah, they're in their little back-to-back season of a top 3 seed. Spurs with their new additions, Eric Gordon and Patrick Beverly, and a full season of Marc Gasol, I'm pretty sure, for the first time. Or maybe not, I don't know. Clippers get the 5th seed, Warriors get 6th. I tried to help the Warriors out a few times, like look and see what I could do for them, but not much. The money wasn't easy, and Clay's actually expiring this year and is going to hit free agency, and honestly, wouldn't be entirely mad if he forced his way out. Try to help the Wolves and get them a 2 as well, but they have Rubio and Tyus Jones and Dragic. They could all, actually, none of them could play the 2. Damn, I low-key did not know that. I thought for sure Dragic would be able to play the 2. And a whole season went by without it. But Gary Neal wasn't too bad, so at least you got that. And Anthony Davis and Cat. And last but not least, the Lakers. As the Pelicans ended up falling out a little bit out of the playoffs. The Kings actually tied with the Lakers, but LA with CJ McCollum on the team now, able to take the last spot. Portland dropped to 29 wins after all their trades. And this pretty, I mean, at least you got Markkanen. And yeah, the Raptors finished with just 40 wins, so they didn't bounce back as the season went on. Magic ended up pretty decent with 42 wins. Melo, John Wall, and the Wizards go 6. Boston Celtics go 5. The Bulls end up separating themselves right around here in the middle. Actually, no, I think they were doing a little bit better, and they actually end up doing a little bit worse than the Bucks, who I actually didn't make any trades for, but I mean, their team is pretty good. The Bucks get 3rd seed. Sixers get 2nd with Damian Lillard, and the Cavs get number 1. So the Sixers were the 2nd best team in the league with the addition of Dame. And also, I never really mentioned this, but I made Ben Simmons a shooting guard / point guard because you got Otto Porter, Covington, Derrick Rose. They just have players galore. Leader in points was Steph Curry, D-Book, LeBron, KD, and Donovan was, damn, Donovan already that high up on here. Jokic was number 1 in rebounds. Assists was Chris Paul by far. Steals was Jimmy Butler. Field goal percentage was Ben Simmons, and 3-point percentage was JJ Redick. All right, first round, and good God, we are seeing 2 crazy upsets brewing potentially. As the Magic, good season, but you lose to the Sixers. Not too crazy to consider. The Bulls are going to lose to the Celtics. This one's not that crazy. It is an upset, quote unquote, but not really. Jimmy Butler had 41 points, but the 7th seed Bulls lose to the much more well-rounded Celtics. Paul George only had 10. And did he get benched, or no, he fouled out? Oh. The Nuggets make quick work of the Lakers. Not too crazy. The Warriors and the Timberwolves both get out of here. So AD and Cat are going to lose to Boogie, Westbrook, and KD. And then Golden State. Yeah, it's been kind of quiet for them. Steph, Clay, and Dirk. And I would assume, yeah, Dirk is done. He's retiring. He's 40 years old, for the love of God. And the Jazz, reigning champions, will move on. We have a couple game 7s. The Wizards and Bucks is a pretty cool series. And the Bucks just had a crazy comeback in the second half to win this one. Tony Snell had 33 points and he's averaging 21 in the playoffs. Crazy thing is, I remember there was a time where I accepted the team option for him when they were trying to decline it. It might have been this past offseason. It's only been so many. And now he's averaging 21 in a 7-game series. That is kind of insane. I'm not even sure why he's playing that much, but Beal, Melo, and John Wall, you're out of here to Tony Snell. The Spurs and the Clippers, 2 great teams, but the better one right here, as hey, maybe it would be be a good idea to let Kawhi leave because he is going to lose in the first round to the Clippers, who were the lower seed. And last but not least, can the Raptors pull off the 8th seed upset? No, they cannot. They're going to blow the 3-1 lead to LeBron James. Maybe it is LeBronto, even though they beat you last year. Celtics versus Cavs is always a good matchup, and Mo Paul George. The Bucks versus Sixers. Sixers look crazy compared to them at this point. I did say Dame was in like Kemba Walker tier, and well, they're a 1 overall difference. But aside from that, I mean, you got the startup of Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons. Noel's off the bench as well. Sixers just have the better overall core. James Harden and Jokic against, I just realized that Rudy Gay and Bledsoe ended up teaming up again from that early Kings team. That's random, but against Blake, CP3, and DeAndre. And then the GOAT tier Thunder against the Utah Jazz, the undefeated, undermanned, undefeated, but now defeated. The Utah Jazz are going to lose to the Thunder in 5 games. Maybe not too surprising, but you know, it is what it is. And every series, not one of them will go to 7. So Clippers, Celtics, and Bucks are all out of here. So we're going to get 1v2 in both conferences. The Cavs versus the Sixers, Dame versus Kyrie, Ben versus Drew Holiday, LeBron versus Robert Covington, I guess LeBron versus Ben Simmons, Joel versus Kevin Love, and then James Harden versus Russell Westbrook, and KD, DeMarcus versus Jokic. And it is 2-2 in both conference. The Cavs and the Sixers tied up, and the Cavs are going to win this one by 9 points. LeBron with 47. Is it finally time for Bron to just be Bron? And we could get them against the Thunder again, or Bron against KD again, but we're not going to, at least yet. Jokic went pretty crazy in this one. So did Gary Harris off the bench behind Harden. And KD just 7 for 19. Westbrook just 8 for 19, 2 for 10, and 0 for 5 from 3 from those two. Sixers will win the next one by 20 plus points. Embiid, Lillard, and Simmons all leading the way. And wow, an 18-35 quarter in favor of the Thunder to make this an insanely close 2 minutes to go game. Game 6, their season on the line. I thought it was just about to be over for them, but let's see, they have a chance. And you know what? I'm actually gonna pass this possession. I want to make sure all the matchups are good. Oh, you know what? They do have KCP though, because I saw Collison was guarding. Let me make sure about foul outs and stuff. Oh wow, Jokic fouled out. You know what? There's good defenders on both sides. Y'all will figure it out, especially Jokic fouled out. But Collison letting Westbrook get to the rim. He's gonna pass it out. Oh, Bledsoe was wide open. He'll swing it to Fareed. Fareed back out to Bledsoe. Bledsoe now is gonna have to take a contested shot probably, and he will get an open 3 anyways. He misses it though. Rebound, and KD now can extend the lead to a 2-possession game. Pass over to Westbrook. Westbrook, he's got Collison on the drive. He will get to the rim and get fouled by Fareed. That's his first foul. Collison, the first free throw is good, and the second one is as well. So they are running, well, Collison obviously had to stay in the game, so because he was at the line, so he's gonna still guard Harden. Oh, you know what? I could have put KCP on him. And they got KCP and Roberson. Where, man, put one of them too. I guess I did notice KCP is right over there, but hey, Collison's playing good defense right now, and Harden scores anyways. All right, KD back up the other way. He'll run the pick and roll with Boogie. Boogie's got Fareed on him, and KD gets the wide open fall away 3 to bring it back up to 6. With Jokic out, I mean, you still got James Harden right here though. I'm gonna say with Jokic out though, it does look like they are starting to run away with this. 1:11 to go. Harden will bully his way to the basket and all the way around KCP, or through him, I guess. KD again open deep mid-range. That is good. He is putting them in the dirt. Harden calls a timeout. I'm gonna be honest with you though, this game's over. So KD and the Thunder tie it back up. This game 7. The Cavs in their game 7, it looks like, yeah, they're gonna win. LeBron and Kyrie will make their first finals appearance of the video with Drew Holiday, not Justin Holiday, defeating Dame, Joel, Ben Simmons, and them in game 7 between the Nuggets and the Thunder. And we are gonna get the Elite Hype Beast finals. This is a nice little refresher after the Jazz and the Raptors. 28-11 from Harden in the loss. Jokic 22, 9, and 7, and Boogie 25. KCP with 23, outscoring KD and Westbrook. And we have the Cavs versus the Thunder. Westbrook versus Kyrie. LeBron versus KD. Love versus Boogie. First game is an easy win by the Cavs, and mostly because LeBron dropped 40 and Kyrie matched Westbrook's 27. The Thunder are barely gonna inch this one out here by 8 points. Westbrook had a triple-double and KD had 44. Yeah, they are in that one. Oh wow, this one got mad close at the end. I'm not even sure how this happened, but yeah, as you can see by the game, by, you know, the moment by moment, it was never actually this close until just now when Boogie hit a 3 with 2 seconds left. It didn't matter. That's what happened. And the Cavs are gonna win this one. Cavs will win another game. Kyrie and Bron with almost 40 apiece to beat that damn Thunder big 3. All right, 3-point deficit. The Thunder season is on the line here. It's still anybody's series because it's 2K and it's only a 3-1, and you know the Cavs came back from one of those already in this playoff run. So in the first round, right? Why does, oh, that's Dwight Howard. Okay, there you go. Oh yeah, Kyrie over there dribbling out the ball against Russ. He'll go left all the way. 2K, pass it down to Dwight. Dwight will get fouled. That's not really ideal, but whatever. Either way, you get a guy at the free throw line. His name just happens to be Dwight Howard, and that 50% goes in your favor. Now it's a 4-point lead. Boogie, sorry, I was looking at something. This man, Boogie, wait, what just happened here? It was pretty quick, though. KD passed it down to Boogie. He beat Dwight Howard on the cut, and then enough defense there by Dwight to make Boogie miss the layup. Now Bron's got it. Could extend the lead to 7 and try and win this championship on their home floor. Kyrie trying to cook Westbrook real quick. He's gonna hit a little hezzy, go to the right, pass back out to Love. Now it's over to Bron. Bron's guarded by Boogie right now. Oh, they must have got a switch or something. And now they're actually gonna call a pick and roll anyways. He misses that rebound by Westbrook. Russ trying to get around Kyrie. He'll hand it off to Boogie. Boogie now back out to Roberson. The screen off the ball for KD. Now one for Russ. Russ post up against Kyrie. High post at the free throw line. Back out to a wide open KD. He doesn't shoot the ball. Good God, Ben Simmons, KD, and he will take a garbage shot that goes in. They cut the lead to 3. It's anybody's game. Cavs will need a bucket here, and they're going to run Kyrie and Dwight on the pick and roll. Get Boogie in action. That's kind of smart. And oh boy, down to Dwight. Dwight misses the layup. Dwight Howard in his second ever finals appearance, selling. And KD is guarded by Kevin Love right now. This is not good. And I mean, that is his matchup, but he misses it. The rebound by, it is Drew Holiday. I couldn't tell who that was. He's wearing number 1 with a headband on. And I mean, yeah, that's Drew. Yeah, he will hit the free throw, and it looks like the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to win the 2019 NBA championship. He misses the second one. They don't call a timeout. KD now over to Boogie, who will pull the 3. That is good. Cavs will call a timeout. There's still a little bit of time. I actually wanted to see if Boogie ever started shooting threes. I never really. Okay, yeah. I mean, he hits some threes. He doesn't really shoot a lot of them. He has an 81 now. Let's see if the Cavs they're going to get fouled with 0.9 to go. The Thunder do still have a timeout, so it's not impossible. Drew will make the first, and Drew misses the second. They're going to take their timeout. It took 0.3 of a second off the clock, but I mean, it's still possible. They got to pass this ball to the corner. They always either pass it dumb far near the top, or they pass it to the corner, and that's when they get it off, and it does. Oh no, they're passing to Westbrook at the top of the key. He bricks it, and that is it. Game 5 win. Cleveland will win another championship, their first since 2016. And in that span, you had the Bulls win in 2017, the Jazz win in 2018, and now you're back to the Cavs. LeBron, of course, finals MVP along with the regular season MVP. And this team, I mean, Dwight Howard, Drew Holiday joined the team. There's been a lot of other teams who had a lot more done for them, but of course they have the big 3 of LeBron, Kyrie, and Caleb anyways. Kyrie with 41 in this one on 15 for 21 shooting. And this was supposed to be LeBron's first season in LA Lakers, but yeah, hell no. Hell no. 67 from the field, 76 from the free throw line, and 46 from 3 en route to his, I guess this is his 5th. Wait, is it? No, his 4th championship. KCP was their leading scorer in that game. Whereas, yeah, it's something about the consistency because LeBron and Kyrie were their leading scorers for the Cavs in every single game of the finals. There was only 5 games to be fair, but still. To be fair, KD, Westbrook, and Boogie were always their top scorer until this last game, but it is what it is. I feel like there's gotta be some mix-up changes around the league about now, because we're starting to see the same culprits start to get bounced early, be disappointing, blah, 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 whatever. I feel like this whole Wizards experiment hasn't really worked, sadly, and Melo is a free agent. So I think it's safe to say we could let Melo do what he wants, or I might even direct him to do what I want him to do. But granted, Melo is also like 35, so he's not going to make a huge difference. But he did average 20 this season on efficient shooting relatively, and 21 in the playoffs. So he can be a big impact player somewhere else. Boston, it's up to you guys. I think the other teams that's kind of in my mind, obviously Kawhi Leonard and the Spurs, but also the Warriors, like Klay Thompson, also a free agent. Could we maybe see Klay Thompson, I don't even know if this is possible. Maybe one of these guys end up in Minnesota, join Wiggins, Towns, and AD, maybe make some salary space and trade Wiggins. I don't know. And then there's also just I'm kind of underestimating this too. Like, I'm pretty sure the Kings have a ton of salary cap space, and they are a really good young budding team with this whole Oladipo Sabonis thing. They probably got it the best out of all the teams by getting Oladipo and Sabonis. If anything, that would have been a good trade also, which to be fair, Thunder did just get to the finals, but would have been kind kind of good to also see maybe like AD. Although it was actually, I remember it was the money. Boogie was making like 16 million, and that was pretty easy to trade for. And he's probably a better fit for them than like Paul George would have been with this team. Dirk is gonna officially retire. So is Zebo. I could keep Zebo around, but I'll let him retire. Screw it. D Wade. Yeah, I think I'm cool with letting D Wade retire. He's a 77 overall. He's 37. He won a ring in Chicago as well. He's been helping keep them afloat, but come on, let's be for real. Okay, now Iggy's kind of crazy. Iggy's kind of crazy. Tony Allen, you pissed me off, but screw it, you're gone, I guess. Crazily enough, I actually re-signed Joakim Noah for another few seasons, but you know what? He still has, what is it, 1 year left at 19 million? Yeah, you could retire. That's fine by me. Shoot, give the Knicks some more money. They can go, hey, I told you I wanted them to try and sign somebody. Greg Popovich retired, and Tom Thibodeau. That's, yeah, hell no. Neither one of you are retiring. Screw both of you. You ain't doing that. D-Wade, Tony Parker, and Dirk. I didn't even peep that Tony retired, but yeah, I guess. I still am on a whim about if I want to screw over the Spurs a little bit and let Kawhi, not really screw him over, but I actually think I had to have done it during the season though, because I don't think, hold on, let me test it out. Yeah, no, I can't get rid of his contract, because so screw it. At the very least, he's gonna get traded from there, not necessarily just dip off or whatever. Let's go ahead and see what this draft lottery talking about. So obviously this is for Zion. The Nets via Houston, is that for real? I think this was protected. I think I remember seeing this, and if it wasn't, then the last one was, and this one's BS, and it still should be with the original team. And then Celtics via Memphis. I don't remember doing any of these, but I think I remember the Celtics having that pick in real life, so I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. Trailblazers, did someone move up? No, I don't think so. I guess the Kings didn't have their pick. Oh yeah, because they traded it this season, right? Or I don't even, it's too much to keep track of at this point, but anyways, Knicks selected Jalen Brunson last year. Fantastic pick, if I do say so myself. This is also the first year with the new lottery change where it's top 4, odd thing, and the Suns have just jumped from 8 to the top 4, so more good luck for the Suns, who have Donovan Mitchell and Devin Booker together. This will be another addition to that team. And the Nets will fall to number 5 via Houston's pick. Didn't even, damn, wait, wasn't Houston supposed to be number 1? Wasn't Houston like the worst team? Okay, the Suns go up to number 4. The Suns also get number 3 via oh my God. The Hawks will get the 2nd pick, and that means I believe the Pacers are going to get the number 1 overall pick. This is a very crazy lottery, and I kind of have to do some investigative journalism to figure out what's going on here with some of these picks. Oh yeah, I remember one of the last times. Okay, so I definitely personally did not trade this Suns Miami pick, and in real life, Miami selected Tyler Hero in this draft. So I 1000% did. I also never made any trades in favor of the Heat, like giving them, I don't think I ever acquired a role player for them for a draft pick. So, and it definitely wasn't from the Suns. So yeah, I'm just gonna reverse this. Also, I wasn't gonna give them, I'll give you this Minnesota first. Screw it. There you go. Make it fair. Not really at all. So now the Heat are back at number 3, the Suns at number 4. If I'm remembering correctly, I think the Nets Houston pick, this pick, could have been involved with Jeremy Lin. I think Lin started off this video on the Nets. I could be wrong though. But even if I'm wrong, I'm gonna let Houston suffer. You know why? Because the Nets finally got a top 5 pick, and their own pick is number 12. If I really wanted to be fair, I could just trade their number 1 pick, number 12 pick to Houston and say, screw it, y'all can deal with that. I might even do that. Probably not. I won't do it. I'm gonna let Houston suffer though this year. Screw it. Yeah, Houston, damn, they were the worst. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do like some sort of swap thing here. I'm gonna trade Brooklyn's pick to Houston, or we'll do the 28th pick in the draft. There you go. So now the Rockets have pick 12. They're gonna get somebody out of here. And then Celtics via Memphis. I mean, can I be honest with you? I don't even remember how this went down. I don't think I traded anybody from the Grizzlies to the Celtics. So this must have happened before the video started. Don't care. I'm gonna give this pick back to the Grizzlies, especially, you know, and I'll give them I'll give the Celtics 2 second-round picks and the 25th pick. I don't know. And now that pick's back with the Grizzlies, so that settles things. Look at all the picks traded outside the lottery. Good God, traded every damn pick in the book except for the top picks. Even without the trades I just fixed, most of them weren't traded, whereas outside the lottery, that is a bloodbath. I think let's just start with seeing how the draft goes. I don't think there's much else to it. First pick, the Pacers. So I haven't really even looked at this honestly whatsoever, but yeah, it's gonna be Zion, and he's actually, this is perfect. Yeah, this is perfect. We're gonna have Lonzo and Zion united/reunited from another universe, with Miles Turner, with defensive Miles Turner plus Zion defensive Lonzo, you know what I'm saying, to make up for Zion's no defense having himself. You got Michael Porter Jr. out here and Kyle Kuzma. MPJ still got a lot of room to grow, I would assume, and Kuzma maybe they can get up to like an 80 or 81 or something. But yeah, Zion Williamson, welcome to this team. Perfect fit, works well. Second overall pick, the Atlanta Hawks. They got DeAndre Ayton last year early in the draft. I think he was the right pick considering that they played pretty well. I think they played well. How did they get this pick? Did they jump up? Did I already forget that they jumped up? I don't know. So they're working currently now. Let's be honest. There's no one else you could pick except for Ja Morant here. There's no one. It just has to be Ja. So it's got to be the end of Dennis Schroeder in Atlanta. It's been a fantastic run. They also have Terry Rozier. They also have Elfrid Payton, I guess. So we're gonna have to find a way to get Dennis Schroeder out of here. But for now, you know what? Let's just focus on right now with this. So I'm gonna pick Ja. Obviously, he's gonna get picked. Miami Heat next up. This is tough because this is actually pretty tough. Now, number 3 ranked in the mock or whatever the hell you want to call this is Darius Garland. But I can't do it. They have Trae Young. Not only do they have Trae Young, they have Trae Young and they have Colin Sexton. They have a new fake Cavs backcourt. I can't draft Darius Garland to beat. So the obvious pick would be RJ Barrett. But the question is, now this is a problem too, because the Suns don't need him really. The Suns though, you could rationalize it at least. We'll bring Darius and Donovan Mitchell back together again probably, and then put D-Book at the 3, I guess. They'll just have to be weird and figure it out because I'm sorry, you're gonna have to get talent. And there's not many other people in this draft I would pick over these guys. I mean, one of the only other ones, maybe Kobe White, has ended up pretty good in real life recently. Jordan Poole's cool. Nas Reed, not good enough to get picked this high up. Tyler Hero's cool, but Bol's down here. Who else? Just want to see for future picks as well. Y'all probably forget you guys by the time I got to get to the next pick. But you know what sucks is like I was looking to maybe trade down, and not that this would have been specifically it because the Nets have the 5th pick, and I was like, oh, what if I took Malik Monk in the 5th pick for the 3rd pick and something else and put that on Miami? You know, that'd be a good fit, as well as like they can move down and just draft somebody else and take Malik. But the problem is, like, as of this moment, Malik is an expired team option. 2K needs to change this. They honestly do. They need to just make the team option period before the draft, just so that you can trade these guys, because this gets really annoying when you can't trade players on here, specifically for this type of thing. And now, like, if I'm rebuilding a team, I'll usually work around it because I know to prepare for it. But in this type of league, I mean, I guess it's rare you're controlling this many teams, but nonetheless. So I'm gonna just go ahead and make the pick that I said. RJ Barrett. He got to go a little bit off of fit. He'll probably be, let me see, all NBA potential, same as Darius Garland. So screw it, that works. Suns, yeah, we have to go with Garland. And you know, he's a 75, so maybe I could even just kind of at the beginning just kind of let him chill off the bench and then see what happens from there. There's just no world where I can pick DeAndre Hunter over him. So we'll go Garland next. So that leaves the Nets, and you know, honestly, yeah, it's a pretty foolproof pick here. So potential wise, the only other guys with like all-star is, actually says Kevin Porter Jr., Brandon Clark, Nasir Little. It's especially because he's ranked this highly, it's going to have to be Kobe White and be the new point guard for Brooklyn. They don't have anybody dedicated to play point guard. Detroit, this is Pascal Siakam, Dennis Smith Jr. Tobias Harris was asking me to sign to an extension for a while, but I decided not to because I didn't want to force him to stay here because that just didn't seem right. But at the same time, I also didn't know where the hell to trade him. And why the hell is Reggie Jackson making $18 million? Anyways, they just drafted Mitchell Robinson last year. Did I draft him? So wait, did I draft him before like Wendell? And he better take a big jump this year. I'm actually gonna be mad if he doesn't. I might even look at his player. I'm gonna forget, but I'm gonna make sure this dude takes a big jump because I drafted him like 8th, and that was before Wendell Carter, who I just saw as like a 78. Like, that's pretty good. As long as Robinson ends up better though. That's the whole thing with this Pistons team. They're just not good. And he didn't start one game last year. They kept Boban over him the entire year. But anyways, they got the point guard and the power forward settled. Everything else is kind of fair game. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Knowing what I know, I'm gonna have to dive into the bag a little bit down in here and just take Tyler Hero. It just wouldn't make sense to draft DeAndre Hunter, which says is gonna be a starter, over Tyler Hero. So he's also probably the best player available. Next up, the Grizzlies. I stole this pick back for them. Jaren Jackson was a cool dude to get last year. Plus you got Dante Exum, as well as Hartenstein, I guess, who's a decent big. He'll probably be like an 80 overall at some point soon. You know what? For this Grizzlies team, I'm gonna take Cam Reddish, and hopefully he 1000% turns into something. He's the second highest rated player after Hunter here, at least in the ratings, and then overall he's not that bad either. I'm gonna try and make sure that he turns into something, so something good, because he fits this team pretty well. Not gonna be great off the rip, but that's all right. Oh, the Mavericks. Okay, so Luka and Tatum, what do they need? This is tough because it seems like very rationally they are scouting out the centers, and it looks like the best. Oh, there goes Bol. Scout, what's it called, going up the rankings. Hey, Bol is a damn, do I just get Bol? It's kind of tough. I think I'm gonna get Jackson Hayes. It's tough. You know what, I gotta get the Daniel Gafford. Ironically, he's like right down here. The Daniel Gafford, what's the other dude's name? Derek Lively brand of player, Jackson Hayes. It looks like he's got the best shot of being that. He's ranked top 10 on every single draft board right now. Bol just simply shoots up on one of them, and it says he has starter potential. But my thing is, I rock with Bol. You know what? Screw it. I'll try and remember to make Bol become that guy. And even if he ends up like the power forward and not a good enough rebounder, because what's really swaying me right now is that it says Bol's a 74 overall, so he's tied as the same overall as Jackson Hayes, and he has all-star potential, and he's 7'2". All right, Bol, fine, pull up. Sadly, the Hornets back in the lottery yet again. I'll be honest with you, this draft is so mediocre. I almost just don't even want to draft half of these picks. Like, it's cool, but it's not a make or break pick regardless of what you choose on here. I'm gonna let the CPU do it. Swear, I'm really gonna do it. So the Hornets drafted Rui. The Blazers, actually, after their little fake tank, this is a good pick to get for them, Jordan Poole. The Knicks got DeAndre Hunter. I was actually, not gonna lie to you, I was actually kind of hoping he went there because, you know, low ceiling but good overall player. Probably at this point in the draft gonna match the ceiling. My thing was like the Hornets already have MKG and Nick Batum, and it's like that's just a super redundant player. But then I was looking through everybody else, and I'm like, nobody else excites me in this entire thing. Nobody else had all-star potential, nothing like that. So I just didn't want to draft any of these bastards. And I mean, you know, not granted, not a terrible draft after that, but it's just boring. Hey, actually, let me make sure I keep my word. Bol and Cam Reddish, the Grizzlies and the Mavs. Yeah, so that's how they get you. So like his minimum and regular potential were like, they're both like 78 and 79, but his max potential was an 87. And then look at his boom percent was a 4. So, you know, I want to make him a little bit, I don't want him to be this good though. That's kind of OD, like somewhere around like here. Just a good center. I don't need him changing the league's history or whatever. And no lie, I really like how this Pelicans team is coming together. If Shea's about to take another jump as well. Hey, Marc Gasol did decline his player option, and honestly, I'm fine with being free to let him go where he wants to an extent. Like basically, I'm just saying I'm fine with him leaving the Spurs, and I'm definitely going through these team options every single year because there's some dumb ones that they try to let go of every single year. Like why, even if let's say Josh Jackson has a low ceiling, why would the Lakers let go? He's a 78 overall. He's playing good. Doesn't even make sense. Okay, he's actually not playing good, but he's young. You know, he's got time. Oh, and you know who else is a free agent is James Harden, and totally forgot. All right, free agency. So Harden, oh my goodness, he is. He's trying to sign with the Warriors, but I can't allow that because why is Jokic in? Oh, I don't know why he's unrestricted. Oh, he's a second-round pick. That's why. But the bastard didn't want to re-sign. But nobody's offered him. All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to have a lot of infliction on this free agency. Let's just say that much. Let me just tell you, there is so much going on right now that it is bound to get weird. Like it is about to get weird. Okay, it is officially over free agency, and this was, I can say confidently, the craziest free agency in NBA history up to this point. Maybe not that I've ever seen in 2K, but a lot of stuff went down. Let's start off with a lighter portion of this, and yes, this is a lighter portion of this. The Knicks gave the bag to Kemba Walker, which, by the way, okay, let me just give you some insight. A lot of this stuff was honed in by me, like I made sure it happened, but it was kind of suggested by the CPU when Kemba's top offer was the Knicks. So I was like, okay, bet. I'll just make sure, dial it in, let's get it done. And so Kemba left Milwaukee and joined the Knicks. Obviously, you know, Kemba is from New York, and he was happy to even join the Knicks like 2 or 3 years after this, after his whole Boston stint didn't work out. But he's actually in his prime still, and well, whatever, that doesn't really matter. Too much to go through right now to dwell on that. Anyways, the Bucks actually replaced him with Eric Bledsoe, who they had in real life. And yes, that means Bledsoe left the Nuggets. And trust me, there's a lot more news with the Nuggets. And they also replaced him with Jeremy Lin and Eric Bledsoe. So I mean, at the very least, they got some depth, got a starter. I actually didn't do this. They just did this on their own. Then all absolute hell broke loose when the Golden State Warriors started the pursuit. The biggest thing that dictated the entirety of free agency was James Harden. And what happened was the Warriors were at the top of Harden's list. Eventually, they decided to keep Klay Thompson and let Harden go. Even though Harden was ready to sign with them, they just decided to side with Klay anyways. It honestly just doesn't fit wise. It literally would be insane for them to have Harden and Klay. Also, to be honest with you, Harden and Klay averaged almost the exact same stats this past season, except Klay was more efficient. Granted, Klay doesn't bring the playmaking of Harden, but nonetheless, all in all, they keep Klay, and you know, still in the middle ground for now. Even if they got Harden, they still would be like, but this is where things get insane. James Harden, after being just not, coming to terms with the Warriors, decided to sign with the San Antonio Spurs. He was so vehemently against going back to the Nuggets, I couldn't even, like, in my mind force him to go back. Every single time they would offer him a 5-year max and they would be at the bottom of the list. He did not want to go back to Colorado. And honestly, it's the most James Harden thing ever to make that a thing. So I had to let him go. I literally said I was going to keep the Nuggets together, and they are not together anymore. James Harden is on the Spurs alongside Kawhi Leonard. So obviously now LaMarcus actually just went down 2 overalls. I'm actually kind of mad at that. So mad that I'm actually going to bring him back up 2 overalls. And I'm going to make his peak end age 36. I'm going to give him 2 more years. That seemed pretty fair. They also, as they lost Marc Gasol, they actually replaced him with Vooch. This is another thing they did they did all this on their own. I didn't force him to sign Harden. I didn't force him to sign Vooch, but I was like, this is getting so interesting. I'm just going to keep letting it rock. By the way, I don't know, why did Murray not? Oh, you know what? This is one of them roster things where the dude must have not made it good enough, because yeah, Murray should be a way higher overall than a 78. I'm actually going to bolster him up a bit because I've been waiting for him to get, I'm going to put him up to a 72, 82. I mean, nothing too crazy. He's still got some room to grow as well. So this is San Antonio now. Now the ripple effect from that was that Marc Gasol decided to leave and join the Washington Wizards, where, by the way, he's still an 89 overall. The player progression has passed. And Melo also re-signed alongside him. They both got good money for old men, but the Wizards, they had to take what they could get, and this is what they could get at this point. So they signed both Marc Gasol and Melo back. And this is where the last piece of the puzzle really falls. And I might be forgetting 1 or 2 things, but the Nuggets are done. This is the most like insane turn of events that I honestly didn't even plan on happening. But James Harden is such a damn disruptor that he disrupted my own script. He took the pen and he just scribbled out the page. I said I wanted to keep the Nuggets together, but James Harden kept saying, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, and went to the damn Warriors, the Spurs, he went to Taiwan before he would go to Denver. So Denver is now sitting here with no draft picks for years and nothing to look for. I might have to find a way to get Gary Harris out of here for like a first or something, because they have nothing to look forward to. Literally, this team is barren wasteland. This is actually the worst situation in the entire thing, because the team that signed Jokic, and yeah, Jokic, he's not a disruptor. He cares. That's kind of my point. He acts like he don't care, but he wants to win. He didn't want to just go back after being the first seed and knowing how good this league is, go back to old Danilo Gallinari and Kenneth Faried. So Jokic went to a team that has been awaiting a star, a big market team, and a champion at that, who had the cap space for him, the Chicago Bulls. And this is another event where they were at the top of his list. Actually, I will say they had like the Nets and I don't even know who else. He damn near signed with the Nets. I said, oh hell no. His second option was the Bulls, and this is honestly where I would have chosen for him to go to if it was to leave the Nuggets. And so he is gonna join Jimmy Butler in his prime, as well as Serge Ibaka, Chris Bosh, Jeff Teague, Mirotic. And this team, actually, I don't believe they really used it, but they actually have an extra $15 million in cap space, and they didn't use it. So if there's any like trades I can, finesse with pick. What's funny? I'm gonna be honest with you. After I saw he was gonna go to the Bulls, I was like, I might actually just go ahead and trade a first-round pick or 2 to the Nuggets for Gary Harris. You know what? Let's just do it. And part of me was like, if I was the Nuggets, I would not want to deal with the team who just stole my star. But let's be honest, blame James Harden. Don't blame us. Yeah, we'll consider it like a fake sign and trade. Andre Iguodala, who's making the $10 million that matches up, which I honestly thought they had the cap space, but I guess they lied to me because they don't currently. Unless I would maybe have to like package all of these minimum contract players together, which I'm not doing. Old Andre Iguodala and 2 first-round picks, call it a sign and trade or something, for Gary Harris, who's been Jokic's teammate for years now, and he shoots 40% plus from the field and from 3. So that's pretty damn good. And the Bulls have literally been needing a shooting guard, or at least someone to offset Jimmy Butler, a small forward, shooting guard, whatever, for years on end. So he'll be the starter over here. He's an 84 overall, so I think this is worthwhile. And there you go. Aside from that, I don't think oh, you know what else actually happened? One last thing as I scroll over the Sixers. One decently sized thing as Nerlens Noel was offered a decent little bag from the Suns to dip off. And he's been the power forward next to Embiid, but he will finally be able to play legit center rather than being, bench / power forward / whatever. And also, you know what else I'm gonna do too for the Suns? Let's just off rip just go ahead and move Booker to the small forward, and Mitchell can stay at the 2. And then if they want to start, they're gonna probably have to start Garland. And D-Book, you're 6'6", he'll deal with it. And you know what? Since he can't shoot, I'm actually gonna move Ben Simmons, who's a 95 overall, by the way. He'll stay the same. I'm gonna put him at power forward. He'll take Dario Saric's starting spot, but Dion Waiters or Derrick Rose will start or whatever. And there's a lot of situations to monitor around this league still to this moment, but at the same time, it's also weirdly kind of in the same spot. It's just the Nuggets Nuggets just got hoed like to hell. It's bad. 2019-20. This has been an absolutely insane experience thus far. I'm gonna move this season along to the that free agency took so long. I'm gonna move that season along real quick. All right, it's the All-Star break. LeBron and KD are the captains. Ben Simmons makes the All-Star team. Luka makes the All-Star team. Luka's the only first time, which I don't even think Jason Tatum's here, but you know, Luka's a stat sheet stuffer though, so it's not too surprising. The Bulls are the #1 seed with Nikola Jokic in the Eastern Conference. I still think that Gary Harris trade is pretty worthwhile for the Nuggets. They have no picks ever, so yeah. And speaking of that, shout out to the Rockets. The Rockets are making out like bandits in this, and good God, that's what happens. Even the script can't save him. And why is Jordan McLaughlin? I should just make Jamal Murray a point guard, but you know what? They're in the playoffs, so I'm not even gonna. Anyways, the Nuggets are 10-40, but you know who's worse? The Pistons. I don't even know how. Mitchell Robinson took a nice little jump to a 76. Doesn't really matter. I think the Pistons have all their pick. They should. The Heat, they're also trash. The Hawks are trash. The Raptors are trash. 19 wins. Oh, come on. I saw they signed Tobias Harris. I didn't overthink that because, you know, it's a good signing, but I guess it's not. They also have Rondé Hollis Jefferson now, and the Raptors suck. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Can I trade DeRozan and Lowry in a package deal somewhere else, or should I let them? But I mean, the Raptors are supposed to be contending. This is not good, and I don't know what to. Oh my God, Lowry's 33. We might have to break it up, man. It might have to be over. The Bucks are also missing the playoffs. Look who is in the playoffs. The Pacers, the new era, the Zion-led Pacers with Lonzo and Miles Turner. The Knicks definitely had to take someone's spot. I mean, I didn't think it was a guarantee, but it is, I guess. With an 87 overall Frank Ntilikina, Kemba Walker, new signee. He's averaging 5 less points than last season. A little bit less efficient, but it doesn't really matter. Porzingis, probably been waiting for a team for the past 1,000,000 years, and he finally got one. And then Okafor, averaging 20 a game. This is definitely like a Mickey team in a way. Not really though, honestly, because I mean, they were just trashed last season. Kemba Walker is the one making all the difference right now, and he was a legit hold these dollars signing. The Magic are back yet again in the playoffs. I did notice they signed Jeremy Lamb. I had traded him to Chicago, but I don't think Chicago regrets their offseason decisions because they lost him, but who cares? The Wizards are top 5 again with Melo and Gasol. The Celtics are also top 5. Sixers, Cavs, and then yeah. Only thing I did for the Cavs was re-sign Dwight Howard, and he actually got older, so maybe that was a miss. I just realized that Harden's back together with Pat Bev, but yeah, there you go. And yeah, the Spurs are the Spurs. They have 39 wins, second best in the league. The Jazz are still, I have an idea. Anyways, the Jazz are still going. The Thunder are still going decently strong, 34 wins for them. The Suns, the Phoenix Suns, 34 wins. Oh yeah, the league's starting to get weird. I like it. Oh, the Kings are the 5th seed. The Clippers are the 6th seed, still hanging in there. The Timberwolves, okay. Timberwolves are 7. I have 2 ideas now. The Rockets are, well, yeah, I already went over this, but the Rockets are 8. Yeah, Rockets are a team I can't fully double down on yet, but I mean, hey, and you know what too though? They're about to have all these picks as well. They're like the modern day Celtics or whatever. And they got Clint Capella and Yusuf Nurkic starting together, and it's working. I'm actually surprised the Lakers aren't better. Look at this team. They got almost 490 overalls in the starting lineup, but they're 9th. I mean, not terrible. The Mavs are just missing the supporting pieces right now, so we'll let them figure it out as time goes on. Shea is 1000% starting now with Jared Vanderbilt at the 4 OG, Jared Allen. Ugh, the Warriors are down to the 12th seed. Okay. There is 2 teams we got to look at, the Raptors and the Warriors. Now, when I said I had an idea a couple times, it was mostly in relation to the Raptors, but now the Warriors are bad too. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you got your team back too. Like, how 20 wins? Y'all got outdated, man. It's over. I'm not gonna lie, it's just over. It's over. Draymond's getting worse too. I think he got a little bit worse. Is Steph expiring too, or no? Did he resign? He's got 1 year left. Yeah, Steph hasn't won anything in a long time. You know what? I'm not gonna break up Golden State yet. Golden State's the one I'm not confident in breaking up because Steph is still only 31. I think you give it 1 more year. It feels right. It feels right to do that, honestly. It doesn't feel right to trade Steph just yet. I know they're having a really bad season, but maybe another like free agency under their belt, another offseason in general, maybe a draft pick, maybe a trade. Maybe they get lucky, trade a good draft pick. This is the James Wiseman draft. You know, maybe this is really just meant to happen. With that being said, Toronto, 19 wins in the East, dog. Same as the Brooklyn Nets. Oh man, I'm sorry. It's over. It's just over. It's just crazy because it doesn't make sense. All right, so the Raptors are going to trade Andre Drummond for 4 second-round picks, 2 first-round picks, and Bismack Biyombo to the Bucks. And the Bucks will trade Steven Adams to the Blazers for Bismack Biyombo and whatever. I mean, it's a 3-team trade. Steven Adams seems like a cursed player, honestly, but he just can't hit shots, doesn't grab enough rebounds, it looks like so far. But the Blazers are a few years away from being a few years away, so they'll take his bad contract in replacement for, well, I don't know, he's a better player than Biyombo. Biyombo's on a 1-year expiring. That'll go to the Raptors. And then in turn, the Bucks get Drummond, who's actually on a multi-year deal. It's kind of lying on this screen for some reason. And I realized that I mean, I gave them Kemba Walker all those years ago. And honestly, I'd rather have Bledsoe plus Jeremy Lin plus Drummond than Kemba Walker. But nonetheless, I got to give more attention to this Bucks team because it's Giannis. Giannis has to be winning by now. He has to be doing something. And to be outside the playoffs. Now, if I really genuinely wanted to try and somehow give them some combination of both players like Lowry but it's a little bit too much money to work with here. So they're just going to get Drummond in this. And yeah, sayonara to Andre Drummond. Thank you for the one super competitive finals bound season over here in Toronto. And honestly, he was the last one I planned on trading, but it just ended up working out that way. All right, we are going to trade Kyle Lowry from the Raptors along with Terrence Ross and Tobias Harris for Gorgie Jang, Tyus Jones, Dylan Brooks, 2 young, decent players the Raptors to hold on to, as well as 2 first-round picks from Minnesota. Just 2, because you get 2 good young players. Lowry is 33, soon to be 34 years old, whenever the hell his birthday is. Harris, obviously, I mean, I wouldn't say he's not like a 1-year rental, but he's just a whatever the hell filler MLE player. And this, I am catering here to the Timberwolves, who I'm not disappointed in, but considering their team, they gotta get some eventually. So lock in Timberwolves. There you go. And last but not least, I'm going to trade DeMar DeRozan and Rondae Hollis-Jefferson to the Knicks for Jan Mahimi, Courtney Lee, which is salary filler, which is I'm about to get to actually in a second. DeAndre Hunter, 2.5-star young player, just drafted this past draft, and 3 first-round picks. I actually was originally going to trade DeRozan to the Clippers, and because I noticed they had Harrison Barnes, and what it was going to be was Barnes was going to get it sent in a 3-team deal to the Knicks, because I noticed the Knicks had the highest salary filler guy that wasn't in the rotation in the entire league with Jan Mahimi at 15 million. But then I was like, wait, why would the Knicks do this? Why wouldn't they just take DeRozan? And it's not like I was trying to be like all, cool and whatever and send him back to LA, but it's not, I'm sending him to New York. That's pretty cool. And because I'm getting Rondae in this as well, who's at 80, I'm actually going to double back and just give the Raptors a couple second-round picks as well. This is already a lot as is, though. Actually, you're good here. I think I'm being over unbiased because it's the Knicks, but 3 first-round picks, DeAndre Hunter for DeMar DeRozan, and I'll have the Knicks put DeRozan at the 3, so he'll start over Josh Hart now. He'll give them another super legitimate scoring option, and they have a lot of those. If anything, Frank Ntilikina is probably the only player in the starting lineup playing any defense. Yeah, he's got a 95 perimeter defense. He's got a lot of badges. They're all silver, though. Sounds about right. And so they've got their core locked up for some years. And speaking of that, I'm actually going to look at extensions and stuff around the league. Actually, I do have one more player to trade. I'm going to trade Jonas Valanciunas to the Mavericks for Mo Wagner and 3 second-round picks. They're probably the most decent to solid team that kind of needs a center. Their best center right now is all 74 overalls. So Valanciunas, welcome to Dallas, as they make like a little fake playoff push. And you know what? Thankfully, second-round picks are actually valuable this year because they actually draft them in 2K now. And here's your new look Raptors. Sadly, it's over. I really didn't want to do it to them. There's still teams out here looming like the Hawks, so I'm kind of just letting build up, which by the way, is Ja's not starting. Okay, he started 40 games, but that was a part with the whole free agency frenzy. I did forget about Dennis Schroeder, having to get rid of him. Can we find a new home for Dennis Schroeder? You don't need to start over Ja Morant ever. This is the most no risk, who the hell cares reward trade ever. The Rockets, if you don't remember, are in the playoff race this season for some reason, even with Jordan McLaughlin starting at their point guard. So I'm going to trade McLaughlin and the Rockets first round pick this year, top 10 protected, for Dennis Schroeder. I also re-signed Schroeder to a 3-year extension past his next year deal. So he won't be leaving them anytime soon. And this team literally has been starting just random guards like Raymond Felton that 1 year because they don't have anybody else to start at the 2 or the 1 except for Jamal Murray. So there you go. You finally get somebody and you get another shot to draft somebody in all right. Well, no, well, they're trading their pick. But if they miss it and they, I'll make it lottery protected. How about that? So if they miss the playoff whatsoever, they'll get it back. But I will remember though, if your pick gets protected, you're gonna lose your pick next year. but maybe they'll be better. Who knows? Solid risk to take. It's just Dennis Schroeder. And now Ja can start without a bastard sitting in front of him. They also don't really have a backup point guard except for Gary Payton II, but who cares? Oh, wait, right. Jordan McLaughlin. There you go. I don't know what to do with the Pistons. They're a dumpster fire. I think the Hawks are going to like randomly make it next year. Over there in East, the Pacers are in their playoff chase, and I'm going to finally get some value back. Not much at all, but to the Nuggets, Danilo Gallinari, old self. I mean, he's only 31. A real good first round pick from Detroit, which will be like the first pick in the second round. You know, actually, this trade looks so sorry. I'm going to remove Rudy Gay from it and take out a first round pick. Basically, just Danilo Gallinari for some second round picks because the Nuggets have nothing to live for. So, you know, is there a team I could see that would like, I feel like would be rational enough to trade him for a first round pick for? No, you're going to the Pacers. But hey, at least you get Wenyen Gabriel. Congrats. You know what, Denver, I do have a team that could help you out. I don't know why the Warriors decided to give Kelly Oubre $11 million a year for 3 years. This is so stupid. He's not good, but the Nuggets would take any young player they can get. Oubre is an 80 overall 24-year-old. And since he's on a 3-year deal, that means he can't leave them. So the Warriors will take back Fareed, Rudy Gay, and JaVale McGee for however many years they're signed. It looks like only Fareed's multi-year. And screw it, I'll only give up one for second round pick. Or yeah, whatever. I'll just do that one. Nah, I'm lying. I'll do 2. For Fareed, Rudy Gay, and JaVale McGee. Oh, actually, let me get Iguodala too. Can y'all give me him? I can't give you anyone good, but I'll literally give you the worst player on the team for him. That's worthwhile. You know what? I'll throw in one more second round pick for him. Just in case the Warriors want to decide to contend this season or try or something. I don't know. Do something. They're technically only a good couple games out, but I don't know. Probably won't do anything with it. I just happen to remember a team that would like Denver's trash players. And yeah, that's it for now. Let's just keep it pushing. It says John Wall and Beal will both re-sign. I think I'm going to find a way to just keep them here for life no matter what. It just feels right, at least for the time being. You know, it's a subject to change, like the whole Lowry and whatever the hell thing, DeRozan. Giannis, you're a little bit of a different story. I think we gotta wait the year out. But yeah, honestly, the Bucks, y'all are out of the playoffs right now. Like the Wizards aren't even in the playoffs. So I mean, they are. Good God. The Cavs won't let me front load any of their contracts, but they're still getting all re-signed anyways because y'all are real good. Clippers, Chris Paul, y'all gotta show me some. And I wasn't even able to get you DeRozan because I realized there was another team that was better for him, and it wasn't even intentional that it was my favorite team, but it happened. I will say though, Harrison Barnes has been really good, and he's on the last year of his contract. Part of me actually really wishes I could just trade him somewhere, especially since he's making this much money. Funnily enough, actually, if I really wanted to hate, there would be a great trade in mind for this. I could do this right here, right? I could add in all the picks in the world and do Harrison Barnes for Klay Thompson. But can I be honest with you? I don't believe in the Clippers. I don't think they're gonna do anything. So I'm just gonna be honest for once. Honestly, I'm usually pretty honest in these, but you know, like when I make these teams, I'm genuinely like, oh yeah, I think they could just randomly surprise everybody in the playoffs. The Clippers, I don't believe in them anymore. So screw them. Spurs, you probably won't have enough money to play with, so you might as well just re-sign LaMarcus Aldridge anyways for whatever he wants, for as long as he wants. Plus, that's my guy. Reggie Jackson, I'm begging you, leave Detroit. Someone go to the Nets. Matter of fact, oh, never mind. I don't know why I'm acting like I'm about to go make a trade for them. Oh yeah, Rudy Gobert, you and the Jazz, y'all are never breaking up. If anything, I hope I can get you guys even more. Oh, actually, this is going to be the perfect opportunity when Mike Conley's contract gets decreased and yeah, Gordon's already not making that much money. Yeah, they're going to have some bread. They've been so good against all odds. And I tried to even trade DeRozan here as well. It just, look at the money, how it's broken up right now. I would have to trade one of Gobert, Conley, or Hayward. Oh yeah, Dante Exum, you're a Grizzly lifer. I'm not gonna lie, this is just your team at this point. I don't know what y'all are doing over there, but you're doing some. Chandler Parsons, please kick dirt. And I think that's all the teams. Like I said, Chris Paul, you might have to rethink your life decision. Nikola Jokic is gonna win his first league MVP in 2020 with 23 points, 14 rebounds, 5 assists, and it looks like it was at the very least the best counter move of his career. Let's say that, the best checkmate by going to Chicago, put him in a bigger market. The league actually saw that he was playing basketball. Zion wins Rookie of the Year. He also probably made the playoffs in his first season with averaging 23 points. He honestly rivaled MVP numbers, you could see when I put them side by side. Reggie Jackson, 6th Man of the Year. Damn, I low-key, I should have traded you. Oh, and actually, no, I kind of couldn't because he was making $19 million. So, yeah, couldn't do it. Giannis wins DPOY. Wonder if his team made the playoffs. Malik Beasley, Most Improved Player, because the Nuggets have nobody else on this entire... Damn, I did not realize he was expiring this year, but he's probably restricted, so who cares? Actually, he was a first round pick. Okay, yeah. And the Bulls won Coach of the Year, Executive of the Year, James Harden, Steph Curry, Giannis, KD, and Jokic. Now, yeah, if I saw the Warriors had no improvement, really in general, yeah, the Steph might just have to get traded this season. You can't, I don't know. I just don't think you could waste years over there. You know what, actually? Who says we can't just trade Draymond? If there's a good free agent out there, just trade Draymond and just try again with Steph and Clay, because I think it's just his fault. Anyway, especially in 2K, yeah, all the teams look exactly the same as they do every year. Interesting to see Blake Griffin up here. I kind of said I didn't believe in this team, but damn, is he playing good. Maybe it's Chris Paul's fault. Maybe, oh yeah, maybe we should be making those inter-team trades I mentioned earlier. Maybe it's about that time. I'm gonna check this first. Steph Curry led the league with 34 points per game by far. Jokic was #1 in rebounds, shortly followed or closely followed behind by Hassan Whiteside. Chris Paul, 11 assists a game, closely followed behind by Lonzo Ball. Kawhi with 2.1 steals, and then Giannis, and then tied for blocks was Embiid and Jared Allen. Zion at 63% from the field, dethroning Ben Simmons, and Seth Curry at 46% from three. Josh Hart was second. I don't know why he always becomes so good at shooting threes in these. Look at this, 92 field goal from three, 92 3-point rating, whatever. I don't know. Playoffs. Okay, I actually already see a few changes. So the Bucks were unable to make it. And in my mind, I already have a few ideas for this team. I'm not going to front. The Pacers held on to their spot. So did the Magic, and every team in the East held on to their spot, as we expected, or well, as was expected, I guess. In the West, I guess the Warriors made an okay push, but not really. The Rockets, sadly, with Dennis Schroeder, maybe they were better off with adversity and Jordan McLaughlin. They ended up missing the playoff, and it looks like it took a bit of a tumble because, yeah, as the Lakers stood the 9th seed, the Mavericks went on a absolute tear and took the 8th seed. In the second season of Luka Doncic, the third of Jason Tatum, and Luka averaged 28 this year. Tatum averaged 24. They're both pretty damn efficient. The Timberwolves with Kyle Lowry, who he was on the Wolves early in his career, right? No, it was Memphis. Kyle Lowry, Goran Dragic, Ricky Rubio, Tobias Harris, Terrence Ross, and them, and obviously AD and Cat. Finally, that team kind of piece. Well, not really. They're still the 7th seed. The Suns, I actually looked at this team as a Lowry destination, but Darius Garland was playing so damn good that I didn't want to change anything over here. The whole team, I guess, really. D-Book averaging 26 a game. Donovan averaged 23. Then you got the new Nerlens Noel edition. This team really figured it out. They don't even have a good bench at all, but yeah. The Jazz actually fell down a bit to #5. The Kings leapt up to 55 wins. The Clippers also did pretty well at the end of the season. Thunder still up here, and the Spurs were #1 this year in the West. #1 in the league was the Bulls, and #2 was the Spurs. #3 was the Cavs, and I could just look like this. Yeah, there you go. Whatever. 360 win teams were the Thunder, the Cavs, the Spurs, and the Bulls. And the Bulls not even super optimized, to be honest with you. I mean, Jeff Teague still out there, Gary Harris, Chris Bosh, old self. All right, first round. So far, only upset looming is the Timberwolves over the Thunder. That'd be kind of crazy. But we're gonna see 3 sweeps and maybe more to come as the Bulls will defeat the Pacers. Not too crazy there. Philadelphia gets Boston out of here. Boston continually just weirdly disappointing, especially when you consider the fact that I noticed before the season, didn't even say it, that Jaylen Brown, who isn't shooting a ton, it doesn't look like, 66 shot tendency. I'm gonna actually manually change that. I'll put him up to like 84 with a, oh yeah, much higher touch tendency as well. Yeah, he's a 91. He's obviously starting now. It's without saying. I wish he would have shot the ball more, but he did also get 9 rebounds a game, probably played elite defense, and is literally arguably better than their other 2 co-stars. Still got Millsap and Horford, who are still good. You got Crowder off the bench, and it's like, why? This team should be damn near super elite. They got 490 overalls almost. The Kings made quick work of Utah, so shout out to the Kings. Crazy, I wouldn't say a quick come up. I mean, kinda though. Obviously got the head start from Oladipo and Sabonis, which was a win-win because the Thunder almost won a championship as well and could still get there now. And then drafted Bam. They got Moutier from like, what was that? The Bledsoe trade actually, and now Bledsoe, good God, yeah, he left the hell out the Nuggets now, but you know, whatever. They gave their best shot. And Derrick Jones Jr. out there being the leading scorer on the last game of this playoff, whatever the hell. Mavericks are out of here. They lose in 4 to the Spurs. No surprise there. All right, the Knicks and the Wizards are having a heated battle, and the Suns, the Timberwolves, both out of here. The Timberwolves are gonna lose to the Thunder. KD, Boogie, and Westbrook too much for Cat, Lowry, and AD. All the positions match up perfectly for those 3 too, but guess not, as they lose in 6. And then the Suns, good first year effort from them. They damn near knocked off the Clippers. They were 4 points off of tying this one or whatever. Yeah, whatever, it don't matter. And 2 game 7s, the Knicks versus the Wizards. Obviously I'm rooting for the Knicks, but it's also against Melo and the Melo, John Wall, a real good Wizards team. You know, Marc Gasol, Brad Beal. They're in New York, and I don't know what the hell these lines lineups are about to be. It's probably about to be some BS near the end of the game here, as nobody fouled out, thankfully. We're gonna see the ball passed into Melo. Melo guarded by Josh Hart. Oh yeah, I forgot DeRozan's on this team too, and he's wearing number 7. Melo might have to get some vengeance for that. Melo to the basket. He's taking it for himself. Melo goes left. Nope, he hands it off to Beal. Beal taking it, going to his go-to shot, steps back over Frank. Look at Frank jumping up at the shot. That might be some of the best defense I've ever seen on a shot. No lie. I'm not, hey, y'all gonna call me crazy, but anyways, Frank gonna try and work it down to Porzingis. Porzingis gets it down low. He goes to the post. He's gonna step back over Brook, and that is good by Kristaps Porzingis. The win or go home game 7. He's cold-blooded. All right, 10 seconds to go. Wizards have a chance to send the Knicks home or go home themselves. And oh boy, Kemba Walker guarding John Wall. Pass down, and Porzingis, oh, the missed dunk by Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez had all the worst points in this video. He has had every single one. Obviously, I wouldn't have been surprised if Porzingis dunked it, but that was, I mean, if blocked it, but that was 100%, as he had a great contest. A purely missed dunk by Brooklyn's finest, Brook Lopez. No contact on the ball ever on that. Porzingis hit his head near the end, but play was already over by then. Porzingis now at the line, and the Wizards have no timeouts with 3 seconds to go. Porzingis can hit both free throws to at the very least force OT if they decide to hit the full court shot of hell. And the Wizards, John Wall from half court, it is off, and the Knicks move on to the second round. Sorcery, and they send Melo home. It's been years since his departure, but it still got to piss him off probably. Jahlil Okafor and the Knicks, both teams made insane additions. Obviously, you had out to Frank. Kemba Walker joining the Knicks alongside DeRozan, and then Melo still on the Wizards next to now Marc Gasol, who I don't know if Brooks starting at the 4. Maybe. The Wizards have been eliminated, and this is a crazy one. Cleveland, the reigning champions, facing elimination against the Magic. This is actually a game 7 happened in real life this past season between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Orlando Magic in round 1, and it's going to go the same way. The Cavs are going to win it. They get Fox, Whiteside, Anthony Simons, and Aaron Gordon out of here. This is weird enough this team even won this much, or at least brought them this far. I'm not surprised they're in the playoffs. They're a pretty cool team. All right, we're gonna have the Knicks and the Bulls in the second round. Jokic versus Okafor, Porzingis versus Jimmy. You got Cleveland versus Philly, those two super teams. OKC versus LAC, that little rivalry. And San Antonio versus Sacramento. Sacramento, the young-ish team, proving their way, but it is also San Antonio. So yep, the Spurs are gonna sweep that series very easily. And both the other two, except for this one down here, at 3-1. And the Knicks have been eliminated in 5 to Chicago. So Jokic is just on a tear. And I believe this means the Thunder are going to force game 7 Westbrook with a 40-point triple-double. The Cavs are up 3-2 on Philly, and they are going to win over Philly. Embiid, Covington, Ben Simmons all going home. We're going to have 1v2 over there, and we could have it in the West as well. But the Clippers are trying to make that not be the case, and I think they're going to succeed. The Clippers, 47, 12, and 12 from Westbrook, 30, 12, and 12 from Durant. The Thunder, it could use a little bit more firepower over there. But to be fair, free agency is automatic. You can sign whoever the hell you want. Now, I do be signing the good players back, but I also usually underpay the hell out of them. And you know what? Oh no, they've been had Collison. Yeah, I traded him with Boogie, so I don't even know who else. Oh, they acquired Kyle Anderson. There you go. But I mean, overall though, it looks like the star power, quote unquote star power of the Clippers is the one who overpowered in this game anyways, because Harrison Barnes had 30 points, Blake Griffin had 30 points, Chris Paul had 33, but Westbrook 47, 12, and 12 in the loss. That's tough. And Chicago, the 1 seed versus Cleveland, the 2 seed. So Jokic versus LeBron. LeBron still at his peak, and Jokic at his peak as well, so far at least, with Jimmy Butler, Kyrie Irving in this, Serge Ibaka, Kevin Love. Isn't too much of a mismatch, not really even at all. And then the Clippers, Lob City still intact. Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, and Chris Paul against Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Vooch. So definitely the athleticism advantage to the Clippers. And San Antonio's up 3-1, and so are the Cavs. But I believe the Bulls just took another win, and now, and oh boy, 130 to go. 97-100, 130 to go. Game 6, the pass into Jeff Teague. Bulls are up by 3. If they hold on, they can force game 7. The pass will go down to Jokic. Jokic down low against Dwight Howard. He will spin and go up, and that is good. Hey, that boy Dwight, wasn't he? This is the year he's supposed to stop Jokic, funnily enough. This is the year the Lakers and the Nuggets played in the bubble in the conference finals. And oh my goodness, oh, Bosh is guarding LeBron. Good God. And Kyrie did not take that shot for some reason. I don't know what this lineup is. You know, matter of fact, actually, I'm not going to jump into the game or anything. I'm just going to do this. Make sure that LeBron is guarded by Jimmy Butler at all times. We're fine with literally anything else. Just don't have that be the case. And also Gary Harris on Kyrie. But I don't want to, I'm okay with Jeff T guarding him. Might as well throw Gary Harris on him, yeah. And then I'll say the same vice versa. LeBron on Jimmy. Center is going to guard the, you know, the big zone guard the big. But yeah, anyways, back out to Iman. Iman pass over to Kyrie. Kyrie guarded by T. The screen. Kyrie pulls up off the screen, and that is good. They bring it back down to 2:59 seconds to go. Kyrie has 44 on the night, and they're going to run Jokic in the pick and roll. Dwight's going to try and guard him again. T cannot get any separation from Kyrie, and Jokic is flaunting with that. Oh my goodness, that 3-second, but T gets it down to him, and Jokic will take the shot and make it real quick, almost like the defense ain't even there. Now Jimmy guarding LeBron. I like this. LeBron trying to get around him. He spins. He goes to the rim, pass it down to Dwight. Dwight back out to Shump. The screen for Shump. He goes over it. He will pass it down to Dwight wide open. I'm not sure why they just switched here. Look at this. Jokic dives out to the corner and Jimmy goes to guard Dwight. Like, there's no benefit here. Jokic just got smoked, but like still there's no benefit. Even honestly, I'm not even gonna say like the switch was, it just didn't work. Nothing was gonna work there. Jokic was too slow for it. So it's cut down to 28 seconds to go. There is a shot clock differential, so they can't just hold the ball, and the Cavs will not foul. The Bulls also do not have to rush the play, but maybe they will. Who knows? It looks like Teague is gonna waste most of the clock here, playing very composed. And okay, there you go. Now he's gonna run it with Jokic. 7 seconds to go. Pass down to Jokic. Jokic, the MVP. He goes up. He misses. The rebound by Thompson. And 7 seconds to go. The Cavs could end the series or send it to OT right here. I like how the matchups are gonna be right too. I mean, either way, Jimmy and LeBron are both small forwards, so it would have been fixed by now anyways. Passing to Bron. 6 seconds to go. Bron. 4 seconds. Bron. Jimmy's on him. Jimmy's on him. Bron's going to pull up the 3, and it is off. And the Chicago Bulls will move on to game 7. LeBron damn near gamed the Bulls like how he was doing back in 2015. I won't lie. LeBron has some of the illest game winners. Like, LeBron actually has the one against the Warriors with Iguodala from like dumb far out. The one against the Knicks actually over Porzingis that one time. The couple, or at least the one against the Bulls over from the corner. I remember I was watching that game that day. Honestly, I was watching all those games. Maybe not the Warriors one. Kyrie had 44 in the loss. It's kind of interesting. Jokic never really learned how to pass in this. He's a good passer, but not like Jokic level. Yet he still won MVP. I mean, to be fair, like 5 or 6 assists as a center would still be good enough to get you MVP in this game. And Spurs and Clippers. Spurs up 3-2. Clippers fighting for their life and honestly for their dynasty, so to speak. Not really dynasty because they didn't won anything, but for their chances at retaining it. And they got Vooch in here. He's gonna pass the ball. And matchup wise, I see Murray against Chris Paul right now. That's pretty. Is that Dinwiddie guarding Harden? To be fair though, oh good God, Harden wide open for 3. The Clippers don't have anybody better to guard him. And also too, I was about to say I'll put Harrison Barnes on him, but they got Kawhi. So Kawhi's against JJ Redick. Barnes isn't even in the game. Oh, this is all bad. Anyways, they're gonna pass it down to hey, at least you know what? They don't have the best bigs to guard their bigs either though. And but guess what? They works there and Jordan gets the rebound. Look at that. Okay, this is gonna be much different than that Cavs game that we just watched. As Harden, I'm not gonna lie, 21's kind of different, but I like it. And Harden is bodying Spencer Dinwiddie. He'll go around him again to the basket all the way. Good God. It is going to be purely offense. Although we do have Chris Paul guarded by DeJounte, and Chris Paul still has hair, but you know what? I'll allow it. You're in a Clippers jersey still. Anyways, pass down to Griffin, and Griffin will miss the layup. Rebound by Vooch. Vooch passes it up and over the defense to Harden. Kawhi now on the break against DeAndre Jordan. He's trying to bully into him. Pass back out to Vooch. Vooch over to Harden. Harden to the basket. Harden will drop the ball. Harden going to the basket. He tried to, oh wow, he tried to do like a little dump off past the Vooch, but JJ's right there. JJ Redick heads up play, pass down to, oh wow, DeAndre was wide open. He got bumped and slowed it down. Now they have numbers, and he's gonna get it down to Vucevic, who misses the layup over Redick. JJ Redick with 2 of the biggest defensive plays of his life, maybe the 2 biggest defensive plays of his life. Clippers now down by 3 still. Pass down to Blake against Vooch, and that is a 3-second, and it finally happened. I saw so many of those almost happen in that Nuggets game, or not Nuggets, in the Bulls game with Jokic, but it finally actually happened. And now 38 seconds to go. The Spurs will get the ball back. Austin Rivers in the game at the 2. A much better defender against Harden. I will give him that. Blake is cold. I don't know how often I've seen a player cold where you could see their symbol and you're not even controlling the damn team. Anyways, Harden bullying into Rivers, back out to Aldridge. Aldridge over to Leonard. Kawhi pass down to Vooch. Vooch is gonna have to take the shot. Vooch is gonna go through through the defense, and that is off. Rebound by Jordan, and this is going to be their last shot. A good defense, I guess. I mean, you force it to the guy you wanted the ball in the hands with the most, more than likely, literally on the entire court, except for except for Pat Bev. All right, one last shot for the Clippers. This is literally their one last shot for their season, and who's going to take it? JJ is not in the game. They're going to pass it to Rivers. Rivers over to Blake. Blake is going to pull the three, and Blake is going to hit the three. Light pressure. Blake Griffin with the 84 three-pointer. That's about accurate. He just has dog. That's not too high, too low. That's about 2020 Blake Griffin-ish. And they still got a shot to end this right here. So now I'm happy Rivers is still in because he had some defense. And CP3, oh boy, Harden goes right. Harden pulls up over Rivers, and that is good. Game, set, series. San Antonio. James Harden decided to go to San Antonio and leave the Nuggets, and guess what? He has reaped the benefits. They are going to the finals. An absolutely demoralizing run for the Clippers. And is this going to be it for their dynasty, or their, I don't know, whatever the hell you want to call this? The 9 years of Lob City, is it officially going to have to end right here? Honestly, I don't know. Shoot, they might have to just go make that trade with the Warriors and lock in again, try again. Actually, this might just be reason to do that. Harden wins that finals, whatever the hell MVP, the conference MVP. This didn't even exist that year. Or is this just the trophy for winning it? Whatever, who cares? James Harden, 32 points. He definitely took the initiative over Kawhi this season. But Kawhi is also a two-way player, so well, who cares? 3-3 for the Bulls and Cavs. And it looks like the Chicago Bulls with Jokic in. And oh my God, I didn't even consider this, but James Harden has to play against Nikola Jokic. The two teammates from last season now on different sides. And the way I kind of painted out in my head as it was going down was that Jokic would kind of hate Harden because Harden just dipped out on him for no reason. He basically said, I don't want to be in Colorado. I don't like the cold. I'm going back to Texas. And Jokic said, I love the cold, and went up to Windy City and basically had to uproot everything his whole career. You know, he don't even like being bothered. He had to move his horses over, although they're probably just back in Serbia. Anyways, it is time. The Bulls and the Spurs, and it is a late game, 2 minutes to go, 2-point deficit for the Spurs. This is crazy. This is the script scripting without me scripting the script, because this was the script taking its own life form, because this was something I did not intend to happen, was these two breaking up and ruining the Nuggets and now playing each other in the finals. Jeff Teague is gonna obviously try and get the ball down to Jokic again, but guess what? He threw the ball away. Murray in the game. I don't know why all the young players don't have accessories like ever. And Harden gets fouled, his go-to. James Harden getting booed like hell in Chicago. It's kind of funny though, because it's really just a personal vendetta between these two. It's their own new teams. So if I was a fan of the team, I really wouldn't give a damn, I'd assume, unless they really like fought or something. That's what they would need to do, honestly. They'd have to start fighting, because then you could kind of hate him justifiably. Jokic will fade away, and he will make the fade away. 1:35 to go. Jokic takes the lead. I kind of like no pass Jokic because he just shoots. He's taller, he's better, he's got more dog. Also, he doesn't have his own animations, because that definitely wasn't his fadeaway. I don't think it was, at least. Well, he definitely has his shot, but he might not have his fade. Anyways, Kawhi gets down pretty low against Jimmy. He will miss. And the matchups are pretty good, because Kawhi is guarded by Jimmy, and then Gary Harris is guarded by Harden. Can't ask for much better than that. Pass down to Jokic again. Jokic, although this isn't very favorable for their team, and he misses it. Vooch with the board anyways, but you don't really have a better matchup. Either Vooch or LaMarcus Aldridge. Pick your poison of players who don't play defense. You got Kawhi, don't worry about it. Kawhi will take the screen. Kawhi will go to the basket all the way. The layup that was so ugly, but he'll make it and tie the game at 99. Jefferson Teague, Jet as some call him. He's gonna go to, oh my goodness, he throws the ball away again. That is 2 possessions thrown away by Jeff Teague and Nikola Jokic. Harden was wide open, and he will get a charge on Serge Ibaka. You know, I like that. Why? Because they just threw the ball away mad times. So at least give him another shot. Don't sell this one again, please. Jeff Teague, don't be stupid. You wear the number 44. You got a 44 IQ currently in this virtual video game. Sorry, Jeff Teague. Please don't throw the ball up. Yo, Jokic, make some, you know, I don't blame you anymore. I blame Jokic. Jokic gets some space. Jokic goes up. He misses it. And the Spurs get the board. They have a timeout, but they won't call it. And Gary Harris guarding Harden. And it looks like they're going to try and set it up for Kawhi. Or, yep, it will be. 4 seconds to go. Kawhi, down low. Kawhi, the floater for the game. Kawhi Leonard with the hands of hell. He said, screw it. I don't need to use both hands. I'm going to just, I don't know, dunk the ball like Blake Blake Griffin from 8 feet out. What am I talking about? It's a floater. Anyways, 0.8, 8/10 of a second to go, and the ball will go into, I don't know, Jimmy Butler from half court, and it is off. The Spurs take game 1. The Bulls back. I think they might be the only team to make it back to the finals for a second time. Obviously, we now with a new super duper franchise player. Not that Jimmy still isn't one. Although I think Gary Harris just led them in that first game in scoring. Showed he had 18 points. Jokic only had 9 on 10, 2 for 10. Oh, it might be over for the Spurs if Jokic just starts playing basketball. But it looks like he's not going to start this game as they win another one. Jokic did have 28 in this one. And who did that just say? Oh, James Harden 44. I don't know why my brain computed Jeff T, even though he's on the Bulls. The Spurs, it looks like they might win. Yeah, the Spurs are going to win another one. And James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, LaMarcus Aldridge, Nikola Vucevic, and the Spurs, they might lose a game or two, but let's be honest, they're not about to blow this whole lead, right? James Harden with 40 again. They lost the game. The San Antonio Spurs, hey, Bulls lock in. I got y'all. We gonna go into the free agency or whatever the hell, and we're gonna lock in for y'all. We're gonna make those trades. We're gonna make those acquisitions. With that being said, shoot, maybe my favorite player of this, shoot, 2 of my favorite players of this, wait, no, 3 of my favorite players for this entire generation of the 2010s are about to win a championship. Give me the ball. I want the ball. Give me ball. Oh my God, get out my way. Pull up. Kawhi, hello. Ricked it. Anyways, just shot for no reason. Looked like an idiot. James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, and LaMarcus Aldridge are going to lead the San Antonio Spurs to the 2020 NBA championship. The first of Harden's career, the first of LaMarcus's career. Matter of fact, where's Harden from again? He's from Cali. I know LaMarcus is a Texas native, I'm pretty sure. You know what I'm saying? At home. Oh, well, they're in Chicago right now, to be fair. Jokic, don't even talk to James. They didn't. They just, oh, there they go. Oh, you know what else too? I didn't even think about this, but Vooch was literally on the Bulls. I did not think about that until now, but Vooch got replaced by Jokic. Although he was actually the one who chose to, well, actually, no. He was one of the last pieces to go. Kawhi is screaming. That's new. And unsurprisingly, James Harden will win the finals MVP. Kawhi's already got one when he was in his rookie season, so he'll be all right. And he gets his second ring a year late, but who cares? Harden at 27 and 14, Kawhi at 27, 6 and 8, Murray with 14, Jokic with 24, 15 and 6. And yeah, Bulls could use a little bit of work. But honestly, the Spurs ain't perfect either. I don't even know how they got Mason Plumlee, but who cares? Hey, shout out to the Rockets for that one trade for Pat Bev. I actually don't know where Eric Gordon is anymore. Maybe I'm tripping. Did I trade him somewhere? Was it the Bulls? I don't. James Harden, finals MVP, averaging 38, 5 and 10. He did drop 40 in majority of these games. And yep, they win in 5. That was a crazy playoff. Harden led the playoffs in scoring with 35 a game through obviously just about, well, he didn't play the most games, but almost the most games of anybody. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't some Mickey, 7 games played or 6 games played or something. And the Cavs were out there thugging it out. The Cavs played 2 7-game series. They played more games than the Spurs, even though the Spurs went to the finals. Dwight Howard's going to retire for the Cavs. Honestly, I'm going to allow this also because I signed him to too much money and he's regressing. Cavs, go ahead and find you another backup center. So also, Gortat's going to retire and Wes Matthews, yeah, sayonara, I guess. See, Tom Thibodeau and Greg Popovich are done. I'll say Mike D'Antoni, screw it. Dwight made the Hall of Fame. I feel like sometimes in 2K doesn't show him making the Hall of Fame. Unless he's just not in 2K anymore, like in the regular roster, because he hasn't been in the league for years. Yeah, probably. Oh, God, the play-in. You know what, though? The play-in's good for this league. The play-in's pretty good for this league. I'm making some of these top teams mad good. I actually like that. It is my script, but I'll allow the play. Okay, so the Rockets via Denver have the 4th odds. The Raptors via Milwaukee. That's from that trade. Oh God. For what's his name? Hassan Whiteside or Andre Drummond. Anyways, this is for Anthony Edwards or LaMelo Ball or whatever. Okay, Ja Morant's Atlanta Hawks are the first team to move into the top 4 from number 7. The Heat will also move into the top 4, moving the Rockets down with that Nuggets pick. At least not that good, I guess. It's still good though. The Blazers have moved down to 5. The Pistons moved down to 4. So the Heat and the what was it, the Hawks? Yeah, the Heat will take pick 3. The Grizzlies will take pick 2, and that means that Ja Morant's Hawks have moved all the way up. And this is fire because Anthony Edwards can join Ja Morant in Atlanta and go and stay in his hometown of Atlanta. I'm not gonna think twice about that one. Anthony Edwards is gonna stay in the A. He's got Kobe Bryant Hall of Fame as his ceiling. All right, so with the first pick in the draft, Atlanta, it's literally exactly what they need. I mean, their only other shooting guard is Tim Hardaway Jr. They got Isaac, Bobby Portis, Aiden, Ja Morant, and their new starting shooting guard, Anthony Edwards. Memphis is next up. they kind of still just need everything. I did draft him Cam Reddish this past season, and I did edit him so he'll be decent as time goes on, but he's not really that good just yet. I did just, you know, X and that's their guy, you know, long term, but he doesn't have to play the point guard. Shoot, you know who can play the point guard over there? You go best available. LaMelo Ball. Pull up. There you go. Chino Hills. Hello. Miami's next. Okay, this is tough. So you could draft Halliburton, but you already have Trey. You have no use for Halliburton. What could we do here? The other options are basically nobody. Why? I only say that because it's all guards. Maxey, Vassell, Desmond Bane, even close enough. But nonetheless, you're not drafting any of those guys over Halliburton. Could he play the two? Maybe, yeah, but you have RJ. Just a very redundant team. I don't know though. Part of me doesn't like this, but screw it. We're just going to continue to double down on this, whatever. Tyrese Halliburton walking to Miami. I don't really have a route right now that makes sense other than that. We're going to go Tyrese Maxey for the Pistons. It's still really and truly a matter of best player available. Dennis Smith Jr. is good. The Pistons just suck as a whole. While the Blazers could use best player available in general, well, I think I'm about to get them both here by going a little bit far down, getting one of the only players with all-star tag in this entire draft, which is Emmanuel Quickly. All right, the Rockets, they literally utterly need good wings, good guards, except for Jamal Murray. And I think the perfect one here, one of the better players here, one of the better potentials. I'm gonna go Devin Vassell for them. Okay, the Raptors with a little late season tank. This might be another case I'm gonna let them decide because James Wiseman's good, like as of right now. Desmond Bane, another player they could pick. They can kind of go anywhere, and I kind of want to just sim out of this at this point. They drafted James Wiseman. Then next up was Patrick Williams to the Hornets. It's a good pick for them. Nets kind of need whatever. Pelicans take Jalen Smith. Raptors had another pick and got a Coro. I like that. That's a good 2 picks. That's not bad. Desmond Bane somehow fell to the Magic at 16, who were in the playoffs, and that'll be another good player from them. Jaden McDaniels falls to the Mavericks, so he'll join Luka and Tatum. I saw that he was one of the only other players with an all-star on his player tag. Why did Skylar Mays go over Sadiq Bey, Jaden McDaniels, Cole Anthony, Aaron Nesmith, Isaiah Joe, Precious? A solid draft overall. It's just like in terms of fit and overall stuff, you could pick your poison, dog. They're all going to be decent. I honestly don't know if Skylar Mays will be, but who cares? Did not know that Anthony Davis was a free agent, but another one of those choice things where if he decides to mix things up, I mean, they haven't really done much over there. Kind of pissing me off. Oh, Paul Millsap's also a free agent. Had no clue. Thing is, I literally scroll through all the teams like all the time and see who wants to re-sign. So if a player wanted to re-sign, they probably would have, at least if they were valuable. Yeah, this is gonna be another interesting free agency. All right, it is a new day. Let's get interesting. Literally, I went to sleep and woke up again, and we're still doing this. It is time. Steph Curry Chronicles and Golden State are over. So I've actually been sitting here for damn near probably like 45 minutes doing this entire offseason without hitting the record button. And I've been trying to figure out just a lot of things with this league right now. And one of them that I came to the conclusion to is that the Warriors is done. It's over. I'm just gonna be honest. It's just done. So the Golden State Warriors are going to trade Steph Curry to the Utah Jazz. They finally get their big superstar acquisition. Curry has agreed to re-sign with the contending team upon arrival. The Jazz will have to trade their cornerstone Mike Conley, who they've gotten accustomed to the past few years, as well as who actually started at shooting guard for them, Lonnie Walker, and young talent Daniel Gafford, who doesn't play yet because he's, you know, young, and 3 first-round picks. So pretty solid haul here for Steph. And then Mike Conley's not going to go to the Warriors. He's going to get rerouted to the Bulls for Jeff Teague in a first-round and a second-round pick, which will also all go to the Warriors. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let Teague go to the Jazz in this deal. I didn't even realize they could pull this off this easily, because the Warriors, look, it's about to be curtains over. They don't care about no Jeff Teague. So the Jazz will actually just get another asset, because I do feel like they're giving up a lot here. 3 first-round picks, their point guard, who already, you know, is maybe, let's say, 2 tiers below Steph Curry. But Steph Curry is Steph Curry. He's averaging 34 points this past season, 8 assists, was leading the league in points per game by far. And he'll join as the pure scoring talent that the Jazz, I guess, have been needing to get themselves over the hump for the past however many years. It's been a while now that they've been fantastic contenders. And how you gonna tell me Steph declines his way? There's no trade clause. Hey, look at this. Real innovator things right here. I'm gonna make the trade and just trade Kevon Looney, and I'm gonna remove Steph Curry's no trade clause and just do that. I don't give a damn about a no trade clause. I gave you that, and this is my script. I knew, you know, there's never gonna be a star that wants to go to Utah, right? As we honestly just saw. But with that being said, Utah has been needing their their fair share, their well due. Next up, we are trading Klay Thompson to the Los Angeles Clippers to go back to his hometown for the opposing team for JJ Redick, Peyton Pritchard, 3 first-round picks, and Austin Rivers. And Redick is going to be rerouted in this deal to the Timberwolves for just 2 second-round picks, because if you don't, he's 36 years old. His career is probably over very soon. But so the Warriors obviously don't need him, and the 2 second-round picks will go to the Warriors from the Timberwolves. So they get Peyton Pritchard, 2 second-round picks, 3 first-round picks, and Austin Rivers for Klay Thompson. Yeah, Clippers got to lock in because they are nearing the end of their potential run. And honestly, with this move, I won't even fully screw them over. So I was planning on letting Chris Paul head into free agency after this season, but I'm gonna let them run out this dynasty until the wheels fall off with Klay Thompson, Blake Griffin. And obviously I did mention, you know, during the playoffs that I was gonna, you know, maybe lock them in, get them some trades off or another trade off. And you know what else too? They're also gonna have enough money to re-sign Harrison Barnes. He doesn't even want that much money. And honestly, you just never know, because now this team, you know, like or really any team, like think about the Spurs this past season. Obviously they were great. They got James Harden, but look at how quickly things can change. I was thinking about blowing up this team and sending Kawhi to Guangdong. It is also a bit beneficial that I'm doing this at the beginning of free agency, because that means that like teams like the Jazz can go and sign role players still as things go on. And obviously I did just trade and get the Timberwolves, JJ Redick. I am gonna bring both Kevin Durant and Anthony Davis back home to the Timberwolves and the Thunder. KD's gonna stay. KD, well, he had some garbage offers from some garbage can teams, and I could see these teams signing some, you know, good star players soon, but not Kevin Durant, not Kevin Durant. And AD was heavily considering, this was a really tough thing that I had to go over in my mind. He was super heavily considering the Kings, who did leapfrog over the Timberwolves, but I decided it just didn't feel right. AD's only been in Minnesota for 3 years, and that's a lot of years. But another thing that I got to consider in Minnesota is there a way to maybe trade Andrew Wiggins? He's been underperforming. Is there a team that would maybe take the shot on him, considering that he is like a proven star player? To average 17 points next to Towns and even Lowry and AD, you got to be pretty damn good. It's just he's inefficient this past season more than ever. He is on a down season, but would there be a team to be willing to give up maybe just like some role player assets for him? I know it's kind of crazy, but I just think that's what the Wolves need at this point. And well, that's why I got them Redick as well, because they like almost have never had a shooting guard. All right, one player that was kind of tough to make a trade for was Draymond Green, because he's kind of trash. He does like he averages 8 points, 9 assists, and 7 boards. That's good, but you know, with his advanced stats, he adds like 2 wins a game. He's not really that good for an 87 overall guy. But the Warriors are going to trade him to the young Hornets, who, if you remember, they made that one playoff appearance, haven't really been back since. They could use a better power forward than, I guess, John Collins. Try and solidify them over there. Obviously, Fultz has been pretty good. I signed most of the rookies to extensions, and Fultz being one of them. Jabari Parker's in his last year. But honestly, there's just so many teams, like low market or just even just bad teams currently, that would love to sign players in free agency, have a ton of money, but don't really have, can't really use it because nobody wants to go there currently, or at the very least, there's just not enough players to go there. Like, for example, the Magic made the playoffs this year, so of course I made them keep Hassan Whiteside, because, you know, why would he leave? But yeah, we'll do, it's one top 10 protected pick. This one's a lottery protected pick. And actually, just remove the seconds. They don't even deserve those for this. Yeah, Draymond, good luck in Charlotte, I guess. Well, there's still some free agents left out there. Most of the dust has settled, and really only big moves. Oh wow, I didn't even notice this one. And what's funny is I kind of wanted this to happen. So Paul Millsap has signed with the Nets. The Nets finally get a big free agent signing. They still have money to probably sign 2 more if they really wanted to. The Nets were the 10th seed last year, and they're gonna offer out that bag to Paul Millsap. So he's gonna give up on the Celtics. And you know, maybe it's like almost a win-win type of thing, because maybe this is what, I don't know. You never know. They just needed a change of scenery, both parties, because this team has been non-substantial. Also, Sabonis is gonna re-sign with the Kings. That was the one part about the Kings AD thing, was that if they would have signed AD, I would have had to probably like sign and trade Sabonis to the Timberwolves. And I don't know, that would have been funny, but screw it. Also, the Spurs stole Dion Waiters from the Sixers. The Sixers also lost Dario Saric to the Wizards. Saric was restricted, so this was all their decision. Not really sure what they're doing. They re-signed Ben Simmons, though. I will say the Sixers next offseason, which I believe, yeah, I could re-sign Embiid, and actually majority of these guys. I'm gonna make sure. My thing is, I don't really want to re-sign Embiid if they're not locked in, but now, you know what? I think I'm fine with Embiid staying here through like 30 years old, you know? I'm fine with this. They genuinely have a really, really good team. It's just, and I'll make it so that they got to focus this upcoming offseason on just re-signing Dame and keeping it pushing. And the Wizards have been needing a power forward for years. So good. Well, I guess a better one than Markieff Morris. I think there's a handful of mid-season trades I want to make this year. One of them being Wiggins, and then also maybe some of the other teams that are going to be in playoff contention and maybe want to move their players around or whatever. But I will let it rock for now. Oh, and another big free agent this upcoming offseason. Yeah, Giannis. Man, what the hell is Giannis gonna do, and what can the Bucks do? I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that have to be evaluated at the deadline this year rather than right now. Because if the Bucks are good this year, then I might go ahead and just sign Giannis's extension, or maybe, you know, not trade him, keep him around. But if the Bucks are bad, then the opposite ensues. Well, it's January 1st, and let's just get a good feel for what's going on right now. So the Bulls, with the addition of Mike Conley, are tied with the Clippers as the best team in the league. The Clippers went out and did exactly what I thought they would. They signed Thon Maker, Grievous Vasquez, James Johnson, Davis Bertans, Metu, Justin Holiday, Carter Williams. So they got a really solid supporting cast around their now first seed. The Kings, with just natural improvement, which I actually didn't check any player progression, funnily enough, but I'm okay with that. They are up to the second seed in the conference with Sabonis still there. The Thunder are down to, well, no, they're not down at all. They're 27-9. The Suns, with progression of Devin Booker, Donovan, and Darius Garland, and Nerlens Noel still being their man in the middle, are fourth. The Jazz are fifth with Steph Curry. Kind of wish they'd be a little bit better. One thing I'm going to do, get Eric Gordon to 74 overall self out of your starting lineup, please. Let me see what he's doing. 35%. Make Jeff Teague or George Hill. Yeah, George Hill, go to the 2. You're a 6'4", dog. He shoots 50% from 3. Put him at the day. Oh, Rodney Hood's, oh no, he's back. He left early on. The Lakers, okay, this is a good sign. They are in the playoffs currently, although there's a lot of competition out here, of course, because the Lakers have been a team that's been confusing me, because I made them that McCollum trade, and I feel like that should be more than enough for the Lakers to make the playoffs at this point. Maybe they're weak center play, but I mean, they have Zubats, they got Larry Nance, they got Greg Monroe, they got good solid bigs, although maybe Greg Monroe is the problem. The Spurs are down to the 7th seed, so they are, despite re-signing Murray, which by the way, he's off the bench for some reason at an 86 overall, and also stealing Dion Waiters, they didn't lose anybody. They fall down to 7. So this is just, at this point, this is the scripting, as in the leaguing, like it's just happening. Stuff is going on. Jamal Murray's up to a 90 and still could have been on the Nuggets, but shout out to James Harden, who's almost tied with him in record. Speaking of Nuggets, they are the second worst team in the conference to the 3-win Golden State Warriors. So thankfully for the Warriors, I never traded any of their picks. Obviously, the Warriors were just about good enough to be in contention every year. And then once it was time to be done, it was time to be done. And the reason why I never fully explained, but the reason why I decided the Warriors were done is because look at the conference. I mean, I just told you the Spurs are the 7th seed now. There was no rational way where the Warriors, because one thing I had in my mind for a while was like, oh, could I get Giannis to Golden State or Steph to the Bucks? And eventually Steph went to the damn Jazz, but it just didn't make sense. The Pelicans are also the 10th seed despite Shea being at 88, Zach LaVine at a 90. This conference is locked in. And then the Timberwolves, oh boy, good God, 11th. Yeah, AD, maybe I shouldn't have let you go, man. Damn. Okay, I think I'm gonna make a trade for them, but it's not gonna be exactly what you'd expect. Now the Bucks are actually at 18. So look at how much better the West is than the East. In the East, I'm assuming, I mean, they're just better. They're literally just, the West is just dominating the East in all their matchups. And the Pistons are back down at 5 wins. Despite their team just being on their natural route of progression, they've never lost or gained anybody. They just still have all their guys. Did Hero not improve? I swear I saw him at a 74 overall last season too. I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen again. People who make draft classes, don't set the peak start at 80, you idiots. Although he shouldn't be that good, but yeah, there you go. Such a great friend. I'm even gonna boost him up a little bit and put him on a 78. There you go. Did Maxey not get better? Or did they just draft Maxey? I can't even remember. Oh, I think they just drafted Maxey. Yeah. Either way, Pistons top of the conference, bottom of the conference, top of the draft lottery, up there with some of these other scrubs. And the Raptors in their first real year of tanking. Yeah, good job. Oh boy, despite the Draymond Green trade, the Hornets are absolutely garbage. Thankfully, I mean, I gave up 2 lottery. Thankfully, they were lottery protected, so at least one of them was. Whatever. Even with the Paul Millsap signing, the Nets fall off into oblivion. They are now 12th. Oh, I forgot too. This is the first year of the play-in. The Heat, they're doing pretty well. The Wizards are down to 10, and oh boy, that's another another one. That is another one. And I think maybe at a certain point, the league is also now at this current point is just getting too good, because now the Hawks are leaping into the 6th seed in the conference with Anthony Edwards in his rookie year, DeAndre Ayton, Ja Morant. It's just a matter of, do you have dog? Can you hoop? Because the Magic are 5th as well. The Pacers are 4th with Zion, Michael Porter Jr., Lonzo, Miles Turner, and then Philly, Chicago, and Cleveland are still 1, 2, and 3. That was actually a pretty good trade. So the Mavericks are going to trade Bruce Brown and 2 second-round picks, one of them being the Warriors' own second-round pick. I didn't even plan this out. And you know what? I'll throw in Theo Maledon as well to the Warriors for TJ Warren. Warren's having a pretty damn good season, and the Mavs are in their playoff hunt, but don't really have the best supporting cast around Jason Tatum and Luka. So there you go. Nice. And what's crazy is the Timberwolves are genuinely at a worse record than the Pelicans now post rebuild, post what's it called, Anthony Davis trade, 3-4 years away from that now. And it's just not a good look, because you like, think about it. On paper, this team has all the same overall players as the Sixers. Let me see, 96, 96, 88, 87, 96, 94, 90, 86, 83. Like, it is just a lack of dogs. Sometimes in these videos, you find out that certain players can just not lead teams. But because the Timberwolves do not have their picks until 2024, which is 3 years away, I will not be breaking up this team just yet. They are literally just going to rot. And honestly, I think certain teams need to just rot at a certain point. Although I will look at a Wiggins trade at the deadline. I decided to simulate a little bit more. Yeah, screw it. I'll just do it right now. Let me see how they're doing right now. Yeah, so I mean, Wiggins is playing good this season, but he is getting less wins added than Lowry even. I think maybe it's just a change of scenery type of time for him. Also, I do have this on automatic. I noticed that Giannis signed his extension on his own volition. He signed an extension with the Bucks for 4 years, so I don't actually sign all the extensions. Sometimes I just leave them on auto. Well, I guess I have been the entire time. And yeah, the Wizards are another team where it's like, dog, if you don't win, you still have Melo, who's still an 86, Gasol still a 90, Beal, Wall. You have 3 90s and 86, a good overall team. If you lose, you lose. All right, here's the all-star teams. Jaylen Brown, one-time all-star, since he didn't like to shoot, if you remember correctly. 24 points per game. Finally, he decided to put the ball in hoop. Lonzo Ball also made the all-star team, averaging 17 and 13. He's a 90 overall. That's about where I wanted him to be. Maybe even a little bit lower, but that's fine. And yeah, if you'll notice, Cat and AD are both starters, despite the Wolves not being good. Same goes for John Wall. And I think the Bucks are doing okay so far this season. So yeah, they've actually fallen to 8th, but nonetheless. And John Wall's team is 9th. And honestly, now with the play-in, I could see any of the play-in teams just randomly upsetting the entire league. Random, but Jalen Brunson starting over Kemba Walker now, which is definitely a luxury to have. I don't know why, when I view the West, I actually forget about the play-in. So Timberwolves are still in there at 10th in the conference. But then it's like you're literally behind Jamal Murray, Dennis Schroeder, Devin Vassell, Clint Capella, and Yusuf Nurkic. Shout out to Tony Snow. He's really out here hooping 15 a game. Yeah, what I've learned is that you got to just stop catering to the bums, because there's teams out here with severe flaws that are doing well, like the Pacers, for example, with Nickeil Alexander-Walker starting at the 2, which is just a choice at this point because they have Marcus Smart as well. And they do fantastic, whereas the Wolves just have no dog. Matter of fact, can I fire the Wolves coach? I don't even think I have coach, like, yeah, I have staff abilities off, so it doesn't interfere with it as much as possible. But Terry Stotts, yeah, get hit. This isn't even Terry Stotts. Matter of fact, I actually like this. Bring in Jacob Underwood. You guys need a dog. Honestly, I'm cool with all the teams right now. I'm gonna go ahead and just one thing I finally just did is I went through the shot tendencies of every team. I don't think I've done that this entire video, and some of them piss me off. Also, shout out to CJ McCollum. He's been one of the best players this entire time, like really good. 25 points per game. They're in like the 8th seed right now on the Lakers. Wow, Chris Paul has won most valuable player. 21 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists, 2 steals. Hold on, it says he averaged 0 blocks. Did he get a block at all? He got 1. He's actually gotten 1 per season for the entire sim. And fresh off the extension that he signed, as well as the Klay Thompson trade, looking good right now, at least this moment for the Clippers. LaMelo Ball wins Rookie of the Year. He actually was benched for like a lot of the year, if I'm not, yeah, a lot of it. 24 games started, you win Rookie of the Year. Cam Payne wins 6th Man of the Year for the Thunder. That's cool, I guess. Giannis DPOY averaging 27, 11, and 7. DeAndre Hunter wins Most Improved because, well, he had to do something over there in Toronto. And Sam Cassell, Coach of the Year for the Clippers. I guess not Mike Woodson anymore. CP3, Russ, Giannis, Ben Simmons, and Jokic make the first team. Second team, Lonzo, Luka, LeBron, KD, and Embiid. And the third team, Steph, Harden, AD, Blake, and Cat. Javon Carter, All-NBA rookie. First All-NBA rookie, you know, whatever. Okay, well, let me not sim through the play-in anytime soon. First and foremost, let's just check. Luka led the league in scoring with 30 a game. Rebounds was Andre Drummond. Assist was Lonzo Ball, just beating out Chris Paul. Shoot, he damn near put up MVP numbers if Chris Paul won MVP. He averaged more assists, couple less points, 3 more rebounds. He actually gets blocked. And he also led the league in steals over Chris Paul. Zion led the league in field goal percentage. 3-point was KD at 48%. The Clippers end up the #1 seed in the entire league. Obviously, this has paid off so far. The Klay Thompson edition, 24 points per game, while Blake averages just 3 points less. And obviously, you know, Harrison Barnes probably took the biggest hit. He averages 5 points less, but still, all of them are very needed on this team, and they fit together perfectly. We'll just stick with the West. Then you got the Kings, you got the Jazz with Steph Curry at 3. The Suns just have made their way entirely up. This team has just been purely through the draft and one signing, which was Nerlens Noel. And I guess D-Book's been there the entire time. He's now, damn, he's still 24. Good God. The Spurs ended up making their way up to the 5th seed at 54 wins. Pretty damn good. That's good enough to beat basically everybody in the conference. The Thunder fall to 51 wins. They at times I've looked at their supporting cast and been like, is it that good? First of all, KCP just had a really bad season, really inefficient. From the field, at least from 3, not bad. And then Roberson just can't shoot. I mean, he shot 63s for the hell of it. He shoots under 40% from the field and just doesn't really shoot in general. But yeah, he's out there playing defense, I guess. There might be like one more trade in the tuck for OKC needed. Dallas makes it as the first team in the play-in with their TJ Warren addition off the bench currently, and Brandon Clark, Pat Connaughton starting next to Luka, Tatum, and Valanciunas. The Lakers were the 8th seed with CJ, D'Angelo Russell, Randall. I decided to re-sign all their guys. Their team probably just needs a center. You know, sometimes you could just draft the bastard. You could just draft a damn center. Timberwolves are the 9th seed, so they will be playing against, I believe, the Pelicans, yeah, who had a lot less wins than the Timberwolves. I will say that. So the Wolves are just outside of the play. You know, it's good they get a shot, but they are closer to the tier of the 7th and 8th seeds than anybody else. And the Rockets missed it eventually. They fell out, which isn't too surprising. And it isn't too surprising to see any of these teams down here, which actually the Grizzlies and Warriors ended up worse than the Nuggets, who aren't good. The Raptors were the 2nd worst team in the league to the Warriors in the Eastern Conference. And you got the Pistons, the Nets, the Heat, and the Hornets, sadly, fully eliminated from contention. And then some of these bottom of the play-in teams did really bad, like the Wizards with Melo. It might be time for this team to, I don't know what, honestly, because you didn't win, you didn't go 500, like 500 at all, and you're about to get bounced by the Hawks. I don't know. I like, what am I supposed to do with the Wizards? Do you know what I mean? Like they have a relatively good bench. They got some good role players out here. They have a middle of the pack offense, and I guess they just, yeah, they're a bottom 10 defense. But I mean, hey, they could still make it through via the play-in. Let's see. I don't know. They have to beat the Hawks first. The Bucks are the 8th seed. The Celtics are the 7th seed, and the Magic overtook them for the 6th seed. So they didn't see much of a downturn in wins without Paul Millsap, but yeah, still the 6th seed though. Mario Hezonja and Evan Fournier start for the Magic, and they are the 6th seed. That just shows some real dog. Shout out to although Simons is a big player off the bench for them, and Jeremy Lamb. I'm not really sure why they don't start either. Why does Jeremy Lamb only play shooting guard, point guard? I don't know, but either way, they start Fournier. The Knicks get the 5th seed. Sixers get the 4th seed. Pacers all the way up, even with this, you know, I mean, nah, that we saw what Lonzo's been doing. We saw what Zion's been doing. Miles Turner. It's not that crazy. They get the 3rd seed. The Cavs have 2nd. Shout out to Drew Holiday. And the Bulls get 1st. They were the 2nd best team in the league. And then them, the Kings and the Clippers were the only 60-win teams. All right, let's get this pushing, I guess. So who will win the 7th seed? It looks like it's going to be the Lakers defeating the 7th seeded Mavs to take their 7th seed and play the Kings in the first round. That'll be a good series. And who will stay alive another day? Hey, the Wolves had a much better record, but the Pelicans are giving them one hell of a fight. You know what? Let's jump in. Screw it. And this is a playing game. This is so stupid, but I should not have done this. I need to be a better time manager. Oh my God. I'm like, no, I'm literally broken because I just jumped in and then went back to Simcast. Maybe that was for the better though. Anyways, the Wolves won. Shea had like 40. AD defeats his former team in the damn play-in. He had 41. Shea had 43. And you know what? Wolves just take it and run with it. I don't know why. That wasn't intentional at all, but I guess it was in theory. And it looks like the Celtics, who are a very close game, but the Celtics are going to win and secure that 7th seed. They're going to play Cleveland. The Wizards, yeah, it might be time to chalk it up. They have lost to the Atlanta Hawks, so young Ja Morant, DeAndre Ayton, and Anthony Edwards. Yeah, especially with that team coming together, it might be time to disperse. Wolves and Mavericks fighting for the last playoff spot. A crazy matchup. These two teams were very similar record-wise, and the Wolves obviously, the Wolves are just better. I don't know why the Mavs have been so much better, but the Wolves are going to win this. So sadly though, which I didn't want them to lose, but the leading league scorer, Luka Doncic, and the Mavs will be eliminated. Tatum at 33, 23. Cat had 29. I wonder if the either one of them, any of these teams can make a deep run. Let's see. And are the Milwaukee Bucks about to lose to the young Atlanta Hawks? Yes, they are. The Bucks have lost, and they will go from the 8th seed to out of the playoff, just like the Mavs, who went from the 7th seed to out of the playoffs, which is kind of crazy. I'd be pissed. And all right, let's get these matchups cooking. Let's get a move on. All right, the Pacers are going to defeat the Magic in, which is honestly a pretty good matchup. 2 young teams in 5 games. Good to see some of these teams that I didn't really, or that rebuilt, actually making it up. The Suns will defeat the reigning champion Spurs in 5 games. Devin Booker, Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland make quick work, and D-Book had 9 points in this last one, which they still won by 1. The Lakers are going to get eliminated in 5 games by the Kings as well. Not too surprising there. The Thunder get eliminated by the Jazz, Steph Curry and them. I do see at the very least for sure one. Oh my God, the Bulls. All right, let's check this game out first. The Cavs and the Celtics. Celtics are obviously, they're the lower seed here, and they're going to force a game 7. The Bulls are down to the young Atlanta Hawks right now. The Jokic Bulls. And look at this. Look at the low score right now. I'm surprised I even noticed this. 81-80 with 149 to go in the game. They had a 9-14 fourth quarter. That's what really set the stage for absolutely no scoring this game. And the Bulls, down 3-2, are fighting for their right to redeem or go back to the finals again. So we might see both finals teams lose in the first round right here. Even with Mike Conley on the team now, Mirotic is running the ball as the ball handler, and he's going to pass down to Jokic. Jokic against Aiden. He'll draw the foul. Foul bait of hell. Jokic going to the line. I mean, this is only game 6, but they lose, they're done. All right, and wow, they're actually going to run it for Jonathan Isaac, and Isaac misses the shot. They ran the pick and roll for Isaac to get to the basket, and I guess he's taking the initiative. Is he technically the best overall? No, it's Ja Morant. I don't know. Whatever, who cares? Anyways, pass down to Ibaka. Ibaka against Portis. Portis back out to Conley, over to Butler. Butler is going to try and get it. Okay, so Jokic is guarded by Isaac right now. Will he be able to defend himself on defense? And he will. Isaac with the stop. I mean, it didn't look like he stopped much, but it worked. Ja Morant now downhill by himself. He'll run it again with Isaac. Isaac to the basket again. I don't know why they're forcing it to Isaac so much. He'll go for the post hook. That is good. Hey, Jonathan Isaac. He's definitely one of the longest tenured players here. They've had him for a while now. It's 2021, and he got drafted in 17. I remember when I drafted him here, and I was like, maybe he can, you know, do some stuff or whatever. And let's see if Aiden can play defense against Jokic this time. He misses it, and Aiden with the board. The Hawks looking to close out this series. Isaac will go up, and he misses it against Butler. Yeah, that's not the right shot. I think that goes without saying. Jokic against Aiden yet again. Can he close this one out? Damn near. And the fadeaway is good. 3-point lead for them. Would I be a bad person to just get out of here? Oh, damn, they got me. I just looked at the bottom and it said Jahlil Okafor ties the Knicks playoff record for free throws in a game. Damn, I thought it was be something cooler. Anyways, whatever. Passing to Ja Morant. I'll just watch this Oh, they're calling timeouts. Never mind. Oh my God. Oh, they hit the shot. They hit the shot. Who was it? Tim Hardaway Jr. That's who I would expect. And they had 2 sets of turnovers and a missed game winner in the last few seconds. Gary Harris got an offensive foul. Isaac turned the ball over, stole by Jokic, and then Harris missed a layup, and the game, or the regulation ended. So the Bulls, though, are going to hold on to it in OT. I'm not mad at this. 24 from Jokic, so they'll go to game 7. The Knicks and Philly are in 7 as well, and so are, oh no, this is a game 6 between, I mean, actually, look at the Wolves. Wolves are looking to force a game 7 against the 1-seeded Clippers, and man, they did it by 12. Towns with 46, which I saw the little social media thing pop up like it was excited. Might have been like a franchise record or something. So yeah, these teams are out here having bloodbaths. Game 7 between the Knicks and the Sixers, and it is 2:18 to go. 118 to 118, tied game. Brunson weird stuff out here with no armbands, no nothing, letting his arms free. And Kemba Walker is going to pass it down to Porzingis, who's against Covington right now. Porzingis will try and get to a bucket on him. He does not. Covington locks him up crazy. Back out to Ntilikina. Frank, I know, oh my God, I know Frank's animations in this are absolutely garbage. Oh, good God. Frank, no. Okay, Okafor is trying to run back against his former team, and Frank will pick up Ben Simmons. Ben goes all the way and gets the end one over Frank and Jalen Brunson. Put in a taller lineup. It's Ben. He's even at power forward. Who the hell? Well, yeah, I guess Porzingis is guarding him, and Ben hits a free throw too. That is a bad back and forth, and they are okay. Yeah, DeRozan's in the game now at the very least, and Kemba Walker subs out. Brunson has a lot of room. He's against Dame. Pass down to Ben. Ben obviously a great defender. Porzingis will go to the jump hook, and that is off the shimmy. Ben gonna outspeed the hell out of Porzingis, and good God, Damian Lillard around Brunson for the layup. Actually, I've been doing matchup stuff, so can I actually switch that? Put Frank Ntilikina on him. Is Derrick Rose really at the 3? Oh no, he's at the 2. Okay, that's not bad. And honestly, you just lose the Ben Simmons Embiid thing because you have Okafor and Porzingis. There's no better way to go about who you put on who. I would do the Sixers a solid and put a better defender defender on Brunson than Dame, but they have Covington, and Covington's guarding DeRozan, and Rose is guarding. I mean, Rose isn't a defender. So anyways, they're passing down to Porzingis regardless, and Porzingis will do a little step back mid-range. That is good over Ben. No contest because he's 7'8". This is what Victor is supposed to be in another 4 years. And Lillard will go to the left. He'll go into the post. The screen by, who is that? Is that Ezeli? Who is that? Also, did what's his name foul out? Yeah, that is Fess Ezeli. He misses it. Rebound by Okafor. And this is a random time to say this, but I do think next season, as Frank is going to go all the way, pass it down to Brunson, he gets blocked by Lillard, picks the ball back. Oh no, that's Rose, and they throw the ball away. I'm going to say what I wanted to say in a second. Oh my goodness, Dame cooking DeMar, layup, it's off, rebound by Okafor again. Winner go home. Game 7, DeMar DeRozan, number 7. At least you shoot a mid-range, so I can't even be mad at you for taking Melo's number. He missed it again though, and he didn't take a mid-range there, but wide open Brunson deep midi. That is good. Don't know why he didn't just take the 3, but screw it. They cut the game to 1 with 32 seconds to go. They don't have to foul. Rose has the ball. Rose looks his MVP self because half the time these players age backwards in this for some reason. Ntilikina on Lillard. Lillard would take the spin shot, and that is good. No contest from Frank. I'm sorry, Frank. No. That definitely did a better job than Jalen did, though. Anyways, I was going to say, I think I'm going to start to turn trades on auto next season. Why? Because I want to see if some of the teams, you know how like they're funneling around role players in free agency. I like when they do that. I want to see if the teams will, like, you know, trade they're not going to trade the superstars, but what will happen if they trade some of the mid-tier players themselves? Because I don't like to mess with them. If they're a playoff team as it is, first of all, it's too much evaluation to be done. And honestly, if I didn't like a trade, I'd just reverse it, if I'm being honest with you. So yeah, anyways, passing, and oh boy, Dame tried to go and take the ball, and oh, Ben Simmons fouled Jalen Brunson, but he missed the layup. That would have been insane, especially a weak foul right there. But they will cut it to 1 more than likely if he could hit the second one. Let's see. He does. And who will they foul? That is actually a big question. Are they going to give it a Dame or Ben? Okay, they give it a Dame, thankfully for them. The Knicks do not have any timeouts left. Dame is getting MVP chance, and I believe this is his free agency year, actually, unless he did agree to resign. I can't remember. And Dame will miss the second free throw. There is no timeouts, but the Knicks have numbers. They're going to go on the break. Brunson has room. Nope, he's going to stop it. He's got Ezeli on him. He goes around Ezeli to the basket, and he gets blocked by Ezeli. Jalen Brunson with the abysmal shot, and he fouls out on the foul on Rose. And Brunson, yeah, looks like he has just led the Knicks to a playoff elimination. Kemba Walker, not a bad person to subs into the game. And Porzingis is going to have a 3-point shot. That is off, and the Sixers will move on to the second round. That was a bloodbath, a battle. And yeah, Embiid was fouled out. So like the Knicks have been eliminated. They have one hell of a stacked roster, but the Sixers just have the absolute dogs at the top of the top. Game 7 between the Celtics and the Cavs. Hey, once you get to the playoffs, all that regular season stuff is over with. It is going to be up to these possessions. And well, LeBron is going to win this game anyways. It's LeBron. He had 17, 18, and 15. And one last game 7, I believe, between the Bulls and the Hawks. And okay, the Bulls are going to lock in, it looks like, unless, nah, they're going to win this. Yeah, the Bulls are going to win. Jokic with 37 points. And actually, no, there's one more game 7 between the Timberwolves and the Clippers. Are Chris Paul and the Clippers about to fold his MVP season in the first round? And my question is, do I get mad at the Wolves for doing this, or am I happy that they actually overcame the expectations? If they go on to win a ring, I'll be happy for them. But either way though, game is game. Y'all gotta win. It's that simple. And it looks like, or no, I think maybe Harrison Barnes fouled out. I don't know. Thon Maker's in the game, but yeah, I think Blake's at the 3 right now, and Clay is gonna run a pick and roll with him against Rubio, and Clay will pull up the wide open 3, and that is good. That was one thing with the Wolves, is that for some reason they weren't good at defense. Now I'd imagine that now Cat actually has good defensive stats. So you have Cat, you have AD, you have Wiggins, who also has good defensive stats, and then also Lowry. But overall, their defense wasn't the best on paper, because, or at least in defensive rating, and I'm not really sure why, but it just wasn't. Everybody's back in starting lineups. Lowry's in the game, pass down. They're gonna give it to Wiggins, and Wiggins is gonna fade away, and that is good. So I mean, hey, there you go. I don't know why that's not going to AD or Towns, but all right. Is Wiggins that guy? I mean, at the very least, he does have the easiest defensive matchup probably with Harrison Barnes. And well, they're gonna pass it down to Klay Thompson, or no, actually, oh yes they do. Klay Thompson gets the ball against Redick. He'll fade away, and that is good. They go back and forth with high post fadeaways from the 2 star wings of these teams. And this one, it looks like Lowry's gonna run it. Lowry at top of the key. Lowry will go to the basket against Chris Paul. The layup is off. He decided to take him himself. Kind of a bad play to go rogue on, especially against a fantastic defensive player. Cat is guarding Blake. Yeah, okay. They're going to give it to Clay again against JJ Redick. They're hunting Redick. And he spins off. He goes into the defense, pass back out, nearly throws it away. Blake gets it. Blake open midi, and that is off. That was a crazy possession. Wiggins open in the corner. He's going to have the wide open three and not take it. And you know what? I'm not. Oh, now I'm mad. Yeah, now I'm mad at him. Yep, I'm mad. It wasn't a bad shot to pass up. You know what I'm saying? It's a late game situation. And Klay Thompson, Warriors legend Klay Thompson, comes back up the other way in the Clippers jersey. 30 points for him tonight. And Andrew Wiggins back up the other way. Now he'll go to the basket. Layup is good from him. They are going back and forth. And this is the least expected, at least on Wiggins, is then back and forth I would have expected. And yeah, JJ. Oh yeah, I just realized, yeah, JJ, I could switch him off of Klay. Yeah, damn. Well, too late now. Anyways, Klay, he'll go right at JJ again, and good God almighty. Hey, if they do get the ball back again, I am not allowing that again. That is so bad. Andrew Wiggins, at the very least, will guard Klay Thompson from here on out, because yeah, good God, they're cooking JJ Redick also. If they gotta hide him with that negative wingspan he got. Matter of fact, I'm actually gonna do the same on this end. I'm gonna put Klay on Wiggins. Passing to Lowry, 25 seconds to go. They're gonna pass it down to, oh no, he goes rogue again. Lowry, the layup, he misses it. Rebound by Griffin. And it looks like off of that, as Cat just fouled out. Wait, let's see. Blake, can he hit the free throws? First one is good, 80%. He's getting MVP chance despite the fact that the MVP is on his team. He makes both free throws. The Wolves have no timeouts left. Cat would have been a good player to shoot a 3-point shot right now, but I guess not. Or JJ Redick maybe, but instead Wiggins gonna drive it past it. Oh, that's a good shot by Tobias Harris, the 3. And there's still a lot of time left. Okay, the pass will go into Klay. He'll take the free throws. Probably gonna be 100% chance he makes these. I'd be very surprised. He's getting an MVP chance too. Damn, you could only have one. Klay, you know what? I respect it though. All right, 10 seconds to go. Cat's fouled out now though, even if they did go to OT. Lowry dribbling the ball up and pass it to Wiggins. Wiggins was about to shoot it from God knows where. He misses it. Jordan gets the board. They're gonna foul him, which semi gives them a chance. I'm actually not gonna sim out just in case he misses both free throws, because I don't want them to hit like a full court shot in the simcast. But maybe they can hit it legitimately. Who knows? And he misses both, and he gets his own rebound to end the game. That's actually really funny. Shout out to the Clippers and getting rebounds on free throws. This is like the 85th time this video this has happened. And you know, the Timberwolves might have earned themselves another year with that one. Let's be honest. That was a really good showing against the #1 seed in the league. And so second round, we're gonna have the Bulls versus the Sixers. These teams are both very familiar by now. Dame, Embiid, and them. The Cavs versus the young Pacers. So Zion, Miles Turner, and Lonzo will play LeBron, Kevin Love, and Kyrie and Drew. The Clippers are playing the Suns. Suns obviously made quick work of the reigning champs, so they are legit. And can they be the team to knock off the Clippers? And the Jazz, who I already see are up 2-0 against the Kings. So the Kings are the second seed, but the Jazz with Steph Curry are currently having their way. And obviously this team doesn't, I mean, they have Steph Curry now, so that's improvement in itself. Team overall, you know, George Hill, Derek Favors out here filling out the lineup. Like, not the most insane lineup, but it doesn't matter. The Jazz just know how to win. They just got it. Steph Curry and the Jazz. And yeah, I really wanted to make sure in that trade they didn't give up Trey Lyles and too many role players. There was a point in time where I was clicking on stuff to see if they can get Draymond, but I was like, nah, I'd rather them keep Willie Cauley-Stein, Trey Lyles, a handful of these guys instead. Shout out to Jeff Teague with the 2 points on 2 free throws. And the Cavs are down 3-1 to the Pacers, and the Bulls are down 3-1 to the Sixers. Okay, they're both gonna win a game. And then after that, every team is gonna lose in 6. I decided to say screw it and just simulate through it. So the Chicago Bulls are not gonna go back to the finals. They're the second championship contender from last year, whatever the hell you want to call it, a finals appearance team. Yeah, sure. To get eliminated, you know, both of them are out of here. And the Pacers are going to eliminate the Cavs in 6 games. Zion, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who I wouldn't say I hate on, but 74 overall starter with 12, 5, and 4 a game on 43 and 42 from the field. Also 59 from the free throw line. What the hell is he doing? 60%? Doesn't matter though. Lonzo with 21 assists to knock off the Cavs. Another big time contender. And the Clippers were able to be, the only team to not get upset in this round, as they win it in 6 games themselves over the Suns. So there's so many legit teams right now. And we are about to see the conference finals between Zion, Lonzo, Miles Turner. I would say they both beat equally good teams against the Sixers, who won in 7 against the Knicks a few rounds ago and now beat the Bulls. Then you got the Clippers versus Utah, which is going to be Steph Curry versus Chris Paul, and Steph Curry versus Klay Thompson. I didn't even realize it. Steph versus Klay. I guess you could say Chris Paul versus Gordon Gordon Hayward, Blake versus Rudy Gobert, DeAndre Jordan. I'm gonna try and see how this goes, at least to begin. Okay, 2-2 in this one and 2-2 in both series. I'm gonna simcast every game from here on out. So the Sixers are gonna win this game easily. Dame had 41, Embiid at 36, just a little bit more experience there compared to Zion and Kuzma, who tried their best. And the Clippers are gonna get the Jazz out of here in game 5. Not out of here entirely, but Harrison Barnes, also another former Warrior, well, former Steph Curry teammate, I guess I'll say in this scenario, with 25 points. Chris Paul 24 and 15. Clay with 16 on pretty bad shooting, and Steph didn't have his best game either with 5 turnovers. Pacers facing elimination now. The young Pacers, and boy, it looks like it's finally time for the Sixers. These Sixers are going to go to the finals with the addition of Damian Lillard from a few years ago, who had 37, 11, and 7 rebounds in this game. Ben Simmons had 31 and 16 rebounds. Joel Embiid with 23 and 14 rebounds, and still with Derrick Rose, who I believe is still starting at the 2. They've also had some decent hits as well, with losing Dario Saric, losing Dion Waiters this past offseason, I'm pretty sure, who went to teams that aren't still even in the playoffs anymore, at least I'm pretty sure. And the Jazz fighting back, and it looks like they are going to force a game 7 against the Clippers. This is a huge game. George Hill led the way with 26 points for the Jazz on incredibly efficient shooting, and it looks like, let's see, unless the Jazz make a super late comeback here, it looks like the 2 super of super teams are gonna face off in the finals. So shout out to the Jazz, shout out to Steph Curry. Honestly, y'all might have another trade in store, because y'all learned how to, I was kind of scared to make another trade with the Jazz, and when I say that, I mean trade for Steph Curry, because like they were already winning so much and I didn't want to mess it up. But it seems like they just have winning in their blood, and if it calls for anybody to get traded, we might have to make another one for them. They just know how to get it done. I don't know what it is. Who's their coach? Let's say shout out to the Jazz coach. Oh, it's still Quinn Snyder. Was he really I don't think he was the coach back in 2016. Hell no, right? Or no, he was. I'm thinking of the new dude. Yeah, he was. I think he was. I don't even remember who their previous coaches were. It is the damn Jazz, to be fair. All right, let's just get into it. Clippers are gonna win game 1, a dominating game, and let's look a little bit at the matchups, I guess. So you got Dame versus Chris Paul, Clay versus D Rose, Otto Porter versus Harrison Barnes. That's the most elite small forward role player matchup ever. Then Ben versus Blake and Joel versus DeAndre. So they technically overall wise win the hell out of those matchups. Then you also have the Klay Thompson matchup to worry about in favor of the Clippers. But it just in general though, I mean, if you're all similar overalls, then you all have good tendencies. It's going to be a crazy series. So the Sixers are going to win the next game. Clay at 37, but Embiid and Dame put up a little bit too much of a fight. The next game, okay, it just got dumb close at the end. It was like a 10-point lead, and the Clippers have cut it back down to a 1-point game with 132 to go. Every game in the series is a huge game. This is the most star-studded stacked series yet, I would assume. Last year, like, yeah, you had Kawhi and Harden versus, you know, what was it? Jokic and Jimmy Butler. But now we're looking at like a legit 4 stars on each team, or at least almost. The Sixers, I would say, I mean, D Rose is close to a star. Otto Porter is close to a star, but yeah. And Chris Paul will go all the way to the basket to take the lead. Matter of fact, let me not forget any stones to turn off rip. So, well, that's the thing though. They're just not proficient in defensive matchups here. You know what? I guess D Rose is a little bit better at defense, but look at D Rose's defense consistency, 57, and his perimeter defense is a little bit better than Dame's. But yeah, and Otto Porter's defense isn't that crazy either, and he's probably too slow to stick up with Chris Paul, stay up with Chris Paul. So no changes on that end, in all honesty. And then on this end, no, they just have defense galore. So it's like you don't lose. I think you leave Chris Paul on Dame 1000%. He has a 98 perimeter defense. Look at their defensive players. Even Blake, even DeAndre, they definitely win that part of the matchup. Even though the Sixers have 2 of the best defensive players at their big man spots, as Embiid's gonna duck to the basket, and they lose it right there. But actually, no, look at Thon Maker, who I'm not even sure why he's in the game right now. DeAndre's trying to sub back in on the side. Thon Maker now taking the ball. He'll hopefully give it to Chris Paul right now, right? He'll hand it off. Thank you very much, Chris Paul. Top of the key, hand it off to Clay. Clay had room, but no, they have a mismatch. Blake against TJ McConnell, and they're gonna let him go, and he's gonna take a fall away mid-range shot and make it. That is a surprising shot to see him take against TJ McConnell, but screw it, it worked. Ben Simmons a little bit Gatorated up. He's tired. He's gonna try and force it down Embiid, but no, actually he'll spin off, and he actually had the whole lane to himself, but pass it back out to Porter instead. Out to Otto Porter, Wilt Chamberlain Jr. The screen from McConnell, and McConnell will go over the screen. Is McConnell about to take this shot? Are we serious? Oh, actually no. Otto Porter mid-range. That's not a terrible shot, but it kind of is. And I didn't realize how late we were into the game, and that might do it. Let's just make sure the right player gets fouled here. Oh well, yeah. I mean, Chris Paul's gonna go to the line. Chris Paul gets it. He gets fouled by Dame. If I see him make one free throw, I'm out of here. Which he will make this first one, obviously. Thank you very much. And sayonara. Yep. The Clippers are gonna win game 2, led by Blake Griffin, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Harrison Barnes. Shout out DeAndre for holding down the middle and scoring probably 8 points a game, maybe 6. 2-1 lead for the Clippers. Now, obviously, these are 2 teams that have been deemed as cursed in this recent, you know, modern last 10 years era. So it's good to see them duke it out in the finals, as Klay Thompson and Blake Griffin will lead them to another win. Sixers trying to give all they got in this next game as they fend off elimination, and they will succeed in that, at least. 3-2 in favor of the Clippers. And okay, this one just got super close. The Sixers are actually running away with another one en route to 4-7, but look at how the Clippers have taken back over the second half. This would be demoralizing to watch as a fan right here. I'm gonna jump in and see what happens. Clippers can get like one bucket and basically close this out. They have the ball. I think Thon Maker's in the game again for some reason. Clay's in there wearing that number 11. The font on their jersey is so small because this number 11 does not look right anyways. And Klay has some room from three. They're not, oh, they are going to give it to him eventually. Klay isoing the screen off the ball for Blake. Blake will go to the basket against Porter, and oh my goodness, Blake Griffin sends him to the ground, and they are unlucky there because Blake is at the three. I mean, to be fair, Otto still is, you know, he's not the smallest guy. He's like 6'9", but it doesn't matter. And the what's it called? Sixers fighting against the elimination right here, down by 6 and beating the post, trying to force something. He is getting nowhere. He'll pass it back out to Dame. Dame steps out of bounds, and it looks like the Los Angeles Clippers are about to win the NBA championship in Philadelphia. Oh, Dame went for the steal. He missed it. They're gonna foul. I'm gonna try and just simcast a little bit closer near the end. Yeah, 3 seconds to go, and I would assume they're not gonna foul here. Please don't be annoying. The LA Clippers have won the 2000, I believe, 21 NBA championship, keeping Chris Paul together. And to be fair, this is actually kind of a nice little story. Why? Because, well, Blake Griffin obviously stood healthy. DeAndre Jordan's still pretty damn good, and obviously Klay Thompson stood healthy, but also Chris Paul was in the finals in this year in real life. And funnily enough, he actually eliminated who he would have had his teammate Devin Booker in the Suns, as they made it to this finals, and they, you know, had hard fights against every single team they played, including the Sixers team, and near the end, at least damn near 4-7 games, and they had to fight in the second half. It's a crazy league, and crazy things are happening right now. Klay Thompson, he will win his, what is this, 3rd championship, I believe, or maybe, no, it's actually just 2nd. Chris Paul gets his 1st ring and his 1st ever finals MVP. I gotta stop playing this music in my ear. Good God, take this here and damn yeet hi-hats. Come on, dog. Anyways, 33 points from Klay Thompson. Yeah, insane games from him and Chris Paul. Barnes was a bit off, but it doesn't really matter because they played great defense on, I guess, Covington. And Embiid was 3 for 11 in this loss. They could have used him in that second half. So 2021 Finals MVP Chris Paul. There's another case. Didn't I mention about how the Spurs, you know what I'm saying, locked in, got James Harden, won the ring? Now another case of a team locking in and actually winning the ring. So maybe, shoot, nah, because I was about to say maybe it's time for the Wolves to do the same, but the Clippers, and at the very least the Clippers and the Spurs, were consistent top of the playoff contenders. And honestly, one ring in this league is worth like 4. Let's be honest. Do I expect the Clippers to win it again next year? No, honestly, no, because this league is pretty crazy and pretty all over the place and pretty random. I think the teams we have to focus in on yet again to like really double down, honestly, a team with some crazy salary cap space that made the 2nd round, the Phoenix Suns. I'm not even sure who's out there as free agents, or maybe actually I have a perfect trade target in mind. I'm not even sure how I haven't thought of this yet, but maybe because I wanted to see them really prove that they could win for real. But the Suns, I mean, shout out to the Kings. They didn't win a game in the 2nd round, and I also already really like the Kings core as it is, although Victor Oladipo is a free agent. I'm not sure who else is a free agent, but they maybe would want to swap him out and sign like a more pristine guy. The Bulls, there's really not much I could do here because they traded a lot of their picks just in general over the years. The Cavs, maybe it's time to help them out a little bit. The Pacers, the conference finals appearance, and you know, obviously well, Nickeil, you know, actually let me go reward Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He was so damn good. We gotta make sure he's not just a role player in this league. He's gotta improve. Yeah, I mean, well, so he's gonna hit like actually he's got pretty good potential, 87 max potential, but he is not gonna hit that. So I'm gonna do that. Honestly, I don't even care if you hit that 87. I just want to make sure you get to like the mid 80s. You know, I need you to be a good player in this league. I'll go like this. Like something like, yeah, like this is good. Yeah, something like an 83, 85 overall. You got to be a good player in this league because you were a super factor on that team. And you got to get your free throw rating up too. It's bad. But the Pacers as well, might got to lock in and also get them. I think what I was looking at trying to get them for a lot of the season was, well, Michael Porter Jr. was kind of mediocre. Maybe they could package like MPJ. But this is the thing though, you made it to the conference finals. You were 2 games away from a championship, or yeah, 2 games. Like, do you kind of just play out the progression at this point? But if they can make like a decent trade or even a decent sign signing. I mean, you would imagine the Jazz, the Pacers, the Kings, they're all going to be the Suns. The Suns have a lot of money. They're all going to be very high tier free agency destinations or trade destinations. And I have some ideas in mind. I'm going to try to get through this offseason a little bit quicker. I feel like the script has been written, and at this point, you know, we're freestyling. Also, playoff leader in points was Steph Curry. Dame was second. Shout out to him. He expired, but he also made it to the finals, so he's probably going to stay. Iggy retired. JJ Redick. I'm not going to lie to you, JJ Redick. Yeah, you can get out of here. With how you were getting cooked, it was bad. Go ahead and coach. The draft lottery. Now, this one is for, I believe, Paolo, Jabari Smith, and, or no, this is for Cade Cunningham, Scotty Barnes, Sengun. It is a very deep draft, this draft. It's a surprisingly solid draft. Cam Thomas all the way down here. Let me make sure his potential is good. So, kind of nice to remind myself what this draft looks like. And honestly, this was a pretty good draft. I think if you get a top 10 pick in this draft, you get like a franchise-changing player. Oh boy, Rockets get the 4th pick again from Denver. Good God. Oh yeah, the Rockets themselves traded their pick for Dennis Schroeder, I think. Maybe this is one of the protected ones. I don't really care. I think I had a moment of clarity, no Jay-Z, that I think I'm gonna start to let stuff move a bit more freely as the last few years move on, just because, oh my God, the Hawks just jumped in. Damn, the Hawks? Are the Hawks not the team? No, Hawks are Ja Morant's team. I don't know. Are they? Something. Basketball. Wizards will get pick 11. Okay, the Hawks via Miami as well. They get the 9th pick, 8th pick to the Nets. Kind of wish the Nets would be a little bit worse so they could, the Blazers just moved from 7 to top 4. That's good for them. I don't know who just moved up, but the Blazers, they got Lauri Markkanen and he's pretty good, but haven't really given any attention to them just because I know that they're in this process currently. Okay, the Hawks will get the 4th pick with, okay, yeah, it's with Houston's pick. Yeah, so that's the team that just went pretty far in the playoff, or at least tried to. Just these, whatever. Blazers, Rockets, and who's number 1? So the Rockets get the number 2 pick from Denver, and number 1 is going to be the Grizzlies. Be the first time in franchise history. Grizzlies have had it pretty rough, but they do have LaMelo Ball and Dante Exum, and I think Jaren Jackson. So there you go. That's a good pick. Now, this could go a couple different ways, because you could pick Cade, but you could go... I just went through like the potentials of like half this damn roster, or half this damn draft class. If you get a player like Cade, Sengun, Scotty, Mobley, or Franz, you're basically getting a bunch of different players in the same tier. Okay, so there's some decent free agents. Don't mind the young free agents because they're probably just on team options, but Victor Oladipo's one, Damian Lillard's one. Kind of weird seeing like this, realizing that Oladipo's a higher overall than Lillard, but Zach LaVine's also another good one. Jabari Parker as well. I think he wouldn't let me extend his contract. And to be fair, yeah, they haven't been doing much in Charlotte. He's been Charlotte's finest for some years now, the best player that they've had in a long time, except for I guess maybe him and Markelle. So those are the main ones. No like super duper big free agents out here. I thought Giannis was going to be one, but might trade that big bastard anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Now the thing is, so who is it? So the Hawks got a 4th pick and the Rockets via Denver with the 2nd pick. Now the Rockets need that pick. They're still in this mode. They're like weirdly contending, but they're very lucky that they have all these damn Nuggets pick, or weirdly playoff contending, I should say. The Hawks on the other hand, they had a pretty solid little, I can't remember if they got eliminated in the play-in, 1st round, 2nd round, I can't even remember, but you got Ant, you got Ja Morant, you got Isaac, Aiden, you got a really good young core already built. Do you need to draft another one, or should you trade this pick to lock in now? I feel like they wouldn't. It depends on what you can get back for this 4th pick. I know myself that so they would draft one of Cade, Sengun, Scotty, Mobley, or Franz. Ideally for them, considering they have Aiden, Ja, and Anthony Edwards, they could use a 3 or a 4, and a lot of those guys fall into that category. So it's a decent decision whether you keep it or not. But yeah, I think there's too many teams to manage at this point, because it's like, okay, what do I do with Giannis? What do I do with the Wizards, the Wolves, even the Lakers a little bit? It might be time to throw that auto trade on. Let them do as they shall a little bit, not fully, but a little bit. Maybe I'll just do it from selective teams, honestly. Actually, I think I'm gonna do that because I don't want like the Jazz to change, but I kind of do though, because I did say I wanted the Jazz to get better. It is always tough when to say when a 3-team trade is done, but I think it is complete. And with one of the biggest blockbusters, and not only biggest blockbusters, but one of the most interesting trades I've put together yet, because these are 3 teams that are probably going to stay somewhat in slight, I wouldn't say contention, but for one of them, but just, you know, an interesting spot, let's say. So the Phoenix Suns in this deal are going to give up 3 first-round picks, Dragan Bender, Precious Achiuwa, and Kenyon Martin Jr., and receive back Chris Middleton and Julius Randle. Now, Bender's an 81 overall. He will be going to the Bucks in this deal. Matter of fact, all of their assets will be going to the Bucks. The Lakers are trading Julius Randle, Brandon Ingram, Josh Jackson, 2 first-round picks, and Zubats. And the Bucks will be trading Giannis, Chris Middleton, and Andre Drummond, with Giannis and Drummond are going to the Lakers. Middleton's going to the Suns. Randle's going to the Suns. The Bucks will basically restart their new young core, so to speak, with Brandon Ingram at the helm. They'll have a lot more years to work with and maybe be able to give Ingram like a bit more of a front and center role that he couldn't get on LA, considering that he's a scorer, but they also have D'Angelo Russell. They also have CJ McCollum, and they did have Randle. The Suns are able to sneak into this deal by giving up a bunch more picks to the Bucks to get this deal done and taking Randle from the deal because Randle's a bit older. He's the same age as Giannis. And so he can head to the Suns, who were just the 3rd seed, and they basically just give up a bunch of draft capital as well as a few young players to get Middleton and Randle. And then the Lakers, on the other hand, obviously this is actually a pretty decent amount, and it's a fun trade because they're giving up legit really good players, but the Lakers are failing to like really get over the hump, despite the fact that CJ has been on one, Russell's really good, and they have a good supporting cast overall. So much so that I'm pretty sure Josh Jackson, yeah, he just like didn't play. Like he played 18 games this past season. So while he's going to be an asset, a young 24-year-old asset to the Bucks, he didn't have any role in the Lakers. The Lakers were in an asset surplus that they didn't need to be in. So now, instead of having all of these guys and also being on paper, at least is what I could see, CJ McCollum, D'Angelo Russell, Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, not a good defensive team, and Greg Monroe. Now they'll give up some of their bad defenders and some picks and get Giannis and Andre Drummond, who should be good at defense in 2K because it's, you know, it's to man the middle alongside CJ, D'Angelo Russell, and honestly, I haven't even really thought about who they'd put at the 3. I was honestly so shocked when I added Drummond and saw the Lakers could take on his money. Hey, let's get it done. Trade is done. That is insane. Oh yeah, they have Glenn Robinson to play the 3. They also have they got Reggie Bullock. He's 30 years old. He ain't playing no damn 3. So basically Glenn Robinson will play the 3. He's a good shooter. And it felt wrong that we went so long in this video without the Lakers making a blockbuster trade. But you know, with LeBron never going there, no huge free agents, it was finally time. I'm gonna force a truce between the Nuggets and the Rockets. Now, I'm not gonna force the Rockets to trade back the Nuggets' 2nd overall pick this year, but I'm gonna force them to give back their 2022 first so they can finally start a damn rebuild. And I'm also gonna give up Houston's lottery protected first next year for Kelly Oubre and Malik Beasley. They're only 82 and 84 overalls, but remember, the Rockets have been in insanely desperate need of wings. Their starting small forward last year was either Devin Vassell or Kevin Knox the entire year, so now Oubre or Malik Beasley can play the 3, which they've been doing for years now. And Malik Beasley averaged 23 points. At a certain point, playing as well as that has to factor into trade value. He averaged 23 on a very efficient shooting, and Kelly Oubre got pretty good too, honestly. I really just wanted to give them back their pick, though. I'm tired of seeing them not doing anything, and damn, they both go up pretty high at small forward. Yeah, I think the trade was worth it. I think it's fair to say, because Oubre is now 86. All right, I think it's time to start the draft. With the 1st overall pick, the Memphis Grizzlies, they got Jaren, Dante Exum, Cam Reddish, LaMelo Ball. You know what? I'm actually just gonna go ahead and draft them the #1 overall, Cade Cunningham. Why? Because he's listed as shooting guard. He seems to thrive a lot as an off guard. He'll play next to LaMelo Ball, and we'll see what happens with Dante Exum. I actually was looking at trades for him potentially, but he also could. They're a very versatile team. Literally all of their guards could just play 1 through 3 probably. So I'm gonna pick Cade Cunningham here. I think you still got to go best available firepower if you're the Grizzlies, and I think he is the best. Next up for the Houston Rockets, or I don't even know, did I already say them? I just went and looked through their team for a while, and you know, it's a tough call because their literal calling card has been that they've had 2 really good centers for no reason, which is Nurkic and Capella, and they're both not old. They're both 27 and 26, so they could stay around here for a while, especially as this team might start to actually be good. Now, the only tough thing is that while I want to draft this team a wing, even though I just traded for 2 wings, they also have Knox. They have, which I didn't even know about one of them, they have Denny Avdia, Vassell, who I drafted here, and that's about that. Shout out to Danny Green down here as a salary filler and veteran leadership, I guess. So they have a lot of wings, right? The question is just direction with this team, because I think this pick does come down to, which for one, though, there is something interesting here. I think it comes down to whether you want Barnes or you want Sengun. Now, Barnes is definitely much better right now. They're both ranked about the same, 2 or 3-ish, it seems. Although Sengun is ranked number 8 in NBA.com and Barnes is ranked number 2. So Scotty is consistently ranked higher. It says he's listed at power forward, and this team has been playing Capella or Nurkic at power forward for years, so that could help a lot. And not only that, but he's a versatile guy. I think he's the pick here for Houston. Portland next up, they just need whatever the hell they can get. Steven Adams finally expired with that 20 million plus he was making. With Adams expiring, I'm going to draft Sengun to this team because they're still many steps away from really locking in and contending or whatever you want to call it. This next pick, the Atlanta Hawks. Boy, oh boy. I think there's one perfect pick for this team. I don't even know how much impact he'll have off rip. You know what? I'm actually going to go with part of me wanted to choose Franz Wagner, but I feel like Evan Mobley is the right fit here. Put him next to DeAndre Ayton. Team already has guys who like to put the ball in their hands. Mobley doesn't need to do too much. He just needs to come in and be a defensive lockdown player. It's a tough call between those two, but I think Mobley, especially because he's the higher rated player currently, he can slot into this team immediately. I'll take him there. The Warriors, good God. You know what? Actually, I don't need to think twice about this team. Sorry, Franz, but this is where you're going to go. They need you. They need someone. Raptors next up. Same goes for them. I'm surprised they weren't worse. I'll go with the safe, put the ball in his hands pick. I'm going to bring Jalen Green to the Raptors. Pistons are weird because they've been garbage, but they're also kind of good. Siakam, Dennis Smith, Mitchell Robinson, Tyler Hero. Also got Maxey now, so definitely not a point guard isn't what's needed here. You know, actually, I think I know what they need. Yeah, they need like that continual connector piece of the lineup next to Dennis Smith Jr. to play the on-ball defense. We'll bring in Jalen Suggs to the Pistons. The Nets, the weirdly good team that isn't good. They're in need of wings. Their only wings really currently at power forward or small forward is Paul Millsap and Noah Vonleh really. And Millsap's 36 years old. I'm going to bring them. It's tough between Jalen Johnson and Kuminga, but I'm going to bring them Kuminga because he's ranked higher and they both have all-star as their ceiling. The Hawks with yet another pick. So they already have Mobley, and Mobley was a great pick, especially because I didn't even know they didn't have a backup center at all. So I guess they really, damn yeah, they really needed bigs. You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I know this dude's going to become good because I literally edited his player card and made him better than what they had him in as in the draft class. I'm going to draft him their guy, Jalen Johnson. I just told you they kind of lack in big bodies, so we're going to get him over here. Now with the Hornets, I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't even realize he was going to expire, but I realized it probably an hour ago now. Jabari Parker is probably going to be gone. I have a team in mind where I want him to go. And actually, with that being said, this Draymond Green one-year rental thing did not work. If any team wants him, you could have. Only problem is because I've been signing the contracts and really just in general, whatever, Draymond's contract is kind of just, it does not fit the league right now. And same went for, when I was trying to trade Wiggins or one other player. Never mind, I found a trade for Draymond. We're going to trade Draymond to the Pelicans for 3 second-round picks, Jalen Smith, and the 19th pick in this draft. You know, actually, I was doing the 19th, but I'll move it up. I'll do the 12th instead. They have the 12th and the 19th pick, so the Pelicans, they'll keep their 19th selection and trade their 12th pick for Draymond. I mean, but how old is he? He's 31. He kind of stinks. You know what? Never mind. Change it back to the 19th. It's more of a salary dump, but also like the Pelicans have nothing to lose. They're going to be playing with fire because Levine's probably going to decline his player option, enter free agency. They're probably going to have to go over the cap to re-sign Levine and OG or as it is. So you might as well use the cap space you have right now to trade for Draymond and in the last 2 years of his contract. Who cares? All right. Yeah, screw it. There you go. Anyways, the Hornets are still on the clock. Yeah, you know what? This is the right spot for him. Cam Thomas next to Markelle Fultz. They're going to need a guy to get buckets once Jabari Parker leaves. And obviously he's got a lot of room to grow as well. He's only a 72. Time for the Wizards pick. Now you guys are going to enter hell basically. And honestly, let's be honest. This team is not going to figure this out before the video ends. This team with Melo and Marc Gasol. Now I also, once again, like this is another player. I mean, is there anything to do with them? I'm going to figure it out. For now, we're just going to draft for the Wizards. Try to look around for trades for them, but I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and draft them Josh Giddey. Every player left on here is a role player, and he's the best of them. And they can still maybe make a little push at the playoffs. I also thought about it too, and like with the Bucks maybe falling back a bit, that means they could take a playoff spot. At the very least, they'll still be in the play-in probably. Now the Pelicans with Draymond, who's still only 31 years old. I think I'm actually going to make the pick I was almost thinking about making for the Wizards just now and bring their own guy back to him. Herb Jones. I'm going to just double check. Yeah, he's listed as power forward, but ideally he'll just back up OG, which is a crazy wing rotation of defense. Yeah, Herb Jones, welcome back to the Pelicans. We're actually going to trade real quick. Let the Bucks get a couple more assets. Yeah, I'm going to just trade Eric Bledsoe to the Jazz for Jeff Teague, a first-round pick, 3 second-round picks, and Isaiah Joe. The market for Eric Bledsoe isn't going to be that crazy because the only teams I would see taking Eric Bledsoe and his $10 million a season currently, right before free agency as well, you got to realize. But I also kind of just want to get it over with. Is teams who wouldn't have a ton of cap space or kind of cap locked, but could trade a contract for him. One team I've been trying to help out for a while is the Thunder. But, well, for one, all of their players that are good kind of make decent money. And then they have no leeway. Like, let's say I tried to trade Roberson and Cantor $8 million for Bledsoe's $10 million. They'll say, no, they're over the cap. As you can see by the contracts they have, they're paying $40 million to Durant, Westbrook, and Boogie. So, yeah, let me just get this trade done. And I wanted to, you know what I'm saying, bring some more fire to Utah. They didn't have much to work with, but this is the most reasonable low asset trade I could see them making. And, you know, it'll probably take a little second for him to get pretty good, but I'm going to draft Austin Reeves to the Bucks. The Mavericks are next up, and Reeves, I've checked his player card. I made sure he's gonna get good eventually. He's kind of old already, but who cares? Honestly, I'm gonna let the Mavs decide for themselves, and I'm gonna let every other team decide for themselves. Zaire Williams to the Mavs, that kind of sucks. Davion Mitchell to the Hawks, Kai Jones to the Celtics, Trey Murphy to the Raptors. This is a good pick for them. That's who I was hoping would have went soon. Quentin Grimes to the Nuggets. He's about to take 1,000,000 shots a game. Ayo back to the Bulls. I kind of overlooked him. I won't lie. Good second round picks as well. We're pretty far into this league, so all the second round picks matter. So Oladipo's gonna re-sign with the Kings. That shouldn't be too surprising. Dame's gonna be back with the Sixers, and the exact team that I wanted to see get to work is getting to work. Now it's kind of tough. So obviously, as you know, Levine started with Minnesota, got traded for AD. He's been in New Orleans for 4 years, playing good. The team is finally getting pretty good, but his top and only offer right now is from the Pacers for 106 mil. He has 100% interested in. He wants to sign. Now, who I was planning on making sign to the Pacers was Jabari Parker, because I was like, they could figure something out here and make Jabari be the lead wing. But to be fair, they do have a lot of wings, and the one spot they needed to fill was the guard. So I'm gonna let Zach LaVine sign here. Now, Pelicans, they did just trade for Draymond. Trust me, this doesn't hinder their ability to re-sign Zach LaVine. And you know what? I'm gonna help the Pelicans out. Now, they still have the facilities to re-sign OG as well, but they're gonna need another player to put the ball on the floor with LaVine leaving, and I don't want to hold them out of their entire their entire progression currently. So we're gonna have them sign Jabari Parker as their second scoring option next to Shea. Obviously, the only team that gets screwed over out here is the Hornets, when they really haven't shown us much. Let's be honest. If anything, they got too good too fast and then screwed themselves over and haven't been able to draft perfectly because of it. So Lauri Markkanen actually tried to leave the Blazers in free agency, and they actually tried to not even sign him back. They tried to not match his contract whatsoever. And I had to do some Blazers soul searching and said, you know what? They aren't in any space to still have Lauri Markkanen. I know they acquired him. It was a good trade and everything, but I think it's time to move your assets yet again, because Sengun is mad low overall, needs a lot of time to develop. You got Quickly, Naz Reid, Jordan Poole. You got good overall assets, but you still need more time, without a doubt. So the team, I'm just be honest, the team he tried to go to was the Bucks, but I kind of want the Bucks to be in the same place that I kind of want the Blazers. We're like, you know, we're rebuilding a little bit. I don't want them to, I don't want to trade picks from them, but you know who I will trade picks from, or at least one pick and some better assets than the Bucks have to offer, when Devin Vassell, a weak body Kevin Knox, Ty Jerome, a second round pick and a first round pick, or Lauri Markkanen. The Houston Rockets, the weird team who I did just draft them Scotty Barnes, but you know, he can come off the bench for a year. He's a 78 overall. This team could fully lock into maybe even, I could see them being a top 5 playoff team with how weirdly good they've been. Plus now they legitimately seem good. So yeah, screw it, let's do it. And now the Blazers can take a step back. They have another good couple assets in Knox and Devin Vassell, and they should be pretty good soon, just not yet. But it just made me, I had to think about it once I saw, you know, it wrote itself into the script when he tried to leave. And yeah, everything else went as I said it would. So yeah, there you go. All right, so I think it's time. I'm gonna turn trades on auto and see what happens in this upcoming season. I want the insanity to continue without me having to do all of it. Also, here's some player progression stuff. Paul George went down by 2 overall. So actually, let me also mention too, a few players who I decided not to re-sign to contract would be, at least, you know, I didn't personally. Isaiah Thomas is one, Al Horford, really just most of the, actually, I will keep Marvin Bagley on the Celtics, I guess. Young asset or whatever. Oh, I didn't even see the Kings ones, but yeah, Mikal, you could stay. I really love the Kings because I haven't had to look at them like once. They just do what they have to do. Yeah, so I opted to leave most of the Timberwolves unsigned because it's getting ugly over here. Although Wiggins is the only one that will expire after this upcoming season, as well as the only other one, as actually Jokic is going to expire after this year. He hasn't re-signed yet, is, yeah, the Celtics, like I mentioned. Garland went up to an 87. Look at this Suns team. They got an elite starting 5 now with Middleton off the bench at that. Kevin Porter Jr. is up to an 80. The Raptors, he's going to be taking a lot of shots. I don't know why he's at small forward, but it doesn't matter. Who cares? Hey, you know what? Maxey and the Pistons are getting pretty good. Maybe they can finally start winning a game or two once every so often. And Draymond went down to an 83. Good thing I traded him for that 19th pick. Zion's up to a 90 next to Zach LaVine, Miles Turner, and Lonzo, who are all 90s. Nuggets are still in hell, but this will finally be the year where they can draft a player. And it's a big year for that, right? Or no, it's Paolo year. I was thinking it was Victor year. Brunson's up to an 88. Bridges to an 87. Luka's a 95 and Tatum's a 93. Russell's up to a 93 next to Giannis. And there is one team that I have in mind for another very big trade. And we're only a month into the season, but some more middle tier trades have happened. Okay, I actually like some of these. Josh Okogie and Kenneth Faried for the Kings first round pick and Biyombo. I don't know how good Okogie is now, but the Kings trading away their first to the Warriors, who definitely need young assets. Although Okogie is one himself, but I don't know. Maybe they didn't like him. And I also like the Jazz getting Batum and Chimezie Metu for their own, another one of their first round picks. They do trade Rodney Hood though. And then the Hornets finally got rid of Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, so long old friend for Tyus Jones, and that's an absolute non-factor trade, but who cares? Okay, so it's January 1st and some more big trades have happened. I mean, like, you know, could be very pivotal. So the Spurs have established a new starting center in Nurkic by trading, what was it, Dion Waiters? And it was mainly Dion Waiters for Nurkic. And I mean, I'm for the most part, I don't like this, but at the very least, they do have marketing now, and they have Scotty Barnes. So it sucks because you go from a team that was so proficient in having 2 centers to now having just one guy who can play center, really. Because I mean, marketing's more of a, he averages 10 boards. You know, actually, I'll put center on his card because he kind of just didn't have a secondary position at all. But it's the new year, so this is normally around the time I start to stop the simulation as well. And well, they are 4th seed, so maybe that was a good trade. You know, get another bench player next to Malik Beasley. Yeah, screw it. That's not that bad. The Lakers got another center in Myers Leonard by trading Jordan Clarkson. Don't know how I feel about that, but all right. The Thunder went ahead and finally traded KCP. It's been a long while with him and the Jazz, actually, the team that dealt with them, acquiring KCP. So KCP is their new starting shooting guard, and the Thunder, who are currently the 9th seed, are now having to start campaign. This trade kind of made no sense, but I'm actually gonna do some switching around for them to make a little bit more sense. We're gonna put KD at small forward. It's been a long time since he's played there, but that'll allow them to play a legit. That's a solid. Sometimes I like when I do this because it gives them, you know, ideas that I didn't really even think of doing in years past. Well, I definitely have thought before, which they'll probably update in a second, but I've definitely thought before moving KD back to the 3, but they didn't really have the right facilities to do that. They also get a much easier to move contract, as it does make a lot of sense contractually, because the Jazz, like I mentioned earlier, they don't have money in free agency. Neither do the Thunder, but now they, you know, the Jazz at the very least have been a bit more solidified. Thunder with a little bit more leeway now. And they also traded Darren Collison from Reese Spates. Who cares? Now, the one trade I was talking about earlier was with this 7th seed Dallas Mavericks team. So this is the thing, right? This is their last year because Luka is about to expire and he didn't sign his extension either. So it's actually doubly bad because Luka's going to go to free agency. They're going to have to go and overpay, re-sign Luka, right? But they still have a lot of salary space right now, as well as some decent young assets. Not really the best, but they have some, and all of their picks. They're obviously contending or in the contention sphere, considering that they have Luka and Jason Tatum, but they've never built a great supporting cast around them. And I've never traded their picks, I don't think. So it's kind of just their fault. So I think it's time where they lock in. And honestly, I haven't even checked how the mediocre teams are doing this season. Well, for one, actually, look at Minnesota. Minnesota's 5th seed right now. Good for you guys, I guess. The Lakers, good God, man. It's something with Giannis. I don't know. Giannis will do the greatest. He is like the breaker of the estimated wins added stat, because he will have the greatest seasons ever and then not win. And I don't know. I'm not gonna. This team's like really good all around too. Like even to the bench and everything. Okay, so the Bucks with Brandon Ingram are actually at 7 wins. They are not locked in whatsoever. They're not the worst team in the world, but I guess they are. They're worse than even the Raptors. The Pacers are doing really good with the new addition, Zach LaVine. And I also didn't really realize, but the Suns are #1 in the West. And this isn't too surprising. They were on such an upwards trend, and now they have Randall and Middleton. And the reigning champion Clippers are still doing pretty well. It's really tough because I don't think I tried to, I mean, no, I obviously didn't try to make the East worse than the West, because they still have some of the best teams in here, but they just are worse. I low-key overlooked the Magic in the last playoffs or whatever, the last offseason, I should say. But they've also got their core and it works. They're 6th. You know what? I just thought about something. I'll be honest, I don't know how to do this. It's just kind of funny. And I'm not sure if I could do this right now anyways, but I want to get rid of conferences. I feel like half of these videos, I probably even started them with that in mind, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Granted, there's not like a severe difference in the West to East. They both, at least at the very least, like the elites, the top tiers of the teams once we go to the playoffs, have both been really good from both conferences. But like the Thunder would be in the top 7 if they were in, or maybe even the top 6. They were in the East, so I don't know. And like the Pelicans are all the way down here. The Lakers suck. All right, so I'm going to trade Zaire Williams, 2 first-round picks, 1 lottery protected, 1 top 10 protected, and Brandon Clark, along with, we'll throw in 2 second-round picks for good measure. The Detroit Pistons for Pascal Siakam. Siakam's an 89 overall, and the reason why I've decided to go with him is because the Mavericks, I've realized, do not even really need offense. They have Luka, Tatum, Bobo averages 14. They got TJ Warren. Where the Mavericks are like top 7 in the league in defense, and Pascal's gonna make, I mean, in offense, and Pascal's making him even better at offense. But what they really need is defense, and Pascal Siakam's a great defense. So screw the second-round pick. Screw the second-round pick. We'll just do it. Screw it. There you go. Also, I did notice that, sorry to the Pistons, but Pascal never learned how to shoot threes. I'm gonna raise this. I don't care what his overall becomes. I'll put it like an 82. There you go. He changed to a 2-weight, 3-level score. He has like 0 tendency. I'll give him like a 35. I don't care. This is the best I could do, honestly. Also, also just the best fit overall. They really needed a 4, so now he'll pull up and start. They're 3 to 4. All these years have been TJ Warren, and I mean, you could definitely use another defender with that. I'm also going to call up the trash can Golden State Warriors and give them 2 second-round picks for Austin Rivers. He's literally super low value. He's playing well enough. Pat Connaughton has not been very good this year, and I just want to get another solid player for the Mavs. That's really it. Remember, those second-round picks ain't that bad, so they'll probably get a player of Austin Rivers potential, maybe. Who knows? All right, that's all I wanted to do for now. Let's see what happens before the trade deadline. By the way, before I thought about Pascal, I was thinking about getting like Bradley Beal or John Wall or even Marc Gasol, even though he's dumb old, for the Mavericks. But think about it. Pascal fits so much better than Bradley Beal with 2 other guys who just score some more. I think genuinely though, like the only defensive stat, as Porzingis actually makes his first All-Star team, and so does Zion. The stat I always go to just to see how a team is playing, because I don't think they have individual defensive stats. I always go over to the team stats and look at the defensive rating, and it's like Mavs, as you can see, they're 19th, so it's very necessary to improve on offense, even if it hurts their I mean, whatever, other way around. I'm gonna go right up to the day of the trade deadline, whenever the hell that is. Oh, there it is. The Knicks traded Jeremy Grant back to the Sixers for TJ McConnell. That's kind of funny. It probably affects nothing anyways. Oh, wow. Okay, the Pacers have traded Marcus Smart, so obviously they have Levine now. They're gonna get more of a facilitator alongside Lonzo off the bench to swing the ball to Porter Jr., Kuzma. They also got Alexander Walker, who's, you know, a little bit inefficient but likes to play defense. So they're gonna trade Marcus Smart, who maybe was becoming a bit redundant for their team at this point, to the Timberwolves, which I thought it was funny because I actually tried to do that some years ago. I was thinking about getting Rubio off this team, how he was just inefficient, couldn't play defense when they needed defense. And this is why I like that I put it on auto, because little trades like that happen. Now, did anything else BS happen? Oh boy, yes it did, and I might reverse this. Chris Middleton to the Magic for Aaron Gordon. I don't like that at all, and it looks like the Magic might have tumbled down a bit. Now, okay, you know what though? I will say they might have got me. They might have got me because they were in need of a 3 for many years now. Middleton's only 30 years old. The Magic are a team in the playoff run. Middleton also was off the bench. He maybe wanted to, you know, put the ball on the floor a little bit more. And Henry Ellenson now, he's having a career year, so they're going to let him replace Aaron Gordon. The Suns, on the other hand, in the West, obviously #1. Gordon is their, I guess, 6th or 7th man. And I can't exactly fully explain why they'd want to do this, but I mean, at the end of the day, you have a plethora of scorers, so you weren't in dire need of Middleton. I actually like that one too. Draymond Green. Okay, that one's really bad. Draymond Green to the Nets for Noah Vonleh, the lifer Noah Vonleh. Why would they do that? But you know what though? Where'd Noah Vonleh go in this trade? The Pelicans, who actually took a bit of a jump with him. Now Vonleh's not good enough to warrant much more than this, but I'm literally just gonna lob some 2nd-round picks to the Nets. I'm gonna swap 3 2nd-round picks for 1 and their most distant one. Why? Because yeah, that was stupid, but I can respect that. Oh wow, Derrick Rose to the Celtics for Jay Crowder. That's pretty straightforward, but it is what it is. That's what's up. Okay, I think I'm okay with the league as of right now. Spurs might drop out at the very least into the play-in. The Mavs maybe got worse with Pascal. Sorry, my bad. The Lakers also falling out, but look at the teams that are above. There's too many good teams in the Western Conference. This is insane. I mean, the Rockets took a severe jump this season with Markkanen, and the Lakers might miss the play-in with Giannis. I might have to just, okay, this might be a crazy thing to write into the script, but I might have to like trade one of these teams entirely for another team. But at the same time, the East, I mean, like, I know the Wizards are falling off, but they're still good. The Heat are getting pretty good. They got RJ, Trae Young, but granted, they wouldn't hold a candle in the West. Yeah, like the Lakers are above 500 and might not make the play-in, but I'm not going to think too much about it because at the end of the day, the top dogs are going to be the top dog. Oh yeah, D Book's ready to resign. Yeah, don't think twice about that. Suns are on 1. He's staying forever. Boogie and Westbrook are expiring on player options if they actually decide to leave. Ooh-wee. Okay, the Wolves went out their own way to re-sign Wiggins. I'm still gonna leave Towns for now. Jokic still hasn't re-signed with the Bulls, even though they're mad good, so I don't really, or at least they've been good enough. And yeah, with that being said, we gonna move to the end of this season. Why not let it fly? LeBron wins MVP yet again. Cade Rookie of the Year for his Grizzlies, and he won 6th Man of the Year. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. As I saw him pop for Rookie of the Year, I'm like, damn, I never changed whatever the hell his name is. I don't know why I want to say Dyson Daniels, but I'm thinking about Dante Exum. Never changed into a small forward or anything like that. So Cade just came off the bench this year. Giannis won DPOI. I'm not gonna lie, I gotta start to wrap this video up, like make it quicker, because I've been recording this, I think for like, let me go check. Well, it's been like a day and a half now. I think I'm starting to lose my voice. I'm starting to feel sick. I haven't left my house this whole time, so I couldn't have really got sick. So I don't know. Suns get Coach of the Year. Westbrook, CP3, LeBron, Giannis and Jokic make the first team. Second team was Luka, Wall, AD, KD, and Embiid. And the third team was Cat, Zion, Ben, Shea, and Dennis Smith Jr. Damn. Dennis averaged 26 points, and that's after he averaged 26 last year as well. He is mad good. Here's the defensive team. Shout out to Donovan Mitchell. Damn. Good for the Suns, I guess. Jeremiah Robinson Earl. Oh, yeah, the Nuggets. Yep, that's why he made the all-rookie first team. So did Franz from the Warriors. Scotty, who I believe would be off the bench for, yeah, if anything, maybe Jalen Green started, but yeah, he started for half the season. But most of these guys would come off the bench, and hell, a lot of them not even play. Evan Mobley's a 79. He made the second team and quickly finally got minutes. He's been in the league for, shoot, what? I don't know. It's probably only his second year, so it's not that bad. All right, it's time for the play-in. So obviously, officially eliminated is the Pelicans at 45 wins, which would have had them at the sixth seed in the Eastern Conference. I gotta remember to look at the rule changes and see if I can implement that myself. I'm not sure if I can. No clue. But that's actually kind of crazy in hindsight. The Hornets also officially eliminated, and then a lot of the obvious ones: the Bucks, the Nets, the Pistons, the Raptors. Worst team was the Warriors and the Nuggets by far, so they'll have the best two odds. Pacers actually finish as the first seed in the East and the second best team in the league. Atlanta was able to clear the play-in and actually make the edge over the Knicks to be the sixth seed, led by Ja Morant, Anthony Edwards, who's already at 87. Yeah, they already have made the leap because Ja's already at 91, Ant's already at 87, DeAndre's at 86. The Knicks and the Magic being the two best teams in the play-in, and then you got the Wizards and the Heat, who both had less, were below 500, we'll say. The Thunder and the Mavericks are at the 9 and 10 seed. So two of the Thunder, the Mavericks, the Jazz, and the Spurs are not going to win. Yeah, a few of the best contenders of the entire video, as the Rockets clear all of them. The Lakers actually jumped up. What the hell? That's actually crazy. Giannis and the Lakers jump up to seed 5. Okay, the Timberwolves, they have dialed back in. They're locked in. They get the 4th seed. We finally get the Timberwolves back in contention. The Kings are the 3rd seed. The Clippers are the 2nd seed, and the Suns at 1. Sorry to the Pelicans. Better luck next year, I guess. League leader in points season was Giannis at 27 points per game. Rebounds was Jokic. Assists was Alonzo, closely followed by Chris Paul. CP3 was number 1 in steals. Blocks was Embiid. Field goals, Zion. 3-point, Dylan Brooks. So the Spurs versus the Jazz, two titans of this league so far, and the Spurs are going to make the Jazz have to play one more game at the very least. OKC versus Dallas, Luka and them versus KD and them, and the OKC Thunder are going to miss the playoffs for the first time. That's going to be bad. The Knicks versus the Magic, and the Knicks will clinch the 7th seed. Wizards versus Heat. The Heat are eliminated, so Wizards stay alive. I'm not even sure if I'm really rooting for them at this point, though. Jazz versus Mavericks for the final playoff spot. I'm not even sure what the damn. Luka and Bol both miss shots. Gobert gets the board, and that should be it. So, yep, the Mavericks have been eliminated. I didn't want to jump into this and be honest with you. It's the play-in. Crazy game, but the Utah Jazz are going to hold on to their spot. So Spurs and the Jazz both stay alive, which honestly is how I would have wanted it to happen, I guess. Although, yeah, any of those teams to get eliminated kind of sucks. And the Magic, deservingly so, are going to get the Wizards out of here. I'm tired of the Wizards. They always sell. All right, first round, let's just get it pushing. Jazz are out of here. Celtics are out of here. Jazz losing 4 games. So Steph Curry tried to help this team out. They also made their own trades for KCP. Tried to help him out with Eric Bledsoe, but they're going to lose in 4 games to the Suns. And the Spurs, yeah, they got bounced by the Clippers. Was this the conference finals last year? I don't remember what the hell the matchup was. Oh, no, it was the Jazz versus the last year's conference finals was Jazz Clippers. Almost every other series is at the very least like 3-2, and the Rockets and the Timberwolves and the Knicks and the Magic all get eliminated. Okay, so Timberwolves were the 4th seed playing the 5th seeded Lakers, so the Lakers with Giannis will advance to the 2nd round. That's one hell of a turnaround from them. The season was not looking good for them for a while. Rockets with their, I wouldn't say first playoff appearance, I'm not really sure. It might be though. They'll lose to the Kings, which isn't too surprising, in 6 games. Honestly, a decent little fight. The Knicks is the 7th seed in the play, and they got out of here by the Sixers this year yet again. Pacers will advance, not too surprising there, defeating the Magic. Also, Boston lost to the 4th seeded Cavaliers in game 7 between the Bulls and the Hawks, and it is going to be a resounding win as Jokic goes 7 for 20 in this game. Jimmy was pretty quiet, and Ja Morant drops 40, Edwards with 24, Taurean Prince with 13, and we are looking at a very new league right now. LeBron and the Cavs are still holding on. They're going to play the Pacers yet again with Zion and Lonzo. Philly's still doing great. They're going to have to play this new up-and-coming team though, Atlanta, with Edwards, Ja, and Aiden. Giannis and the Lakers will face up against, well, actually the other side of that big trade that happened, playing against Julius Randle, the former Laker. And the Clippers, they're already up 2-0 as I say this, but they're playing against this Kings team that's done pretty well for themselves. And actually all these series are, oh, never mind, a few of them, that was 2-2 in a couple of them. These are all so far blowouts though. And Philly's gonna beat Atlanta unsurprisingly in 5 games. A good, I don't know about a good fight, but not in this series at least, but whatever. Both of these are gonna end in 6 games. So the Lakers able to tack 2 off of the Suns, and the Kings, great game by Mikal Bridges with 35 in this one, but they lose to Klay Thompson, Blake Griffin, Chris Paul, trying to go and repeat. Okay, I'm gonna sound stupid saying this, but why in my mind did I feel like I was just making sure the Clippers were repeating and I didn't like miss another year? I forgot the Jazz won. I forgot the league was so easy at one point that the Jazz were able to win with just Gordon Hayward and Rudy Gobert. Part of like me trading for Steph was like, oh yeah, we got to make that move to finally put them over the hump. And obviously they haven't won yet with Steph, but still, I mean, hey, you know what? I am happy they won one though. And I remember it now that I'm seeing it. It's just, that's funny. And I'm pretty sure the Thunder and the Bulls are the only teams with multiple finals appearances. I think so. And neither one won both times. Hell, the Thunder haven't won at all. Anyways, game 7 between the Pacers and the Cavs. And it looks like the Pacers are going to hold on near the end here for a 6-point win. MPJ with 27, 26 from Zion, 20 from Kuzma to LeBron's 32. And the Cavs are going to get out of here as well. So now we're going to have, I believe, yet again, the Pacers and Sixers. I think they played, yeah, they played last year, I'm pretty sure. And the Pacers had their, you know, coming up. And now the Pacers have Zach LaVine. That's the biggest change of either one of these teams. And, you know, I will say the Sixers did lock in a sense that they must have not liked all those games I jumped into when D-Rose was getting cooked, or well, D-Rose and Dame were getting cooked defensively. So now they got Robert Covington and Jay Crowder starting together. And on the other side of things, we got 2 of the best teams this West has ever seen. CP3 versus Garland, Clay versus Donovan, Harrison Barnes versus D-Book, Blake versus Julius Randle, and DeAndre versus Noel. You could really see just how good this Suns team is on a screen like this against a team like the Clippers. And they probably have the better bench as well. But Clippers do have dog. Let's see. Maybe not enough dog. Oh my goodness, the Clippers get swept. Honestly, looking at the matchup screen, it made me realize just how good this Suns team has gotten. And the Sixers are up 3-2. 3-3 now. Game 7 in Indiana. Can they clutch this out and make it 2 new finals appearances? What would be the word? I don't know. I want to say appearers, but that's not right. And yeah, the Pacers are going to win it. They just came back down 3-1 on the Sixers as the obviously they are the 1 seed, but the Sixers last year's conference champions. And Zach LaVine with 33 points, a huge 33 in the game 7 on his 3rd team now from Minnesota and New Orleans. Darius Garland and Zion Williamson win conference MVPs. And so it's Garland versus Lonzo, LaVine versus Donovan, MPJ versus Booker, Zion versus Randall, Miles Turner versus Nerlens Noel. The Suns and the Pacers, neither one had made the finals at all yet. And this is definitely, as Zion put up a career high 46, it says, with 27 free throw attempts, 22 made. Good God. I mean, Julius Randle was hacking. I actually kind of want to see, I need to go back to that first game as the Suns win the second one. I need to go back to that first one and see how many fouls. Look at the fouls. Booker had 5, Randall had 5, Garland had 5, Gordon had 6, Mitchell had 3, Little had 3, Noel had 3. Suns are going to win another game. And I was going to say, so last year was one of the craziest stacked finals we've seen in regard to like the old gen kind of mixed with the new gen of players with, you know, Chris Paul and the Clippers against the Ben Simmons, you know, Joel Embiid Sixers. But this is the true rookies of the league, or whatever, the younger players, I guess. Like the only guys that are super big players in this finals that were in this league from the jump that are vets, like super duper vets, are Zach LaVine, Devin Booker, Aaron Gordon, and Miles Turner, wherever the hell he's at. There he is. He only had 4 points. He fouled out. Anyways, it's 2-2 now. The Suns they are going back and forth. It is going to be a 1-point game, 1:45 to go. The pass into Donovan, and I haven't looked at no matchups for these teams yet, but he is guarded by Lonzo right now, so I couldn't imagine to get much better than this. Lonzo pass it over, back out to Mitchell, and Mitchell, man, Lonzo is clamping him up. Oh my goodness. 2 members of that 2017 draft class, and Lonzo had his way. That was some of the best defense I've ever seen in 2K period. Yeah, Lonzo's got a 95 perimeter defense. He has bronze all-ball minutes doing that. Lonzo will he'll get the screen from Zion. Lonzo all the way, pass it down to Zion, not after though hitting Aaron Gordon to the ground. Donovan gonna try Lonzo again. I don't know where Garland's at. I see him on the bench though, so I guess I know where he's at. Anyways, Mitchell getting around Lonzo. Not really though. Getting around would be a severe overstatement, and good God almighty, the Pacers Pacers are about to win this game off of Lonzo Ball's defense. And can the Suns stop them? Let's see. Lonzo gets around, pass it down again to Zion, and oh my. To be fair, at least they're running a pick and roll. The Suns are not even running picks. Passing to Booker. They got like one shot left this thing. They'll give it to Mitchell again. Donovan back out Booker. Okay, now they're guarded by Levine and MPJ. So, and Booker's going to step back. Oh, for the three. Nice little go-to animation he got or whatever, right into the shot. And Turner gives it to Levine. He'll take the free throws. And Donovan fouled out. His night is over with. And will Levine miss a free throw? No, he does not. Suns have no timeouts. Lonzo guarding the ball handler. Now it's Darius Garland. And yeah, D-Book, what the hell are you doing? Why would you do this into a mid-range? Garland, why would you do this into a mid-range? I mean, great shot, buddy. The game is over though. Thankfully for us, Lonzo hit a 66% free throw, and he can still hit free throws even though it's trash. Game over with. Suns go down 3-2 to the Pacers. The Suns will come back and dominate, win every single quarter to win 109 or 114-80. Oh wow, Julius Randle, they weren't lying. They said he had a season high in or career high in assists. No points, 8 rebounds, and a team high 13 assists. And it is game 7 in Phoenix, and they just dominated in the fourth quarter. En route to the Phoenix Suns winning the 2022 NBA championship, coming back down 3-2. Devin Booker 24, 3 and 4 a game to win finals MVP on his team. He's been here the entire time. He's one of the only guys where it's actually paid off. One of the only like young guys that got drafted right before this era started, I guess I would say. I didn't check the playoff stats, forgot to do that. Chris Bosh retired. Oh my God. Yeah. No. Even more than this. No to this. No. Why are Chris Bosh, LeBron, Melo, Chris Paul all trying to retire at the same time? Damn. I'll bargain with you guys. I'll let Chris Bosh retire. I'm not letting the rest of you retire, but that's I overturned Chris Paul's retirement? No, I didn't. What? Oh, I decided to give him a farewell tour? No way. I have that on auto. Everyone turns that BS on auto. Oh my God, the Clippers, it's over. You know what? Oh man, y'all got a championship, man. Damn. The Clippers got a championship and Chris Paul has retired. That is the least of who I wanted to retire out of these guys. He won an MVP 2 years ago. Shoot, last calendar year. They were the second seed. No. And they're not gonna have the money to sign anybody to replace them. Oh man, this is bad. This is so bad. I don't even know what I could do. Could I like copy him onto another person? I haven't went through the period yet, so like I could I think it's doing too much. You know what? The script is scripting. Chris Paul just pulled I wouldn't say an Andrew Luck, but like close to it. Not really, because he's way older and he's accomplished a little bit more. Al Horford's also trying to retire. Paul Millsap's trying. I think, you know what? It's time to reign in the new era. And I know I saved Melo and LeBron. Honestly, I was on the fence about even letting Melo just walk, honestly, but LeBron at a 97 overall is crazy. Him trying to retire. But yeah, I guess we're gonna, this feels too early though. Al Horford. I'm gonna override Al and Paul. I don't care. I don't care. Cause Paul, bro, he's at 87. He's even better than Melo. And he's probably younger. Chris Paul and Chris Bosh make the Hall of Fame. I can't believe that. That is insane. Oh, I said I want to do rule changes. That threw me off a little bit, but this is historical changes though. Can I like, is there any way to add more? You might do it before you start the league. So it might be wrapped up. It might be cooked. Man, the East is about to get even worse when Melo and Bron decide to retire next year. Good God. All right, the draft lottery, this one for Paolo and Chet Holmgren as well. It's actually a decent question of whether or not Paolo probably should be #1 overall pick, but Chet ain't too bad either. A real story for the Thunder offseason will be the impending free agency of Westbrook. You're damn right. The Pistons just jumped to the top 4 from #5, but aside from that, absolutely nothing else changes. And the Nuggets get screwed over and their pick goes from like top 2 to 4 and Blazers go to 3. So the Pistons have jumped from 5 up to, let's see, it will be #2. So I believe that means the Warriors are going to keep the #1 overall pick. And that's exactly what it is. And you know what's funny? That means they can draft Paolo and Franz. That was their pick last year. They're about to have the Magic. So this league is starting to lose all of its decorum. Honestly, we're just going to go to the draft. Warriors #1 overall. Let's not waste any time. Paolo, Hall of Fame ceiling. Welcome to the Warriors. Pistons #2 overall. It's going to be Chet either way. I just felt like checking at their roster again. But Dennis Smith Jr., Mitchell Robinson, Tyler Hero. You guys need, yeah, basketball players. Chet Holmgren Harden, number 2 ranked. Welcome to the Pistons. Hypothetically, because trades or whatever the hell are auto right now, they could trade a pick right when I'm about to pick it, which would be kind of funny. Next up, the Blazers. Funnily enough, remember how I believe this is the team? Yeah, I got them Sengun. I'm going to go ahead and pick another talent who may take a little second to develop, Jalen Williams. He's only a C rating, so he's all the way down here, but whatever. And the Nuggets have traded the No, don't do that. Damn it, don't do that. No, I'm not allowing it. They're 26. Trade back. Okay, reverse. Please take your pick back. Good God, choose a player. Don't do that again. Damn, I don't even care who you pick. I could pick whoever you want. I'd assume maybe Ivy's the best fit here. You know, I'm gonna pick Jabari Smith Jr. I know he hasn't turned out too much in the NBA just yet, but I'm a fan of his game, and I think in 2K terms, he could end up being pretty good for this team. Led the nation in scoring. Good, great, fantastic. Honestly, the Raptors could have really used him. You know what? So I'll actually just skip over a few players here. I'm gonna draft them Keegan Murray since they needed a power forward pretty damn badly. The Nets working with this weird team. Okay, for the record, and this is random, but I can trade, you know, and I'm not doing this obviously, but I could trade Paul Millsap's 23 million to the Clippers for Thon Maker, who makes 8 million. About like Vasquez. Okay, that doesn't work. So they have like 20 million in cap space now that Chris Paul retired. Just thought I'd mention that because yeah, the Nets have honestly never been good this entire time. I'm not sure what the hell they're doing. So we'll just draft Jaden Ivey. When I say I'm not sure what the hell they're doing, I mean I'm not sure why the hell they've never been good, or like even actually they've had like okay playoff missed seasons if you want to count that. What is that? Oh yeah, I'm mad that I've been recording this for so long because I'm starting to go delirious. I'm not sure if I'm looking at Nikola Jovic or if I'm looking at, I don't even know what that is. I don't want to know. Don't even look at me anymore. He's got all NBA potential. We'll pick Shaedon Sharp to the Bucks. The Warriors again alongside Paolo and Franz. Paolo's already at 81. Franz will probably be up there after this playoff player progression. They could use a good guard to team up over here. We'll bring Dyson Daniels. The Grizzlies have traded their 9th pick for Keegan Murray. Okay, I guess the Raptors weren't confident. You know, at the very least, the Raptors are very loaded up on draft picks in this draft, so I'll give them that. All right, this draft's getting pretty boring too, but good players, just hard to distinctify between who's gonna matter and not for teams. Yeah, screw it, I'll just sim out of it. Why not? Sohan went to the, well, that's funny. So they traded Murray, drafted Sohan. Jalen Duren to the Heat, Malachi to the Wizards. Pelicans get Mathurin. Anybody else that was interesting? I saw Hardy had a high potential. He goes to the Hawks. Oh, I didn't even see Walker Kessler. He goes to the Celtics. They could probably use him, especially with Al Horford trying to retire. Oh, there goes he reminds me of like a video game or something. I can't think of it. But actually, matter of fact, can I go to the Pacers real quick? I want to see Jovic. He joins the reigning Eastern champions. Is my computer about to break? Oh no, it's just him. Why does he look like that? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Boogie and Westbrook, despite the $40 million plus on both deals, declined both of their player options. All right, so the writing for this offseason, you know that one meme where it's like, hold up, is this writing fire? Yeah, the writing was kind of fire this offseason. So I kind of let things flow as I have been lately, and then audibled out of a few things as well, and it was pretty interesting. So Luka obviously still with the Mavericks. Russell Westbrook, off the rip, it looked like he was gonna try and go somewhere east, but eventually he ended up just staying with the Thunder, and I actually influenced this not in any way whatsoever. Now Nikola Jokic at the beginning of this was trying to sign with the Wizards, which I thought was interesting. That for one, teams are still trying to go and save John Wall and Bradley Beal. I guess they had the money and they're, you know, still a relatively good team. But what happened was Jokic was trying to sign with the Wizards. Boogie was trying to go east. He was done with the Thunder. At first he was trying to sign with the Raptors. I was not about to allow that. Look, I would allow it for like a lot of the other like trash teams, but they're a little bit too trash. They're literally like, they just started their rebuild. So I declined him to the Raptors. He eventually was like, I'm gonna try and go to the Bulls. I'm like, wait, you idiots. I'm gonna just make Boogie go to the Wizards, Jokic stay with the Bulls, retain the continuity. They're still a really good top tier Eastern Conference team. We could see if I could help out the Bulls even more if they're, you know, they're getting that shaky zone of kind of mid. Chris Bosh did just retire. Didn't even really consider that, honestly, but he was like an 80 overall. I mean, this is all they're sitting with right now. They're gonna sign some mid-tier free agents, but that's about it. This is all they got. It's still a very good team though. They still got their starting lineup totally set. Mirotic as their 6th man, and then now you need a bench. But also, like, you could upgrade in certain places if you possibly could. Also, I think one of the things I'm gonna do, although I did re-sign Braun, mostly why I re-signed Braun for 5 years, because I want to make sure, see if he tries to not retire. I'm content with my new contract. Yeah, you better be. My go-to thing right now is I'm not gonna personally try and re-sign a lot of these players. I want to enter the era of pandemonium with this league a little bit, although it didn't go so crazy this offseason. Now obviously now Boogie leaves the Thunder. What's the mood here? You know, like, they were the 9th seed. They're a good team. team, but you're basically going back to square one, literally. I mean, you don't lose a ton from obviously they lost Oladipo and Sabonis, and that would have helped them now, but you also had years of 95 overall DeMarcus Cousins, or 92, whatever the hell he is. So, and I mean, they made the finals. You know, I would say that's very successful in this league, but not enough. No rings, no nothing. And Boogie eventually went to that's the other reason why it made so much sense. He wants to go back and join his old college teammate from Kentucky, John Wall. And then another move that was kind of fire. So I saw the Hawks trying to make a move at actually Jaren Jackson from the Grizzlies, but of course they matched that contract. They eventually audibled and actually went and signed a 2-year deal, $23 million a year for Marc Gasol, who hasn't seemed to be regressing ever. He'll play alongside DeAndre Ayton and Evan Mobley as the big there. And they basically, I like this a lot because they threw their money away for the next 2 seasons. But if anything, you know what, actually, I'm gonna inflict my influence. I'm gonna give him a team option if possible. Yeah, I'm gonna give him 1-year team option. So it's a 1-year deal with a team option now. There you go. The Knicks kept Jahlil Okafor and Kemba Walker. Oh yeah, Carmelo Anthony was the Clippers replacement. So they didn't have a ton of money. They had about $20 million. They couldn't have signed anybody above Melo, actually, because I went specifically and tried to do it for them to replace Chris Paul. But in his super old 38-year-old season, probably his last season, Melo will replace Chris Paul in what could be one of the final Clippers runs, just because Chris Paul was the center of it, and now he's retired. Oh damn, I didn't even see this, but I was just about to say they maybe could sign somebody else. That's actually a really good signing. They went and got Terry Rozier. So I already saw they had Vasquez. They somehow got Patty Mills as well. Don't know when he got here. And they also got Terry Rozier. So Clippers did a good job. They did a good job in it. And Melo's only a 1-year deal, so they'll have this bread back next year. Although they did pay Terry Rozier a pretty penny. And they will have some of their guys hit free agency next year, like Blake, DeAndre, etc. Especially too, like if players knew there was no such thing as injuries, they would never sign extensions. Almost never. But the big question here is like if Westbrook, or I should say if the Thunder are like really bad this year, because can you really rationalize restarting OKC? And a big thing was I kind of was hoping Westbrook wanted to go to the East personally. Now I'm not really sure where exactly. The Hawks didn't have enough money for him. Although there was, let's just say the Hawks could be a player later on. But yeah, I wanted to see if the East could get even more stacked. To be fair though, it's not like the East is, you know, now especially with Boogie over here, now they're about to have a legit 9 playoff teams. You can almost make it 10 with the Trae Young, RJ Barrett led Heat. But obviously the West is just a different level. They got dudes down here winning 45 games, not making the play. But now if I had to guess, which is crazy because they still have Westbrook and Durant, maybe you can count the Thunder out. I don't know. Maybe they'll be better. Who knows? All right, I'm gonna let the rest of this run out because it's a bunch of role players at this point. Edwards up to a 91 to join Ja at the same overall. Cade's up to an 86, so a nice little team formulating over here in Memphis. They should have some bread to spend too, but once again, the West is too good. Klay Thompson's gonna expire after this year. So is Blake Griffin. That is like 70 million of cap space, and so is Melo. So Clippers, yeah, we'll see what happens over there. It's LA, so it's always gonna be an attractive destination to an extent. I could see just the entire league rearranging after this year possibly. And on top of that, we are about to be at one of the greatest draft prospects of all time is about to be joining the league potentially. Big bastard from France. I think I kind of want to continue taking less and less control and letting the script play out, because I do want to go like a few years, and I know this has already been recording for a million, but I'm dedicated at this point. I want to see like at the beginning of Victor's career. I don't give a damn about a Cooper flag though, but it'll probably take like a year or two into it. Early season trade. Okay, this is actually kind of smart. The Thunder have traded Andre Roberson for Doug McDermott and Jake LaRavia. I don't know if either one of them, are they good like overall wise? 76. Okay, now if they were good, this would have been smart, but because they're not good, LaRavia is I mean, they got a young player, I guess, but he is gonna, damn, no, he's not starting. I don't really know what their goal was there, honestly. They somehow got Trey Mann. Maybe they drafted him. Team LeBron and Team KD. Randall made an all-star team with the Suns. Shea's an all-star for the first time. Markel's an all-star for the first time. All right, I gotta check these standings. Decided to go all the way to this, and you know what, actually, let me check trades first. Let me see if anything happened big time. Robert Williams for Desmond Bane. Out to the Sixers, got another center. Davion Mitchell from the Rockets to the Pacers for a first-round pick. Okay, that's not bad. Pacers giving up assets to you know, continue their contention. Okay, so basically nothing that big has happened. That's fine. That makes sense. Honestly, to fully evaluate, I'm gonna go all the way up to the trade deadline just to make sure nothing else happens. Okay, one other weak trade. Who cares? Doesn't matter that much. The Suns are the 1 seed in the West. The Pacers are the 1 seed in the league, it looks like. The Bulls at 36 wins again. I knew I couldn't break them up because Jokic was just gonna go from one East team to another worse East team with like just like a shout out to J. Cole with $1 in a dream. The Pelicans, Shea in his first all-star appearance, and the Pelicans, who have Parker coming off the bench behind OG, Buddy Hield, and this has to just be off the strength of Shea just being as good as he is, because the team is just, I mean, maybe the team in general just getting better. He is averaging 23 points. You got Buddy Hield. I actually noticed, I thought about this when they lost Levine. I was like, Buddy Hield's still gonna put a bucket. And by the way, he's been here this entire time. And OG only got drafted a year later as well, and he's out here right now averaging 15 points. Vanderbilt out there to play some defense. This team's definitely very good at defense, and then they got Parker to be a really good scoring six-man. Then the Kings are third, the Jazz are fourth with Steph Curry and Gordon. The Mavericks are locked in this year. They are fifth seed, but the whole, conference is locked in. The Rockets still doing it. They gave Kelly Oubre a little bag to keep him this past season. The only big problem with him is he has good shooting. He just can never shoot efficiently. 25 from three, 66 for 260. I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. The Clippers are still in the playoff run. They actually have Melo off the bench, which I'm not that mad at. He probably is, but he is 38. And actually, he started most of the season, so it's really a temporary thing. As the replacement for Chris Paul, Terry Rozier is averaging 16 and 5. Obviously, him and Grievous Vasquez, who averaged 6 assists, big shoes to fill. The Timberwolves, who, by the way, Lowry's down to 84. Haven't really talked about the Timberwolves in a while. They're just kind of keeping it pushing. The Lakers are in the play-in. The Spurs are all the way down as the last team in the play-in. And the Thunder are just outside of it. The Cavs are still the third seed. Let me see if, yep, Bron is on his retirement tour. Oh boy. It's over. Honestly, in terms of pure intrigue, I like where everything is right now. We're just gonna keep it pushing. Nikola Jokic is gonna win another MVP. 28, 13, and 6 a game with a steal and a block. Paolo wins Rookie of the Year easy, 19 and 8 a game. Kemba Walker, 6th Man of the Year for the Knicks, 13 and 7 a game. Giannis DPOY again. Luka Samanic, most improved for the damn Nuggets, of course. Clutch Player of the Year was Markelle Fultz. David Fizdale, Coach of the Year for the Pacers. I don't know when the hell he got there. Oh, there's positionless All-NBA teams now, and it's Jokic, Luka, Westbrook, Giannis, and AD, the most all-around team ever. The stat sheet team, and KD, LeBron in his last season, Ben Simmons, Markelle, and Karl Towns make the second team. Third team is Steph, Kyrie, Boogie, Harden, and Shea. Kyrie's just been kind of chilling on the Cavs. They won a championship once upon a time. I feel like I should have talked about him more throughout this, but there hasn't been much to talk about, and it's usually a good thing. DeAndre Jordan's still making all defensive teams, and so is Jared Allen. It's also like all bigs and centers except for Lonzo and Jaylen Brown. Jokic led the league in scoring. He led the league in rebounds. Westbrook and Lonzo tied in assists. RIP Chris Paul. Lonzo 2.1 steals, 2.3 blocks for AD. 3-pointers was Seth Curry, and field goal was Zion by far. He shot 70% from the field at 6'5", Wow. The Washington Wizards with Boogie fell as far as to fall out of the play-in game behind some other super losing team. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, this might be the first team ever where I gotta break it up a year after it formed. Or maybe they just deserve to fail. I don't know what to tell you at this point. They have had so many different combinations over here and good role players overall. For this team to be 11th at 31 wins in the East, in the West they would be 13th. Anyways, the Pistons made the play, and I'm actually happy to see them finally do some. With a rookie Chet Holmgren coming off the bench, he also can play the 4 if they want him to. With Dennis Smith, Tyrese Maxey, Tyler Hero, Jalen Suggs off the bench. Shout out to Paul Millsap. I tried to trade him somewhere but couldn't figure anything out. Actually, I tried to trade him to good segue, Miami. Just seemed like they'd have to give up a little bit too much contract wise. He makes like 20 million, and this was his retiring season, but Miami did make the play in anyways, with Tyrese, Derek White, and Colin Sexton leading the bench alongside Cam Johnson. On the upper end of the play in the East is actually the Sixers. Sixers fell all the way to the 8th seed. Kind of crazy. They also get Josh Richardson again, just like in real life, and they had made that trade for Robert Williams for Desmond Bane. Honestly, it doesn't look that bad. Looks like they needed a backup big. Boston also falls to 7th in the conference. They have been probably one of the most disappointing teams in this. The Paul George trade early, I thought it would have set the tone, but yeah, 7th seed. And at this point, I'm not disappointed at them at this point though. They look normal in the league now. It's just early on I thought they would have been better. The Magic are the 5th seed. The Hawks, Ja Morant, Edwards, Torian Prince, Evan Mobley, and DeAndre Ayton, with Marc Gasol off the bench, Isaac currently off the bench, Tim Hardaway. They're the 4th seed. The Bulls are the 3rd seed. The Cavs are 2nd, and the Pacers. By the way, Pacers were trying to let go of MPJ in free agency, and I don't know why. Like, not even for any reason. They still had money to spend. He was like the only free agent above 80 left, and they were about to lose him, and I got him back. Shout out to Nickeil Alexander-Walker doing his thing off the bench. Worst team in the league. Shout out to the Nuggets. I told you Quentin Grimes would have shot a million times. He hasn't. Oh my God. I just realized, why did they trade for Roberson? That is so stupid. They are definitely intentionally tanking. And you know what? They're going to have the #1 odds for Victor Wembanyama without a doubt. And the Warriors will be 2nd with their team led by Franz and Paolo. Franz is an 80 overall now, and he's pretty cool. And then other teams who missed the play-in over here, the Spurs. The former champion Spurs, who have only gotten better better, to be honest. LaMarcus is the same overall. They traded for a better center than Vooch. They still have Vooch. They still have Harden and Kawhi, who are about the same overall as they were. Still got Pat Bev. I would assume, yeah, Eric Gordon's gone. I remember when he was a 74, I saw him looming in the league, but they got Gary Trent now, and they missed the play-in entirely. This is just the Western Conference for you. The Thunder just barely made it. The Lakers, the same goes for them. The Clippers are also in the play-in, but that's to be expected considering the loss of Chris Paul, and so are the Wolves. And then the Mavericks were able to clinch a playoff spot. Luka and Tatum. The Rockets, just this all-around goated team. Scotty Barnes at 84 overall, helping lead the bench currently, which honestly fits with the makeup of this team. They just got a lot of players that can kind of just get the job done, and they're definitely getting some sort of job done. The Pelicans fall down to 4th. I definitely was looking at a few different ways to make trades to improve the Pelicans, and we might revisit that in the offseason. The Jazz able to skyrocket up to the 3rd seed. I mean, not really skyrocket. It's not that great. Kings 2nd, and the Suns, of course, 1st, and they are 2nd in the league to the Pacers. And then the Kings would be 3rd in the league, and then the Cavs would be 4th. So in the play-in, the Clippers or the Wolves, I really want to see the Clippers play, but like I want to see them post Chris Paul. I don't want to see them actually play. I just want to see them make the playoffs, but they're gonna have to play one more playing game as the Wolves are able to beat them, which makes sense. The Lakers and the Thunder looking like a 2013 Christmas Day game. Screw it. Let's see what these teams are about. There's 60 seconds to go. I know I said I wouldn't jump in playing games, but it's the Lakers and the Thunder, and we haven't seen Giannis play with the Lakers just yet. Imagine he fouled out. No, he's right there. He's guarded by who is that? I don't even know. Jock Landale or something? I think it really might be. Didn't even know Jakob Poeltl was on the Thunder either. But anyways, McCollum's got the ball. He's going to go right. He'll pull up a fall away 3. That is good. CJ has been cold-blooded, and he cuts the lead or brings the lead to 5. He's got 44 points. I'm surprised he hasn't done more in this video because he seems like one of the best scorers almost every year. KD's going to go to the basket. He's going to bully through Glenn Robinson. 39 seconds to go now. KD with a good quick bucket. I don't know. Who is this guarding the ball for the Thunder? Who is that? Giovanni D'Angelo. Guarding D'Angelo. No, he's not guarding D'Angelo Russell. He's guarding CJ. This dude is a 60 overall, and he's in the game because of foul outs. And he is about to get fried. Oh my goodness. Drummond wide open for the dunk. And it looks like the Lakers are going to knock the Thunder out of the playoffs entirely. Giannis wearing that number 16. That's disgusting. But is that half of 30? No, it's not. 17's half of 34. Close enough. I think I just saw Larry Nance subbing at point guard. I might be tripping, but okay, no, he's at like small forward or so. I don't know what the hell's going on. Passing to KD. He'll go to the basket and stumble the ball, pass it back out, back to KD. KD getting bodied by Giannis, and he tries to go through him, and he will brick it. Yup. Oh my God. Giannis missing a free throw at a Dame 88. And the Lakers they'll get another shot. I would have been traded Westbrook and Durant to some of the fun team. They just make a little bit too much money. You know what though? I do control the league. Maybe I should just give him a salary cut. I'd probably be the smart decision. Ben Simmons with a triple double, I would assume. They're about to say, yeah. 10 for 10 from the field with 25, 10 and 10. And Ben Simmons leads the Sixers past the Celtics. So they will clinch the 7th seed, and the Celtics will have to play another game for their playoff odds. Pistons and Heat, this is the mid-off game, to be honest with you, but the Heat are going to win it. I mean, they got Tyrese, Trae Young, RJ. And you know what, actually? I'm not going to switch it now because they just want to play in game and everything. But I was supposed to have changed RJ to a small forward and put Halliburton because it started at 2. I guess it really doesn't matter, though. Tyrese is still only at 83. Oh, damn. I forgot about the Lakers game. And the Lakers lost to the Clippers by 27 points. D'Angelo at 39, Giannis at 16, 15 and 8. And the Clippers will make the playoffs with Melo leading the way instead of Chris Paul. Well, I mean, really, it's Klay Thompson, let's be honest. I also haven't checked Melo's status to see if he's retiring or not, but he probably is. The Celtics will defeat the Heat, unsurprisingly, and now you got the playoff. The Rockets are actually going to slightly upset the Pelicans. So, wow, this team, Jamal Murray, Malik Beasley, Schroeder, Oubre, Scotty Barnes, they're going to defeat Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and his company. So, yeah, we definitely got to help out Shai a little bit. I think there's a couple roads where it'll be pretty easy to do so. Timberwolves have been eliminated by the Kings. Sorry to Anthony Davis. He wanted to sign there so many years ago. Maybe I should just go and make the swap after this year and just trade AD to the Kings. But Sabonis is playing really well for them. The Bulls get the Knicks out of here. MVP Jokic, of course. The Pacers, we have seen one of our biggest upsets in a long time. The Pacers, the #1 seed, have been eliminated by the play-in Boston Celtics. Paul George only had 9 points in this last game, but all in all, just series-wise, the Indiana Pacers, who were nearly champions last year over the Suns in 7 games, are going to get bounced in the first round as the Suns get out of their round with ease as they defeat the Clippers, by the way. So Melo, was that it? Yeah, he's done. Wonder what the hell they're gonna do. They had a good run. Magic and the Hawks are playing, and this is a weird series, but it's kind of a cool one. And the Magic are gonna defeat the Hawks. Henry Ellenson with 23 points. That says all you need to know. The 2 upsets on the top half of the East bracket. And in game 7, the Cavs are gonna defeat the Sixers. Cavs were, of course, the higher seed. Sixers were the 7th seed, but it is also the Sixers. They're pretty damn good. Another team we've seen nearly win a championship. So Orlando versus Boston. Maybe Boston's best shot yet at making a conference finals. I don't think they've made one yet, if I'm not mistaken. Al Horford tried to retire last year, but Jaylen Brown's given him a reason to stay against De'Aaron Fox and Anthony Simons. The Kings and the Mavs are going to play. This is a very first time thing to happen. So I think this is Luka and Tatum and I guess Siakam's first time in the second round. Siakam was stuck in Detroit for like 10 years against this Kings team, which was damn near naturally formed. Oladipo, Bridges, Moutier, Sabonis. Well, I mean, to be fair, so Moutier got traded in the he got traded for Bledsoe many moons ago. They didn't think this team would ever get this good for him to be this important, and they drafted Bam, got Oladipo and Sabonis for Boogie. They are both definitely probably better than Boogie at this point, and then drafted McHale as well. Elite rebuild. Bulls and Cavs. In LeBron's last year, he will go up against Jokic, the I guess 2 best overall talents of this generation. And I should mention that the Jazz also got upset by the Mavs, and for the Mavs to move on with Luka and Tatum. And last but not least, the Suns versus Rockets. The Rockets, their first time out here with their James Harden formed team with Jamal Murray out here. But hey, the Spurs got a ring. The Nuggets didn't though. The Cavs are gonna lose in 5 games, so that is the end of LeBron's career. He loses to Jokic, who had 58 points. You know, it's funny, I haven't checked anything like that, but that 1000% is a record, as that is the 3rd highest total in a playoff game. Steph Curry also dropped 63 to tie Jordan in the first season that I simulated. Also, LeBron will finish #1 all time in scoring. He has even more points than he has in real life, I'm pretty sure. KD's #5 currently, and Melo will retire at #7, right above Michael Jordan. And Steph is also #11. Westbrook's 15, Harden's 16. And the other team that got eliminated was actually Luka and Tatum moving on with Pascal past the Kings with ease, it looks like, in 5 games. The Rockets and the Celtics are both going to get eliminated, so the Magic are going to move on. One of the most random teams put together, honestly. The Magic, they traded Aaron Gordon for Chris Middleton to piece together and give themselves a wing score with Whiteside, Fox, Simons. This is just a pure dog team, and it really shows in the fact they're still here because they beat the Hawks, who are really damn good. And so yeah, definitely word of note is cater to the Magic and the Mavericks after this season. Obviously the Bulls and the Suns have already been cooking, and sadly the Magic are going to go down 3-0 and get swept by Chicago. So hey, good call by Jokic not leaving. He's going to see another finals. And the Luka, funnily enough, Luka and Booker are playing each other the exact same way as real life, exact same teams. And the Suns are going to win this game to force a game 7. Luka had a triple-double, but it doesn't matter. Game 7, Donovan and Booker, can they make it back to the finals? They will. So I believe they're going to be the first team, as Luka won finals conference MVP anyways. The Suns, as they make it back to the finals for back-to-back years, I believe they're the first team to do that. Yeah, they will be. And on top of that, they could be the first team to repeat as well. Kind of crazy though, there's been no continuity. Not 1 year has been the same team to make the finals twice. And so you're gonna have Jokic against Noel, Ibaka against Randall, Butler versus Booker, Gary Harris against Donovan, and Mike Conley against Darius Garland. Obviously the Suns win a lot of the matchups, but it is Jokic, and it is definitely Jokic. Look at him trying to storm away with game 1, and he will do exactly that. An 11-point win for the MVP. Suns beat the hell out of him in game 2 though. Jokic tried. He had 36, but team didn't. Another win by Phoenix by a lot. Another win by Phoenix by a lot. And it looks like the Suns have just absolutely taken over this league. Phoenix Suns, Julius Randle, finals MVP. Couldn't win a damn thing in LA. Comes to Phoenix and is now the finals MVP. I did not expect him to be the winner. And no, looking through the stats, he definitely earned it. Because Mitchell was the only person on the team to average more points, but Randle obviously puts up the way more all-around stat lines. And that is against Serge Ibaka. LeBron James has retired. So has Melo. So has Al Horford. So has Paul Millsap. We gonna let Brook Lopez go. Marc Gasol, screw it. You can get out of here too. We gonna let the new era roll in. George Hill's out of here. Why not? Jason Wembanyama. You ain't Wembanyama. Melo and LeBron made the Hall of Fame, and Melo got his number retired with the Nuggets. Bron with the Heat and the Cavs. Welcome to the NBA Cup. It is time for the draft lottery for Victor Wembanyama. There are almost no traded picks in here past the first 2, the Jazz and the Bucks, from the Lakers and OKC, and those might even be protected. Who knows? So once we get past those 2, the Bucks, they get pick 14, and the Thunder, thankfully, I didn't need them looking into Victor. They've had too much, you know, they've had all the damn, you know, things on their side. The Spurs will not be picking Victor again. They get picked 12. Good God, it just said, will this pick be enough to help the Grizzlies make the playoffs for the first time in 7 seasons? I'm sorry, Memphis. You guys ain't done a damn thing. All right, now we're in the danger zone. Could any of these teams jump up? Is it going to be the Nets? No. 8th consecutive year with a lottery selection, the longest streak in the NBA. Good God. We got to mix things up. And I think the Hornets just moved up. Yep, the Hornets have moved into the top 4. So the team with Markelle Fultz could potentially be adding Victor Wembanyama. Let's see. The Raptors are also going to move up, and the Nuggets have dropped from 1 to 5. Now, will I be honest? I don't want Victor going to the Nuggets when they have nothing. And oh, good God. Okay, the Hornets are going to stay at 4. So I kind of was rooting for Markelle and Victor to team up, but I guess not. They might still get Miller. Who knows? And okay, the Blazers get pick 3. I think the Warriors, so Paolo's team, or who is it? They got to tell me. Maybe they're not. Oh, the Raptors and the Warriors. Okay. These are 2 pretty solid young cores. The Warriors obviously a little bit better, at least in terms of firepower. And it is going to be the Raptors. Victor is going to Canada. Disappointing? Not really, honestly. You know what, though? I will say it's good that he went to the East. It's really good he went to the East. And you know what? I might have to write into the script. We might have to send some people to the Raptors, because not just send them, but like, you know what I mean? Free agents. Hello. This is an attractive destination now. You should know this guy is really good. They probably know that already. Now, yeah, the Raptors, they got Jalen Green. They got, you know, James Wiseman's all right. They got Trey Murphy. You know, nothing too crazy. The Hornets would have been crazy because they got money too, but not only that, they got Markelle, John Collins, DiVincenzo. That's really at this point. Patrick Williams, I guess. Oh, Cam Thomas. They would have been a really good young core for him. But a lot of these teams that are in the lottery should be in the lottery. They don't need to be trading for, you know, they're not going to package a bunch of players for a star. So I'm not going to trade any picks right now. We're just going to get straight into the draft. The first pick, the Raptors. Let's not think twice. Victor Wembanyama, welcome to Toronto. The Warriors second. Thankfully didn't trade the pick. You know what? Next to Paolo and Franz, you know what? They're missing that lead guard. And I know, like, you might think like, oh, well, he hasn't been so good in his regular career so far, but they really need that point guard to lead this team. I think Scoot can do it. I think Scoot can hold it down for him. Scoot Henderson, welcome to the Warriors. Blazers still on this slow grind process. They do have a lot of really good assets though. I mean, you got Jalen Williams, you got Sengun, you got Naz Reid, you got Quickly, you got Culver, you got Vassell. A lot of them are restricted free agents. Wonder what they'll do with that. I'm gonna just keep on loading up the talent. Let's bring in Brandon Miller. You don't really have a direction yet. You're just kind of getting everybody in the world. And this team right here, you can't go wrong. That actually works out pretty well, although Miller would have been cool back in Charlotte again. And this would have actually worked out pretty well for him, but do what you can. Amen Thompson, he's the pick. He just is. You could argue he would have went 2. I damn near picked him at 2. The trash can Nuggets. Now this is kind of tough actually. This really sucks for them. I actually kind of wish they would have got a top 4. You know what? They're still a lot of years away. We're just going to draft them who's probably the best talent here, which is Asar. Bucks next up. I didn't even know Ingram was a free agent. Screw it. We'll bring Cam Whitmore. And you know what? Once again, I'm at the point where I'm down to just simulate through this, see what teams do. The Nets drafted Jaime. I don't like that pick for them. Wizards get Lively. That's good. Y'all need to get rid of everybody. Just give up, honestly. It was like the biggest steal. Koulibaly to the Celtics. Podziemski to the Knicks. Koulibaly to the Celtics is a really good one. Grady falls all the way to the Pelicans. Damn, that's a really good pick. I thought this was LeBron James Jr., but it's Linwood. All right, so this free agency in my mind is calling for a bit of demise to this league. James Harden is a free agent. Oh yeah. All right, so the writing this offseason has been fire. James Harden, welcome to the Raptors. He did it. He made the fashion statement. He went to go join Victor. The Spurs, obviously, I'm pretty sure they either missed the playoffs or lost in the first. They lost in the play-in something. They fell off bad recently, so he quit. He gave up. That adds a lot more questions. 1, is there any more moves to the Raptors? 2, will the Spurs now have to move Kawhi Leonard and be done with their dynasty or whatever? Is it over? Knowing Kawhi, he's a pretty blunt guy. He'll probably just say, hey, trade me, and leave and disappear for a while. Brandon Ingram. Now, I actually did not personally think of this, but I saw it on his player card and him thinking about offers. I said, oh yeah, bet. He has went and replaced LeBron James on the Cavaliers. So, you know, obviously the Cavs are going to miss a step, but even looking at their lineup before they signed Ingram, I'm like, damn, they're actually still pretty good still. Kyrie, Drew Holiday, Kevin Love. I had moved Shumpert to the small forward in anticipation that they weren't going to get anybody. And, you know, of course it was going to be on my mind, like, can we trade Kyrie somewhere, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, I'm like, I actually would kind of like to see him still lead a team though. See if they'll still be nice even without Bron. Kyrie's obviously a super elite player, but they're going to pick up Ingram now, who's going to get his first real shot at leading a very good team and hopefully keeping them very good. I don't know about 55 wins, but somewhere in this 50 range, that'd be pretty, hey, it'd be acceptable. Most of the restricted guys stood, but one who did leave, well, this one isn't the one who left, but the Heat decided to replace RJ Barrett with Andre Drummond. So that pieces pieces their team together a little bit more purposefully, as of course they already had a slew of guards, and now they were able to start Trae Young and Tyrese. They'll have a quote-unquote rim protector, as well as, of course, Winslow, who's also a defender. I say quote-unquote because Drummond isn't really much of one, but screw it. He is in the game, so it doesn't matter. And then you still got, they were very guard heavy, wing heavy, whatever the hell. So now they'll intentionally go out and let RJ leave to get a big. And RJ, top of his offers, I was like, oh, finally, the Jazz can finally just sign someone naturally through free agency. They must have, look, they, aside from Steph, who I don't know what type of contract he's on right now. Yeah, his contract ain't that bad. Hayward and Gobert always sign for the super low. So even with having, they have Portis under a decent contract, KCP, shoot, if they really wanted to, they have a lot of ammo to even still make a trade for someone else. But honestly, look at this team. They got a pretty damn good team, especially considering that we know their bag, we know their resume. They continue to contend, and they're gonna add RJ. They lost nothing for this, I'm pretty sure. I mean, basically, Kobe White stays with the Nets, and most of these guys stood. Bol actually got out of Dallas to go to the Hawks. They offered him that bag, and the Mavs really kind of just lost in this. They got Dion Waiters, but yeah, not the best offseason for them. All right, so this is officially me truly writing the hell out of the script. This is me if the cameras weren't on. If I really was just sitting here doing a My League and I wanted to see something interesting, this is it. John Wall and Bradley Beal are going to get traded in a package deal together to the Chicago Bulls. We just saw the Bulls, who still deserve our respect, with MVP Jokic. We just saw them put up a fight in the entire playoffs, finals, everything, with Jokic being severely undermanned in comparison to that Suns team. Well, this trade, honestly, on paper isn't actually that uneven or crazy. It is in terms of age and things of that nature. I mean, John Wall's 32, Beal's 30, whereas Conley is 35, Ibaka's 33. But these players aren't going back to the Wizards anyways. The Wizards mostly are doing this trade because they're going to get 3 second-round picks from the Bulls, 3 first-round picks. I don't know why I said second. And I'll actually throw in a second as well. Why not? Or you know what? I'm going to throw in the Warriors got it. I mean, the Wizards got to get their well due. Now, Wall and Beal, they were both going to expire after this season, but I signed them both to extensions so they can stay with the Bulls. And I added in 1 more second-round pick as well as 1 more first from the Clippers. And the Clippers, reason why too I'm okay with sending their first away is because they did actually re-sign all of their guys. I'm going to send out their soonest first. And this will allow the Clippers to lock in and contend yet again. They obviously lost Melo. They didn't really sign anybody. They were actually second in the Brandon Ingram sweepstakes. That's why when I saw them, like, oh snap, they definitely have salary space because they didn't really sign anybody else. And you know what? On second thought, I don't know. Just something about it just makes me think, you're getting Ibaka and Mike Conley. Yeah, throw in the first-round pick, bum. Anyways, Wizards, after all these years of Wall and Beal, are going to get back 5 first-round picks as well as a Kogi and Porter Jr. Not the best young talent, but you get 5 picks back for your 2 stars, or your 2 superstars at that. I mean, not really too super when you miss the playoffs every damn year, or at least recently. And yeah, honestly, it's not that crazy, and it's done. But at the same time, it is. Now, Chicago can actually lock in. I don't know where the hell. Oh, there's Beal. I don't know why they got him off the bench right now, but it doesn't matter. Shoot, they can keep him off the bench. I don't care. And also, too, the nice part about this is it's still free agency, so teams can still sign players if they need to, whether it's the Bulls or whatever. Now, teams are still in limbo. The Wizards, yeah, we got to get Boogie out of here. It's over. I mean, I know it was a 1-year rental damn near, but all right, this one's a bit of a weird one, but we get something done. The Washington Wizards will receive Cam Johnson, Maxence Prosper, a lottery protected first from Miami, Nick Claxton, a top 5 protected pick from the Pelicans this year, and Grady Dick for DeMarcus Cousins and Markieff Morris. Morris is going to go to the Heat. DeMarcus Cousins is going to the Pelicans, and then the Heat are also going to get Jabari Parker. So they basically get Jabari for Cam Johnson, Alex Len, Maxence Prosper, and 1 lottery protected first, which is also next year's pick. So the Heat's addition of Parker is going to give them another scoring wing to basically replace RJ Barrett in a sense, as they'll start him next to Halliburton, Trae Young, Justice Winslow, and Drummond more than likely. And Parker is not much of a lower overall than Cousins as it is. It is definitely a star upgrade for the Pelicans, who have been getting pretty damn good these past few seasons, and it's at a position they, I guess, could use, which is really most of them, to be honest with you. But Boogie will be their new center, replacing Anthony Davis from many moons ago. And they give up a young Claxton, a young Grady, who aren't really that great currently. They also have, if you notice, sometimes teams just have so many role players that it kind of doesn't matter. And that's what we're kind of seeing here with New Orleans. So it's like Boogie is just going to benefit them. Or at least he should. Yeah, this is a weird one, but screw it. It's done. Also, as I trade him to the Wizards, I noticed that Cam Johnson has not attempted a 3 in his entire career. Hey, guess what, buddy? You're going to be shooting a lot of shots over here anyways, so get right. But yeah, he hasn't attempted a 3 ever, and he has like at 90. Why was his 3-point tendency a 0? Cam Johnson. Also, I know he isn't super young in like the Wizards. Let's be honest, Boogie's value was kind of shot. They also just got him for free like a year ago. It's over, Wizards. Good luck. I never thought in a million years I would have got this trade done, but I did it. The New York Knicks are about to acquire Kevin Durant. Now, honestly, I had no intention of sending him to the Knicks ever, but a lot transpired. And honestly, you got to realize Kevin Durant is on a $47 million contract. Now, if you'll notice in this trade, the Knicks are going to be giving up their, 90 overall center, Jahlil Okafor, DeMar DeRozan, 3 first-round picks, and Brandon Podziemski. Of that, the 3 picks and Podziemski will be going to the Thunder, and Okafor and DeRozan will both be going to the Magic. Now, when I think about doing these trades, my thing is, well, okay, the Thunder obviously, why the hell would they want? They're more so moving towards a rebuild, so why the hell would they want to get DeRozan and Okafor? At the very least, they'd rather turn these 2 valuable assets into assets itself for the future. So Hassan Whiteside is not one of those, although they will be getting him. He's an expiring $22 million contract. Maybe I could even piece him into another trade like right now and after this. But the reason why the Magic are included in this, because I actually, you know what it was? Can I remove this 2025 first real quick? I look at Orlando and I knew they had this trash, weird Nasir Little contract, who I'm going to turn up his shot tendency and see what he can do in OKC, because he's going to stay there because for the hell of it. But he got a ton of money. I've never seen 19 million, and he averaged 4 points on Phoenix on garbage shooting. I don't know how that happened, but he is the perfect salary filler in the whole league for this trade. Now, obviously, the reason why I'm not doing this with Orlando is because not only feel like they not have the assets to trade for KD, I also don't think it's worthwhile, because if they were to, like how the Knicks are trading Okafor and DeRozan, if they were to add Simons in this trade, they basically obliterate their team. And they've been making the playoffs very consistently. So this trade, without much impact to their current roster, because Nasir Little just got signed and he sucks. Griffin and Boston are baby players. They're rookies damn near. And then Whiteside, who honestly didn't really provide that much to them this past season. He didn't provide 1 win added. So they basically trade Whiteside, who is their only impact player as of right now, to get Okafor and DeRozan and Campaign. Randomly just gets thrown into this trade, because I noticed that they also could use a backup point guard. That's why they're also going to be giving up 2 first-round picks in this deal to the Thunder, along with the Knicks 3 first-round picks. So they do pretty damn well in this. And then with the Knicks, the whole point here is, I'll add back this 2026 first, is that they have a lot of assets. Hell, there's even still a world where they still trade Kemba Walker somewhere that needs him more for whatever the hell else. But they got Hart. I realized, that's what I was meant to say, actually. I looked at the Magic and I was like, what could they possibly use? And I just looking at their team, Fox, Simons, perimeter scorer, Middleton, solid perimeter scorer, inside out, mid-range game 3 level. I was like, oh, they could use a big man presence, especially in this league where every team is damn near got to be perfect to win it. Yeah, Jahlil Okafor, screw it. There you go. Rather than Whiteside, who's just going to get a rebound and block a shot, you'll have Okafor, who can drop 20 points. And you get DeRozan. It might even be a bit much for them, but who cares? I know the Knicks aren't complaining, because in this trade, yeah, they get Kevin Durant, who is 34 years old, probably has literally his entire career left of being in his prime, because he hasn't got worse yet in real life, despite an Achilles tear. And as of today's assets, they basically give up Okafor and DeMar DeRozan, who I think he's been starting, but he's been starting about half the season every year, and he'll average more points in Orlando, maybe, probably. He might also come off the bench over there, to be honest with you, but behind Middleton, maybe he'll start. But nonetheless, yeah, trade done. Let's get it over with. And with that too, I'm gonna re-sign Durant to the Knicks. Obviously, they just gave up their life and blood for him. Yeah, I feel like sometimes I don't criticize the Knicks enough. Also, Durant is making a hellishly big contract for the next million, and this core of theirs is going to be solidified for a while. Also, I do think I want to move Porzingis to the center now. He'll go up by an overall. Durant will go back to power forward as he played earlier in his career, and then as of right now, they'll still have a rotation where Josh Hart and Rondé are the 3s. I got Frank and Diallo at the 2, Brunson and Kemba at the 1, Porzingis and Billy and Gomez at the 5s, and then Durant's your only 4, but who cares? I promise you, I didn't want to do this, but I just want to get it over with. And I just realized something. I was about to trade Russell Westbrook to the Timberwolves, but then I noticed something. I realized something. All right, I realized I was about to call the audible of hell. This is easily the craziest trade I think of the video. The Toronto Raptors are going to trade James Wiseman, Trey Murphy, Jeremy Sohan, their 2 first-round picks this year. What I had realized was that the Raptors had the Bucks first-round pick from I don't even remember. It was something though. Shoot, it could have been some that I didn't do, but it probably was. Actually, no, I think it was from the Andre Drummond trade years ago. So all of this is going to go to the Thunder, who are going to enter their obvious rebuild. Now, I was originally going to trade for Russell Westbrook, Hassan, or really, no, it was going to be just Russell Westbrook. And maybe if I get scrounged up like Enes Kanter. But I decided, actually, what had happened was right before I was doing this trade with the Raptors, I was trying to trade Russell Westbrook to go join Anthony Davis and Karl Karl Towns over here in Minnesota, right? I was trying to make a big three, a new big, but I was like, wait, nah, I could just take AD. I could just take Anthony Davis. So instead, the Wolves will start from the top. They're going to trade for Russell Westbrook, as well as Hassan Whiteside, as well as Enes Kanter. I would give them more role players, but that's all they can afford. Those three will join Wiggins and Towns, and the Wolves are going to clear house of AD to the Raptors. Lowry, who's on his dying years in the NBA, to be fair, he's 37. And that's kind of the big part of this, is that the Wolves have struggled with their perimeter play this entire time. So we're going to take a step back, a large step back, after years of AD being unsatisfied and the whole team being unsatisfying to watch in Minnesota. And they're going to go and get one of the most elite guards you can get in the league, along with still getting another big, and Cat's probably going to have to slide to the 4 like it's a Gobert situation all over again. And you're going to get Kanter to play the backup for the hell of it. And then obviously, while the, and to be honest with you, this Raptors first round pick in 2024 isn't probably going to be that good, because we're about to have Harden, Victor, and AD in year 1. But it doesn't really matter, because all the Toronto future picks are going to be worse, because they're just going to get better. It's Victor. So AD is going to come to the Raptors, with Lowry returning back to the Raptors, by the way. And then just as salary filler, just because it has to be this way, Marcus Smart. And then I threw in a first round pick to go to Minnesota, or to go to OKC as well, because you're getting Westbrook, Whiteside, and Kanter for AD, a damn near retiring Lowry and Smart. And they're the ones who need the first round picks, because they're about to die. The Thunder is about to be over. Look at the team after they make this. Nas Little's literally gonna have to take all the shots. Look, I don't even know if I'm fully committed to this trade, but this is the script writing itself. Let's go. Hey, Nas Little, get ready to learn basketball, buddy. And obviously the teams can still make more trades if they need to throughout the season. Screw Nas Little. You better shoot the hell out the rock. I don't even care. Oh, also their new young players they've acquired. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually gonna make sure. Well, actually, no, I've already made sure Trey Murphy's gonna be good. I don't know how the hell Sohan's gonna turn out. And Poe GMT from the Knicks. Yeah, you get ready to learn basketball as well, for sure. And then I'm excited to see now they have these last days of free agency to sign some damn minimum players. They are, if there's anywhere I could trade Wiggins right now, boy, I would do it. Also, we are just gonna move Cat to the 4 and start him next to Whiteside, because I don't see how Whiteside would get traded again anywhere else. Maybe he'll get traded by the CPU, who knows. But all in all, though, I also can't fully be mad at Wiggins right now, because he doesn't have to carry the whole perimeter of the team anymore. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they had Lowry, but he got older and older as time went on. And before that, they had Eric Bledsoe. Now they have Russell Westbrook carry the perimeter. So hopefully this works out. They also kind of have a fake big 4, but they need to go get some damn trash role players, please. So the Thunder is officially over. The era is over. They earned it themselves. All right, I'm gonna leave the that there. There's one more team to really monitor, and that is the Spurs. Right now, I already have trades literally fully drawn out for them, but I want to see how they do in the season first. Timberwolves went out and signed a couple guys. I actually went ahead and helped the Wolves out a little bit myself. I signed them Austin Reeves to a 4-year deal, and he's probably gonna have to start at their shooting guard slot. And they themselves went and got Wade Baldwin and Daniel House and Jay Sean Tate, and obviously Kanter's been here. Blazers finally coming to their own with Sengun and Quickly and Vassell in them. Who cares? Warriors, Paolo and Franz. Hello. Look at the Memphis Grizzlies, Jaren Jackson, LaMelo Ball. And this is why low-key it's good to hold off on trading some more stars right now, because shoot, they might need to get in the mix. LaMelo, Cade, Jaren Jackson, Goga, Cam Reddish, Dante Exum, Hartenstein, and Edwards up to a 94. Ja actually stops at a 91. I'm sorry to the Hornets, and I might gotta trade Markelle out of here. I'm just being honest, because this isn't a team that can be fixed by one player, and they're also not getting the best players, because yeah, they win a couple too many games. Hey, the Nets are starting to get pretty good too. I won't lie. The young players starting to piece it together. I mean, the Pistons too. Shoot, I'm gonna make Chet a full-time 4 as well, next to Mitchell Robinson and Maxey, Dennis Smith, Tyler Hero. Obviously, it was expected that Lowry was going to get a little bit worse, but obviously the main portion of that trade was Anthony Davis. So also peak AD and Victor is one of the best combinations I could ever think of, with James Harden running the show as well. The Rockets are really getting up there. Scotty Barnes up to an 87. We are officially in the modern era. This is today. This is, well, the previous season, not the current season we're in real life. Hey, also, Merry Christmas. This video is supposed to come out, shoot, the 23rd, the 24th, and now it's the 25th. So, well, it'll probably be up on the 25th. There's so many different stories this season. I made a million different trades. All right, it is officially 2024. We are in this calendar year, which is almost over, and it is the trade deadline. And the Bulls, well, actually, I do want to kind of see, you know what, it went past the All-Star game because All-Star voting is gone now, but I wanted to see if there's anybody new on here. Well, Anthony Davis is in the East. Julius Randle's an all-star again. That was one of the better trades. So it's kind of just thrown away or whatever. I forgot KD's on the Knicks. Good God. Not gonna lie, I went and walked away for like an hour and I'm about to be surprised over again by everything. Anyways, the Bulls and the Kings are tied for the best team in the league. Shoot, the Kings are a team that I damn near made a trade for once or twice and didn't just yet. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. I'm seeing some interesting stuff. Hold on. Let's focus on these first. The Hawks have made a jump up to 36 wins with Bol and Evan Mobley off their bench. They're actually starting Jalen Johnson currently, at least. The Magic are that third seed right now with DeRozan and Jahlil Okafor, so they've taken another little jump up. Cavs have retained their spot just about, fourth seed with Brandon Ingram. They are a few games better than the Knicks with KD at the 4 and Porzingis at the 5. The Raptors, the newfound Raptors, who have bounced back from basically just lucked into Victor Wembanyama in a generational trade offseason. Anthony Davis and James Harden teamed up with Victor now has got them at the 6th seed, so they're currently avoiding the play-in. What the? Oh my God. I forgot trades were on, but I mean, hey, here we are. Oh, and by the way, the Raptors traded Kyle Lowry in a 2026 top 10 protected pick for O'Shea Brissett, who is their backup 4 now, as well as Trace Jackson Davis, who was a 2nd round pick this past season and I guess maybe could develop into something. But yeah, Kyle Lowry gets traded year 1. Shout out to him, I guess. Oh, the Thunder got rid of, I don't know why it's showing the Pacers. Oh, because damn, the Pacers traded back for Marcus Smart and they traded Frank Kaminsky for him and a 2nd round pick, Dylan Brooks for Dante DiVincenzo to join, ironically, Julius Randle on the Phoenix Suns. And I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but I did. Oh, right. The whole Isaiah Thomas thing threw me off. Yeah. So the Celtics and the 76ers have swapped Damian Lillard and Isaiah Thomas, and they are the 7th and 8th seed in the play-in anyways. Screw it. I guess they literally did a 1-for-1 trade. Nothing else involved at all. Dame is on a little 3-year extension. So is Isaiah. They both are re-signed into, they're both almost the exact same age. Dame's a little bit younger. Screw it. I mean, long time bonds between those two teams with those two players, but here we are, I guess. Doesn't really change anything, so I guess we'll live with it. And yeah, the Pacers fell off a bit. I have no clue why Levine's got benched for half the season, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Probably still playing a lot of minutes, and well, yeah, they have taken a bit of a hit. I'm not really sure why. Still have their whole core, it looks like. They run a smooth 9-man rotation. They don't have a backup big, but I mean, they got Zion. He could play some center, and they are at 9, crazily enough, this year. And the Heat, they locked in. I believe we traded like a lottery protected 1st round pick to get like, you know, Jabari or Drummond or something on here. And well, or actually Drummond signed in the offseason. 23 and 29 is pretty bad from them though. The Nets continue to be mediocre. Same goes for the Hornets. Pistons, they're all right, I guess. Bucks are pretty trash, and that pick is the one that went to the Thunder in that Westbrook deal. And the Wizards suck in their first year of their rebuild. On the West, we'll start from the bottom up. The Nuggets are trash. The Warriors, even with Paolo and Franz, only have 8 wins, and Paolo and Franz have gotten pretty good. They also still have Scoot, well, I should say they just drafted Scoot. And then the Thunder, I want to see what Nasir Little's doing. 16 points on absolute garbage shooting. Yeah, you are trash. So enjoy paying him that contract. Sorry you had to take him, but you guys are rebuilding anyways. Blazers stink, so they are in a separate tier of trash. And then the Grizzlies are trying to make the plan, but they are not currently doing it. The Clippers are holding on to that 10 seed for dear life. The Lakers holding on to the 9th seed for dear life. Oh yeah, they kind of lost Andre Drummond for nothing. They really received nothing in return. He just left in free agency. This team has been a bit of a dumpster fire, even with Giannis, so kind of tough. The Timberwolves, with Westbrook on the team now, are still in the middle of the pack. I mean, I would say they're better off with Russ and Hassan Whiteside than AD, if I personally had to say so myself. A lot more diversity in their offense, but not enough. The Rockets are 7th. The Spurs, a team I noticed I wanted to refrain from, you know, rebuilding them. And well, they're actually playing better without James Harden, which doesn't make any sense because he saved them originally in the first place, but screw it. It's working. Maybe because DeJounte now can take a bigger role or something. LaMarcus, yeah, LaMarcus is retiring though, so that kind of sucks. It might still have to be the Spurs last year. The Mavs are up to seed 5. Pelicans are seed 4 with Boogie. I totally forgot about this. Underrated part about his game is he's actually their 2nd best facilitator in their entire starting lineup. He might have finally found his home, because this is a team that actually needed that. Like the Thunder didn't really need something like that. And the Wizards, they had, you know, 2 great ball handlers, but Boogie as the 2nd fiddle to Shea it might actually work out. The Jazz with RJ Barrett, they're the 3rd seed at 34 wins. The Suns still holding on to that 2nd seed, the slight super team, and the Kings, number 1. I don't know why the hell Washington traded for Bobby Portis. I need to check. Cam Johnson and Michael Carter-Williams. You know, they also got Peyton Pritchard. I actually like that trade for him. Didn't see if they traded a first, but they probably didn't. Oh, they got Peyton Pritchard and a 1st-round pick for Okogie. That's a good trade for him. Who made that trade? I just want to make sure. The Jazz. Oh yeah, good trade. They pick up a 79 overall, who actually is their starting point guard now. And then Portis and Cam Johnson are about the same age anyway, so screw it. If you guys want them, there you go. Both power forwards, whatever. And this man Malcolm Brogdon has been stuck in Milwaukee for the longest time. It is time to finally relieve him of his duties of doing whatever the hell on this team. Malcolm Brogdon's going to get traded to the Raptors, another player to the Raptors, for Jordan Walsh, Josh Christopher, and 3 second-round picks. Brogdon's on a 2-year deal, and he can actually be the point guard of this team. They had Cole Anthony running the show, and he's mad and efficient, and Brogdon's more efficient and a better facilitator. All right, so the Markelle Fultz era in Charlotte is officially about to end, and it is about to be the most foolproof trade ever, as the Sacramento Kings are going to make their upgrade over their point guard Emmanuel Mudiay, and the Rockets are going to receive another point guard, as their starter for some years now has been Dennis Schroeder. They're going to receive Mudiay in this 3-team trade. As you can see, I'm a 3-team trade addict by now. So Markelle and Dorian Finney-Smith are going to go to the Kings in this deal. The Kings are going to trade Rui Hachimura, Emmanuel Mudiay, Christian Brown, Delano Banton, and 1 1st-round pick for this. I'm actually, 2nd-round pick might be a bit much, but I'll let it slide. The Hornets will trade Markelle, who's a 91 overall, 2 years left on his deal, Dorian Finney-Smith, Cody Zeller, and Terry Hawkins. And for this, they're not going to get the best draft capital back, but they will receive Jalen Hood-Schifino, Richaun Holmes, Denny Avdia, 81 overall, who's on his last year of his deal, but he's 23. He's restricted. A lottery protected first, a Kings first, Christian Brown, and Rui Hachimura. And then the Rockets for Hood-Schifino, Richaun Holmes, Denny Avdia, and 1 lottery protected first, as well as 2 seconds. We'll get Emmanuel Mudiay, Cody Zeller, Terry Hawkins, who's a damn salary filler, and Mudiay. It works. It makes sense. There you go. We got to just get the Hornets out of here. They just didn't have it. They just didn't. They got to restart. You know, take it from the top. You still got Amen Thompson. He's going to start now. I could see them fixing things up relatively quickly, but y'all got to focus on the draft for a second. Even the Pistons, for example, like this Hornets team, look at them, depleted, kind of nasty. Even if you consider if Markelle was still there. Pistons, pretty good roster, just not figuring it out, not doing it. Look at this. They got Dennis Smith Jr., who's a 90 overall off the bench. So it's just, you know, time heals all for them. The Nets, their roster is mad good. I like starting to get there kind of. They got mad 80 overalls. They got some almost 90 overalls leading their backcourt, but they're just not fully figuring it out. Same for the Heat. It's just, that's the league we're in. Even the Pacers are falling out of the playoffs almost. So I do think the Pacers are about to figure it out though. Random, but shout out to Jimmy Butler. I'm happy I've made him a bull for life rather than any BS. Also, I didn't do this myself, I don't believe, but Kyrie re-signed his extension. Yeah, I know I didn't do it because it's not front loaded. He re-signed his extension in Cleveland, and so did Kevin Love and Drew Holiday. Damn, they gave him too much money. All right, I was looking outside the standings, and the only team with a super duper star that did not trade him, had not moved him yet, that was not succeeding, was the Lakers and Giannis. And the thing that is very different about this Giannis trade and this new situation he's about to be in compared to the Lakers or the Bucks is that he's not necessary. The Bucks needed Giannis only to even finish as a 9th seed. The Lakers, I thought it would maybe change them from a 10th seed. It didn't. They've still been there almost every single season. The Mavericks are already really good, and while they're really good with Pascal Siakam, who him and Giannis are both expiring, I'm obviously going to make sure that both him and Giannis stay in their new destinations, but they didn't want to in their current destinations. And it's really not that Pascal, well, actually, he actually genuinely doesn't want to resign, but it's less that he doesn't want to and more that, shoot, we don't really want him, or at least I don't want him. Giannis, on the other hand, is going to change, or at least be another insane force, a huge big 3 alongside Tatum and Luka on the Mavericks. The Mavericks are going to trade Pascal, Jaden McDaniels, Ochai Agbaji, Ayo Dosunmu, 2 1st-round picks to get Giannis. Obviously, Pascal's already a 90 overall in itself, so that's a big part of it. And then I would actually trade more 1st-round picks if I had more slots. I would just clear them out. I don't even care, but I don't. And I'm not even probably going to come back and do it as a hassle because the video probably won't go for that long. So yeah, the Mavs will also get Greg Monroe in this trade. Don't really need him, but screw it. The Pelicans in the 3-team trade are going to trade Alex Len, PJ Washington, Herb Jones, and a 1st-round pick to get Pascal Siakam, Seth Curry, and Damian Jones. These two mostly for salary purposes, but they do match up, you know, player-wise for the most part. Alex Len, they got that salary from the Boogie trade, I'm pretty sure, from the Hornets, and his $10 million comes in clutch. So does PJ Washington. Washingtons. That's a couple nice more young assets. And the Lakers, they will receive the young assets of McDaniels, Agbaji, Dosunmu, Alex Len, PJ Washington, who's not young. Well, Alex Len is, and Herb Jones, and 3 first-round picks for Giannis. And let's be honest, Lakers, the jig is up. You guys aren't doing it. Did CJ re-sign for one? Oh no, I think he just has 1 year left as it is. Yeah, you guys just don't got it. Let's be honest. And actually, I think I need to trade CJ out of here. I would 1000% just add CJ to this trade, but trust me, the salaries are so annoying with these teams. They are all walking on a tightrope. So I'm just gonna close this one off here. And I had to fulfill what I guess I didn't really promise it to the Mavericks, but I believe the Magic were the team in the East who made the conference finals, and the Mavericks made it in the West against the Suns this past season. And the the Magic made it against what was it? Probably the Bulls. And well, I've helped out all 4 of those teams at this point a lot. And the Mavs were the last one who really hadn't got much help aside from, of course, Pascal, who was kind of a cop-out trade, let's be honest. But he now forms a little big 3 over here with, you know, he doesn't have to do too much, but another little playmaker, you know, whatever. He does not pass the ball, but anyways, with Boogie and Shea, the San Antonio Spurs are a top defensive team in the league, but a bottom 15 offensive team. We're going to solve that problem of theirs. Isaac Okoro, 2 first-round picks, and Patrick Baldwin, as well as a second rounder. I'm going to throw in another second as well. To the Lakers for CJ McCollum, and basically just getting rid of Tobias Harris in this as well. CJ has been a 20-plus point scorer his entire career, damn near. And the Spurs starting 2 guard currently is Josh Richardson, who's definitely helping the defense, but not the offense. Also, this team kind of has prepared for post-LaMarcus Aldridge life, so getting forwards doesn't hurt because LaMarcus is about to retire. Although I might force him to not retire for 1 extra season. Shoot, you know me, I like LaMarcus. That's real nice for this team. Now CJ, ironically, can join DeJounte Murray, just like real life, and Tobias will come off the bench. Shout out to Doug Greer. I think with that Giannis trade, I'm officially in personal endgame. There is almost no team, no stone that has been left unturned, no team that hasn't had at least a shot at something, and if they haven't, it's because they didn't earn it, or they have earned it and they aren't good enough. And when I say endgame, I mean endgame of control. I'm probably just gonna let this thing run like a bit more leniently from here on out, especially with the Mavs now having the big 3 of Luka, what's it called? Someone's got to dethrone the Suns too. I do think the Mavs are gonna need at least 1 offseason because all of their role players really suck. Jokic wins another MVP next to John Wall and Beal this year with 27, 13, and 6. That's definitely a team that can dethrone. Shaedon Sharp with a really good rookie season, 13 points on efficient shooting, rookie of the year. Iman Shumpert wins 6 man of the year, averaging 14 points. First time this has happened. Maybe I had to do a little bit more without Braun, but not really. He averaged like the same stats. I'm surprised he's even still this good, but I like it. Giannis wins DPOI with his new Dallas Mavericks team. Chet Holmgren most improved, averaging 18 and 10, starting at the power forward for the entire season, I would assume. Yeah, he didn't start at all last season. And D'Angelo Russell, clutch player of the year. Well, so clutch that he didn't probably make anything. Hawks, coach of the year, Kenny Atkinson. The Hawks were my prime destination where I was going to trade Kawhi Leonard, but then the Spurs locked in and decided to hit a second win. Any surprises on the All-NBA teams? Westbrook and Durant make it on separate squads. Paolo makes it despite being on one of the worst teams in the league. Maybe they can lock in as time goes on. He's already at 89. I think I saw his potentials in like the mid-90s. LaMelo also, I don't think his squad probably made even the play-in, but whatever. And same goes for Chet on the All-NBA team. Still feel bad that Chris Paul retired. Anyways, well, actually, first and foremost, league leaders. Luka was the points leader. Rebounds was Jokic. Assists was Lonzo, followed close behind by Westbrook. Steals was Kawhi. Blocks was Chet Holmgren. Field goal percentage was Zion. And 3-point was Edwards. So the number 1 seed in the East is the Hawks. Just steady progression with them. The Bulls are number 2 with MVP Jokic. They do have Christian Wood starting at the 4 this year, but now they have the luxury of Gary Harris off the bench. And they signed Moses Brown to be Jokic's backup. At the very least, he's very efficient and gets a lot of rebounds. The Magic are the 3rd seed with the additions of Jahlil Okafor and DeMar DeRozan and campaign at that. Cavs take the 4th seed with Brandon Ingram stealing LeBron's shine. He put up 26 points, a career high for sure by far, which is telling because he was on the Bucks, who were absolute garbage last year. So I'm not sure how getting here would incite him to score even more. The Knicks are the 5th seed. They will clinch a non-play-in spot with Kevin Durant on the team. He averaged 26 points, 9 boards, nearly tying his career high, and 6.5 assists, which also is almost near his career high with this team. The Raptors with Brogdon at the 1, Jalen Green at the 3, AD. What the hell, are they benching Victor right now? Victor got benched for half the season, and he's actually shooting really garbage. And it's not just because he shoots too many threes. He might do that, but still, he shoots a lot of inside the arc shot. They have him benched for Mo Wagner currently, which is funny. Either way, he's playing a ton of minutes, and that's not really the point. Either way, they won 6th seed. Pacers ended up finishing out pretty strong to to get the 7th seed. The Heat actually with Trae Young and Tyrese, which is still such a weird fit, but nonetheless. And Jabari Parker off the bench currently. They're the 8th seed. The Sixers fall all the way down to the 9th seed. And the Celtics, who they traded with Isaiah Thomas and Damian Lillard, are the 10th seed. I don't know why it says the Pistons are in the play-in, but they're lying, I would assume. On the Western Conference, so the Kings had the 2nd best record in the league. And the conferences are a bit more even now. So, I mean, a little bit. The West is still, and oh yeah, right, Markelle Fultz over here now. Looks like his efficiency actually was at its worst in a long time, but that's all right. Maybe he's getting adjusted to the new system or whatever. Kings also traded for Derrick Rose this year. He's their backup. The Jazz with a 2 seed, nearly 60 wins with RJ Barrett in his first year on the team. Pelicans also nearly 60 wins with Boogie Cousins and Pascal in their first year on the team. Mavs finish out with nearly 60 wins with Giannis. Suns get pretty damn close, but it is kind of crazy. They got dethroned to 5th. Now, granted, there's not much you can do with this Phoenix team. They got 490 overalls, nearly 5, with a couple 85 plus dudes off the bench damn near. The Spurs able to clinch the 6th seed with McCollum. His points went down about 1 per game, but it really doesn't matter. Timberwolves able to take the 7th seed. I think that's reasonably decent. 47 wins is damn good too. The Rockets with Moutier now as their starting point guard, and Scotty Barnes still off the bench, by the way. It could definitely make him the small forward. Let me see what his stats look like. Yeah, he's never gonna start if I don't make him the small forward. There you go. Even if you stay off the bench, I don't care. But yeah, they get the 9th seed, and then the Clippers grab the 10th with Mike Conley, Klay Thompson, Blake, DeAndre, and Ibaka. Actually, Clippers were 9th. Grizzlies were 10th. The Grizzlies jump up with LaMelo, Cade Cunningham, Dante Exum, Jaren Jackson, Hartenstein, Cam Reddish, Kyle Lowry, who they actually traded for, Goga, Gafford, whatever the hell else, and the Lakers fall out of contention. And honestly, I looked through every team trying to figure out somewhere to trade D'Angelo Russell, and shoot, you tell me, because I don't really know. I think he makes like $30 million as well. He's a good player, but to be fair, you had Giannis in your team and y'all didn't win that. Maybe it'll have to be, which I don't even know if I care enough to do this, but maybe it'll have to be like the Sixers or the Celtics new era without Dame or Isaiah or something. I don't know. I think it goes for sure though that his market can't be strong. And honestly, you might have to just live and die in LA. All right, first play-in game, Rockets and Timberwolves. The Russell Westbrook-led Timberwolves, they're actually going to win this game and secure the 7th seed, and he had a triple-double in this one. Moutier had 32 and 10 in the loss, so definitely trade worked out for them, but also worked out for the other team. Clippers and Memphis. Can the Grizzlies upset and take the, man, good, can they? Yeah, the Grizzlies win by 42 points. Cade Cunningham and Hartenstein and LaMelo take over in this one, and they will play Houston in the next playing game. Indiana, a titan of the Eastern Conference the past few years, they are struggling against Miami, and they are going to lose to Miami. At the very least, have to fight for the 8th seed now. A newfound playoff team, Miami, with Tyrese, Trae Young, Derek White, Sexton, Drummond, Jabari Parker, who was 1 for 8 in that game. They will clinch the 7th seed and play the MVP Jokic. And for a shot at the last spot, not even the last spot guaranteed, I'm not jumping in here. Paul George just missed a 3. Oh my God. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Let's see. The 9 versus 10 matchup in the Eastern Conference, and it's 2 of the teams that were some of the best in their heyday. I don't know what the hell happened to them, but here we are. Damian Lillard could game Isaiah. Oh, good God. He's guarded by IT, and look at the block by Embiid. I was about to say, can I change that matchup? But they don't really have anybody to change it to, crazily enough, because I could have put Ben on the ball. I don't really care. Screw it. Here we are. Pass into Bagley. Bagley back out to Lillard. Can Lillard game Isaiah Thomas? He misses it. That is insane. Yeah, you don't deserve it, dog. He misses it over 5'9" IT from like 8 feet out. 2 players that were traded for each other mid-season. Please get me out of here. I don't want to watch this no more. And the Sixers just hit a 3. Jordan Poole hit a 3. Oh my, I don't know what the hell just happened. I tried to not go through. Whatever. Hey, the Celtics won. Damian Lillard, Celtics, whatever. See you, Sixers. Adios. What seed were they? Were they the higher? I think they were the lower one. Or no, they were the higher one. So the 9th seeded Sixers are out of here. This will be the first year we probably don't see them in the playoffs and maybe the entire video. The Rockets are going to defeat the Grizzlies. So the Grizzlies go from, 10 seed, nearly made it, but Rockets will hold off and keep their 8th seed. Obviously, Houston's had some pretty good years now. They've strung together a few. And the Celtics versus Pacers for the 8th seed. Indiana is going to just absolutely go through them. Dame, Paul George. Yeah, this team just looks dated at this point. And Jaylen Brown's a 95 overall, making a bag. But even with that, I mean, look, I put his shot tendency at 95 and it's went down to 83 again. The Celtics just just don't have dog built in their system, I guess. All right, first round. Oh my goodness, the Pacers already up 2-1. Okay, upset here. The Knicks are gonna sweep the Cavs. Kevin Durant, Frank Ntilikina, Kristaps Porzingis. I just realized how much of a dream this is to me. Kevin Durant, Frank Ntilikina, Kristaps Porzingis, Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson. They will sweep the Cavaliers. Kyrie Irving and Brandon Ingram. They had a really good season, so much so that they were better than the Knicks in record, but and nothing changed for either one of these teams throughout the entire regular season, the calendar year or whatever. The other two eliminations will be Toronto. So Victor's team is going to lose year one. They get 4-0 swept by the Orlando Magic. DeMar DeRozan and Jahlil Okafor led them, the former Knicks. They won't meet in the second round, but they could meet in the third. And the Spurs actually get swept in what LaMarcus wanted to be his last year. I don't want to allow him to do that. He didn't have a farewell tour though, so I could override it. But nonetheless, I mean, you know, they get swept, and they get swept by the Pelicans with Siakam and Boogie both only dropped 7 apiece, but you have Buddy Hield, Jared Allen. This team's a dark horse championship contender, and they are the 3rd seed to be fair. The Rockets have been eliminated. They get swept by the Kings. No surprise there. Markelle Fultz with 24. The Mavericks have been eliminated in 6 games by the Suns. This is damn near a championship round in itself, to be fair. But Booker, Randall, Mitchell, and you know, the 2-time champions now are going to defeat the big 3 of Luka, Giannis, and Tatum. To be fair, I did mention that their supporting cast is absolute garbage. You could tell the discrepancy between it. But to be fair, the Suns stars also just played better in this game as well. And that is a big game 6 right there. Minnesota's going to lose to Utah. Steph Curry and the Jazz, RJ Barrett, Gordon Hayward, Trey Lyles all play well in this one. And no surprise there really, even though they do have, yes, I know, crazy because, you know, Russell Westbrook, shoot, Wade Baldwin had a good game in this one. And actually Towns was mad quiet, and Wiggins, good God, he was 1 for 12. I've been trying to find a trade for this dude for years. The Hawks are actually, the Heat just got eliminated in 6 by MVP Jokic. Not too surprising. The Hawks are going to face first round elimination here. And I'm going to jump in because this is game 6. Pacers are up with 102 to go. They missed a shot, I think, in like a 6-second possession. So now the Hawks have the ball. Tim Hardaway Jr., he's been on the Hawks the entire time, and they're going to pass it away. The steal by defense man Miles Turner. This team has obviously prided itself on some decent defense. And Lonzo Ball trying to get open here. They'll pass it down to Levine. Levine against Jonathan Isaac. Pass back out to Lonzo. Yeah, that's a smart move. And Miles Turner in the post. They're going to run an off-ball screen for Zion, but Zion can't shoot the damn ball. And oh, God. Levine's going to have to take the shot over Isaac, and it gets blocked. And you know what? The Hawks are still down by 3 points, though, so they got to pull this out. The number 1 seeded Hawks against a team that was very commonly the number 1 seed, which is the Pacers. So I don't know how much of an upset it can really be. Nothing's changed. They've only gotten better. And they were just the number 1 seed like last year. Lonzo guarding Ja now. Can he stop him? And the answer is yes, Lonzo. But wait, the board, it is recovered by Lonzo. They foul him quickly, but they also are not in the bonus yet. Now Lonzo is going to get fouled anyways, it looks like. Or is CJ going to run up? Are they going to be smart? Or not CJ, Zach LaVine? Nope, they're going to let Lonzo get fouled. He just has to hit 1 free throw though, and this game's over. And Indiana is about to dethrone the number 1 seed Hawks. They said they are a fake number 1 seed or whatever. Lonzo will hit both free throws. No timeouts for the Hawks. And the East has been absolutely broken apart. So the Pacers will play the Knicks in the second round. The screen, Ja going absolutely nowhere. Pass back out to Mobley for 3. Had a decent amount of room. Rebound by Aiden. Back out to Mobley for another 3. He hits that one. I'm going to literally wait until I see the Pacers get fouled so I can then simcast out of this. Lonzo, just please hit the free throws for the love of God. Okay, cool. He did. Lonzo, 28 points, and Zion had 26. And sayonara to the Atlanta Hawks. Second round. So you got the Knicks versus the Pacers, a 90s rivalry. Second round from this year. Actually, yeah, this is 2024. So this is oddly accurate, but that is the only accurate round, as the Kings didn't make the playoffs in real life this year, and Suns got bounced in the first round in real life. The Jazz are nowhere near the playoffs. The Pelicans got bounced in the first round. The Bulls are nowhere near the playoffs, and the Magic also lost in the first round. So this is the only correct series compared to real life. I don't know why, it's just a random comparison. But Knicks versus Pacers, almost full 90 overall, almost exactly the same overalls on like every matchup, except for the fact that KD is just superior to Zion, but it's also still a good matchup because Zion is crazy. Jazz versus the Pelicans. Steph Curry versus Shea's team. Oladipo, Sabonis, Markelle Fultz, Bam, and Mikal are going to try and dethrone the 2-time champ Suns, and they are up 1-0 to start. To be fair, the Suns are the 5th seed this year. And the Magic, with their additions that they kind of scrounged upon, trading Hassan Whiteside for DeMar DeRozan and Jahlil Okafor against MVP Jokic. And we've said that a lot of times. He has been the MVP many times. And the Pelicans, Shea, DeMarcus, and Siakam and OG. I just realized they're back together again. And also Seth Curry down here in the DNP area, as he was some salary filler for them, are going to lose to Steph Curry, averaging 34 game in the playoffs. He's just a different level, a different dog. And KCP averaging 16, I believe, off the bench behind RJ, who also dropped 24 in this game, and he's also averaging 20. So yeah, the Jazz really, they just got it. Gordon Hayward's only averaging 10 in the playoff run. He has a 63 shot tendency. He averaged 13 in the regular season, and he's still an 87. He is averaging almost as little points as Gobert does, crazily enough, but it works. They know what they're doing, obviously, as they just sweep another huge big three. And it's like, yeah, I expect you to win probably, but sweep is crazy. And the Phoenix Suns have been eliminated by the Sacramento Kings. It has happened. The Kings, the #1 seed, with the addition of Markelle Fultz as well, who dropped 14 on 5 for 8 shooting in this one. And Oladipo had a super off game, or at least offensively, 5 turnovers, 4 for 10, and just 11 points, but it didn't matter in this one. They were able to get Devin Booker, Donovan, and Darius Garland 4 for 18. He had a terrible playoff run, 38% from the field in the run, and definitely outplayed by, I guess, Markelle. Also, Aaron Gordon was 0 for 5 in this game. The Knicks are going to eliminate the Pacers in 6 games. So Zion had 36 in this one, lost by 11 after dethroning the #1 seed. KD with his 41-7-7 is going to move on to the conference finals. I believe this will be his first time making it this far in the playoffs since like the second year with the Thunder when they made it to the finals. Well, I know they made it twice actually. They had lost to the Cavs that one year. And this is a game 7 between the Bulls and the Magic, but the Bulls, good God. John Wall, Jokic, Beal. Part of me forgets that they have John Wall and Beal as well. And well, yeah, they didn't forget. And the Magic definitely ain't gonna forget. So now, John Wall versus Jalen Brunson, 91 overall, Frank Ntilikina against Bradley Beal, Josh Hart versus Jimmy, KD versus Christian Wood, and Kristaps Porzingis against Jokic. I love that. I love all these matchups except for, well, I guess KD versus Jimmy Butler. You can count that as that. And the Kings versus the Jazz, especially in the West, both of these teams have fought insanely hard to get here. Jazz are honestly far from a perfect team. They are one of the few teams in this league who still only have 190 overall, whereas the Kings have scrounged up 3, but that 90 overall is Steph Curry. The Bulls are going to go up 3-1, so the Knicks facing elimination. They had a good-ish game. I mean, damn, Frank shot 3 for 12, and they also had a few too many turnovers, although the Bulls ain't perfect either. And Jokic shot 14 for 30, but they win this one by 12, the last one. 2-2, and let's just see. It might end it right there, and yep, that is it. The Bulls are going to go back to the finals again. That's what you ask for when you give a team John Wall and Bradley Beal. But the Knicks definitely had more than enough facilities for this. But you know what, though? Hey, on the bright side, forget the Knicks for a second. I'm happy to see John Wall, who is absolutely cooking this playoff run, you know, maybe debunk the myth a little bit. I'm going to blame it on the Wizards for these bums, or, well, I guess not bums anymore, failing all these years. And yes, they do have Jokic on their team, but John Wall is playing damn near as good as him, honestly. And they got a real talent for scrounging up decent role players from wherever the hell. Is Mirotic? Damn, Mirotic fell off that much. He's not even playing anymore. And he's a 74. I guess he is 33. And that's even more of a testament to what I just said a couple seconds ago. The Kings are going to win game 5 and take a 3-2 lead over the Jazz. Big win here. I would say they're obviously the better overall team, but like I said, the Jazz have Steph Curry, but it doesn't matter. The Kings are going to win. This is going to be probably an elite final. So Markelle Fultz goes from outside the playoffs every single year. And matter of fact, the 2 Eastern point guards who were kind of getting hoed every single year, 2 of many, but still 2 of the biggest ones that it was just not looking good for them. I mean, John Wall made the playoffs many times, but his teams are just never good enough. Now you're going to have Wall versus Fultz, Beal versus Oladipo, 2 of the top 3 picks, I want to say. Yeah, in the 2013 draft. Or was Beal 2012? I don't know. I can't think right now. Who cares? Actually, yeah, because Otto Porter was 2013, so it had to be the other way around. Anyways, Jimmy Butler versus Mikal Bridges. That's a cool little matchup. Once again, outmatched by Christian Wood against Sabonis, but then you got Jokic against Bam, so it all kind of evens out. But the Bulls don't see it as even. Good God. Jokic with 38 points, and it's like the supporting cast still does the same, if not better than what the other team's entire team is going to do. But then there's Jokic. And I kind of like this insane scoring version of Jokic that just gets like 6 assists. I still like this version. They tried in this game, but Jokic actually had a pretty bad game, 5-15, at least shooting wise he did, and they lost by like almost 10. This one's real close. The Bulls just Fultz fouled Wall on a jump shot, and John Wall went to the line to take the lead. So 41 seconds to go. Kings down by 1. They have the ball. If I want to change the matchup now, it wouldn't matter anyways, although both these teams are pretty solid defensively, like through and through. You got John Wall versus Fultz, and Jones gets it back out to Fultz. Fultz will try and get to the basket. He's gonna go all the way, and oh my goodness, Markelle Fultz with a tough bucket to take the lead. He makes up for that foul he had on John Wall before I jumped in, taking the lead back. Markelle Fultz with anger in his eyes. I could see it. Sound like Drake right now. John Wall now trying to get right back at him. And is he just going to go back and try and get the bucket back? He will not, though. And it's a rebound by the Kings. They give it to Fultz. They're going to have another chance at a shot. They have another timeout as well. But they get the inbound steal for the hell of it. Let's see. Shoot. Hey, Wall damn near could have went for it right there, but he'll just foul. Fultz at the line. Free throw looks ugly as ever. And that is true. It is Markelle Fultz. Didn't really think about this, but maybe they accounted for the, career woes of free throws. But he makes both. All right, pass into Beal. They're going to need a 3 here. Beal is going to, I don't know, do something. Beal will take the screen. He has some room all the way to the basket. I guess he gets fouled. I guess that's what we're going to do. We're going to play this game. Not the worst game to play, slow but steady. 88% from the line for Beal. He'll hit the first. He has 21 points on the night. Beal will hit both. Kings do have timeouts. They're not going to take them. Pass into Luke Kennard. Oh, what a player. And I think Beal just fouled out. Elite play by the Kings to give it to a dude who can't miss shots ever. Is wearing high socks. And oh my God, he missed the free throw. What? 98% free throw. It was worth the Bradley Beal foul out, I guess. Let's see. Do the Bulls have it? Should the Kings foul? No. Jokic going to the basket. Who is he against? That's Bam. Pass down to Jokic. Jokic over Bam, and Bam stops him. He barely had enough time to formulate anything meaningful or get into the post or whatever. No, he did. They had more than enough time. 2K's just too. Oh, those fans are pissed. Look at them. I don't know if I've ever noticed the fans walking out or if they ever even show that unless it's like a default crowd.
All right, now let's check in with Ali LaForte.
Let's be honest. I said this video was going to come out on Christmas. Technically calendar day of Christmas right now as I'm recording. I'm not even, I don't think I'm even getting around to do all this stuff on. It's probably gonna be the damn 26 by the time you're watching this. Maybe the 20. No, it's not gonna be that 26. Anyways, also I noticed there was a lot of foul outs in that last game. I forgot to say that. I don't even think Jimmy was playing or anything like that. All right, well, they're gonna pass it into Beal. They got Kennard in the game, which is just a problem in itself. There's nobody I could put Kennard on. That would be a good thing. And well, he's gonna try and get over the screen, guard Beal. He is so slow, and Beal will get to the basket. Rebound by Moses Brown. Back out to Jokic, who passes it again. Oh my God, they are confident. Because Jokic had a wide open shot, and oh, Gary Harris misses. Rebound by Beal. Moses Brown. Moses back out. Beal the fadeaway mid-range, and they take the lead. What the hell? Moses Brown with the Tyson Chandler tip out rebound. He'd be proud of that one. Victor Oladipo 16 seconds ago. Oladipo to the basket. The layup is off. That was low-key a nice little move. Did Jokic just throw a behind the back pass, you sick bastard, in the clutch of the game? Look at this sicko. Right in traffic too. Beal, this Kings still have a shot no matter what happens, and this would tie the series up 2-2, so I'm definitely rooting for the Bulls here. All right, all the subs are made. It probably would have been a good time to leave in Luke Kennard, but it is what it is. Markelle Fultz the other way. Markelle gonna pass it back out to Sabonis. Sabonis steps back. I don't know. What are you doing? Pump fake. Pass the ball out. Oh no. Mikal will shoot the 3, and it is off. Rebound by Sabonis. Why are you trying to dribble it out? Just pass it out, Sabonis. 94-97 win. Sabonis. Hey, shout out to Bradley Beal. Big game so far in the finals and big shots, as Jokic and John Wall both underperformed this one, but they get the win. 2-2. I wouldn't ask for anything else in this. Need at least 6 games here. My voice is so dead, bro. I've been talking for the past 48 hours. Like this is like a unjustified video to be this long too. I just nerded out crazy as this game is close again. I mean, it's a good video, but it's unjustified. It's only been like 8 years. It shouldn't have taken me 2 days to record this. But remember there was that video once that I made that has like 15 million views. That was only like 10 years long, that video, and it ended up being like 4 hours long. This one's probably gonna be like 8. I don't know how the hell it's gonna work. Anyways, pass back out to Sabonis. Sabonis out to Oladipo. I actually don't know because I spent so much time trading in this video where I'm just sitting here looking at nothing, saying nothing. Look at Oladipo with the bucket. Oh my goodness. The animation of hell to cook Bradley Beal. He goes downhill between the legs to get him off balance and then spins back the other way over the left shoulder. Oladipo cuts it to 1, and there's still a lot of time. No need to foul or nothing like that, obviously. He's in a guard the ball handler. He's in a guard Beal. John Wall's not in the game, but we've seen Beal get a lot of buckets, and Jokic is not even going to initiate anything. They're going to let Beal go, but Oladipo is clamping him, and they're actually going to run the pick and roll and try and cook Sabonis real quick. And oh my, Bradley Beal, it's off. Rebound by Sabonis. 1 point deficit. Huge game. Game 5. Game on on the line. This is it for all the marbles right here. The handoff to Oladipo. He's guarded by Beal. Back out to Fultz. Fultz guarded by Harris. Another good defender. Back out to Oladipo. Oladipo, 7 seconds to go. He'll go to the basket. Down to Bam. Bam the layup. It's off. Rebound by Jokic, and they foul Jokic. Bam Adebayo gets the ball late game and sells the little floater. They're down by 3. They have no timeouts, or well, they're about to be down by 3. Now they are. No timeouts. Fultz full court shot, and honestly, it wouldn't have been surprised me at all if he made that shot, but he missed it. And the Bulls will go up 3-0 after that crazy finish. Moses Brown with 26 points. I don't know what kind of crack they put this dude on, but first of all, that's got to be literally his career high. His career high is 28 from this season. Also, Kyrie had 60 in a game this season. Random, but yeah, I rarely ever check that stuff. I just forget to. It's in such an obscure spot. You got to go to a player card, and then like the records, you know, you can only check top 5 for half the stuff on here. You can't check for individual seasons. Anyways, the Chicago Bulls are going to, surprisingly enough, or actually no, this is going to be their second championship. This is going to be their first championship of the Jokic era. I want to see just how close I can get to the end of the game, and there you go. 7 seconds. Their first championship of the Jokic era. Let me in, coach. Put me in. Who in here? Jokic? Give him the ball. How much time we got? 7 seconds. Oh no, not enough time. Bradley Beal, go rogue. Pull up. Good God, that was slow as hell. And yeah, Chicago is going to win the NBA Finals for the second time of the video. Jokic also wins his second ring, I'm pretty sure, right? Did they win on the Nuggets? Damn, I can't remember. No, I think this is his first ring. I don't think they made it far enough in that Harden era or before that. So Jokic with mad MVPs, obviously been the best player, most dominant. He's just programmed to be that guy, I guess. Sabonis was pissed. I just saw him having his head hanging down. Christian Wood, hey, shout out to Christian Wood, starting power forward. Shoot, worked out. That's how you know too. All these insane super teams, and yes, the Bulls are insane. Got some holes in their team still. Christian Wood at an 80 overall at power forward when everybody in this league is like an 88 plus. And Jokic, finals MVP, well deserved. The best player in the league, just wills his team alongside, shoot, one of the better supporting casts still. John Wall and Beal get some nice high fives. Y'all deserve it. And they are going to win their first ring. Sorry it couldn't come in Washington, but shoot, trust me, we tried. And Jokic damn near, I forgot to mention that when I traded for them. Shoot, he ended up getting his wish eventually of going to Washington. He just brought him to Chicago instead. Moses Brown with another 14-point double-double. He's basically the power forward himself. I guess he kind of is. Did he just starting at power forward eventually? I don't know. But he played 33 minutes. Jokic 25 or 26, 10 and 4 with a steal and a block almost in the finals. And yeah, just straight up outplayed everybody on Sacramento. He was the 5th highest scorer in the playoffs, and Curry and Durant weren't too far behind, but he also played an extra 9 games in a pretty tough road here. Nearly lost, but also kind of didn't nearly lose because they beat the hell out the Magic in that game 7. That was like a classic Luka Suns beat down. And yeah, at this point, I think it's safe to say I have done elite work for a lot of these teams. Every single, if I'm looking around, I have made a huge trade for literally, the Heat, yeah, they got Jabari. Not a huge trade, but still. Shoot, the Rockets gave them Markkanen. They lost. They got swept, but still. And of course, Murray and shoot, they traded that one dude. They traded Nurkic, but that's beside the point. They also brought the Moutier this season. The Kings, Markelle Fultz, Giannis to the Mavs, the Suns, mad trades, including Randall. The Spurs used to have James Harden. Still got them CJ this year. Pelicans with the whole Siakam boogie thing. Curry is on the Utah Jazz with RJ Barrett and this team that just loves to win. The Wolves, hey, I've tried my best with you guys, and if I didn't mention anybody else, it goes without saying, KD's on the Knicks. So I have tried real hard for all your teams, so I'm gonna let this basically rock for a little bit longer, mostly too because I want to see Victor play as well. It really doesn't hurt by LaMarcus Aldridge. Just pull back up, why not? Mike Conley's trying to retire too. I disagree. You know, matter of fact, I disagree with every retirement almost. I'll let some of them go. Mavs need to get a new supporting cast anyways. So the Thunder have the 6th pick via Milwaukee, and the Jazz really have the Thunder's pick. Is it lottery protected? I don't know. I'm not even gonna sit here and watch this lottery, especially knowing what we know about this draft. Although I did juice up Jared McCain. He should be pretty highly ranked. Damn, where is he? Oh, there he is. He's 3rd. Yeah, his overall is just low, but his potential is real good. You know, I'm gonna turn the draft on auto too. Why not? All right, let's Nuggets, Wizards, Trailblazers, and Warriors are the top 4 picks. And let's go to the Trailblazers, the Nets, the Warriors, and then the Thunder. I did not know the Jazz had OKC's pick. Did the Nuggets fall from 1 to 5 again? Bro, they have the Pistons curse. So OKC's pick jumped up from from 6. Their Milwaukee pick that they own jumped up from 6 to I think 4, and then the Nets jumped up from 7 to 2. The Warriors and Trailblazers stood, and the Nuggets and the Wizards both dropped the most they possibly could to 5 and 6. Just true bad luck. Honestly though, I actually kind of do still like drafting the picks. I'm gonna draft them still. I just don't like when it gets to a certain point. Portland with the first pick. Okay, did I just lie? Because I mean, I really don't know who the hell to give them. Actually, you know what? I've lied again, because it's pretty obvious they don't have a power forward. For some reason on this rank, he's ranked dumb low. I didn't mess with his potential or anything. He should probably be a little bit higher. You know, I do think this draft would have been fun to let go auto, so I'm just gonna send in. Screw it. Risa Shea goes to the Nets. Zach Edey to the Warriors. Reed Shepherd to the Thunder. Clique, damn, some of the best players just fell in this draft. Jared McCain goes to the Lakers. The Wizards get Rob Dillingham. I could tell you for a definitive fact that McCain probably has the best potential in here. Him and Castle, actually, who went all the way to the Bucks. Granted, all these teams suck kind of equally, so yeah, it is what it is. Warriors, Zach Edey, that's actually not a bad pick, because they do have Scoot, and they have Paulo, and they have Franz. I don't know who the hell their center is, but I don't really care. That's not a bad pick. All these players suck right now, though, so none of them are going to really matter immediately. Bronny James goes number 30 to the Warriors. Not sure. I guess the Warriors must have got that pick somehow from, I don't know, I guess the Bulls. Oh, there goes Kurz Nikolajovic. Didn't mean to let Jabari Parker hit free agency, but he's still going to go back to the Heat anyways. And it looks like Lauri Markkanen is going to stay with the Rockets. After that, there's actually really not any other free agents except for the obvious one. When I say obvious, I mean the restricted. Damn, how did the Bulls let Moses Brown go? He got a little bag from the Lakers. Shout out to the Lakers. Maybe D'Angelo trying to lock back in. I don't got enough time to look through this player progression stuff. Screw all of you, specifically the virtual basketball players. This is a trade deadline again. Real quick, let's lead in with the all-star participants. Shout out to Isaiah Thomas for still making it. Most of the rest of these look pretty normal over here. And Paulo's out here still. D'Angelo Russell. Luka is far and away leading the league in scoring, even with Giannis on his team. As of right now, the New Orleans Pelicans are number 1 with Benedict Mathurin, who I've made sure to hold off in all of their trades. He's now their starter, although damn, he should not be taking Buddy Hield's minutes though. That's that guy. He'll probably end up starting again in about 3 seconds. Kings are second, just barely behind them. Jazz are third. I also haven't looked through trades or anything, and good God, the Mavericks did not get a supporting cast. If anything, they got worse somehow. They did go and sign Alex Len, but they're still good, I guess. They're actually a little bit better than the Suns, it seems like. The Clippers with Desmond Bane starting at the 3 for them. Got these new Sharpie looking jerseys like in real life. I did see that and you know, I was like, screw it, whatever, we're far enough into this, I didn't interfere. But yeah, Portland let Devin Vassell go, and the Clippers took him. He's averaging 14 for him now. The Spurs are still doing pretty good. LaMarcus is still, he's gonna retire. But you know what's funny too? I signed LaMarcus to a 5-year contract until he's 43. It won't affect the cap space. He's gonna retire, but yeah. And the Timberwolves look like they have a firm hold on the 8th seed. Did they sign Jaden? Yeah, they signed Jaden McDaniels. Damn, Lakers let him go. He's averaging 16 points, and he makes his way back to the Timberwolves. Well, they definitely needed someone like him, as the Grizzlies are also in the play-in still, and so are the Rockets, actually, who fall down a bit. And the Lakers are down to 17 wins. I don't know if I have anything in mind for them. And oh my God, the Pacers are the 11th seed, and the Sixers are 12. Oh, it's Brooklyn Nets time. Brooklyn Nets up to the 9th seed. Hello. Pistons time. Pistons up to the 8th seed. Hello. Sadly, neither one of you needs D'Angelo Russell, but I was gonna trade him there. Wow, the Pacers, I don't know what kind of fall from grace this is. Didn't you guys just make it to like second round anyways? But hey, they could still make the play and do the same thing over again. They just can't win in the regular season for some reason. Like, they have 91 overall Zach LaVine off the bench, and I say that as a good thing. It should be helping you win games, whereas the Nets are out here with Mo Harkless and Myers Leonard. You know what's funny? I forget what happened, but Mo Harkless had signed with like, I remember he signed with the Heat, and I wanted the Heat to have enough money to sign Andre Drummond, so I traded Mo Harkless there. Speaking of the Heat, Andre Drummond off the bench behind Jalen Duren, and they are the 3rd seed. Number 1 seed is the Bulls. Makes sense. They are 2nd best team in the league currently. The Raptors with Victor Wembanyama, who's a 90 overall now and actually consistent and decent. They got Jalen Green as their 6th man currently, with Warren starting at the 3. They're the 2nd seed. The Heat have leapfrogged all the way up to the 3rd seed. The Hawks are the 4th seed. The Knicks are the 5th seed. Cavs down to 6. Magic at the 7. And yeah, it's anybody's game. And I'm really happy to see the Pistons finally doing good. Who the hell is Vin Valentine? I don't know, but good for him. Any big trades? Oh, wow. Ooh, wow. Okay. The Suns trade Nerlens Noel for Dennis Schroeder. So obviously now Wendell Carter will start for them, and they get a good backup point guard, but I'm not really sure what the point of that was. Whereas it's actually not a bad trade for the Rockets, obviously, with Moutier here. Although, I mean, yeah, they get a pretty decent upgrade at center. Capella will go to the bench. About that, what a fantastic trade. Keldon Johnson for Kevin Knox. Sixers made back-to-back trades, getting Kyle Lowry and Andre Roberson. What a slew. Oh snap! The Warriors traded Bronny James to the Jazz for Jalen Smith and Bronny for KCP and a first-round pick. Jalen Smith is an 80 at the very least, so that's a good young player. But yeah, they probably threw in that first-round pick for 69 overall Bronny James, I guess. And well, they're still high up here because they're the Jazz. They just know how to win. How the hell did Terry Rozier get here? Oh, Glenn Robinson for Terry Rozier and Deion Waiters. A lot of random trades. You know what's funny? During the offseason, I saw the Lakers were trying to decline Herb Jones' team option because he's like 25 years old. And I went and manually accepted it. And in my mind, I was like, I think they're going to trade him. Or I think it'd be smart if they traded him. And speaking of dumb trades, the Rockets trade Ron Holland and Cody Zeller for Rodney Hood and Jakob Poeltl. This is like the first lose-lose. Because Ron Holland's a 72. He doesn't help them currently at all, which is this is a contending team. He should have some pretty okay potential. I'm surprised he even got traded this easily. But to be fair, the Rockets are also a contending-ish team. So the Lakers traded Isaac Okoro to bring back Zubats from the Bucks. Oh yeah, we're in peak stupid. And the Spurs traded for Marcus Smart. So Marcus Smart's been traded for the 46th time. Celtics didn't have much hope in Devin Carter. They traded him for Dylan Windler, even though Devin Carter's a rookie. He got the Thomas Robinson treatment. And screw it. You know what? Yeah, I just simulated through. Whatever. We're just gonna keep it pushing. You know, I think the only trade I almost thought about doing was let the Pacers get D'Angelo Russell so he could play there too. And then I remembered that Zach LaVine is there too. They just bench him for some reason half the time. Luka Doncic is gonna win his first ever MVP in 2025, averaging 33, 10 boards and 10 assists. And this is with Giannis and Tatum on his team. Reed Shepherd, Rookie of the Year for the Thunder. Dennis Smith, Sixth Man of the Year for the Pistons. He's like a 90 overall playing behind Maxey. Giannis wins DPOY. Jalen Duren, Most Improved. Started for about half the season. Obviously, he's got Drummond in front of him, so that's kind of an achievement in itself. And Zion, Clutch Player of the Year. Wilson Bennett, kind of looks like an older Jacob Underwood, wins Coach of the Year, 65 for the Pelicans. Luka, Jokic, KD, Giannis, and Westbrook make the first team. Second team looks pretty normal. Third team, hello, Julius Randle. Hey, Lonzo and LaMelo on the same team. Chet Holmgren made the all-defensive first team. Jared McCain, all-rookie first team. Did damn near nothing, but, you know, made it with the Lakers. Who the hell is Irvin Black? Do we even care about the play-in anymore? Yeah, screw it. Simulate the play-in. Unleash the Kraken. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Anyway, the Clippers just lost out. They lost to the Wolves, and then they lost to the Rockets. Grizzlies also couldn't make their debut in the playoffs, so I'm pretty sure it'd be their debut. But the Rockets and Minnesota make it back as the Clippers were the biggest losers of this one. 43 wins, and they lost to the team with 6 wins less than them. And the Cavs did the same damn thing. Oh my. Cavs with 47 wins lose to the Celtics and the Pacers, I would assume. Oh no, they lost to the Pistons. The Pistons with 36 wins. So in that one playing game, they lost to the Pistons by 7 points. Tyrese Maxey, Dennis Smith Jr., Mitchell Robinson, Chet Holmgren. They got out of here too. And so was Boston, obviously. So the Pistons and the Pacers make it. Weirdly enough, the Pacers are even the 7th seed. But hey, you know, that's not that bad. All right, playoffs. Let's see what happens. Actually, first and foremost, Luka led the league in scoring. That it was Curry, KD, Jokic, and Tatum. Rebounds was Jokic. Assists was Westbrook. Steals, Giannis. I actually want to see Giannis averaged 23 as well. So they had 3 23-plus point guys on the Mavericks. Zion most efficient, and Buddy Hield best from 3. Yeah, oh my God, 50%, way better than anybody else. And he shoots a ton of them, a decent amount at least, 6 a game. Did it just say, I think it just said Paolo shot 10 a game. All right, first round, the Knicks sweep the Heat. The Knicks get another early sweep. Miami, you know, making their second appearance, I'm pretty sure. Orlando's gonna get out of here as Atlanta moves on. And let's just get this round over with. Well, actually, the East, damn, the East was all sweeps. And except for the Knicks, no upsets. The Pacers get out of here to the Raptors. So Victor Wembanyama, AD, and Harden will play against Anthony Edwards, Ja Morant, and Evan Mobley, Aiden. And KD and them will play against Jokic. I'm pretty sure that was the conference finals last year, but it'll be the semifinals this year. The Spurs get bounced by Steph Curry and the Jazz. Sorry, Kawhi. And every other round concludes in 6 games, and none of them being upsets. The Rockets are out of here. The Suns are actually out of here yet again, this time to the Mavericks. Luka versus Booker again. Randall couldn't hold it down. He actually loses to his hometown team. I only know that because of the Knicks. And the Kings, Mikal Bridges with 32 points in this final game, winning by just 1 to defeat Andrew Wiggins, Russell Westbrook, Cat in their first year together. Second round, the Bulls just swept the Knicks. Jokic goes on. Kings are going to move on back to the conference finals yet again. Are we about to see almost a very similar thing? Yeah, we're starting to see some repeat offenders here. As by the way, the Bulls have didn't I just shout this dude out randomly a few years ago? Doug Greer is their starting power forward. This dude is a 77 overall 30-year-old. I don't know at one point in the season they decided to start playing and starting him, but yeah, he started 60 games. He's started just 5 games of the playoffs. They are weird. They're a weird team, but hey, it's working, I guess. Well, him alongside Jimmy, Bradley Beal, John Wall, and Jokic against the Hawks. Anthony Edwards, Ja Morant, Isaac, Jalen Johnson, Aiden, and they got Mobley off the bench. And I saw they took the first game as well, as Markel, Oladipo, Mikal, Sabonis, and Bam play against Giannis, Tatum, and Luka. Probably the best big 3 of this entire video, right? I don't think is anyone else even really rival them? Probably the closest overall wise maybe would be Simmons, Embiid, and Lillard. I could be forgetting 1 or 2 though. There's been a lot of teams. So we could see the Kings and the Bulls finals again if it goes that way, but actually no, the Hawks are dominating. The 3rd seed Atlanta Hawks are going to sweep Nikola Jokic and the Bulls, and they eventually took this dude Greer at the starting lineup, and as well, by the way. I don't know who let me just look. They might have started Hartenstein, I don't know, or Sam Decker. Either way, it doesn't really matter. They just got outplayed. Jonathan Isaac with 32 points on efficient shooting in the 4th game, and yeah, I mean, you lose in 4 games, you earned it fair and square. And the Kings are going to defeat the Mavericks, so we're gonna get a new finals: Hawks versus Kings, Markel versus Ja, Oladipo versus Edwards, Mikal versus Isaac, Sabonis versus Johnson or Mobley, and Bam versus Aiden. 2 teams that have completely rebuilt through the draft. Obviously, Hawks started off this era with, you know, Millsap and Horford and all that type of cool stuff, but they've done real well in the draft, basically getting the 2nd and the 1st pick in back-to-back years that have revolutionized their franchise, and the 5th pick the year before that, and the 9th pick the year after that to draft their own guy, Jalen Johnson, as well as the 10th pick in 2017. I believe that'd probably be the year they traded Millsap and Horford, or one of them. I don't even know how many. I don't remember what I did. Hawks are going to win the game again, taking a 2-0 lead. Edwards and Ja just 2 wins away from their first championship. They would be a devious duo together, and they are going to win a 3rd game. The Atlanta Hawks, who, by the way, I don't remember if I mentioned for them or not last year, but shoot, I don't think I've done a trade for this team. They have just built through the draft and they signed Bol, drafted, I mean, to be fair, I did draft all the players, but I drafted Aiden to them over a few others that I just felt like he fit better, and I think he's been a good fit over here. It also opened up the space for them to draft both Ja Morant confidently, as well as Anthony Edwards, and Jonathan Isaac's had some really big games. But let's see if they can close this out, because the Kings, you know, they probably won a championship after they lost last year, and they are going to win this game to bring it to 1-2. Markel and Victor Oladipo with 22 apiece. 1:15 to go. It's a 2-point game. 87-89 peak basketball right here. No buckets. Passing to Ja Morant. 1:13 to go. ATL 3-1. I thought it was 2-1. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, anyways, the Hawks possibly could win right here, but Ja Morant doesn't look like he wants to win. Jalen Johnson guarding the ball. He's wearing 43 like Pascal Siakam. Naz Reid in the post. He'll fade away. Naz Reid gonna confidently take the shot to potentially end the game, and well, he misses it. Aiden running the break. Oh my goodness, DeAndre Aiden with a terrible shot. What is going on? They got Ant and Ja out here, but Aiden just took that anyways. Maybe I shouldn't have drafted him. I don't know. Anyways, Ant guarding Oladipo. Oladipo goes to the post. Still a shot clock differential, so you know they're gonna have to take a shot at some point. And pass back out to Kennard. Kennard 5 seconds to go. Pass back out to Jones. Jones is gonna have to take a 3 over Bol, it looks like, and that is off. Rebound by Aiden to call the timeout, and they could hypothetically end the series right here. Ja Morant gets it. 15 seconds to go. Ja goes between the legs. It looks like he's gonna give it off to Edwards. No, he's gonna take it for himself. 5 seconds. Ja pulls the 3, and it is off. Brick of hell. They'll foul, and I'm gonna let them get that foul off to just, and then Simcast out of this in a second. Pass in, foul him again, and that is game. Markel Fultz, Mikal Bridges, big games to cut this down to, I guess, 3-2. I could have sworn it was 2. Yeah, it is 3-2. Damn, Hawks 1 game away from the championship, and it is going to be a close one. They definitely just hit a 3. They are on a 37-21 quarter currently, and the Kings will have the ball right here, trying to cut this one back as they face a 3-point deficit with 1:46 to go. Passing to Oladipo, back out to Fultz. Fultz will quickly get a screen from Derek Jones. Fultz can go all the way. He's going to go through the defense and score over Ja Morant. Now he'll try and guard Ja on the other end. Edwards wearing the number 2, by the way. Not like a, oh my goodness, an illegal screen by Bol. That is a terrible back and forth there. And I believe Bol's going to get foul, subbed subbed out, or no, actually stays in the game. I don't know if Aiden fouled out, maybe. Probably did, I would assume. Abysmal play by Big Bull. The screen by Bam, and Markel will shoot a fadeaway three. That is off. Rebound Mobley. I don't know what the hell he's on. Bull dribbles the ball up the court. He'll hand it off to Ja. Ja can go all the way, and he'll dunk it down to make it a three-point game. Bull makes it up with the assist. Fultz now the screen from Bam, and Fultz will pull another three. That one is off again. For the record, he has a 95-3. This is peak Markel Fultz we're talking about. And Bull is going to go all the way, pull up the shot. He misses. Rebound by Bam. That is a terrible, way too quick shot. Isaac tried to steal it, and it is Hawks ball. Oladipo touched it last. Jonathan Isaac making game-changing plays from the small forward spot. And will the Hawks be able to score and end this one? Jonathan Isaac might have just won them a championship on defense, but no. Victor Oladipo with the steal. Ja gets too sloppy with the pass. Oladipo back up the other way. He takes the floater, and that is off. Good God, what is happening? There is too much defense going on, and the Hawks are some free throws away from a championship. Their first, and since Bob Pettit, Edwards will take the free throws. That was a purely play with emotions type of back and forth the past few plays. Edwards getting MVP chance. Kings will take a timeout. Can I just it don't matter. I'm not sure how the Kings managed to call a timeout this late into it. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Oladipo for three. It is off. Ja with the board. They're gonna foul. Will he get MVP chance too? Yep, he is. Screw it. Let's just check now. Edwards has 31 and Ja has 29, both with all-around stat lines. Edwards has only missed 5 shots. Yeah, they probably deserve him for this game. Plus, you're about to win game 6 of the NBA Finals and win a championship. So I'd be calling MVP chance for the assistant coach. Markel Fultz gonna be able to chuck it up. I'll give it us a bonus for no reason at the buzzer. And the Hawks have won the 2025 NBA championship. It is definitely the future. We are in the future. LeBron has been retired for like 3 years. Chris Paul like 4. This is a weird timeline, but also not really. I mean, a lot of correct draft picks by Atlanta, and it is formulating into something beautiful over there for them. And same goes for the Kings, to be fair, but they are going to lose their second straight championship. And first one was to a better player, and second one was to a team who I guess did their formula, but better. Anthony Edwards will win Finals MVP. Maybe not too surprising. Could have been him or Ja. Why does Ja look 5'4" right now? That big damn Hawks logo before behind the stanchion. And oh, never mind, they lied. Ja Morant 22, 5 and 7 with 2 steals to win Finals MVP and averaged 25, 7 and 5. Either way, you win, you lose, whatever. And also shot better from the field than from 3. Yeah, maybe he deserved it, but whatever. Shout out to that glitch I had that one time with Jonathan Isaac. Someone had tagged me on Twitter that he had that exact stat line of like 5, 1 and 3 like 2 days ago. I saw that. I peeped that. LaMarcus Aldridge retired. So is Kyle Lowry. So is Derrick Rose. Shoot, I'm about to have to retire soon. Actually, Sam Whiteside trying to get out of here 36. I'm gonna override his retirement as well. Screw it. He's got 1 year, 10 million left. I think he might get traded this year. Draft lottery for a Cooper Flag. That's how far we are into this now. And it's the Hornets, Thunder, Nuggets, and Bucks, and it's going to be the Bucks, Nuggets, Hornets, and Nets. I 1000% do not care about who gets drafted where at this point, especially because it's not real. And Ace Bailey, #1 to the Bucks. Nuggets trade the #2 overall pick for Paul George. We're going to let it rock at this point. The Celtics are about to finesse, and Igor Demine is going to the Celtics. I'm happy that this has made me realize that I don't care at all that I spent this much time appreciating the 2016 era, because I hate this modern era with these damn play. Not that I hate the modern era, I hate simulating in it, because I hate when all the rookies are way too good. I might gotta make my own draft class, honestly. I don't want to see a dude named Igor Demine taking over the league, and if he does in real life, then congrats, you earned it, but not in 2K. Anyways, I guess Paul George is on the Nuggets now for the 2nd overall pick. Dumbest trade of all time, maybe, but screw it, whatever. The Hornets are gonna trade the 3rd for dude. Oh my God, the Celtics are cleaning house, and Cooper Flag, welcome to the, oh my God, what's his name again? What's that one dude? Damn, what's that dude's name? Danny Ainge. Yeah, if you still out there. Brad Stevens is probably the guy by now. Yeah. Oh my God, Boston. Now that is a team right there, because, well, for one, wait, so they traded him to the Hornets, right? Is that who it was? Yeah. Okay, so Damian, oh my God, now Dame is in the Markel Fultz spot. I give up. Hey, we're letting it rock at this point. No, the Nets have traded for KCP. I might reverse this. You know what though? I'm gonna allow it, because this means that the Warriors are gonna add Dylan Harper to the core of Paolo and Bronze and whoever else. No. Okay, what is happening? I might have to simulate out of this because this is getting a little bit too much at this point. Okay, I'm only doing this for the like potential saving of the team so they don't keep trading these picks. All right, I don't know what the hell was happening just there, but so many trades just happened. The Celtics traded 2 and 3. Dame and Paul George have been dealt. Jaylen Brown now on the last year of his $43 million contract is chilling. Yeah, this is more normal NBA stupidity, insanity. It is that day again, trade deadline day. Oh, shout out to the Mavs. Did they sign anybody good? Hell no. Too much. I mean, you got Marcus Smart somehow. He's been around the world and back. Kings are still the 1 seed. Blazers? The Blazers with some dude named Eddie Matthews at the 1, even though Quickly could just be the 1 himself. Brandon Miller with a crazy jump. Damn, they got good fast. Or maybe it wasn't that fast. Oh my God. Yeah, Sengun's in year 5 and Jalen Williams is in year 4 and Quickly's in year 5. But nonetheless, they did it eventually. They have 34 wins. Pelicans still number 4. The Grizzlies. Short story, actually. The free agency was so dumb that I had to force Cade Cunningham just to get back with the Grizzlies. It was a weird ordeal, but eventually I got it done. It wasn't that he was trying to leave. It's that nobody was signing him. And I hate this game sometimes. The Suns 7th. Clippers 8th. Rockets 9th. Timberwolves 10th. Yeah, I tried. You guys are done for. Spurs post LaMarcus Aldridge take a dip. They're down to 21st. I mean, 11th. 21 wins. Not much better than the Warriors, which makes sense. They have Scoot, Paolo, Bronze, and Dylan Harper, but not enough to win just yet. Eastern Conference, the number 1 seed and currently the best team in the league is the Toronto Raptors. Victor Wembanyama is a 95 overall next to James Harden, Anthony Davis, and Jalen Green. They also somehow have LeVert, Cole Anthony. The Hawks are still number 2, reigning champs. The Bulls with O'Shea Brissett at the 4. They are the 3rd seed. The Magic still trudging on, and well, they got 34 wins. They are the 4th seed. Wait, did I say the Bulls were the 3rd, 4th? I don't know. The Heat still doing pretty swell. Shout out to Derek White. I think he's been bald this entire time. It is what it is. 5th seed. Cavs are 6. Knicks are 7. I traded for Vucevic. You know, I kind of wanted to try some out with the Knicks a while ago. Thought I'd just move KD and Porzingis back to their normal positions. Just see if that helps them out at all. Pistons are 8. Philadelphia is down to 9. Oh yeah, and there is one team too. The Celtics with Jaylen Brown still didn't bother. You know, obviously I'm not really doing much at this point. He's still over there, but they only have 19 wins. Pacers are somehow at 20 wins. I still don't know what really happened to this team. And I think they traded Zach LaVine because they re-signed him, I'm pretty sure. So if they didn't, either I'm going to see him or I'm not. Tyrese Maxey got traded to the Nets for Malik Monk, random, but that happened. They're pretty similar overall, so that's not that crazy. The Clippers traded DeAndre Jordan for Dylan Windler in a sec. Dylan Windler's an 80 overall. Thon Maker's and the Wizards got DeAndre. How does that benefit them? I don't know. Lose. Damn, the Suns made another trade, moving Aaron Gordon for Josh Jackson from the Lakers, as well as PJ Washington. Yeah, the Knicks traded Billy Hernan Gomez for Nikola Jokic. Timberwolves trade Austin Reeves for Kenyon Martin. Rockets deal Nerlens Noel again for DeAndre Hunter and Larry Nance. The Lakers are silently making a couple moves, but yeah, they're silent, all right. We don't really notice. Y'all are stove trash. Honestly, got a pretty okay team, but it doesn't matter. They have 13. They're at 13. And what was I doing that for again? Oh yeah, what happened to Zach LaVine? I just found him. He's on the Bucks. How the hell did he get here? Does it even matter at this point? I literally watched him re-sign to the Pacers. I don't even care. Luka wins MVP. Cooper Flag, Rookie of the Year. Campaign, 6th man with the Magic. Giannis DPOY next to Luka. Benedict Mathurin wins Most Improved, averaging 19 points. Steph Curry, Clutch Player of the Year. Dave Yeager, Coach of the Year for the Kings. Has he been the coach the entire time? First team, Luka, Westbrook, Jokic, Giannis, LaMelo. Second team, shout out to Paolo and Lonzo. Third team, you got Chet. Blake Griffin's still out here and he's 37. Playoffs are here, and I will say, I don't know if the conferences are more balanced or they both just got kind of worse and the teams at the top just got even better and became more top heavy with the Kings and now the Raptors, which honestly I'm fine with. I kind of wanted to, you know what? Let's forget the play and screw all you guys. Sixers, bye. Clippers, Pistons, adios. Let's go. I'm trying to see Victor Wembanyama cook. Toodaloo, there you go. Looks like almost every series is gonna end in, everyone ended in 6 or less, which isn't that crazy. Upsets were a slight upset as the Jazz lost to the Pelicans, but that is Shea, Siakam, and Boogie, and that was the only upset. Every other one was legit. Second round, there is 3 game 7s, although one of them will not be the Raptors. So Victor, Harden, Jalen Green, and AD absolutely dominate. They all had 28 plus points and nobody else on their team had over 6. I gotta go look at their stat sheet because it seems like that's just how they roll over there in Toronto. Yeah, it's Victor, AD, Jalen Green, and Harden all with 18 plus points per game in the regular season. After that, it's a big 10 plus point dip before you get to Malcolm Brogdon. And in the playoffs, it's worse. It's worse, but in a good way. And I should officially announce Yeah, this is the last season. We're done. Been one hell of a ride. And so shout out to Kevin Durant. Shout out to the Knicks. They never got a ring, but it was nice to watch from afar this team do what they had to do, which was nothing. The Brandon Ingram Cavs post LeBron era. You know what? They got a ring with Kyrie and LeBron, so that's enough for me. Part of me thinks Kyrie should have got traded. You know, like maybe Ingram should have never came here. They should have went into a rebuild and Kyrie should have got moved. But honestly, nah, the script scripted. It was a nice little move for Ingram to go there and do some continuation or whatever. It's just that some of these teams that stocked up picks just got too good, and that's to be expected. That's what they suffered for years for. Was yo, we're winning championship, and some of them still haven't won. Miami, good job, guys. Don't care. Indiana, you're weird. You were one game away from a championship, and now you're always one game from being out of the playoffs. Shout out to the Pistons for even making it far enough to finally start contending for playoff seed. I can respect that. Sixers, most disappointing. Actually, them and the Celtics, the most disappointing teams in here. Well, no. I lied. Sixers at the very least almost got a championship. It's really the Celtics. I don't like them. I wanted Isaiah Thomas to do better. His team in general. Oh, another one of the most disappointing, the Timberwolves. Not even in the Westbrook era, the previous one. You know, I have on the auto trades for quite some years now, and they still never traded Wiggins. They still believed in him every single year. And he's not terrible, but Clippers, good job. You guys made this fun for a bit. Wish Chris Paul could have stood around longer. Rockets, good little rebuild. Suns, we rock with you. You got 2 rings, but you did lose in the first round this year as the 8th seed. Kind of crazy. So I guess sometimes things happen. Because, well, you guys in the Pacers playing in the finals. I'm right. I think that's what it was. And now, I don't know. I could be wrong. But now they're both 8 seeds and lost. Shout out to the Steph Curry Jazz. Never fully got it done, but I got to kind of respect it because the Jazz won a ring anyway, so who cares? Steph Curry, though, no rings at all in this entire simulation. Grizzlies, good job. Good rebuild. We can't see it fully through, but Cade, LaMelo, Dante Exum, Cam Reddish, Hartenstein, Jaren Jackson, not bad. Let me reiterate. Yeah, screw the Timberwolves. They sold me. We're going to be saying goodbye to one more team after this game. The Mavs and the Blazers. Blazers with the absolute surprise appearance of hell. And will they be able to dethrone the Mavs? It actually is pretty close, but no. It's a 7th game, so I mean, that's impressive in itself, but Jalen Williams, Brandon Miller, and quickly lose to Jason Tatum, Luka, and Giannis going crazy as usual. The Bulls and the Hawks, the reigning champions, are actually really the 2 previous champions, I'm pretty sure, in these two in this matchup, and the Bulls are going to make it back to the conference finals yet again, so maybe the best possible opponent, honestly. I know the Hawks just won last year, but it's Jokic, dog. Gonna put Jokic up against Victor and AD and Harden. Harden looking for his 2nd ring of the video. I believe, shoot, he's up there with some of the most. And the Kings will defeat the Pelicans, the 1-seeded Kings at home. Not too surprising. Sometimes some teams just got it more than other teams got it, and the Kings just got it. Although they also got 2 finals losses. I believe this is the 3rd straight year we're gonna have a Kings and Dallas conference finals. While Toronto will make it for the first time, lucked out, luck of the draw with Victor Wembanyama. Had to sell my soul and sell their soul and sell their soul 3 more times to get this done. And let's see if they can fully pull it through. Victor is already the same overall as Jokic, but he definitely doesn't have the amount of dog that Jokic has, let's be honest. And the big 3 in Dallas against the big 5 in Sacramento. Both series are tied 2-2. This is game 5 between the Raptors and the Bulls. Yeah, screw it, let's jump in. It's 2:29 to go. Hopefully there's no foul outs, please. I'm trying to see Victor versus Jokic, and I see both of them for sure. John Wall's got it against James Harden currently, and the screen is going to be set. Harden goes over it, pass down, and Victor takes the ball. Jokic, it ain't going to be that easy against us. Oh boy, Jalen Green all the way. Dunks it down. I'd be very surprised to see anybody but him, Harden, AD, or is that Dorian Finney-Smith in the game? Is that who that is over there? I think it is. Anyways, Wall going to try and go at Harden. He's going to pass it out to Harris. Screen yet again, trying to get it down to Jokic, I'd assume, and yes, they will successfully do that. Victor, come on, dog, get the head in the game. Whatever, he got the steal last time, I guess. Harden guarded by Wall. He's currently at the 1, and they're going to give it to AD. Not too surprising, I guess. AD pulls the mid-range. It is off. Rebound by Jokic. 1:36 to go. Pass over to Wall. Once again, going to work it to Jokic. Wall will get over the screen to the basket, and the block by Wembanyama, and back up again, nearly blocked by him again, but the finesse by Bradley Beal to just barely get it over his fingertips and take the 3-point lead. That is an elite finish, especially over Victor. And Harden is going to duck to the basket, pass it down to Victor in the bread basket, right under the basket, down by 1 now. John Wall, the screen by Jokic. Wall going to the basket around Harden. The layup is off. Rebound by Victor. Victor nearly loses the ball. He's got to chill out. Victor hands it off to Harden. He's got room to the basket. He gets bobbles the ball. Victor with some room now. He's going to hit the shot. 45 seconds to go. The lead is now in favor of Toronto. Screen by Wall or for Wall. Pass down to Jokic again, and Victor will stop him again. Victor Wembanyama, the Jokic kryptonite maybe. They're going to pass it down to AD again against Grant Williams right now, and he's going to draw the foul. Grant Williams fouls out. That might be for the better. AD, the second free throw, and he's going to bring it to 3. The Bulls will take their final timeout. He passed into Jokic. Jokic against Big Victor over to John Wall. John Wall can get to the basket. He will go all the way and take the layup. Force the Raptors to go back to the line again. They're going to foul Brogdon. Brogdon, the free throw is good. 97%. Can he pull a Luke Kennard real quick? Let's see. And nope, he hits both. No timeouts left for the Bulls. They have a miracle in him. John Wall up the other way. John Wall over to Brissett. He'll take the 3. It is off. The defense by AD. And that is going to be game 5 in favor of the Raptors. Wembanyama with 33 points to Jokic's 17 on 17 shots. That is a game changer right there. And the Mavericks looking to make their first finals appearance of the video, but the Kings want otherwise. Mavs still have yet to build that core. I guess you don't really have any draft picks, but screw it. That big 3's got you somewhere. And the Toronto Raptors are going to advance to the finals. Victor with 26 and 10, Harden with 25 and 13, Green with 20, and AD only had 6 and got fouled out in 26 minutes, and yet they still won. Jokic just 3 for 9, Beal 3 for 10, and Wall tried his best. Mavericks facing elimination. I just got update required. Wow. And the Mavericks will win this. Now, I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna see whenever they make me jump into, well, no, that logic is not sound. Anyways, the Kings are gonna win. 26 from Derrick Jones Jr., 21 from Sabonis, 4 players in 20 plus points, and Naz Reid had 18 as well, so basically 5. Oladipo had just 6, and yeah, that's the difference between a team and a big 3. Sabonis with the Western Conference MVP averaging 21, 9 and 2. Victor 27, 9 and 2 as well, except he averaged 2 more blocks. And here is your finals matchup. Let me get this thing off the screen real quick. I get scared though, because sometimes they'll just delete my files. So yeah, okay, thankfully it looks like they didn't do that. So Markelle versus Brogdon, James Harden versus Oladipo, Jalen Green versus McHale, AD versus Sabonis, and Victor versus Naz Reid. What the hell happened to Bam? Oh, he's still here. He's just off the bench right now. All right, yeah, that's fine, I guess. This is actually a really good finals, because either the Kings finally prevail, or as they look like they want to do after this game 1 where they locked in and won by 24 points, another big game by Derrick Jones Jr., or Victor and the Raptors can get their ring, or we can make fun of them as they lose, as they're going to win this second game. Victor with 34 points. Let's see. Both games have went entirely different directions, and this one's going to go in the direction of Toronto yet again. Victor with 23 points. Another one in the direction of Toronto. Victor with 41 points, and he's looking like he might just dethrone Jokic as the best player in this league. All right, a win by the Kings just to bring it to 3-2. Oh boy, they're trudging on. They're trying to get another win real quick. It is game 7 in Sacramento. Is Victor Wembanyama, did I jinx him? Is he about to blow a 3-1 lead? All right, I'm jumping in. Down by 4, the Raptors, 2 minutes to go. It is anybody's game still. We've seen some insane things happen. The Kings do have the ball. Victor is in the game. I don't know. Is that easy guard Derrick Jones Jr.? Is Jones Jr. at center currently? You know what? Maybe, I want to say he's spacing the floor. Oh my goodness. Markelle Fultz gets to the basket to make it a 6-point game. The Kings, Markelle Fultz, had a lot of experience in the draft lottery, but he's got some playoff experience now with 3 straight finals appearances. And Victor will set the screen for Green. He can go all the way. I don't know what this lineup is they're running right now. They can call a timeout if they need it. Yeah, they only have 1 left actually. Pass over, and oh my goodness. Okay, that's just an abysmal play. Right to Brogdon. Brogdon can go. Nope, he can't go all the way. He will spin though, and oh my goodness, he will get there. Nope, rebound by Victor. They got Victor out there, and he passed it out for the 3 anyways. Victor playing easy on him. Victor is out there with no bigs in the lineup, and they're still somehow going to shoot a 3, and they miss it. But look at AD. Oh, this is BS. This is BS. What are the Kings doing? How did AD even get that board? I know like he's AD, but still physics didn't make sense there. Fultz behind the back to the basket. Jalen Green playing good defense. Fultz going nowhere. Handoff to Kennard against Anthony Davis. Rozier will run the pick and roll with Jones Jr. again. Not a great screen set. Pass out to Jones. Over to Fultz. Fultz for 3. That is off. Rebound by Victor. What is happening? The pass up to Green. Green gets real close to the out of bounds. Green down to Davis. Oh my God. We are seeing absolute obliteration of BS. And they cannot get a dead ball to sub out this lineup. This small ball lineup has absolutely backfired for the Sacramento Kings. Are they about to sell the finals like this? Derrick Jones Jr. down low, and the block by Wembanyama This is bullying. What is about to happen here now? Who is even this with the ball? I don't, is this, that's Dorian Finney-Smith again? Yeah, it is. Okay, at least Jalen Green's the one with the ball. So he's got the 1v1 matchup against Markelle. Game is tied past, oh no, down to AD. AD against Kennard. Nope, it's back to Jalen Green. Out to Finney-Smith for the game, and he misses it. The rebound by the Kings, and the Kings can win it even with all the adversity. Will they do it? Sacramento, Markelle Fultz. This has been tomfoolery, and Markelle will go to the basket, and it is blocked by Wembanyama at the buzzer. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I don't feel that bad about that one because that would have happened regardless. It doesn't matter who's standing right here in the dunker spot. Victor is blocking this shot 10 times out of 10. And the Kings, I don't think they scored. No, I think they scored at the beginning, right? When it first started. I don't know. Oh my God. Oh, okay. No, that's Bam. That's Bam. Okay. Wait, did anybody foul out? No. Oh. Damn, I didn't even realize Harden and Karis LeVert. So no James Harden. They're running with Brogdon, Jalen Green, and Finney-Smith. Screw it. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm going to stay in. We're going to watch the entire OT. This is the final countdown. Victor has some room mid-range. That is good. Victor Wembanyama unfazed by Bam Adebayo's contest. And this is a bad matchup for Bam and the Kings because he's 6'9", and Markelle will go to the rim again. Blocked by Victor again. He already has like 3 or 4 blocks since we've jumped into this game. Pass down to AD against Sabonis. AD and Sabonis have a lot of history in real life. And look at Victor again. He is an unstoppable force. Victor dunks over Victor Oladipo and Bam Adebayo together. And this is all fair game too. This is all starting lineups. And if anything, the Raptors are the only one with a player fouled out currently. James Harden, they're 95 overall. You know, well, actually, he didn't win MVP in this, but yeah, former champion. I'll give him that. I guess he would maybe rather that. I don't know. Oladipo gonna try and get to a bucket. He'll pull up, and that was clean. I just want to announce, knock on wood, I have been recording for 10 hours straight right now. If this recording somehow corrupted and went into the abyss, you know what? I'd be talking to myself right now looking like a crackhead. And this would never see the light of day. And so thank God for recording systems and computers. And the fact that I'm recording this on 2K on the PC as Jalen Green misses a layup. Crackhead, give the ball to Victor, you imbecile. They can't stop him. Oladipo back out to Fultz. 3 minutes to go. Back down to Oladipo. The little like floater shot. He misses. Rebound by Davis. Davis over to Finney-Smith. Victor is on the break by himself. He'll hand it off to Green though. He's got Bridges on him, and they're gonna run Victor off a screen. He's got some room for, I don't know what the hell is going. Oh, he isos and he loses it. Sabonis running the break. Victor, though, is going to catch up to him. And Bridges down to, Oladipo misses. Rebound by, whose ball is it? It is King's ball. Victor Wembanyama has set the franchise record for blocks in a playoff game. He already had it tied. And the Kings will take one of their 2 timeouts with 2:43 to go. I don't know how I feel about that. Obviously, there's really no matchups to change whatsoever. Everything is kind of set as best as you're going to get it. And Oladipo misses. Rebound by Victor. And you know what? That means it's a good series if you can't switch any matchups. And look at that. AD wide open. Sabonis slow as hell to get back. Also means maybe one of the teams is too damn good. You got Sabonis on Anthony Davis, and I can't do nothing about it. But maybe he knows how to play defense in this. Who knows? Didn't look like it on that fast break. Screen. Markelle will pull the 3. Markelle, that is off. And oh wow, they dropped the ball. And the Kings defense, Oladipo and Bridges will recover it. Bridges on the break. He's got the post up against Finney-Smith. Looked like they were trying to get Sabonis open down low, but instead they're going to hand it off to Oladipo. Back out to Fultz again. Fultz will run the pick and roll with Sabonis again, and he will pull another 3. And my God, Markelle Fultz does not like winning. Pass over to Brogdon. Brogdon down to Wembanyama. Victor against Bam. He's going to like a go-to shot, a step back to the left. He's gonna take the shot over him eventually, and he misses it. Bam with the board. Both teams being a little bit stupid right now. Hand off to Fultz again. Good God, please get the ball out of his hands. You know what? Screw it. Fultz, the screen again. Okay, he's got another 3-point opportunity, and he's finally gonna hit one with that 95 3-point. I don't know if Fultz has hit an outside shot this entire time in all these games I've jumped into with him, but that's the biggest one yet. Down by 1, winner go home. Game 7, overtime. Players are tired. James Harden's out the game, and Jalen Green will try to go to the basket. The rebound by the Kings, an absolute blunder. Jalen Green with his head screwed loose. Markelle will take the ball again. Is he going to shoot another 3? He will. No hesitation. It is off. Rebound by Victor. They have the lead, and Victor's got a fast break. He hands it off to Green. The spin by him. Victor looks like he's gonna, no wait, Green's gonna get all the way to the rim. He just runs around the defense. Oladipo couldn't keep up with him, and that is a 3-point lead. We're about to see Markelle Fultz take another three. To be fair, he is the best 3-point shooter on this team, and if he gets enough separation, it's usually open. But wait, hold on. Markelle's going to go to the basket instead and force them to take free throws. All right, well, that was easy. They pass it to Brogdon and actually take a couple seconds off the clock, and they're going to have to foul again. There's got to be a few players on the verge of fouling out as well. We're in overtime. Markelle is not one of them. He's got 3, and Brogdon goes to the line. Brogdon, a 96% free throw shooter, and he hits 2. Kings back up the other way. Fultz, he's going to go to the basket again, and he is not going to get blocked by Victor, but he is going to force him to take free throws again. Maybe smart, maybe stupid, who knows? Jalen Green goes to the line. Don't know what his free throw is. Can't remember. Jalen Green at the line, the first one, 93%. You're running a bad risk here, but you know, you're prolonging the game. Maybe you can experience this third finals loss for a little bit longer, but let's see though. This is it. 10 seconds to go. Markelle Fultz back up the other way. Markelle, he's going to pass it over. It's going to make its way to Oladipo for 3. It is off. The rebound by Davis, and the Kings are about to lose in overtime game 7 on this home court, and AD misses the first free throw. Hold on. Will they have a full court shot opportunity? I don't know. Maybe. AD, the second one is good, and that is it. Victor Wembanyama, one of the most in-game, what's it called? As they almost hit the shot. One of the most dominant in-game performances I've seen. Oh my God. I just watched Mikhail just walked all the way back to the locker room. That's pretty funny. Let me skip through this a little bit. Thank you, Toronto. This has been great. Oh, Lou Dort, Canadian self back in Toronto, I guess. Shout out to Dorian Finney-Smith. And Victor's tall self is going to win finals MVP over AD and over Harden. Where is James? Is James not out here because he fouled out? Come on, dog. Let him back. Where the hell is James? Anyways, Victor Wembanyama, 6 blocks, 17 points, 18 rebounds, had 4 points in a block in the OT, and had, hey, you know, maybe I gassed it. Damn, he was 1 for 8 in the fourth. He shot 7 for 22, had more shots than makes and than points. Mikhail led the Kings in points on just 9 shots and 5 free throws. Fultz was off. Sabonis was solid. Oladipo was off. Felt like a lot of times Oladipo didn't do much, or like would have bad games while his team was picking up. But nonetheless, that's just, you know, that's the name of the game. Also, Jalen Green was 5 for 18. And the Toronto Raptors, you know, that's really the only reason why I even went this far into this, was I wanted to see Victor eventually in the league. And well, there you go. Had to be valuable enough to lead a team, to have an entire team traded for him. And well, he was good enough for it. Yeah. Random late game shout outs to Kevin Durant, who ended up number 2 all time on the all-time scoring. I'll probably end up number 1 if I go for a few more years, but I don't care. Steph Curry, number 5. Russell Westbrook, number 7. Melo now number 9. James Harden, number 11. And scroll the rest of that stuff. We were really here for, well, here's the MVPs. Curry did get his 3rd straight to start off the video. Then LeBron got 2. Jokic got 1. Chris Paul got 1. LeBron got another 1. Jokic got another 2. And now Luka with the last 2 of these. And I didn't even do this intentionally, but this has now officially been a 10-year simulation. It started off with a completely, you know, I couldn't remember the exact roster construction at this point. I do remember that I was trying, was that, I think I had traded Vooch to the Bulls. That was about it, really. Maybe another player or 2. But Jimmy Butler and the Bulls had one over the Thunder too. Damn, that is one hell of a win. Then the Jazz and the Raptors played the next year, and you know, it would have been nice to see DeRozan and Lowry get one. But speaking of Lowry, I tried to trade him back to this Raptors team who just won it, and he's still in the league too, but it is what it is. But Utah got one, which was the elite small market win. The Cavs win another ring over the Thunder. So they beat Curry once, and now they beat KD once instead of beating them together. Well, I guess they never did that in real life. James Harden decided to flake on the Nuggets after he was traded there, go to the Spurs, and they won him and Kawhi in 2020. Then the Lob City staying together and not getting injured and whatever paid off. I believe this was after the Klay Thompson trade had already happened, as well as the Steph Curry one a few years after the Jazz ring. And yeah, Klay had won a ring with the Clippers. Then the Suns, from their accumulation of just a bunch of years of winning and winning, which by the way, I should say, yeah, the Spurs ring was over Jokic, and that was James Harden playing his former teammate who had to go east because he went west. And the Clippers beat the powerhouse 76ers, who just never won a ring. But this was the finals of the 2 teams that are always hated on. So either way, you know, it was a win-win just for them both being in it. Then the Suns and the Pacers, 2 teams that had really flourished off drafting, and their one big trade, who was there the year before but ended up winning finals MVP the next year, Julius Randle over the Bulls, so Jokic would lose his 2nd shot at a championship. But then he came back the next year, defeated the Kings. Then Ja Morant and Anthony Edwards came back the year after that, which by the way, this Jokic one right here, I believe this was already with John Wall and Bradley Beal, so they went and got their ring after that trade. Then Ja Morant, Anthony Edwards, Jalen Johnson, Evan Mobley, DeAndre Ayton, Jonathan Isaac, yeah, that whole team, in a battle of basically the second coming of the Suns and Pacers, where it was just a bunch of young players who had grouped together on their teams respectively. Well, the Kings lost yet again, back-to-back years, and then decided to make it a third straight, as the star power next to Victor was just too much, and no one man should have all that power, but Victor does. And that was my script I wrote for this league, I guess. Obviously didn't control the results, but because the Knicks would have won every ring. A few more shout outs. Shout out to the Wizards for being super disappointing. And lastly, there's a lot of teams to talk about, but the Nuggets, good job, man. Not really. The exact opposite. I mean, actually, you know what? Sorry, the number one most screwed over team this entire time, the Denver Nuggets, for trading for Harden, then losing Jokic and Harden and being absolutely irrelevant this entire time. Good for them, because at least other teams actually had a shot. I mean, I guess you had a shot for like 1 or 2 years with Harden and Jokic, but yeah, you could have had some more if he didn't leave you. And what's crazy is Harden and Jokic have benefited the two most out of every single player in this entire video, basically. As Jokic went to 3 finals and won 1. I believe Harden went to 2 finals and won both of them. And shout out to the Suns, only team to go back to back. Anyways, you know what? The last retirement, the biggest salute, Gordon Hayward has retired, and I'm gonna let him send off because it doesn't matter anyways. Isaiah Thomas is also out of here, and Hassan Whiteside already overrode that retirement. Doesn't matter anyways, once again. Hey, if you're still here at our whatever the hell, let me get a GH for MVP in the comments. 4 MVP, you know, like the number 4. I ain't done that in a while. There's probably gonna be about 7 people who make it this far, so you know, claim your spot. It's been real. It's been fun, but it's been real fun. Shout out to Rajon Rondo, and I'm gonna get the hell up and out of here. I'm not even gonna joke around with it. If you still here, subscribe to this channel. Thanks. Cut.